Komm, dann lass uns anfangen. Oder warten wir? Ja? Wie sagst du das gleich? Ja, das ist cool. Alle warten. But Darren, drop this out there and start. That doesn't matter anyway. We're trying to make it fit, but sometimes it's hard. Don't fall. Yeah, welcome everyone. go, baby! Let's go, baby! That's what we're talking about! E4E Minors! Let's go! And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for day 2 of the E4E Minors here in Saigon at Link Studios. It has been an absolutely wild Axie week. It has been off the chains. People here from all around the world doing every job, winning video games, having a good time. It has been absolutely epic. And I am promising you one thing. There is the most epic show you have ever seen in store for you today. So without any further ado, let's introduce our players.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
It is now
We're
time
live. Yes,
for
let's go.
the E4E Minors Day number 2. It has been a wild, wild journey so far. It has been amazing so far. Previously, we were witnessing a lot of different comps actually. It has been a wild ride so far. It is mind-blowing, to be honest. My name is Ruthless Reg. Welcome to day 2 of E4E Minors. I am joined by my friend and colleague right here, Paring JP. How are you feeling today, Paring JP?
This is the last day of E4E Minors, and we've been here for like a couple of days already. So this is the 3rd day, this is the last day, this is the day we find out who's gonna be the king, the new king of Origins in a LAN tournament. But of course, it's gonna be like a tough process to get there, to get that crown.
Correct.
But I'm just really so excited. These players have been through a lot, and they've been practicing, they've been working so hard.
You're right.
That's why I'm just really so excited for it.
Awesome, awesome journey so far. This tournament is actually a double elimination format. For those who are unaware, it is an exciting format. What happens is these players come in, they are 8 players, they duke it out in an upper bracket. When they lose one game, they get knocked down to the lower bracket. They're not out just yet, but from that lower bracket, if they get knocked out again, they're gone from the game. And then it goes on and on and on until a champion is crowned. That is your double elimination format. That is what they are playing for today. But what are they playing for today, Paring JP?
Okay, so our prize pool actually is worth 6,500 AXS. Guys,
Wow.
that's a huge stake for all of our players. And speaking of players, we already saw 2 of them say goodbye last night. So we are already down to our top 6. And these top 6 players are Zero, Paradise, Enrico, Meat Value, Minnow, and there's one more.
There is one.
Did I already mention Meat Value?
You have mentioned Meat Value as well, and Bench.
Bench,
actually,
yes, Bench.
Sadly, 2 players are out. It is Rizia and Ohil, but the playing field has been set already. They are happy with where they are right now. It has been an exciting amount of battles. For those that are unaware, it is in Twitch. You can see day 1 there as well. We are now in day 2. A champion will be crowned today. But before we head on to that, quick shout out to our sponsors. Check out this. What is this cap right here? This is Elite Metawear. This is metaverse apparel that is connected to Web3 as well. So it is very exciting. They have caps, they have hoodies, they have shirts, they have jogging pants as well. Everything is out there. Check them out. !E1337.
There you go. And of course, our official hotel sponsor for this event is none other than Wink Hotel. They're taking Vietnam by storm with the locations already in Saigon and Da Nang. And more coming soon, actually. All the casters and players have been staying at Wink Hotel Saigon, and we have been having a blast in there. Everything runs so smoothly. The accommodation, the facilities, just everything. If you're planning your stay here in Vietnam, you definitely should check them out. Just type in !wink there in the chat.
Very, very good. Aside from that, huge shout out as well to Gems Esports. Very, very impressive platform. You use that to play all of these events. They are in both Web 2 and Web 3. Very, very impressive platform. It is both for tournament organizers and players as well. Check them out. !Gems.
Yep, and of course, this tournament wouldn't be possible if not for Sky Mavis. Of course, Sky Mavis created Axie Infinity, and they also pitched in a whopping 6,500 AXS to the prize pool for this event to give back to you, the people, because they care about the community. Lunasha.
Yep.
And we are privileged to be able to work with them to bring you this awesome esports event. Just type in !Axie in the chat for more information.
Awesome journey so far. Let's now have a quick look at the brackets and see who is in position for what. And there we go. As we see there is a winner's bracket, there's a loser's bracket. Right now, it is Meat Value and Enrico. That has moved on, actually. That is a Meat Value win right there.
Yeah.
Enrico has moved on to the lower bracket, and then we've also got Mino and Bench in the upper bracket. So in the winner's bracket, that's the first match that we are going to be watching. Mino versus Bench. How are you feeling about that?
Well, yesterday, Enrico versus Meat Value, it was actually very intense already.
You're right.
What more if it's going to be Mino and Bench? I remember yesterday that Mino, it wasn't really an easy run for him against Paradise before he got there.
Yep.
And as for Bench, when he was against Rizia, that was so quick. That was so quick. And Bench, we all know that he's only carrying like two kind of teams, so I'm expecting actually an intense matchup. But before we get on to that, last night also Zero survived against All Heal, and he's waiting to face Enrico. And Paradise versus Rizia. Paradise actually moved forward in there. So who's gonna go up against Paradise? We're gonna find out after Mino and Bench play.
True that. Whomever loses that is gonna face Paradise.
Yeah.
So very, very exciting. These players are very strong as well. We know that these are 8 players, but these are top caliber players. Mino has been a season 20 even, Axie Classic champion. I think he was ranked 6, somewhere high right there. And then Bench as well is also a very, very strong player in season 20. But aside from that, both of these players have been dominating in Origins. Mino has won countless of tournaments. Bench has won countless of tournaments as well. So this should be an exciting match.
Yeah, it is going to be an exciting match, and I'm sure our friends there in the comment section are very excited as well. Keep sharing the love, everybody. Just share it in all social media platforms. Our live stream, twitch.tv/esports for everyone. Just share it across Twitter, Facebook, and just everywhere, because it is our final day and we all deserve some love. This stream deserves to be known worldwide.
True that indeed. And if you are gonna share all of these, make sure to type in #E4E Minors, and one lucky tweeter will get a chance to win the golden pho right there.
Oh my gosh!
We will be pulling from all of those hashtags, so make sure to type that in your tweets. #E4E Minors.
Guys, this golden pho is actually like, you know, here in Vietnam, pho is like kind of like their national food. You see it everywhere. You see pho everywhere. But this one is the only golden pho for you to keep. Just share the stream and retweet every tweet that Esports for Everyone is tweeting. Yeah,
correct.
you gotta get to have this. I want to keep this one, to be honest. Please do.
You gotta type #E4E Minors. Win it. It's great. It is exciting. how are you feeling now that we've witnessed the swirl comps yesterday dominate? We've seen some, like for example, Mino has been running an AoE comp that has been working. We saw some AoE comps not work as well.
Yeah.
But how do you feel knowing that swirl comps have been in this meta heavily?
Well, swirl comps, to be honest, there's only like one person in the top 8 who doesn't carry swirl. But for everybody to carry swirl, for example, like Bench.
Yeah.
He has like half his pool full of swirls.
Yep.
And then it's just that meta right now.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to like season 1 when everybody was using Rage.
You're right.
Swirl is actually not that saturated, but it's the optimal meta right now.
True that. And that's, I guess, a good healthy metagame for something like this, because yes, Swirl was heavy, but not only Swirl, right? We saw a lot of different comps, which is okay, and we're happy with that. It's not, as you said, just rage everywhere. So this is a good, healthy meta. Yes, the Swirl comps are gonna be intricate, and there's going to be a lot of skip turns that are going to happen. But aside from that, it is an exciting day. We are in day 2 of E4E Minors. A champion will be crowned today. It's going to be exciting.
I can't believe that this is already our last day, to be honest. I mean, we've been through a lot, and I would like to give a huge shout out to the whole team of Esports for everyone. You guys have been killing it. You've been preparing for this for more than 2 months already.
Yep.
And just to see everything come together, you guys see the set behind, the set where the players are playing. Everything is just so solid.
Yes.
And huge shout out to Esports for everyone, and just to everybody who contributed. Everyone here is working like a happy family, and that's the dream, making the dream work.
True that. That is very impressive indeed. So, quick recap right here. We've got the brackets. Meat Value is updated now. He has moved on. Meat Value is 1 game away from playing for all of the marbles. He is just 1 step ahead of the people in the winner's bracket. But now, another person, whomever wins, will be playing against Meat Value, which should be exciting nonetheless. And then whomever loses is still not out. They're playing against Zero by the looks of it now. Zero was the one with the free person slot right there.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Enrico versus Paradise. And then Zero versus whomever loses between Mino and Bench. Very exciting nonetheless. How do you feel knowing that that is the game plan for the day?
Well, Enrico versus Paradise is actually one to look out for.
Yep.
Yeah, especially that this is gonna be like a revenge story, because Enrico was defeated by Meat Value, who's from Sura.
Yeah.
And then Paradise is also from Sura.
You're right.
So it's like Enrico just faced off one Sura member, and then he has to avenge himself through defeating another Sura member, aka Paradise. But as for Zero, while he's waiting for Mino versus Bench, he'll have to hope that it's gonna be Bench who he's going to go up against with, because Mino's also from MT8, and he doesn't wanna go up against a fellow MT8.
You're right. You're very right indeed. And aside from that, though, it is going to be about the comps as well.
Yeah.
The AoE comp that Mino is bringing is very exciting. Let's have a look at their stats right there. Mino with a win rate of 57.8%, quite high, above 50%. And Bench with a win rate of 46.7%. So based from that, Mino has a 10% win rate advantage right now.
Yeah.
Very interesting. What do you feel about that?
Well, we do have Bench's lineup. We've talked about this yesterday, like when Spam was casting. It was really interesting because Bench actually is just carrying 2 sets of lineups. It's like the Swirl and the Perch.
Yep.
Just the Swirl and the Perch for
Yep.
Bench. And Bench here, well, he has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of actually 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of swirls here. He just he can just mix and match, like
True.
depending on the axes of his opponent.
The optimal swirl
Yeah, the
comp
optimal
is
swirl
what
comp.
he could be looking for. Very exciting nonetheless. But the question is, do you think that Mino is gonna be dishing out the AoE comp right there?
Mino, oh my gosh, that was actually very popular last night. His AOE comp, but you know that now that he's gonna go up against Bench, I'm not really sure what the dynamics is gonna be. If it's gonna be like the Perch versus the AOE, but Minnow, I know for sure that he has scrimmed a lot. He has practiced a lot using his AOE comp against a Swirl comp. Yeah.
True that indeed. It is exciting though because Mino has a lot of these different techs. We used to think that the birds, all of these AoE comps are just too weak against swirls, but Mino has been dominant against the swirls because I think of the double talks, having those jinxes, destroying the smoothness of swirling when the deck is thinned out is very big. And aside from that, he has the unique swirl comp as well with the hot butts that actually messes with both the discard pile and the draw pile. So very, very unique. The concept behind this is you dilute the discard pile and the draw pile as well so that it slows down the deck rotation, which means you can put a lot more swirls into the deck before it rotates even earlier. So very exciting to see that in action.
That's true. Now, since Minnow and Bench are actually about to start, let's see them come in. There you go, Minnow on the left side.
Here we go. He is coming in. He is placing himself down. He is game face on. He has won one game so far, which means he has the confidence to feel that he's going to pull it off again. Bench is coming in as well. Look at that. He is sitting down, game face on as well. Very, very exciting. All of these players are very experienced so far. They've both won their first matches, which means they have that confidence coming into these next matches. Very exciting to see both of these players in action. What do you think? Who's going to win this?
It's really hard to tell. This is gonna be like MMG. Bench is the only representative MMG here, and MMG players, they're like so veteran. But Minnow has also been in the scene for quite some time. So these two veteran players are gonna go up against each other. They may have different play styles.
True.
That's what actually makes this tournament very interesting, because these two players have different play styles. Even though they're using the same kind of comp, like Swirl versus Swirl, they still have different card decision makings inside their heads, and they've practiced a lot. I just really can't decide. I can't predict. This is one of the matches that's really hard to predict for me.
True. Very, very exciting indeed. For me, if Bench is gonna bring in swirls, I think Mino is prepared for the swirls. So I am kind of inclined, leaning towards Mino, because of the dominance that we saw as well during the previous Swirl matchup. And we saw that Mino was able to dominate versus the Perch matchup as well, which is not the comp that is being expected as the metagame of this era. But having that experience to just pull that off even after a 570 damage Perch attack is very, very impressive to see. So, yep. I believe there is going to be a slight advantage towards Mino, and the win rate as well that we saw earlier with the extra 10%, that is me hedging towards Mino. Aside from as well being a guildmate as well, I am Metatate as well.
I was actually waiting for you to mention that.
That is the other one that is pushing me towards Mino. So there is a slight Mino favor right now.
Yep. But yeah, as for Bench, he can come off as very unpredictable. And I remember with his match with who was he up against with yesterday in the first round?
I believe it was it Rizia?
Yeah, Rizia. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Rizia, that was so easy for him. Like, it was like a clean sweep. And
oh yeah, it was a 3-0, you're right.
Yeah, it was a clean sweep. And it was, I mean, if I'm in Minno's hands, it would be very hard for me to predict Bench's comp. Since he's only like carrying 2, and you can't really predict like what kind of combination he's gonna use in one of those comps.
You're right.
It's the unpredictability that draws me in to Bench.
That's true. That is very exciting to see. The players are now seated. They are going to start the action. It is going to be starting right now. Mino versus Bench. We are heading into the game. Let's have a look at what these people are bringing to the table.
There you go. gameplay is incoming. Minnow or Benj, just type in who you think is gonna win this round. Then after this, whoever the loser of this round is will have to face up Zero, which is actually gonna be an interesting match as well because Zero, he was actually trying to make a comeback yesterday when he was up against Ohil.
Yes.
Yeah, that was also like one of the games that was that we were looking forward to watch, and a lot of people were actually invested in that too.
True that. True
Oh, by the
that
way,
indeed.
shout out to Zero because he helped the production yesterday. He was actually a very big help because we wouldn't have like a smooth stream without Zero with us yesterday. So shout out to you, bro.
Yes. So it was funny as well when Meat Value won with a 3-0 sweep against
Zero.
What he said that it wasn't a 3-0 because Zero had a 2-0 advantage because of the helping. That was the reward,
yeah.
is what they're saying. That's why
Yeah.
Meat Value had to sweep apparently.
He got like points for helping the production because we wouldn't have a show without Zero here, and their game wouldn't be able to start without Zero helping the production. So
True
shout out
that.
to
True that indeed. They are now just setting up, fixing their runes and charms, figuring out how to counter one another. They're going to be heading into the game right now very soon. It's just a matter of time before we witness day 2 in action. This is game number 1.
There you go.
Here we go. Bench is now challenging Mino. Bench is running swirls based from what it looks like with double Neo. Very exciting. Mino has thrown in a different comp for today.
I know, right? This is something new.
That is the swirl hot butt comp actually. So very, very exciting. The concept that Bench used for by going for these Neos is to discard the wing horns that Mino would be bringing to the table. But there are no wing horns. Mino just played around that altogether and is utilizing hot butts and swirls in this round. Very, very exciting to see this in action. I've not seen this in action before, to be honest. Double hot butts. That shuffles in
and
a
then
lot to the deck.
Not only that, he has like triple double talk, and this is such an optimal lineup. Okay, because we've been talking about swirls being so OP. Okay, let's give it to him. He has 3 swirls and then 2 hot butts for the burns, which like gives 2 burn cards every time you use it. And not only that, the double talk also gives you burn cards. So he's gonna like eat you up towards the end of the game.
True that indeed. So this plays both against the draw pile and the discard pile, which is not something we see that often. But shuffling in 2 at a time, Hotbutt provides 2, definitely 2 burn cards, 2 curse cards into the opposing discard pile, while Double Talk can potentially give 1 to 2. That means it's a lot nonetheless. That is still a lot of curses being brought into the deck right now.
Yep. Alright, so here in turn number 3, of course, Minnow is just like using all those curse cards. He's not planning to use any cucumber slice because, you know, you don't need that right now. But as for bench, I think it's just gonna be like a matter of race. Whoever gets to lock the deck of your opponent first.
You're right. You're very right indeed. Now the taunt has been applied via the blackmail to the backline of Mino. All attacks are going to go there. In terms of priority, these Axies have very similar priorities. So having a taunt on the backline means that it is very redundant. So it's okay to actually split up the damage with that taunt. The only difference is the backline does not have a hot butt, but it has the defense from that fish snack. So very, very exciting to see that in action.
Yep, that's true. Now, okay, so he's gonna discard 1 card. He has. I'm actually looking for. Oh, was it because of the Neo?
That was a Neo trigger right there from bench. So he is choosing which card for Mino should be discarded from the draw pile. And there you go, Mino is just... bench is still filtering out cards right now using the Nemos. Nemo against Mino. That is a lot of...
I love the wordplay you're doing there. Nemo versus Minnow. And he's not gonna use the clear. Yeah, you've mentioned that he wants to clear out all those Spanish cards, but the clear, you wanna use that when you want to like breathe inside your deck, because later on it's gonna be suffocating for both of them.
You're right. You are very correct indeed. Swirls are coming in. That is going to be healing back the damage that was dealt to the backliner. A taunt has come into the midline though. That means all of the aggression is going to be split up. So there's backline damage, there's midline damage, and Mino is happy with that because this is not an AoE comp that he is playing against. As we saw yesterday in our first day 1 E4E Minors, this World Comp is a bruiser comp.
Yep.
That means it attacks, it defends, it dishes out damage, it heals up. But as long as damage is split, it might take its time to do all of that effectively. And that is what Mino is doing by splitting up all of this damage, utilizing the blackmails that are being given to him.
And now Clear is up against 4 bench, but I don't think he's gonna use it again. It's so amazing how the cards are rotating so fast. Like we're just in turn number 7, and it's because that they're clearing banished cards like as soon as possible. They've been wanting to rotate and rotate, but right now it's gonna be held back a little because of the blackmail, and it's already Minno's turn, and he's still not gonna use like a lot of skill cards, but he's gonna use the blackmail, and he's prepared for it because he shielded up his back Axie.
True that indeed. Very exciting as well is the use of hot butts, shuffling in jinxes. Look at that. Bench is looking at his draw pile. It is not looking good for this rotation. And now what happened was, for this rotation, there are jinxes. And then now that is 12 cards in the deck. That means Mino has a lot of time to put confused cards right now with swirls. So there was a priority to add cards to the discard pile. Now that it has rotated, you now add confusions, confused curses into the deck.
There you
and
go.
That makes a nice even split of curses happening. Bench is just looking hard at the draw pile right now, trying to figure out how to play, how to navigate around what is happening.
Yep, but Minnow here is kind of confused already. A configuration upcoming, but before we get onto that, of course, he will play everything that he can. Like, oh, he's not gonna use the incisor. He's gonna keep it, but already. Just like that, it's already Bench's turn, and there's no way for him not to use that swirl because he wants to curse Minnow. He wants to lock the deck, so he will always prioritize those curse cards, and I wouldn't be surprised even if he used the second pigeon post.
True that. This swirl does have that retain on there with the gecko charm. Very interesting to see that. The reasoning behind that is a fail-safe, just in case you're about to get locked by a swirl comp. You just swirl yourself, and then that means that you shuffle in one set of confuseds and you don't get locked anymore, because now the opponent has to draw cleanly into the swirls, which will not happen because you provided 2 confuseds. But instead of that, you use that not for that, but for something else, and that is to proceed with your game plan and not actually full lock. The reason of that swirl is to soft lock and not to full lock.
Yep. Actually, that's a good point that you're getting at. I just realized it right now. So it's actually one of the strategies like only pro players can understand. Now, as a non-pro player, of course, I get to understand what they're thinking. Thank you for that. Now, he's doing the clear, finally! Took him like 6 turns before he does that, because this is actually the moment where he has to do it. He cleared 2 burns in there just so he can draw more damage cards. And now he has 2 energy. Actually, he was hoping that he was gonna get like 1 swirl.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He got like the antenna and the cute bunny. So like, oh my gosh, this is not what I was expecting. So,
True,
what's he gonna do right now? Is he gonna use the antenna? He did scry.
He might hold on to these just to go wild during the blood moon. It depends. If there's no use, then he just attacks with it. But yes, as we saw there, he chose to attack with that risky fish, opting to try and kill some Axies at this point in time, even before waiting for the Blood Moon turns. Because in the Swirl Mirror, you usually don't dish out a lot of damage, but you do wait for the Blood Moon turns to help you, and then you finalize the game plan by sweeping all of their Axies in one turn.
Yeah, actually, that's actually an interesting thought. But from what I see right now, I don't think Minnow. Oh, yeah. Okay, so he's gonna do the blackmail, but is he gonna do like 2 blackmails or just 1? Because he doesn't have the shield.
I think he is weighing whether or not his backline Axie is gonna go down, because it would be too scary to put 4 turns of taunt in there and have no follow-up plays, because that backline could just go down from the attacks. And he needs that backliner because of Moonlight Thief. They are fighting the energy game right now. They are stealing each other's energy, and having that go down because of a 4-turn taunt would be very, very problematic. That's why he is playing around that. He might choose to heal up before using that second blackmail. That might be the play that Mino would go after. It is going to be interesting to see it happen, though.
What really gets to me is that Bench here, it's like it's already turned 14, and it's like his Axies never lose HP. But it's not really that surprising, because Minnow doesn't really carry like a lot of damage cards, but it's gonna come for him, all those damages, because Minnow, like we said earlier, he has the 2 hot buds, and because of those burns, it's actually those burns that's gonna give those damages like maybe 5 to 6 turns from now.
True that indeed. Aside from that, though, there is the Jinx damage that's stacking up, and there we go, 15, then 20. It will slowly take over the game as they get shuffled into the opponent's deck from the double talks of all of Mino's Axies. The only thing that I believe Mino is actually waiting for is just Blood Moon. And then once it's Blood Moon, Mino is going to use all of these Incisor attacks to just kill each Axie that has the lowest HP. That is what he is after at this point in time. And he is splitting the taunts as well. As we see now, there is a taunt on the midline. This is an optimal time to use that blackmail so that the taunt is splitting up the damage and is fixing your deck instead of being used to counteract your draw pile. So let's see if Mino is gonna use those blackmails right there.
He is, actually.
Does he use 2? Just 1? He opts to use 2. Very exciting. That means there's gonna be this turn where all of the aggression is gonna go to the midline, and then there's gonna be the next turn where the midliner's taunt will be removed, and it's gonna be taunt on the backline instead. So splitting up the damage while the front line remains at full HP at this point in time.
Actually, while you were discussing that, I got to appreciate Minno's comp or his deck more. Like, you have more game control in there. Comparing it with Bench, like Bench's lineup is just really just to lock your opponent's deck. But with Minno's composition, I love the idea of saving up those Incisors just for the final blow when Blood Moon Curse happens. Actually, Blood Moon Curse is already up. We just need like a few more turns so that Blood Moon Curse can like increase the diminishing value for the maximum HP of Bench. So he's just waiting for that moment, and a lot of players have been doing that. You know, just wait for that perfect Blood Moon Curse turn where you can end the lives of your opponents like once and for all. And not only that, a lot of burn cards are still coming in for Bench.
Very, very true. And now the problem is Mino's backline has a super taunt. Now it has 4 taunts at this point because of having to use all of those blackmails. It is getting scary. Bench had to skip this turn though because of all of those confused, and that is going to buy Mino a bit of time. There is a play to lock, but I don't think Mino has the cards to create that lock at this point, and instead is going to play towards the discard pile again. Hot butts are coming in. Double talk is highly likely to come in. It's just that fear is a problem because you're shuffling in your own confused. So that is scary to see.
Yep, and well, we don't get to see their dropouts yet because I feel like I need to count because I lost count, to be honest, that I don't really know how many confused cards are in their deck. But looking at Bench's cards right now, it looks like the lock is coming in for him. One Burn and one Jinx just came in, and we all know that those are just ordinary cards. They're not ordinary curse cards because with confused, they just lock your deck. But for Burn and Jinx, not only they lock your deck, but they also give you bad luck. They reduce your HP, which is actually like perfect for Minnow because the Blood Moon curse is also happening.
Yes, you are correct. You are very correct indeed. Let's see what is gonna happen for Minow's side of things. I have not seen this in live action, to be honest, so it is very exciting to see all of these hot butts doing its thing. It is an option to taunt again at this point, I believe. The question is, do you go with double? There is a play to go for double because there's a lot of shields that Minnow can utilize on the backline Axie. There's a play to go blackmail twice and then shield up. Does Minnow go for it this turn, though, is a question. Because if you use those cards, then they go to the discard pile and suddenly it is part of the rotation of cards.
Yeah.
So Minnow is opting to just keep stuff at this point in time. Saving up for the future turns. Blood Moon is happening now, so that is 60 damage to their maximum HP. It's not really damage, but instead it is reducing all of their maximum HP by that number. So next turn, once this turn is ended, there will be minus 70 HP to all of these Axies, and that is where Minnow and Bench will try to play for the victory at that point in time.
Yep, and well, are you saying that you're leading with Bench right now?
It is at this point very close still. It depends on who has the kill con. Once it is down to a lot of Blood Moon maximum HP reduction. Because right now we see that they are at 200 HP. Both of them have a very high HP Axie. The front line is at 246. For Minnow, Bench has a 242 HP Axie. And they will be contesting for the Blood Moon damage at the same time.
Yep.
The question is, do they lock out someone at this turn? I don't think so just yet. I think it's going to be the next turn.
Oh, wait. Is this? I think this is the first time that we are seeing cleanse for Minnow, which actually I'm actually trying to find the purpose of that. Oh, it's because of those fears. He wants to he wants to diminish or like reduce the potential of those fears, because once he is feared, he'll only add confused cards to himself. So that's why he started using cleanse now.
And aside from that, Minnow is prioritizing shields at this point because Minnow just has to survive this turn. If Minnow survives this turn, Minnow will counterattack, and you see Blood Moon damage at 90.
Yeah.
So that means Bench's Axies will be dead backline, dead midline, down to 2 HP front line. That's why the taunt happened there as well. Minnow wanted the 96 HP Axie to be the 1v1 scenario. That's why he used all of the shield cards and then is gonna counterattack with 6 HP to try and kill the 92 HP Axie.
Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. It's already like 90 Blood Moon Curse. So those two Axies at the back are legit gonna go. But this front Axie, this Dawn Axie, is gonna live with like 2 HP only. That's why he's keeping on shielding himself.
There we go.
Oh
Here we
gosh.
go. It's a 1v1 scenario, a 2v1 scenario actually. I didn't realize Minnow's midline had the last wish that even has a lot more HP. And
That's
now
a lot
he is
of
just
damage.
gonna go ham right now. Boom! Minnow is using Blood Moon. He is
my
using
gosh.
Blood Moon. Blood Moon, take it away is what Minnow said, and he got the win.
That was actually what you were trying to tell us like earlier. He's just waiting for that Blood Moon and go for like one shot, one kill by the end of the game, because he knows that Bench will only have like 2 HP left. And even with all of those shields that Bench put on himself, they still weren't enough. And Minnow, he was so immune from all those confused cards. Even after all those confused, he was able to save all those damage cards. He was able to retain them. He was able to make sure that those cards will rotate to himself. So that was actually 1 point for for Minnow, and that's what we were saying, why we love his deck so much. The game control is there, the essence of the game control. You just don't hope for cards, you control your card rotation. That's what Minnow is doing.
That indeed. Bench is now feeling the pressure. He is thinking, what do I use to play against what Minnow is bringing to the table? Minnow has changed his comp, right? He has not played the stuff he played for day one. Maybe his strategy today is I play a different comp for day two. Maybe day one is for AoE, day two is for swirls, and he is showcasing the power of swirls right now.
That's true. And actually, if I'm gonna look at his lineup, Minnow, the one he brought, the double hot butt, that's actually, if you like we were talking about earlier, how bench is so unpredictable, and you want to use that double hot butt if you want to control the game, like regardless of whatever bench is gonna bring in.
True.
Yeah, it's just that game control. You wanna sustain yourself. You wanna make sure that you wanna ensure your survivability by the end of the game, because bench here, it doesn't really have like an aggro damage except for the perch.
That's true. There might be a play to just bring out the perches right now and dish out a lot of damage. That might be an option to go for. It is going to be scary though, in the sense that versus perch, what Minnow has to do is, we actually saw him win against perch with the AoE comp. If he feels that bench is going to bring in the perch, he might bring in the AoE. That is something that he could just highly likely go for at this point in time. Now that there is that quick mind game that just happened, him winning against another swirl in the swirl mirror. Very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's just that Minnow's comp there, it was full of curses, but I think we are now ready for game number 2, and I'm so excited. Oh, you're right, you are so right about this. He just brought in the AoE comp, but bench here, he's gonna show us a different variation of the swirl comp.
That's true. This is now a different kind of swirl. No Neos. The Neo is what you needed versus this comp, actually. And that is very, very scary to see this in action. The problem, though, is there is a lot of wing horns and there are no Neos at all. Neo targets the wing horn so that you are unable to do a wing horn attack.
That's true.
But with this, what is happening is, now Minnow is just gonna use double talks to apply jinxes so that he does not get locked out of the game. He's gonna struggle a bit in the sense that swirl will still do its damage, but in the end, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a lot of winghorn damages. There's gonna be a lot of damage potential coming in from all of these feather daggers. And here we go, there's a double talk potentially. There's an eggshell coming in. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Again, aggro coming in for Minnow. And he's going to do it real quick because he doesn't want bench to curse him, to lock his deck before he gets all those damage cards. So he's just going to do it right now.
True that indeed. That is gonna be very exciting to see that in action. If there is an opportunity for Minnow to go wild, or if Minnow is gonna be locked out for even just a bit, that is what the swirl comp will try to take advantage of, to be honest. But at this point in time, the question is, does bench go ham right now? He is actually discarding cards right now, so that is going to target one of the cards from Minnow's hand. The question is, do you just go swirl? Do you go offense? Chooses to stick to the game plan and continue on the swirl path right now.
Well, here's the thing.
Here is the thing. The question is, do you go earwing or do you go nerdy to find other cards? And he is going,
of course, he's gonna go
damage,
with it.
damage.
Okay, but he's discarding 2 cards for himself. Oh, he's using the nerdy with the confuse. But here's the thing, when you use like nerdy, it's just gonna go back to your discard pile. They're not gonna have like the ethereal advantage, so they're just gonna go back to you. But I don't think that's a misplay for Minnow though. I want to understand why he's using nerdy for those confused cards. Maybe later on we'll understand.
Because I think Minnow is not scared at all to get locked because he has double talks, which means there's no chance to be fully locked, so he's just trying to clean up the draw pile so that there's going to be a lot of damage that comes in. So that's why he is wing horning every now and then to just apply a lot of pressure. Bench is healing back up and is dishing. Very offensive, actually. That frontline Axie from Minnow is going down really quickly.
Yep, and right now it's Bench's turn. He still has one energy though, and of course he's gonna use the Confuse to just lock the deck of Minnow, especially right now where Minnow is like really getting really strong. And look at those feather stacks. He is all the damages that he's about to deal against Bench are actually getting strong. So Bench here, he just wants to make sure that Minnow's deck is just ultra locked. But the thing about Minnow is he knows his game control.
Yes, so there you go, shuffling in Jinxes into the discard pile. And look at that, draws a lot of feather stacks. That brings his cards to 5, his retained cards. This is very good as well in the sense that he is protected against Garish Worms because there's only a low chance to hit the Winghorn. Only a 20% chance because there's already 5 retained cards in Minnow's hand, as well as increasing Earwing damage if Minnow gets to lock out of the soft lock. That is this world's game plan right now.
Okay, so now I'm curious about what Bench is gonna do. Like, he has a lot of legit cards in his hand, but he only has like one swirl. I feel like he's waiting for them, but oh no, what are you gonna do with that one energy, Bench? It's like gain 2 energy fragments. Okay.
Ooh, he is choosing 2 energy burst right now. With that goldfish attack, he swung into 4 energy. That burst could matter because there's now 1 extra energy of pressure from Bench's side. Very interesting play. I do like it. It's not usually the conventional way. As you said, you'd usually swirl the opponent at that point. But he just went for that extra energy burst during that turn.
He knows he needs it at this point. It's already like turn 10. And then a lot of his Axies are already on red.
Big turn coming in. Winghorn, I believe, is the game plan right now.
2 energy. Are you going to do it right now? Minnow?
Oh,
he's
here
gonna do the
we go! Boom, boom, boom!
That hurts so bad against Bench. Bench just lost another Axie, and now both his Axies left are on red. This is such a huge damage against Bench, and Bench will have to climb back up, but I don't know how.
Wait, this is huge. Minnow has 1 card in the deck. Bench drew 2 confusions and 1 swirl. That means that is 4 cards being shuffled into Minnow's deck. Minnow is not gonna rotate next turn. Minnow is gonna be stuck for that turn with 4 confused cards. That is a big skip turn right there.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
This was his plan. This was his plan all along. That's why he just used the goldfish early on.
To have 4 energy.
Exactly. Like, he wants to make sure that the next turn of Minnow is like just going to be an avoid turn.
Boom.
See? That's what he was trying to do.
Wow. That is huge from our guy. Bench, what a play indeed. Soft lock. That could potentially be a hard lock. Does he hard lock? It doesn't look like it. He doesn't get to shuffle in 5 confused this turn. That means there is only going to be a soft lock from Minnow's side, but it is still a lock nonetheless.
Of course, he's going to use a swirl.
If Minnow draws Winghorns in the 2 cards, once the deck is not locked anymore, that is going to be huge. I think that is what Minnow is after at this point in time. This Garshworm is not going to discard anything relevant. The question is, first, does Bench kill right now?
He has
Opts
to.
not to. Uses the swirl to shuffle a confused in. Uses the sword instead of the tiny turtle to attack and still gets the kill. Very cool. And here we go. That is 3. Does he get any?
Oh, he only gets a Robin. That was so bad coming in from Minnow. And this is actually where you're getting at, you know.
That is
We are waiting
painful.
for the Winghorn coming from that bird. But Bench is actually trying to push it back, you know. He doesn't want... look at that draw pile of Minnow.
That's true.
Bench is trying to fill it up with a lot of confused cards just so Minnow doesn't get that Winghorn. But you know, RNG can still be the worst. RNG can be your worst nightmare. So maybe later on the next turn, once Minnow gets that Winghorn, Bench needs to make sure that he has enough HP to sustain himself from that kind of damage.
True that indeed. Now what Bench is trying to do, dilute the deck, hope that Minnow does not draw very strong cards this turn. Bench does have a lot of HP buffer right now. Okay, that is some action. Not the best. A lot of swords right now is what we are seeing. So Minnow might opt to even... there's a play to not use Earwing, but because he is getting garish turn after turn after turn, I think he'll just go for the Earwing at this point in time. So you play Robin first, and then generate extra damage with that Earwing attack, and then Sword afterwards is what the play of Minnow is highly likely to be at this point in time. That will also bring Minnow to Energy Burst this turn, which is going to be exciting to see because that means next turn he will have 4 energy as long as he survives the next turn. Ooh, what a different play.
Yeah, that was actually very unorthodox. I was actually hoping that he puts the Robin in front to like provide himself like additional meat shield, but he didn't do it. But here, Bench, he's still on a whim, dealing a lot of damage, and okay, he has 2 energies. I think this will be enough for him to score against Minnow.
That will resurrect though. That will resurrect with a Sacred Feather. That means he will not go down. Minnow anticipated for that and is now setting up for this one big turn right now. This is gonna be Minnow's last turn when the priority goes back to him. Let's see what the game plan is. Bench knows that as well and is thinking about whether to dish out damage or just defend against the onslaught that is coming in. He didn't kill it. He didn't have the trigger.
Yeah, and of course, even next round.
Oh, a Wing Horn is there right now. The question is, do you use that? Do you not use that? Minnow is feared, actually. So even if Minnow goes ham at this point in time, there's going to be a lot of Confused's being shuffled into the deck. That might even be enough to lock him out of this game. So there we go. He has to go at it right now. The question is he even going to Robin? There was a play to Robin in the sense that Bench still had to attack and pop the Robin nonetheless. There was a play for that. And the question is, should have Minnow went for that or is okay with this play? Okay. So very interesting. He could have Robin first and then Earwing, but I think he is using it just as a meat shield right now to just try and survive and use the feather. And look at that. Every feather
2 seconds
is gonna shuffle in Confused, and I think that was not enough time. Oh, wow. That is very, very scary. The Robin is not going to kill anyway, even if it pops for 24 damage. And I think this is Bench's game. Look at that.
I actually agree. Because right now, he has all the damage cards he needs just to make sure that the Robin and that bird will die. Even though it will resurrect, look at that feather stack. It's like only 1.
You're right. And here we go. Pang. That brings him to 18 HP. And 1 attack. And Bench evens the playing field. 1-1. Look at that, drinking a bit of power SLP in that bottle. Look at that, swirling it in, feeling the power of the swirls right now. Minnow is gonna go back to the drawing board at a 1-1 game. Very, very impressive from Bench's side of the field. Props to Bench.
I swear that was just game number 2. But you understand, I mean, you guys can feel how intense that was. Like, it was such a close game, and even during the early game, like we felt like Minnow already had it, but somehow Bench, the strategy of holding back the draw pile, of like pushing confused cards just to make sure that Minnow doesn't draw the right cards. That's actually kind of a new strategy for my eyes, and I was so amazed right now.
Yep, true that indeed. We see there Minnow was thinking hard, trying to counter that play. If he chose to use the swirl comp, it might have been an evener matchup in the sense that they're doing the same thing, waiting for Blood Moon and then attacking at one go. That is something that Minnow can lean towards again, knowing that he won the previous game using that comp as well. So that is something to watch out and look out for at this point in time.
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if if this match actually maxes out, like we get a game number 5,
Yeah.
it's just so it's just really such a close fight right now. And Bench and Minnow, their arsenals is just so really comparative right now. I mean, I do understand. Okay, Minnow, he was like the MMG champion then, and then he's just such a great player. But as for now, Bench's unpredictability is actually calling the shots right now for him. So I don't know. It's just such a very intense dynamic right now that we're seeing for Bench and Minnow.
Yep, I am looking at Mino's pile right now just to see what this Axie pool can provide against Bench's comp, and it is very, very interesting. There is an option to go for full AoE again, or there's an option to bring in the hot, but Mino does have his own swirl comp as well with a lot of blackmails. That is an option as well. That is something to watch out for if you were Mino. That is what he is weighing. Do I go for the same AoE comp, or do I go with the hot but comp right there? This is a hard decision to make, knowing that you won one with your swirl comp and lost one with your AoE comp. So that is something that Mino has to weigh right now. What does he use? What does he play with? And it is very, very exciting to see all of that clockwork, all of those gears happening in his head, and he is now deciding on what to bring to the table. Very, very exciting to see in action.
You know, it usually takes me so easy to like predict.
Yeah.
I mean, just like make a prediction. But for now, it's like nothing makes sense, right? Nothing makes sense for me. It's just so hard to call the shots in here with Bench and Minnow, with especially with Bench only bringing in two comps like the Perch and the Swirls.
True,
And then you just like pick a combination of any just pick 3 from them. And then Minnow here is actually thinking the same thing, like, oh my gosh, what's this guy gonna bring in? And then it's just so hard. Like, I can really feel the E4E LAN finals going on just because of these two.
Yeah, they are going at it time after time. Sometimes we see 3-0 sweeps, sometimes we see good matches, and I think these people are going to be bringing in good matches right now. Very, very exciting. In terms of power level, I think it is very similar at this point, because we saw that Bench's swirl comp was competing very heavily as well,
right?
so it was something exciting to see in action. Another thing though to watch out for is Mino has done his homework. He said that he has been playing Axie day after day after day, going at it full time, investing a lot of time, resources, with just buying all of the comps, practicing against them just to make sure that he knows what he is doing. So he is in the drawing board right now, and I think he is not out of this game.
He isn't. Actually, either of these two. I mean, I'm already satisfied with IMC.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants to give up a fight. Whoever goes through the winners bracket, I just have mad respects for any of the two of them. And whoever goes to the lower bracket is also gonna give us a good show, because that guy is gonna have to face Sub-Zero.
True that indeed. They are thinking hard. Do I go AoE? Do I go swirl for Mino? And for Bench, I believe the question is, do I go Perch or do I go swirl? We are jumping right into the game. Let's see. They are keeping us on our heels. What is the comp? It is swirl versus swirl. Mino has brought them back in.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is actually what Bench was using earlier, the double Nemo and then like this yellow Dawn in the middle. Okay, he's just gonna use it, but as for Minnow, this was what he was using in game number 1.
True.
Okay, so this is gonna be a mirror matchup again, guys. I am so excited because this is actually the comp where Minnow won in game number 1.
Yes, you are right. And we saw how dominant he was during the Blood Moon turns. So, what we have to do is wait for a bit for Blood Moon to happen until they go wild. At that point, what's gonna happen now is swirl is gonna happen. A bit of pressure, actually. Very interesting coming in from Bench's side. Maybe he is switching his game plan into attack mode because he knew at this point that Mino won the Blood Moon game last time.
Yeah, actually, just thinking about that, I'm actually wondering how Bench is going to come around with this because he already made his choices during game number 1. Now, I'm curious like how he's going to tweak it just so he can gain advantage against Mino because sometimes, actually not just sometimes, you know, choosing your comp is like 60% of the game. So if you know you're direct countered by Mino right now, you might as well not stand a chance. But Bench here is still fighting. So I'm wondering, like, what are the changes he's gonna do about his decision making, so that he can score against Mino this time about this hot bot comp.
I believe that what Bench is gonna have to go after is just swing hard at this point in time. He does have a lot of damage potential because he is attacking while shuffling in confused because of the confusion eyes of all of his axes. So there is a lot of pressure without going against the game plan of attacking. So that is something very, very interesting from Bench's side. Mino has a similar game plan but has 2 less confusion eyes. That might be a problem. But in the Blood Moon game, I believe Mino has a strong advantage just because of a simple rune called Last Wish right there. That boosts the HP of the backline Axie to 486 HP. Look at that. Nothing comes close to these other Axies. That is the only Axie that is in the 480 range. So while Blood Moon is dishing out damage, that Last Wish is gonna maintain Mino's last wish of winning this tournament. Let's see that in action potentially.
So here now it's Bench's turn. So let's see if he's getting at what you were saying earlier. Because right now I don't think the swirls are what's important. What's important more is actually to deal damage against Mino like ahead, because you don't want to wait for the Blood Moon Curse to happen. You want to make sure that the game ends before Blood Moon Curse happens. But he's still sticking to his guns with that swirl strategy, just locking the deck of Mino, not dealing any much damage.
Correct, but instead of let's say, like for example, before what he was doing was retaining cards, now he's just attacking with a card. So you do swirls, you use all of your swirls, but you also attack instead of keeping, because he is applying or trying to apply pressure at this point in time, because it is advantage Mino, to be honest, because of that simple Last Wish rune, as we said, for the Blood Moon game. While Bench does not run the Blood Moon game of that Last Wish rune.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I'm also worried about. I don't want. I mean, if Bench wants to win, he has to make sure that this game doesn't go to like turn 21. Because I remember during game number 1, the Blood Moon Curse is already like 90, and he's even though his HPs are full, all of his Axies, the Blood Moon Curse is still gonna eat you up. We saw those 2 Axies go down, like die, just because of the Blood Moon Curse, and Mino was so prepared for that. He was literally controlling the game during game number 1.
True that indeed. Very, very scary though as well is the potential of attacks coming in. We actually see a lot more damage from Mino's side, although it's not a lot, but it is a lot spread out across all of these Axies. The very interesting thing though is Moonlight Thief also heals you depending on your energy fragments. So the damage that Bench is trying to put on is just being healed back up.
That's true.
So very exciting to see the back and forth between these 2 comps. There's a lot of damage, then heal, then damage, and then a bit of taunting here and there, and that is, I believe, what this game plan is going to go towards until we get to the Blood Moon game, where they go ham every turn until one person goes down. Very, very exciting to see.
There you go. And of course, he's gonna scry. Okay, who's gonna benefit from that shield?
He is thinking to just protect one of these Axies, using it as well to clean up the draw pile.
That was actually good.
Very, very clean set of plays right there. Even spread of damage for Bench, so he has okay HP across all of these Axies, which is very exciting. He is still good in position right now. Mino, on the other hand, has a lot more damage on the front line, Axie. That is the one that is taking out most of the damage. That does have calcium armor, which means it has a lot of shields, which means it is surviving okay, as long as there's a lot of protection happening. That is something interesting to see happen. Let's see.
I'm actually waiting for him to like cast one more card, but it's like he doesn't want to use either of these two, because I remember during game number 1, these are the 2 cards that he was like waiting to use for him to like close the game. See, he just kept confused. He doesn't want to use the Incisor nor the Tri-Spike.
That is true. He wants it to rotate. He wants his deck rotation early, and then he will start keeping cards when it's closer to the Blood Moon turns to just go one attack, one attack, one attack, kill your Axies, or even just wait until the 1v1 scenario that we have seen earlier and then just go from there. That is what I believe Mino is after with all of these plays. It's very interesting to see as well. He isn't keeping anything. He is just waiting for that final deck rotation. He is going to let this happen. Let's see though, does Bench lock him out of the game? There is one card still in the discard pile. Did Bench get there? What is Bench's draw?
Oh, well, okay. He's actually good at... Oh, he picked the Garish Worm just to randomly discard one of Mino's cards. But right now, he needs to focus on cursing the deck of Mino. So he might go for the double talk in the Cute Bunny. But take note, he also has the Parasite. And he'll probably discard also one of Mino's cards. But I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what he's doing. But I like that he's checking the history just to figure out what kind of deck Mino has right now.
True that indeed. He's definitely gonna swirl once, and I think he might even Cute Bunny, as you said, just to provide confusion. 2 options here are double talk and swirl. You might want to double talk just because your opponent's deck is not locked. Mino is gonna chooses something totally different. Eggshell. I think he's going aggro right now.
Yeah, actually, I support that move. I've been waiting for a while for Bench to like decide on aggro, because again, we've called it like a lot of times. Bench, he doesn't have to wait for Blood Moon Curse to happen, because that's like gonna be his doom. So you go aggro right now, Bench. Just kill off the Axies of Mino and get this over with, because if Blood Moon starts, once Blood Moon starts, it's gonna be Mino's game to run.
True that indeed. I think we just saw Mino's turn pass because he did not have a lot of cards then. But he is going to be back in the game. I believe his deck has rotated already. We are slowly creeping into Blood Moon range, which means he will now slowly keep his offensive cards for the big turn. That is the game plan right now.
I like that they're budgeting their energy in a way now they're not going on full on damage. They know when to save the essential cards. And I'm actually curious about Bench's strategy, because right now he just wants to go on aggro, but somehow he also wants to make sure that Mino's deck is locked. But for now, let's focus on Mino. He wants to curse the deck of Bench, but he has like a lot of damage cards here. But I think he's gonna go for the Blood Moon Curse. He's gonna wait for them. He didn't use all those 3 cards.
I do like it. What he's doing is he's keeping even his 0 cost.
Yeah.
Just so that he dodges some of those discards from Garish Worm, so that the discard does not potentially hit one of the offensive cards.
Yeah.
Very smart. It's not needed in this matchup, so might as well not use it to just save up. Take a discard attack off of one of those Garish Worms, and then he'd potentially have more offensive cards. Once Blood Moon is at the 90 range, at the 80 range, that's when Mino can slowly sculpt his game plan.
It's like he understands that Bench is suddenly going on aggro, but somehow he's prepared for it as well, and making sure that he's gonna be able to survive, and that this game will still reach Blood Moon Curse.
True that indeed. For our viewers out there, what is happening is we are transitioning between screens, seeing all of their draws as they do it. This is all live. There is no pre-recorded data right here. It is exciting to see both of these players in action with the same delays of how they are thinking the games, and not just replays where it's just auto play forward at that point in time. So very, very exciting to see that in action.
And this is also the reason why we switched screens screens every time the turn switches, so we can see the train of thought of both the players, which is actually so amazing. So shout out to the production, of course, Esports for everyone. Now, we are nearing the end of this game number 3. Yes, guys, we are just in game number 3. Both these players are playing it so intensely. And in turn number 20, the Blood Moon Curse is already at 50. I remember earlier, in game number 1, it was actually Blood Moon Curse 90 damage, full HP reduction when the game ended.
That was the key number for Mino, actually. He was waiting for that 90 Blood Moon damage. The question is, will he wait for it again this time around? What he is wanting, though, as well, to survive the barrage of attacks is the shields that we saw earlier. He shielded up to survive damage so that he does not go down from the attacks once Blood Moon is at 80, so that he is able to kill at 9. Wait, it's 60 for bench, 70 for Mino, 80 for bench again. And yes, I think that's it. Oh, hold on. It's Bench's turn. 70 Blood Moon damage.
I just understood right now that Bench is doing the same thing against Minnow.
Yes.
Like what Minnow did to him in game number 1. Right now, he's saving up all those cards and making sure that the Blood Moon Curse will favor him. Now, I can't even imagine like what kind of calculations are these two doing inside their brains right now, because they want to make sure that the Blood Moon Curse on their turn will be will be at the advantage. So whoever goes first about utilizing that Blood Moon Curse will win this game.
Correct. So what is happening is they are checking shields, they are checking HP, maximum HP. Do I have enough cards to go lethal right now? If not, I defend and try to go lethal once Blood Moon gets back to me. And that is what Mino is doing, using all of the defensive moves right now to try and survive the big attack that Bench is preparing for. The question is, will Bench be able to win?
Oh, okay.
Or not? Here we go. That is what? 78 plus 88 plus 136 for Mino. That's a lot of damage, but Bench has a lot of attack.
He has the Tiny Dino as well.
He does have a big Tiny Dino attack as well.
Like 120 damage. I think like...
Here we go. Boom! One goes down. 136 HP remaining. Bench is going at it. Attack after attack after attack.
One
down
more.
to 2 HP. And Bench got there. Boom! Wow! Look at that. Bench has got the win and is now advantage Bench.
Oh my gosh, I got a 1-point lead against Minnow. And that was the cool thing about that. He got that strategy from Minnow in game number 1. He just literally like use Minnow's poison against Minnow.
True that,
Yeah.
true that. Indeed. Without the last wish as well, which is very, very impressive to see.
Actually,
He did not have that extra HP buffer. And that is very scary to be in Minnow's side, because if Bench suddenly decides I want to go last wish as well, then Bench will even have that extra HP to counteract whatever Minnow is doing. Minnow is back to the drawing board, and I was not expecting this, to be
Yeah, me
honest.
too.
I thought it was going to be advantage Minnow, but right now Bench is dominating. 2 wins to 1 versus Mino. He is now thinking hard. Mino is not a quitter though. I believe that he is
never.
gonna think hard and try to solve the puzzle. That is Bench right now.
oh my gosh, Bench is so adaptable. We just need to like recognize this. Like he got that strategy just like 2 games ago, and he was already able to adapt to it.
True.
That was just so quick. It was quick for him, you know? Kids are such fast learners.
Yeah, Bench is what? Just 20 years
Yeah.
old? Very, very young. Very, very impressive though nonetheless. But exciting nonetheless as well. We are given a show. That's what we are after.
I remember saying earlier that I don't mind, and I'm not going to be surprised if this match goes to game number 5.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
just these
Mino
two
is
players.
gonna fight
Oh.
back. He is gonna try and dish out everything that he can pull for this game. He was, I believe, very confident to begin with, so I think he has a game plan even when he sees something like that happen. So I think he's still okay. It's going to be a question of, will he be pulling it off? And there's also that little bit of RNG as well that we are playing against. Does he draw the correct cards in the correct order as well? Because if, for example, in that matchup, if he had shields and was able to survive, Bench was able to win with only exactly enough damage. If Mino had at least one extra shield at that point, it would be a different story. Mino would be down to what, 5 HP from that attack, but then he would have that backline Axie survive to counterattack and kill Bench's only remaining Axie once the Blood Moon damage happens at that point. Very, very exciting.
Oh my gosh, I am loving this match. By the way, I would like to give a huge shout out to MMG, you know, just for supporting Bench in this. They've been very solid together. And as well, MT8, I don't know how Mino's screaming right now. Maybe maybe with D-High or with you.
Yeah. Yeah. They are at it very hard. The team I believe that they're after and playing for are like you, Dehi, Zanzaki, and Mino, I believe, is the core group that they are practicing with.
Yeah, living the anime dream.
Yep, you are right. You are right indeed. They have a lot of teamwork, to be honest, and we see it in action right now. They have practiced a lot, very hard for this tournament, and we are seeing it in action, to be honest. There's a lot of good stuff happening, a lot of complex and very impressive games happening right now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we are actually moving on to game number 4, but and then Bench is at an advantage like by 1 point.
True.
So here we are getting a message from our floor director, and he wants us to say that, as they once said, the true treasure is the friends we made along the way, and we couldn't agree more.
True
right?
that. To be honest, Axie has been very, very... It's a lifestyle right now. Axie is a game, but on top of the game is the community, is the people you met along the way, making all of these things happen. A few years ago, we couldn't imagine this kind of production, but right now we are here. Everyone is working hard. Everyone is having fun. And it is the E4E Minors.
Yes!
It is very exciting. It is day number 2. A champion will be crowned today. Very, very exciting.
Oh, by the way, I just realized that Bench is already on match point. Like, if he wins this, he moves forward.
You're right.
And Mino will have to go to the lower bracket. I never saw Mino in the lower bracket.
Same.
Never.
Mino goes hard every time.
Yeah.
Usually stays on the upper bracket until the very end.
Like in tournaments like this, tournaments big as this, I never really saw him in the lower bracket. And if in any case that Bench moves forward, like here in the upper bracket, this will be like the first time for my eyes that Mino goes to the lower bracket. I swear, he's always on the upper bracket.
You're right. You're very right indeed. It is interesting to see though, because now Mino is getting pushed to just climb over Plus Ultra, Excel, become much, much stronger. And it is exciting to see that mold happen right now. So what do you think? What is he going to play?
I don't know. Maybe it's just like internalizing my inner Mino. I'm just going to be like... I'll show you who's the boss of this game, kid. Something like that.
yeah, you are right. Indeed, here we go. We are jumping in. Mino is bringing back the AOE. Let's go.
Oh, okay. And Bench also changes lineup. He goes for the triple blackmail debut of Bench for today. Let's go. I'm curious about the dynamics.
That is very impressive. So, Bench, the reason that you run swirl comps with Neo is to target all of those wing horns. And I think Bench actually got the correct read against Mino.
I know.
Because what's gonna happen is, whenever you play Neo, you look for the wing horn and then you discard it. And if Bench manages to do that, then that is gonna be a big, big struggle for Mino's comp right now.
Yep, and I'm actually curious. I'd love to see that in action, like 2 Neos against 2 Winghorns.
Yep.
But that's gonna take some time. And for Mino, he already did this like in game number 2. He just used those Winghorns just because he doesn't want them to get discarded. Like if they're gonna get discarded anyway, might as well use them now.
True that indeed. Let's see. He is just chilling. I think he is confident with his card position right now. The question is, do we get the Neo? If Mino is able to win against this, that would have been a bad matchup potentially, actually. So let's see. Let's see. It is exciting to be in both players' positions, to be honest.
Yep. Okay, so now it's Mino's turn. I'm curious if he's gonna go on full on aggro, but he doesn't really. Okay, he has 2 earwings though, but he wants to like have more damage potential, so he's gonna use the Robin, which is actually a good call because you want to have like more feather stacks first. That's why he also used the Gamma's fan.
True that indeed. I like the positioning of the Robin as well, because bench has a lot of blackmails. If bench use, and there you go, 1 Winghorn is discarded from the Neo. That is very exciting.
Jeez.
So 1 down at this point in time already.
Okay, now I'm loving this game because unlike the previous games, like they were so long,
Yep.
but this time someone's gonna have to go on full on aggro, and we're not gonna have like that super long Blood Moon Curse, but we're gonna see like an action-packed kind of game.
Correct. What is gonna have to happen is Mino will need to clear as many Axies as possible before the lock happens. Even if they lose at this point, they are not out of the competition. Do not worry, because what happens is they move to the lower bracket, to the loser's bracket, to try and claw back into the game. And that is exactly what they did during the MMG tournament back then in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Mino's team was actually in the lower bracket and was able to win and qualify for the upper bracket and then win the whole championship altogether. So we know they have what it takes. So it is no problem whatsoever. Everyone is duking it out. Everyone is going ham. It is an exciting game so far, but there is 1 less Winghorn right now with the Neo.
Yeah, that's true. And okay, so now that is Bench's turn. He just wants to curse right now. He's not really planning on doing aggro, but he's not really worried about it because we remember in game number 2 when Mino was using this AoE. He literally survived. Bench was able to do something about it, but he can still manage to like use a lot of curse cards. Keep in mind that he still has blackmails, he still has whirls, and he has Neo. He has a lot of banished cards for his deck to like be thinner. But Minnow also is, aside from that aggro damage, he's also dealing those double talks just so he's not the only one who gets his card or his deck locked.
Correct. And here we go. Winghorn is coming in. That is dishing out a lot of damage. 4 feathers have been provided. There's also a cool play here where you can go nerdy and discard these feathers for the future turns. That is another cool play. Imagine you're discarding 0 costs and drawing actual cards. So that is another power that this nerdy provides for this comp. The question is, at what point do you do it? Do you do it during the deck lock? But here we go. Swirls are coming in. That is going to add a lot of confusions into Minnow's deck. Is Minnow going to have a good turn or not is the big question right now.
Okay, he's preparing himself. He understands that he's in taunt and he needs to shield himself up. But Bench here, I'm curious about what he's going to do about this last energy. Is he going to go swirl, cursing, or he's going to go on full on aggro? Oh, he's going to lock the deck of Minnow, which I don't blame him for, because if once that Minnow has this aggro deck, you want to make sure that he's not able to deal damage like real soon, especially that Bench's Axies right now, the HPs are starting to get low.
True that indeed. And look at that. I do like that play as well of having the taunt on the backline Axie for Bench, because now even if, for example, Mino has any Winghorns, draws into Winghorns, they're not gonna kill any Axies because it's all gonna go to that very, very full 287 HP Axie. Very cool positioning of that taunt from Bench's side.
Yep, I think that Axie, that Dawn on the front is actually on the brink of death, so he just needs to maximize it. Oh, okay, Minnow didn't even kill it.
He can't. All of the taunt is on the backline Axie of Bench, so there's no way. Unless you have an AoE attack, but by the looks of it, there's none. Tri-Feather, yes, it's random attacks, but if there's taunt, then all of it's gonna go to that Axie. So it's not really a true AoE attack at this point in time. It is gonna be all a focused fire attack, which Bench loves, because then he now has a lot of time to survive with all of these Axies.
Yep, but right now the taunt is gone, so that Dawn is actually on the brink of death. Maybe next turn he can't taunt his back anymore, but he can heal that he can heal that Axie back up.
True that.
Yeah.
True that. He is just trying to buy time, make sure that that is going to maximize its attacks. Does he lock out Mino from the game? Doesn't look like it. Mino
Yeah, it doesn't
always
look like
has
it.
plays.
Oh,
Mino is
that was so
always
lucky.
surviving.
That was so lucky. Did you see that double talk? Literally avoid that Dawn.
He just goes ham across all of these other Axies. That one will have a shield on it, so there's a question, do you go attack through that shield or not, or just hold on to these feathers? I think he is going to be holding on. There you go. And that is his hand. There's a bug right there, though. There is one extra feather dagger on that. That means it's not filled up.
Yeah.
Because if that was 6, Mino would only draw 4 cards this turn. So there's a bug right there. But then that's not a bug. That is a blackmail right there. So Mino is going to be drawing a lot less cards during this turn. The question is, will Mino have enough to dish out damage? Chat is going wild.
Yep,
Much love
let's
to
see.
Ruthless Reg and Pairing JP. Thank you, thank you, thank
Love
you.
you, Nility, of
We
course.
are enjoying, we are having fun. It is a good game right now, and that is all we can ask for during this day number 2 of the E4E Minors.
Okay, now I'm curious about what Mino is doing, and I'm curious if Bench will be able to survive, because those 2 Axies are already on red, but he was able to do something about this in game number 2. I literally just forgot how he was able to survive, but somehow those shields just kept him alive, and he was able to do like some full-on aggro. I believe that was a tiny dino earlier
Yeah.
that helped him go on full-on aggro against Mino. So right now, he's gonna heal back up. He's gonna use both swirls. He's gonna make sure that he's holding back, he's putting a wall on Mino's deck, on his draw pile. And right now he still has like 3 more energy. But what I'm worried about here right now, I think Mino may have a huge chance of evening out the series, especially when 2 of those Axies are like on full HP.
You're right, you're right. How did Mino reset is the question. I believe Mino had those nerdies in hand as well and was able to draw out of the soft lock that Bench was going for. That's why his deck reset. And I think he is going ham right now. It is a wild, wild journey. That was one big thing to take note of. Mino was able to draw out of the confusion lock, which means he will be drawing actual cards, and he gets them right now against Red Axies. This is very, very strong. Earwing, boom, how much damage? 40 each. That is a lot of damage, followed up by the Windhorn and a Feather Fan. Feather Dagger, I mean, is going well, just pressing the buttons, and it is an even game. Just again, equalizer. That is wild.
I'm not surprised at all that we're gonna have a game number 5. Just the arsenal of these 2 players giving us a very good show. And I would like to call it, Mino has that, that he and his AoE are like so close together. And I also do understand that MT8 is actually good with AoEs. Yeah, it's like
they're very, very competitive in that regards, especially with the AoE comps that have been worked on, that have been it started even a few seasons ago already, where AoE has just been dominant. Even from the start, I believe there was AoE already.
Yeah, like season 0.
Yeah,
and,
even before Alpha, even they were running Bloodlust on AoEs, which was very strong. Very, very exciting to see all of that in action right now.
AoE still OP.
Yeah. And now it is 2-2. How do you feel
gosh,
about that?
I don't even know. Like, this already their last straw for into staying in the upper bracket. We understand that you have like a second chance, but of course you don't want that second chance. You want to secure yourself on the semifinals.
You
something
want that
like that
buffer every time. Yes, you are right. You are right indeed. It is going to be very, very exciting to see what these players are going to be bringing to the table. It has just equalized 2 wins to 2 wins. That means both of these players are feeling the pressure right now. The only question is, who will arrive victorious at the end of game number 5? It is another question actually is, what are they going to be bringing to the table?
Actually, that's what I'm curious about. I kept staring on these two pictures. I'm trying to figure out like what's Mino gonna use? What's Bench gonna use? It's just really hard to tell. But I doubt that Bench is still gonna use that blackmail thingy. One lineup that he hasn't showed us yet is the Perch.
True that. Perch has still not been shown. And actually, now that you mention it, his lineup that what he was playing had the Neo Eyes as well, which in theory is strong against the AoE comp.
Because he was able to discard the Winghorn, but
Yes.
somehow Minnow still
Got there.
figured it out.
He just went wild, which is very, very impressive to see. On another note as well, Confusion, the Eyes that bench wasn't using was the one that actually won against AoE.
I
So is it
know.
now the reverse? Is it now the other way around? We
It's
don't
like
know.
they're winning in alternate. Guys. Well, while we're waiting for game number 5 to happen, of course, we're gonna have to shout out some of our amazing people. First will always be Gems Esports, who has provided all our equipment for this event. Very nice
Very cool, yeah.
sponsorship. They're actually an esports organization that has partnered with E4E as part of their mission to bridge Web 2 and Web 3 gaming, which is actually such an amazing purpose.
Huge shout out as well to We Compete, the app that has provided everyone with the opportunity to play very effectively. Check them out, ! We Compete in the chat. You'll see more about it. Everything can be linked together. It is a Web3 space app that provides players with a smoother experience to run during these tournament settings. Very impressive to see in action.
Thank you so much to both of you. We actually have a lot more sponsors that we will shout out later on. But you can also play with the chat commands. Just type in there !gems or exclamation point We Compete there for more information. I love you guys. The chat has been so active.
Yep.
I know we're all waiting for game 5 to happen. I can even chill. I can even chill.
There's
These
no
two-
chill.
There's no chill with these two players. I feel like I'm panicking inside because I don't want to see both of them go to the lower bracket. They've been doing their best.
Yep, it has been a bloodbath right now. Everyone has just been dishing out damage after damage after damage. Could we potentially see AoE versus Perch? We have not seen that yet.
Yeah, the Perch of Bench. I swear we've been waiting for it. We didn't even get to see it yesterday.
Yep.
He was playing it safe.
Yep, you're right.
He doesn't want all of his tricks to be shown right away.
We also have not seen Mino's swirl comp, actually. That is also something to take note of. He has shown the swirl with the hot butts, but
like
he has
pure
not we have not seen the hot butt version of the swirls. That is something that is still on the plate. That is something that is still potentially going to be witnessed at this point in time. The question, though, is what do they decide? The pressure is on. This is game number 5. There is no room for error at this point in time.
I wouldn't blame them why they're taking so long in choosing their teams. This is like the game of chess. This will dictate your whole bracket placement, your whole seeding.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
And when you win this, it's like I feel like are you automatically 3rd place or 4th place? Yeah.
I believe you are. Yes, you're
yeah.
right, actually. So they are not only playing for positioning in the upper and lower bracket, they're also playing for the AXS, for the goodies. That is something to play for. That is a good reason to think hard about this game number 5. It is going to be for all of the marbles at this point. And we do feel the pressure as well because it is game number 5. If it was like yesterday's 3-0 sweeps, it's a different story, but this is now 2-2. The winner of game 1 lost twice and then won again, which was Mino, and is now in game number 5. Which is very exciting to see. I do not blame them, as you said, for thinking very hard on what to bring to the table.
Yep, actually, I would like to also shout out some of our friends there in the comment section who has been commenting while the games were going on. We have Wom from MT8. We have Stuart, of course, from Sky Mavis. We also have Nility and a lot more. I'm just not that far excited to see all of your names earlier, but yeah, thank you so much for being here. Keep the love alive. Keep on sharing the stream. Again, we have this golden pho to give away. Yeah, see that? It looks so yummy. A shout out to Nick for creating this golden pho. You just need to retweet all the tweets of esports for everyone, especially the ones promoting this tournament, this live stream, and you can get a chance to win this golden pho. Ship to your home.
the hashtag E4E
Alright.
Minors. Don't
Yeah.
forget to type that during your retweets. That is how we will be basing who gets to win this golden pho wherever you are in the world. You will be shipped a golden pho. Do not eat the golden pho.
Oh,
It is
yeah.
not edible. It is very good looking.
It's golden.
It's great in pictures, but it is not edible. So that is something to take note of. It is exciting though to have it arrive and see it. The unboxing experience of this should be an amazing experience.
Oh, Nix is also here. He's saying that he wants this golden pho. I mean, it looks so yummy. Like I would like lick this, but of course I wouldn't do it
Yeah,
live.
you're right. You're right. That's true. That's true. Shout out to
Oh,
Nix
it
from the
matches my
chats.
dress.
You're
It
right.
matches my dress.
You're right.
I take a picture of this later on.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I'd
That's
post
true
it.
indeed. We are trying to diffuse all of the pressure that these players
Yeah,
are
I'm
feeling.
literally
I
trying
can
to
feel
distract
it
myself.
from here. But yeah, it is game number 5. This is the upper bracket. Game number 5 for Mino versus Bench. Whomever wins this moves on to, it's called semifinals, right? From the upper brackets, I think that is technically semifinals. And whomever loses actually is going to move to the lower bracket for a redemption story. We are jumping into game number 5.
Oh my gosh, it's starting!
Mino chooses to keep the AoE comp right now. Bench chooses to use the swirls but no Neos, the one he won with earlier on.
Oh, this was what he was using in game number 2.
This
the one
was
without
it.
the Neos.
Yes.
All right, now we're doing it.
Now it's a match, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because earlier the Neo is technically a strong advantage versus AoE. Confusion Eyes is less of an advantage versus AoE. But Bench won with that. So now, because of that win, technically is it an even matchup? Do they have an even chance at victory at this point in time is the main question.
It's really hard. It's really hard to tell. I swear. Bench may have had the advantage in game number 2 against this Slang in the lineup, but Mino already figured him out. Like, he was able to do something about it in game number 4. It's just really hard to call the shots right now. I'm just waiting to see the climax or the deciding factors of this game, but right now they're just farming. Mino farming some damages against Bench, and Bench will have to go to the curse planning.
True that. Mino was thinking hard as well whether or not he wanted to use one of his retained cards. He opted to use it for extra damage and has dished out a lot of damage right now. Very, very exciting to see in action. The only question is, will Mino get locked out of this? Hopefully not with the double talks, then we have a true game. But if, for example, those double talks do not connect, for example, if it hits one Axie each time, then that's only 3 jinxes that get added into the discard pile of Bench to prevent the swirl lock. Let's see if that actually happens right now. What does Mino draw? What you want to play at this point are the non-retained cards.
Yeah, Grandma's fan probably.
The 2 Grandma's fan and 1 retained card. Actually, the question I think is, what is he using? Could it be Earwing for a lot of damage right now? Could it
he
be
actually
Tri-Feather?
has enough feather stacks for the Earwing. Yeah, he doesn't even need the Robin yet. But he can also opt to go for the Winghorn. Actually, either or. Bench may have the Garish Worm for the discard, but he's not really worried about losing his Winghorn anytime soon.
True that. What happened was Mino opted to use Tri-Feather for the feather stacks instead, just to stack it up. And then, keeping the Grandma's fan. Very interesting play. I did not foresee that. Having that Grandma's fan in hand means it's gonna not rotate. But I guess he is not rushing because he is gonna be slowly soft-locked with all of these confused cards. With all of this deck mode that is gonna be brought into the deck. The question is that okay? I think that's okay, to be honest. But it is very exciting to see in action.
Now, Bench is actually just going for the planning, just the locking. You know, in the early game, you only see him go for the swirls, go for some fears, go for some double talks and some confusions. It's not really gonna go on aggro. He's not worried about that. He's just planning for the late game, just to make sure that Mino's draw pile gets locked and blocked.
True that indeed. So now a Robin is being applied. That is going to be slowly incrementing the damage as AoE attacks come in. Let's see, where is he thinking to place it? He doesn't need to place it at the back because there is no blackmail to play around from Bench's side. So that is something very cool to see. The question is, does he go ham at this point? He can even throw in definitely the double talk, I think, so that there is a Jinx rotation happening in. So that's what he uses first. And now it's a question of, do you keep it? Do you use the earwing? If that was the case, you'd use that earwing first for the damage and then use double talk. But I think he was thinking, where will my double talk attacks go? That was what he was thinking before dishing out the earwing damage.
And now Bench is actually thinking of doing just cursing, and just like that, Minnow lost one Axie already, and Spam is actually saying that that Bench should have purged. I mean that's what he thinks, but Bench here is actually sticking to his guns about it, and this was actually the lineup that he used when he won against Minnow in game number 4 with Minnow using the AoE comp. But now Minnow is down to 2 Axies, and he still has 2 wing horns though and 2 earwings, so damage is not a problem for him. What's his problem is getting locked eventually.
True that indeed. So what they're doing is they're shuffling in all of these confusion cards into the deck of the opponent, and then because of that there is gonna be no turn potentially after all of these attacks, but we do see that Minnow is able to dish out a lot of damage right now.
So here's the thing, Minnow is just keeping all those feather daggers, but Bench actually has a very good draw. He's not worried about himself getting locked because the double talks from Minnow doesn't really affect him that much, and that was actually
big attack from the Robin right there. Dishes out a lot of damage to all of Bench's Axies at this point in time.
And now he's gonna use the cute bunny, dealing fear against Minnow so that Minnow won't use a lot of damage cards, or if he does, that will just add more confused cards to his draw pile. And Bench's draw pile will actually reset soon, but he's not really worried about all those curses. He has all the damage cards he needs. They're all retained.
Yes, you are right. He is setting up for a big turn in the future. Let's see, does Minnow get locked out? He has a play. He has the Kataro attack followed by a Winghorn. That is going to be generating a lot of feathers, which means he should be drawing all of these feathers. He had a full hand. He needed to attack with those other feathers to dish out extra damage. That is something that we should have seen in action. This is going to end this Axie though, but that could have been potentially a few extra feather damages at that point in time.
I'm actually curious whether he's gonna use. Okay, he is gonna use these 2 daggers just to end that Axie, just to end that Aqua. Now Bench lost one of his important Axies because that served as his meat shield. But Bench here, he has to find a way. It's actually getting so tricky already. He needs to find a way to lock the deck of Minnow like real soon, and for him not to be able to deal damage and also heal himself back up. That's a lot to think about.
True that. As a bruiser comp, you have to think about heals, you have to think about damage. It is still anyone's game at this point. The question is, will Minnow be locked out? Will there be a deck rotation? Shout out to the chats. I can see Elijah1437. How are you guys? Are you all good? Are you enjoying the match right now? It is very exciting so far. It is still anyone's game at this point in time.
Yeah, actually, Bitrai is actually saying that that Minnow should have used the daggers first. Yeah, actually, that actually makes sense. But right now, it's already Bench's turn, and he wants to make sure that he doesn't create any mistakes. He has 4 energies. Now, the card order is actually very important. I don't think he's gonna use the Tiny Dino just yet, because he wants to make sure that he's gonna use that for one last kill.
True that. Minnow is not locked out of the game just yet because there is no deck mold being added right now from Bench's side. But Bench is gonna kill one Axie right now. Is Minnow gonna draw good cards this turn?
Nope.
There is something, but it is a sleep. There's an option to wake it up with a Robin or just let the sleep happen again. Those are the 2 options that he is thinking about. Opts to keep everything. Very interesting play. I do like it to set up for a big turn, potentially in the next turn. There's also the argument to wake the Axie up and then swing with a Grandma's Fan. But would it be worth it? It might not be worth it for one Grandma's Fan attack, but that is a little bit of damage as well nonetheless. But you do wake up the backline Axie of bench if you go for that play. And it is not necessarily the big one. What we are after right now is a Winghorn. That is Mino's out right now. Does Mino get the Winghorn? There is no Winghorn. Oh, wow. Very, very wild turn of events.
Okay, but he's gonna use the Robin just for additional meat shield, and he's gonna have to think about whether he's gonna use AoE damage or he's just gonna use that Fallen Axe just to make sure that bench loses a lot of HP, but kind of doesn't matter right now.
Yes, he is gonna survive though because he has a Resurrect, which means even if bench attacks, there's a chance that he survives. So using that Robin as a meat shield, as you said, might be highly likely the correct play at this point. And all you have to do is attack with the most potential that you could go. Who is gonna win at this point in time?
Oh my gosh, that's so painful. This was exactly what happened in game number 2. This was how bench survived.
Here we go.
That's a lot of damage
Will bench
cards.
get the win or not? That is a lot of damage cards. Sword comes in.
He's gonna have the final say here.
Sword comes in. Was that
what happened? He clicked the sword.
No, alright, sword comes in. There's a big attack coming in.
Just about any card should help him kill the last Axie of Mino here.
Oh no, is this what I believe it is?
What's going on?
What's
going on?
What the heck?
Oh my god! Oh, wait, please.
Oh!
It's not clicking!
Oh! 77 HP, is that enough?
That
is 74 HP down to 3 HP!
He survives!
Oh my god! That is so scary, but one sword! Nothing else! Look at that draw! What a wild turn of events! And then all bench needs is anything, and he gets the win! What just happened, ladies and gentlemen? We have an upset. Wow! What an upset!
We need to go over here and talk to the player. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Mino, what is good, my man? How are you feeling?
I will win.
You will?
Yes.
You're gonna take this home?
No. I won't top.
Yes, you will. Hey, what an amazing series. What an amazing matchup. That was absolutely insane. I can't even imagine what's going to happen the rest of the day. I can't even imagine who else is going to come through and just dominate throughout this day. But thank you guys. Oh, casters, take it away.
What an amazing experience so far. What an amazing experience so far. What a game one. What a match number one.
It's always like this.
Is very impressive.
Guys, congratulations again to bench. That was so intense. Everything just came in together, and wow, that was just that was such a very close fight. I just could remember everything just to its detail. I definitely tweet about that. But for now, let's shout out Wink Hotel for being just the best hotel for us players and casters during this event, during this trip. They are taking Vietnam by storm with locations already located in Saigon and Da Nang. So guys, everything runs so smoothly in there. Plan your visit here in Vietnam with Wink Hotel. Just type there in the chat !Wink.
Huge shout out as well to Axie Infinity for making all of this happen by providing all of the prizes, all of this competition, all of these matches that we are seeing here today. Check them out! Axie. It has been a wild match number one. It has been crazy, but there will be more of this craziness. Stay tuned. We will be right back. Boom.
Hold your chance, your time to shoot. I'm free from the system, no stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. Do it. Actually, GG.
Pay to play.
You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to earn.
Bring your own money be your goddamn boss. Middle finger up for the time that you lost. Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the movement, get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing?
Don't wait for time. Play to earn. Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
You start the fire. I'm trying to find where you at. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we crash.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
There's something about you, something about you. You know I
Don't waste your time. Play to earn. Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
And we are back at the E4E Minors live in Saigon. We just had an action-packed 5-game series. Bench ended up taking it home. That was absolutely incredible. And we're gonna move into the next matchup. First player we're about to bring out, coming in from my right side, we have Paradise flying out here, now a part of Team Sura. He's fighting for his life. He is ready to rumble, and I cannot wait to see what this man brings. His opponent on the other side had a tough match against Meat Value last night. Enrico is coming out focused. He wants to stay in this tournament. He wants to move on and make it back up into that final match against whoever may be waiting. So with these two amazing players locked and loaded, let's give it back to the casters and let's get back into some Axie Infinity action.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here on the second game for the Grand Finals Day of E4E Minors. Again, I am in Blue Team together. Here with me is Paring JP, and we're going to be witnessing Enrico battling it out against Paradise. Now, these two players were both feeling a bit under the weather yesterday, but now they are coming in hot. They're coming in fully prepared for anything that comes their way. But the problem is they're coming in from the lower ground. They're coming in from the lower brackets. And that means they only have one shot left to make this happen.
Yes, I remember yesterday, Enrico and Paradise showed us two of the most intense matches yesterday, and you were casting all of them.
Yeah.
You were casting all of them. Now I want to know, like, what was the most intense moment for you when it was Paradise matches?
All right, for Paradise matches, I wouldn't say it. I would call it the most memorable instead of the most intense.
What?
It was when Paradise essentially locked out Rizia from his entire deck.
Oh, that was yesterday.
He used the optimized swirl team with the confused eyes and the swirls as well. So it was essentially a complete locked out for Rizia, and he didn't manage to get any wins against Paradise as well. So Paradise right now is coming in with a lot of bloodlust within him. Meanwhile, Enrico,
I remember it was actually during the match with with him and Meat Value, the last match of the night yesterday. That was so intense.
Yeah,
like it was just the upper bracket. But gosh, oh my gosh, the game just started. Let's talk about more of that later on.
Wow.
But Enrico here is bringing in the triple beast. Oh no, it is the triple beast.
You know, this is actually very interesting because we've seen this from Enrico yesterday against Meat Value. And what happened was Meat Value was actually speedrunning Enrico's beast composition. Now Enrico actually did manage to get a win against Meat Value as well, but at the end of the day, Meat Value proved to be better yesterday than Enrico. Now we'll see if Enrico will be managing to live against Paradise here, or will Paradise actually turn the tables around and eliminate Enrico from the competition. As far as we can see here, Paradise is actually going for the double confused cards, the double confused team, which is the most optimized team when it comes to dishing out the confused card after confused card and just shuffling in all those cursed cards into the deck. Now, the thing here is Enrico has so much more firepower than Paradise that Enrico might just be able to take down Paradise early on. Now, Paradise here is giving Enrico a time limit. The moment Paradise manages to lock out Enrico from his deck, it's essentially game over for Enrico.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? Here's the thing. Enrico here is bringing us back to season 1 with full-on rage. Like we all know that if you want to counter a cursed deck, you just want to go on full-on rage. And look at that. Just turn number 3, he was able to use the Ronin, and he was able to cut the life of Paradise's front Axie in half.
Yeah, exactly. Now look at that. Paradise, again, the front lane of Paradise here is bleeding. 182 HP remaining. He has the vulnerable, he has the death mark there, and that can prove really problematic for Paradise, especially with Enrico's turn coming in just a few seconds. Now there's gonna be swirls being rotated into the deck of Enrico again, and like what I and Ruthless talked about yesterday during the match between Enrico and Beat Value, the key factor here for Enrico, the key element to his victory right now is to take down 2 Axies of Paradise, because that would essentially ensure that Enrico would not be able to get that lockout state from Paradise. So that would kill off any chances for Paradise to eliminate Enrico.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't even bear to see that moment. But since it's Enrico's turn right now, and since he wants to go on full-on rage, full-on damage, he's trying to maximize this 3 energies. Of course, he'll want to go for the little piece. But unfortunately, that bug is actually kind of tanky. So even though he deals like a lot of damage, that wouldn't really put the damage in half of the HP of Paradise. He's actually well prepared for it, putting a taunt on that mid just to make sure that his front Axie, that plant, will survive. Okay, so for now, Enrico is actually kind of torn whether he's going to deal damage or he's just going to go for like a setup.
I think he's going to be going for the damage here. Yep, here comes the little piece that does have the Mask of Frenzy. It gets even more stacks of rages, but he uses the Believer and then follows it up with a Ronin, putting that mid lane on low health. Now, this is the thing. Paradise is managing to even out the damages that he's getting from, instead of just funneling all of those damages to the front lane there. Now that means Paradise is prolonging his life, prolonging his Axie's lives. Now Enrico here again, what he needs to do is take out the Axies as fast as he can before the other confused cards get shuffled in.
That's true. Now he has a choice actually to go for the swirl, the pigeon post, just to make sure that Enrico gets locked out.
He can actually do both,
Yeah, and but wait, what's going on? We're still waiting for him to finish his turn.
Yeah, so Paradise right now is going in with the swirl.
We're gonna go for swirl, and then of course the confusion in the pigeon post. That is 3 curses in one turn, making sure that Enrico's deck will be locked out. But let's see if it's gonna be like a hard lock or a soft lock.
Not quite yet. I don't think it will be locked just yet.
A lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, a lot of damages again. Now Paradise in a bit of a pickle there with his front lane and mid lane Axies down on the low count with their health. Now he's thinking, should I go for the Shiba now? And he is going to be going for the Shiba now. That's going to be 131 damage, and rages across the board, puts the taunt on the back lane there, and he might just as well go for the cotton tail, so he can use either one of these little branches and then just take out one of the Axies. Now that's 2 Axies remaining for Paradise, and the mid lane is bleeding as well. It is on low health and it is waiting to be taken out. Paradise needs to catch up against Enrico.
It's gonna be hard though, because that bug is actually vulnerable right now, and even though he has like a lot of curse, I don't even know how he's gonna keep up with all those damages that Enrico is able to give him. And at the same time, how's he gonna deal damage against Enrico from here on? He can heal himself back. But Enrico's rage stacks, look at that. He has like a lot of additional damage going on.
Exactly.
And by his turn starts, he's not even worried about getting a lot of damage cards because his deck is not really full of confused cards right now.
Now, Paradise is slowly but surely approaching that turn, that round, wherein Enrico would just be rendered useless. But for now, Paradise is going in hot with 2 pigeon posts to the back lane there, ensuring that he will be able to damage that back lane before that taunt gets eliminated or before that taunt gets removed. Now, Enrico does get 2 blackmails again, so it wouldn't really matter. Now, he can use those blackmails now so he would be able to just remove that from the equation and just eliminate it from having to think about it all the time. And there you go. 2 taunts being applied to the back lane. He ends his
I
turn.
literally just stared at that move because the blackmail just went away. He used 2 energies for that. So it's not really such a waste, but it's kind of a strategy. But I'm not sure about Paradise survivability right now. To be honest, that's what I'm most concerned of.
And I like that Enrico is actually in a calm state of mind right now because he saw his deck and he still has a chance to actually clear out another Axie of Paradise here before all those confused cards get shuffled in. Now again, what this means is by eliminating 2 Axies of Paradise and just keeping 1 Axie alive, Enrico would have a fairer chance in defeating Paradise because that would open up doors for him that are otherwise locked by the confused cards. Now, and that would also ruin the swirl rotation and the confused rotation. Now here comes Enrico coming in hot. He gets the tiny dino. It's still not in its most optimal damage output, but it is slowly but surely charging now. And he goes in with
the risky beast.
The risky beast. This is gonna be 118 damage being applied to the back lane there. He still has 2 energy. He might go for the little branch here, and I think he will. Yes, he will. That's gonna be 173 and 199 HP remaining for Paradise.
What I do understand right now, though, is that Enrico just sacrificed his beast there at the back. He literally put a death mark and a taunt, and those rage stacks actually gives him like more damage for himself. Inflict himself more damage once Paradise attacks it. So that Axie, that white Axie there at the back is actually on the brink of death. And Paradise is, of course, going to take advantage of it. Now, what I'm curious of, is that a bait? Is Enrico baiting Paradise into something?
You know what's amazing here is the fact that Enrico positioned his Tiny Dino, one of his main damage dealers, in the mid lane. So it would be secured from any form of blackmail, from any form of pigeon posts that could have otherwise taken out that Tiny Dino bearing Axie. Now look at that, Enrico now having a bit of trouble here, but he might just be able to take down this Axie right there. That's gonna be the second Axie being taken out. Paradise now only having 1 Axie, but he has also shuffled in a lot of confused cards into Enrico, and yet Enrico is still in the lead here because of those 2 Axies still being alive and well against Paradise.
Yeah, and he was able to maximize those 3 energies. Now I understand why he had to kill off that Axie at the back. Because he was already able to use all those cards.
Exactly, he already utilized it.
And he doesn't need that Axie anymore. He just needs the rotation of the cards to focus on these 2 Axies, you know?
Yeah, the one with
it's
the
just like
Shiba
V2
and the one
things.
with the Tiny Dino,
and that's actually the strategy of Enrico right now. But Paradise here, he's not giving up without a fight. He has 4 energies though, and he's actually ahead.
Yeah, and he does have that Tiny Dino waiting to be popped out and swung against Enrico here. Though he does have the swirl as well as the pigeon post, so he can go for that and just shuffle in even more cursed cards into the deck of Enrico here. And he's thinking of using the Tiny Dino now, so he would be able to put a lot of pain onto the mid lane there of Enrico. But oh wait, there is a taunt on the back lane there, so that Tiny Dino will be going to the back lane, follows it up with 75 damage on the HP of Enrico. Still not done. He goes in with the Pigeon Foes, follows it up with that swirl, so he would be able to heal up, puts a taunt on the back lane as well, and at the same time shuffles in even more confused cards.
Yeah, that's true. Now it's already Enrico's turn again. What's actually interesting here is even though that Paradise lost already 2 of his Axies, it's like the HP difference, like two of Enrico's Axies combined versus Paradise's HP before this turn started was actually just very comparative. So what Paradise needs to do is just to make sure that Enrico couldn't deal any more damage against Paradise in the succeeding rounds, just so he will survive.
Enrico right now will most likely be using those blackmails just because he already used his Tiny Dino, or we can see here that he doesn't really have that much of an option. But at the same time, he doesn't really need to worry that much anyway, because right now he is in the lead and he is on top of Paradise's tactic here. Now he might be going in with the Pigeon Post and the Cute Bunny here. essentially now that Enrico doesn't have any form of shields on his Axie, so that Cute Bunny would be applying fear, and every single time that Enrico would be using attack cards, he would be shuffling in confused cards into this deck. But looks like Paradise is opting in for the clamshell. Yep, he is going to be going in for the clamshell. 69 damage, not quite enough to take down that front lane just yet.
This
Still
is getting
37,
interesting.
yeah.
This is what we were talking about earlier. Locking Enrico's deck
man.
at this point in time. He's not even able to deal any more damage against Paradise. And what we do know is that Paradise has been saving his Tiny Dino and a lot of his damage cards. But the Tiny Dino, oh, there you go. The Tiny Dino just came in full damage potential. 120. Okay, so he has like 4
Oh wait,
cards.
I
And
think
these will be enough.
Yeah, this will be enough. This is gonna be a pigeon post going to the front lane, and here comes the Tiny Dino. Not quite enough, 7 HP, but there is a confusion right there to take out the last remaining Axie of Enrico. What a turn there! What a turnaround for Paradise.
There you go. Paradise just took game number 1 just when we thought that Enrico had the upper hand. Look at Paradise right now. He was able to call the shots in that game. Congratulations. But that was just game number 1, guys. We still have up to game number 5 to figure out who's gonna win this series. And just a little reminder, this is the lower bracket. So whoever loses this match will have to say goodbye.
Exactly.
So
And
bittersweet.
it is gonna be very painful to see one of these players go down, especially because of what they can show us, and what they can contribute to the arena. Now, the thing here is, I was looking actually at Paradise and Enrico's lineups, and as far as I can see here, I don't think Enrico would be changing tactics. I think he's gonna be going in with the Beast again. It was Enrico that told me that the Beast composition has a 60 to 40 chance of winning against the Swirls. But so far, it's not working out for him. As far as I know, as far as I remember, I think his score with the Beast versus Swirl competition is 2-1, wherein the Swirl is in the lead.
I don't know, guys. Well, let me see. Let me see.
Yeah, go
let me
ahead.
see. Okay, this is Paradise's comp. This is Paradise comp, and this is Enrico's comp. It's really hard to figure out, like, what they're gonna use at this point. Well, here's the thing. Enrico already knows that his Rage team didn't work
I
against
like
Paradise.
that you're moving Enrico's card.
Yeah.
It's like he's talking.
Yeah, he already knows that
Yeah.
his Rage comp won't be viable against Paradise at this point in time. So what his option is to just do a mirror.
That is an option, but
Or AoE.
honestly, I think his Beast still has a chance. Honestly, if I have a say for it, I think his Beast still has a chance, just because it was such a close fight that it could have gone either way if there was just one different card that was played. Yeah, it all boiled down to one card. Again, I think Paradise there was at 100 health.
Yeah.
And the only problem there was that Enrico was taken down in a single turn. 2 of his Axies were taken down in a single turn. But at the same time, I do agree with you that Enrico can go for
The mirror.
the mirror,
yeah.
the mirror, yeah. Because he does have the Neos here, and at the same time, I don't think he's gonna be going for the AoEs. I doubt he's gonna be going for the AoEs just because.
Yeah, me too.
I think Paradise.
But he does
here
have the
has-
blackmail though.
yeah, he does have the. Oh, Paradise again has the perch as well, the perch composition. But again, with the Sacred Feather, Paradise will be able, or rather, Enrico, if he does go for the AoE and Paradise goes for the perch, Enrico would be able to sustain the ultimate damage output of a perch, which is around 560.
Now let's see. Okay, oh, we have a round boy, Nick coming in. Oh, that is
let's
so
go, Nick.
sexy. What a sexy entrance.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, me too. Me either. But game is already starting. We just saw our round boy do it. Now, okay, it's the blackmail. The trip of the blackmail comp
it's
for
the-
Enrico.
Oh, yeah.
But
So he
Paradise
is
as well.
going in with some sort of mirrors world, but at the same time, they both have different parts, and they both have the blackmails. But Enrico here is going in with the Neo.
I don't know, guys. So these two are just gonna blackmail each other. But for one, Enrico here has a Garish Worm at the back, Axie. So it means he wants to do some discard potential. You'll never know, right? You may be able to discard a very important card for Paradise. But now it's too early to tell.
Enrico might have a chance here actually, because now he can discard the Swirls and Confusion cards of Paradise here if he can time his Neo cards right. But right now, we're gonna be starting off with a bit of a build-up, essentially building up to those moments wherein they are both essentially a bit soft locked, but not quite a hard lock just yet.
Honestly, if you're Enrico, what you want to discard by the end of the game, you want to keep your Neo, but you want to discard the Tiny Dino. We all understand how its damage can literally kill you off.
Yeah.
And at the same time, discard the Confused Eyes, because those Confused Eyes not only deals damage, but it gives you some hard luck in your deck.
Let's see now. Again, Enrico ending his turn there. He does have a bit of shield on the front lane. So if Paradise, does he have? Yeah, he does have a cute bunny there. So if Paradise uses a cute bunny now, that would mean that Enrico would get a Hex instead of a Fear. But now Paradise turn is ending. Enrico's is going in with two Swirls actually in his hand. And he does have the Neo now, and he might as well use it, just so he can discard one of the confused cards, or one of the either the Confusion or the Swirl here early on in the rounds.
Yep, that's true. Now let's see. It's just turn 4, but usually at this early at the game, you just wanna do all those cursing potentials.
He can actually discard the clear as well.
Wait,
the clear,
are you gonna discard the clear or like the cute bunny?
I would discard the clear.
Really?
Because the clear would allow Paradise to escape from a hard lock. Because the clear allows you to draw cards. Now, without the clear, Paradise would have fewer chances of escaping Enrico's grasp.
That's true. That's true. Now, since it's Paradise's turn, actually, he did discard the clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, two cute bunnies incoming here for Paradise though, so he's able to deal damage. And Clamshell's also there. The Nemo is also there for him to have like additional fragments, but I don't think he's gonna use it for because of the lack of skill cards used. And also skill cards. Speaking of skill cards, the clear wasn't even used as well. So Paradise here is having a hard time deciding what if he's gonna go for these 3 cards or not.
And what makes clear great as well to against such a mirror composition, such a mirror battle, is the fact that Paradise will be able to discard cards as well. So that essentially allows him to hasten the rotation of his cards. Now Paradise drawing in 2 confused cards, and now ending his turn with a very powerful foundation start there.
I'm watching. Paradise, I think this is already Enrico's turn.
Yeah, it is Enrico's turn now.
Okay, so we just don't see his cards yet, but we're okay.
Here we go. Oh, Enrico's turn is, I think he's already done. Or is he? Anyway, right now, Enrico did put there is a taunt on his front lane and his back lane there. And I think we're having a bit of a technical problem here, and Enrico is just waiting for his cards to pop out right now. But again, Enrico here can just keep on using the Neos and discard the clear, the Confusion, or the Swirls to just ruin the card rotation of Paradise here. And at the same time, Paradise here, I don't think he has already. Yep, Paradise still hasn't drawn. Or what happened there?
I understand what happened. It's just that there was a skill card waiting to be used. Yeah, something like that, and he didn't press enter.
I see. Yeah, I see it now. Now Paradise going in again. He does have the Kestrel. So it was. No, I think it was a technical difficulty there.
Because I was trying to remember, like, what kind of skill card was I talking about? Okay, there was none. So yeah, let's just have a remake of that match. Guys, it's still Paradise on the lead with a 1-0.
I think what happened there was Enrico's turn came in, but no cards was being loaded, and at the same time,
Yeah, we saw.
the timer was just running out, and it naturally and automatically ended Enrico's turn, and that was the end of it all.
Yep. But of course, they're gonna use the same Axies, and they're gonna
course.
start the same. They're gonna start with the same turns. Again, it was Paradise earlier. That's turn number 1.
Oh wait, what's this?
Oh, it's a replay.
So we're going in with a replay instead. Yeah, I think we are going in with
Okay,
a
so
replay.
something happened. Wait, hold on. We literally saw a surrender.
Yeah, we did see a surrender, but I think that was a technical surrender, not a game surrender wherein you're surrendering your game or surrendering your point. I think it was more of a surrender in the sense that we have something to check, and we have to check if everything went according to plan actually, and it wasn't just something or the game lagging out something happening behind the scenes.
Well, I would like to take this time to shout out a few of our friends. There,
let's go.
Jiki, OVN. We also had that page. Nelly, of course, very active. Hey, LMJ, thank you so much for coming in. We also have Mute Gaming, who's probably handling the Spanish stream. And
shout out to you, everyone. Again,
Yeah.
we are now at 648. We started off strong with 400, I think. Now we are at 648.
Really? That's so
and
so fast?
we are growing. This is still just the second match. So we are slowly but surely, actually it's not even slowly, the rate at which we are rising in terms of audience count is just immense. It is intense.
I remember yesterday, we reached like 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, more than 1,000 actually.
I think we went all the way to 1,100
Really?
audience.
Wow!
Yeah.
Congratulations, Esports for everyone. 1.1k peak viewers yesterday. Oh, is that OGK? OGK is actually online
And
right
actually,
now.
guys, we are also at 999 Twitch followers. So, if you would want to break that 3-digit and go into the 4-digit mark, just press the follow button here on Twitch right now.
Everybody who's watching and not following Esports for Everyone, you're missing half of your life. So just go ahead and follow Esports for Everyone because we're gonna have more LAN events coming up real soon.
Oh, you know what I said about the peak being 1,100? Apparently, we actually broke through that and went all the way to 1,200
Really?
peak.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nix just said it.
Yeah. That was amazing. That was amazing. Now we are heading on to game number 2. Again, we are gonna be getting some confirmation from our backend team, our Marshall here, about what happened there. But as far as I saw and as far as I know, I think what happened there was a bit of a lag out, but nothing that can't be fixed with a game reset. Now here comes Paradise and Rico again with the same composition, the same lineup going into the battlefield.
Well, to be honest, it was too early in the game to say who's really leading at that point. So yeah, it's okay to have a remake at that point. What really worried me was during Bench and Mino's battle, when you know it was already ending and it was already that intense close fight, and then you saw that check your internet connection and try again. Yeah, that was so scary.
It was like a cliffhanger happening live.
I don't even know if I'm gonna live if that had to be a remake.
Oh, I would hate for that to be a remake, and I don't think we would have gone to a remake at that point, because actually we could have, because it could have still gone either way. We were just waiting for one card for Mino to draw to just change the rhythm of the game.
Yeah.
Now, let's go back to this battle, Enrico and Paradise. What do you think of their lineup so far?
Well, since they're using the same lineup as earlier, I was just the thing about here is kind of a mirror, but we did see some action earlier between these two guys that they're just planning out the locking, and that's the thing about mirror matchups. We saw them yesterday a lot, and those were actually one of the intense matches whenever mirror is happening, because you just plan everything from the start. You just want to make sure that you were able to throw a lot of curse cards to your opponent, so that when the late game happens, what matters is who got suffocated.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Now Enrico getting 3 swirls here plus the pigeon post. He has a lot of cards that he can use, but I think he might be going in for the double swirl. Yeah, he is going for the double swirl. He wants to maximize or at least put as many confused cards into the deck of Paradise here as early as possible, and at the same time time those Neos so well that he would be able to eliminate Paradise's chances of actually doing the same to him.
That's true. Now this is okay. He's gonna use the Nemo first so that he'll be able to speed up those energy fragments. And here's the thing, unlike the previous game where it had to be void, like that null game, because earlier we did see that Enrico was able to discard the clear of Paradise, but this is a different story already. The clear is happening and it's there to stay.
Yeah.
So, but it's too early actually for him to get that clear because it's not really locked right now.
That's true. And at the same time, I think right now, Enrico would have eliminated or would have discarded that clear if he had the Neo. So getting that clear, I think that clear had a scotch tape somewhere or something that retains that card. So that would give Paradise a bit of an advantage. Now Enrico getting too confused and one blackmail, just removing too confused from his deck instead of getting all confused at one point in the future is better. Right now, it is infinitely better than getting all confused cards in a single turn.
Well, of course, nobody wants that. None of these two players want that. So, actually, I'm waiting for Enrico to decide whether he's gonna use a blackmail or not, or he's gonna blackmail Paradise as well. Well,
I think he's gonna go for the blackmail. He can go for the blackmail. I don't
the blackmail, the pigeon post.
I mean the blackmail.
Yeah, the blackmail, really. I mean, he's gonna survive anyway, and it has healing potential.
And I don't think Paradise has that many damage output or damage cards just yet. I don't think he even had drawn the Tiny Dino and maximized its damage output.
Okay, someone just said no. Okay, here in Paradise's point of view, he still has a lot of damage cards. It's too early, really. I mean, at this point in the game, he just really planned out what's gonna happen by the end of the game.
Exactly.
It's like healing, but it's swirl. Healing from the previous seasons.
Basically, we're gonna go to the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
That's where this match will be decided. I doubt any of these Axies will actually be killed this early in the game, right in the round number 4. Especially with no Tiny Dino in sight for Enrico and Paradise Tiny Dino being taken out of the deck, I think just a while ago. So now he does have a lot of cards that has the scotch tape. So those cards are being retained. He does use the cute bunny on the back lane there. So applies that fear, which is actually really great because now that back lane will be shuffling in confused cards every time it uses an attack card. And look at that. I think...
Actually...
Oh, wait. Yeah, it did draw 2 cards for the back lane. There are 2 attack cards. So it has 2 chances of shuffling in confused cards. Paradise has 2 chances of Enrico shuffling into confused cards into Enrico's deck.
What I also like about Paradise's lineup is that it's prepared to take in a lot of damage because look at those leave stacks. It heals him back every turn. So he's always making sure that even though he gets locked out, he wants to make sure that there's really no much damage that's gonna be attacking him later on.
You know, I just thought of something. I read Kosei's comment here.
Yeah.
What's the first matchup these two? And it suddenly came to me. What if there is a rule in a tournament wherein you can't use the same composition twice?
There was actually. Yeah. While they're setting up, let's talk about this first. Okay.
Talk to me.
Guys, Paradise and Enrico, have fun. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
we're still gonna be watching you and we're gonna be casting you. I just want to divulge on the details.
Yeah.
Of this.
So there's this tournament that I casted, and you are never allowed to use the same lineup. I mean, once you're doing it, twice, and that was Rage season. That was so funny because you know who the winner is because with whoever wins using healing.
Yeah.
Because Rage basically defeats everything. So it means that the real battle is healing versus healing.
Yeah.
So once you win with that lineup, you're not allowed to use it anymore.
But if you lost, you can still use it.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, so that's why it's like a game of chess. You don't want to use your rage like real quick. You want to make sure that you win against healing real quick.
All right, I see that now.
Yeah, so whoever wins healing is automatically the champion. And that's what happened. I just remember, I casted that with Edumak. Shout out to
Well,
you.
now
I miss
that
you.
we are out of the rage season, I think that would, and the healing season, I think it would be a really great rule now to apply, because you know
That's true.
there are the beast, the rage beast, there are the AOE, there are the blackmails, the swirl composition. So there are a lot of different types of compositions that you can use. So now Enrico, let's get back into the ball game here,
Yes,
because
Stuart,
now
you're actually
Enrico now drawing 4 confused cards. That is huge for Paradise. They're essentially rendering Enrico unable to do much on that turn. Now Paradise is coming in hot with that Dino now on 105 damage. He still has the cute bunny. He has the clamshell. I think that's a pigeon post, a kestrel,
The lamb?
a lamb, and
The pigeon
another
post.
pigeon post.
Well,
So
he has 4 energy though.
he might go for he
Oh,
is gonna
he
go for
plans
the
to
lamb.
kill it.
Yeah, he plans to kill it, and he does have enough damage, and he enough oh no, wait, no.
The lamb has less stun stamp. Yeah.
The back lane doesn't actually have a taunt.
Yeah.
So that back lane would survive, and Enrico would have another chance to save up his tiny dino. If Paradise could take down that back lane, it would have been really amazing for Paradise, because that would essentially eliminate Enrico's one Axie that actually deals a lot of damages.
Yeah, so basically he has like 3 blackmails right now, but I don't. Of course, he's not gonna use it because he wants that Dawn to survive. He wants that Dawn to survive because it has the tiny dino, and that tiny dino is actually his win condition in the succeeding rounds. So. Of course, no blackmail for you, but it's kind of like a lock-in for Paradise.
Whoa, Enrico might be killing the front lane here, but he might opt out. He's thinking about it, and he is gonna be going, but he does have the Neo as well. He uses the blackmail, and then I think he's gonna be ending his turn here. He does have that pigeon post with a scotch tape, so if he uses that, or if he doesn't use it now, it would be retained in his hand, so he can use that at a latter part. And it's look like he's gonna be using the Neo instead, and oh man,
he's
that Neo.
discarding,
and he goes in with the pigeon post as well, kills out the front lane. It's down to a 2v3, and we're still so far from the Blood Moon Curse.
I would like to say that was my favorite move from Enrico, discarding 2 confused cards from Paradise. That's just like his saving grace for the succeeding rounds. He wants to make sure that he's able to have a free deck real soon, especially that this game's already on the middle part of the game. And this is also the perfect time for him to use the blackmail because he knows that. Oh wait,
a tiny dino coming
never
right
mind
in.
what I said. That tiny dino of Enrico, we didn't even get to see it in action. That was so sad.
Now, at the same time, Enrico did manage to take out the mid lane, the front lane there, and I don't think Enrico was hoping to use his tiny dino, just use his back lane enough to put some value into it, because at the end of the day, what you would want is to shuffle in a lot of confused cards into the deck of your opponents. But now Paradise does have a bit of an advantage when it comes to damage output, and look at that. Enrico getting 4 confused going into this round.
He kept all of them.
And yeah, that is gonna be a really bad turn for Enrico.
He literally used 4 of his energy to keep those 4 confused cards. Like, what the heck? I mean, he was just backed into a corner in there. He didn't even use a pigeon post because he knows that if he uses that pigeon post, I mean, it's not really gonna do much damage against Paradise. So he's just gonna wait for new cards, more damage cards, so that he'll be able to maximize the specific turn. Now, I think it's Paradise's turn.
It is gonna be Paradise's turn now coming in. And we'll see what cards he gets. Oh, he uses the clear. I didn't see what cards he discarded, but now he's going to be going in with a bit of a shield up on the mid lane, and the swirl as well, shuffling in confused, and then gets the taunt on that mid lane as well. That's a lot of shields for Paradise right there.
Yep.
Oh, it's not done yet.
Ending the turn with a clamshell. That was a lot of damage coming in from Enrico. Now Enrico has to make it up, but He still doesn't have a lot of damage cards. He is so confused right now, like he's so confuddled, as Chief would say. But Blood Moon Curse is already up, so he needs to be careful. He's literally locked right now, but it's not. He should be able to do something about it. But Paradise, he's having a free deck, getting a lot of damage cards all the time.
Yeah, now Paradise has all the chances in the world to take out that front lane, especially with only 176 HP remaining. He has 2 energy there, and he has that fully stacked Tiny Dino with 120 damage, and he could just wing that tail into the face of Enrico's front lane and follow it up with another damage card, and I think it would be enough to take down that front lane Axie.
There
and
you go.
He goes in with, oh wait, that front lane, that mid lane actually has a taunt. So that front lane of Enrico is now saved from certain death. Enrico managing to clinch in that survival for the front lane, and he goes in with the swirl, heals up, and shuffles in the swirl, goes in most likely with the pigeon post as well, so he can, oh no, he's gonna be going for the long swords instead, and there's still 2 more energy remaining for Enrico here. And what's he gonna do? He's gonna be going in with the long swords, just trying to damage the front lane here, especially now that we have entered the Blood Moon.
Now he has 1 energy left. He's still not using those pigeon posts.
Yeah, he would want to save that.
Yeah, what I think what he's doing is he wants to spam Paradise with a lot of blackmail cards by the end, because he's frustrated already that Paradise keeps on getting damage cards aside from the cards that Paradise is able to retain. So he wants to lock in Paradise real soon. Now Paradise, let's see his card draws. He still has 3 damage cards though.
Yeah, he does have 3 damage cards.
See?
He gets even more. Again, this is the problem right now for Enrico. He didn't manage to shuffle in enough confused cards to minimize Paradise's damage output here. And at the same time, Paradise was playing his cards right by securing all forms of Scotch tape or retained cards into his hand before we go into the Blood Moon Curse. Now, Enrico is in deep trouble here, but both of their healths right now are slowly but surely going down because of that diminishing value coming from the Blood Moon Curse. Now he goes in with the cute bunny to the back lane, applies fear to it, applies a pigeon post, goes in with the blackmail, and of course it's not done quite yet. He applies a shield as well to his last remaining Axie.
That's true. Now Paradise with his 5 energy, he only gets 1 damage card, but it's not really a problem for him because he knows that he's still on the lead.
Yeah.
Yep, look at those HPs. Even his bug has a lot of shield. So damage-wise, he's not worried because his draw pile is gonna bring in more damage cards because Enrico didn't really confuggle him that much.
Exactly. Now, Cute Bunny being retained in his deck just removes all of those confused cards. Now, Enrico's turn is coming in. He draws 2 confused, 2 long swords, and I think that is an antenna. Yup, it is, and he's gonna be applying that to the mid lane, and his cries 4 cards, removes 1 of them, and now he still has 4 energy remaining. Again, their health, their maximum health is slowly but surely going down as time goes on because of the Blood Moon.
Hold on here. Enrico has a plan. He's still not using that vision, but okay,
He
finally
does now.
he gave in, maxed out all his cards. Now we see how thin his deck is. He only has like 3 cards.
Yeah.
And they should be coming in and coming in. But Paradise here, because of those whirls, it'll be hard for Enrico to survive here. And finally, Paradise is ending it with a cute bunny. He's gone. Paradise is on 2-0.
2-0 for Paradise. What an amazing play for Paradise there. Again, now Enrico is cornered. He's essentially in a hellhole wherein the Paradise here is keeping him from getting any sort of victory. They have both, or well, Enrico has changed lineups twice, and yet none of them has worked against Paradise. Paradise essentially just locking out every single chances of Enrico here, getting any forms of advantage, getting any forms of leverage. And as far as we saw there, Paradise actually did well in securing all of the retained cards that he had, and especially saving up the Tiny Dino for the most opportune moment wherein he would be able to take out one of the Axies, or at least damage it so much that it would be on critical condition.
Actually, the deciding moment was when Enrico put a taunt on his Don,
Yeah.
and then he lost that Don with the Tiny Dino.
Yeah, the Tiny Dino.
That was really essential. It was supposed to be his core Axie.
Yeah.
But it didn't survive. So maybe let's see if Enrico can still come back up from this. Kosei is here. Enrico supporting you here in chat. Kosei is fellow YGG. Like, yeah, please. Yeah, you have to know that Kosei is here for you.
And another thing here that happened is, other than his Axie, his backlane Axie being removed from the calculation from the battlefield.
Yeah.
What happened was he was being forced to use his cards as early as he got them, because otherwise he would be leaving his Axies unarmed and at the same time defenseless. So that's what essentially is happening or what happened during that battle. And at the same time, again, Paradise just playing his cards right and timing so perfectly all of those swirls being counted into the deck. And another thing here is his confusion, his confused eyes, and at the same time his swirls went so well in disrupting the flow of Enrico's tactics.
That is so true. Well, this is the time that we do this thingy again.
Give me one. Give me one.
Okay, there you go. Enrico is the one that we need to find win conditions for. Now, guys, look at this lineup. Look at this lineup. I want to know, what lineup do you think Enrico should use?
Let me see.
Should it be the AoE? I would not go for the Rage. I would not go for the Rage.
I would go for the Rage, honestly.
Really?
I would go
Why?
for the Rage. It just has the potential to eliminate the swirls, but the thing is, he has to eliminate the swirls with the first deck that he has, with the first draw pile that he has. Otherwise, when his deck gets reshuffled, that beast will essentially be taken out, or that beast will essentially be useless. So I can see why you would not pick the beast, but at the same time, there is a bit of a merit in picking them as well.
Well, I do agree, because it's just that during game number 1, when Paradise was up against that Rage comp, it's like he knows how to
Yeah, he
maneuver
pulled through.
himself
He
around
pulled
it.
through, yeah.
But if Enrico can speed up himself like a little more, like just go on full damage, go on full Rage stacks, and then just fury it out,
Yeah.
he can still win, to be honest.
He can.
But we haven't seen him use the AoE yet against Paradise, and that's the last of his guns.
So
Again,
do you think he would go in with the AoE now?
you know, you just say like, toot it, you know.
Just throw it all
Yeah, just throw
and
it
risk
all.
it all, you know?
It's my last chance after
Yeah.
all, you know.
And the problem here is, honestly, Paradise can just use the same lineup, just keep using this swirl with the confused eyes, and nothing would change for him.
It's so amazing seeing Nick doing ground boy things.
What's up, Nick? I hope you're doing well there, because our players are clearly in a fierce onslaught. They are both in fierce competition against each other, and looks like we're heading on to game number 3. Again, this is Enrico's make or break.
You're
his
right.
one win or his one loss away from being eliminated from the entire tournament.
Now you go, Enrico. You actually figured it out in Victim that he's gonna use like this Rage comp.
Yeah.
And then this Rage comp, this is your last chance to prove that range is still a thing.
For me, Enrico actually did better with the Rage composition
Earlier,
than
yes.
he did with the Swirl mirror match, because it was so close that it could have gone either way with just one card difference. Now, let's see what Paradise is going to be cooking up here for us. He does have the Tiny Dino immediately there with 60 damage and counting. He has the Bumpy, he has the Pigeon Post, and the Nemo. Now, Enrico, again, what he has to do here is speed run. Just rush Paradise and just blitzkrieg the hell out of his composition.
Yep. You know what's amazing about this beast is that it's using the Last Wish. I
Yeah.
remember earlier that this last wish, when that Axie died, it provided shield for the beasts. Unfortunately, it just wasn't really enough for for Enrico to survive, because Paradise knew how to control the game, and then he held back, like he held Enrico back, so that he wouldn't be able to deal damage. The locking just came in so quick. So Paradise's strategy here is to just bring in all the possible curses as soon as possible, so that Enrico won't be able to deal damage. But as for Enrico, he has to pull through because this is his last chance.
Yeah, and at the same time, Enrico's while Paradise's tactic is shuffle in as much curse cards as he can early on, Enrico's curse cards here, or Enrico's tactic here is, well, just keep on dealing damage and hope everything works. Because right now, Paradise is building up to that moment wherein Enrico would not be able to do anything against him again. Now Paradise bringing in 2 swirls and 1 pigeon post is actually a really good turn for him, especially now that he can put another pigeon post or another blackmail into the hand of Enrico, essentially cancelling out or decreasing the damage output that Enrico could potentially have going into turn number 5.
That's true. So Paradise here, since he has 2 energy left, of course he's gonna use those 2 swirls, or at least 1 pigeon post. So what's really important for him is that he's able to confuggle Enrico time and time again. So wait, oh, he kept the swirl. He didn't use 1 energy. That's amazing.
I guess Paradise has a plan here. Now Enrico getting that Shiba. Although that Shiba, that Belieber, and that Little Branch, all of them has retaining effects from their charms. So that essentially allows them to just save up those cards. But at the same time, Enrico has to take into consideration the fact that the front lane of Paradise there is so close to being killed that he might as well just dish out every single damaging card that he can, but at the same time calculating it just enough to ensure that the front lane would go down without him wasting any energy.
That's true. Well, let's see. For the side of Enrico, Axie Kiss, well, he'll have to deal that first. Okay, there you go. Randomly, no, it has a taunt.
It has the taunt.
Axie Kiss, vulnerable. Oh, he kept the other vulnerable because he... But the bad thing about this is that it doesn't have a taunt anymore on the next round.
We'll see if Enrico will be getting another card that would be able to put a taunt on the back lane of Paradise there. But right now...
I just find this hand so beautiful.
Why is that?
It's like you can do everything. It's like you're God with this kind of hand.
Well, yeah, actually. I have to agree with you on that because it essentially has everything except for Shields Up, which he actually already used. Now here comes the cute bunny coming in. 60 damage applies fear to the front line of Enrico here. What Paradise wants to do here is just ensure that the cute bunny would be maximized, in the sense that that fear would allow him or would give Enrico a bit of a hard time using that front lane, because that front lane, every time it attacks now, it would be shuffling in cursed cards into his own deck.
That's true. So, well, since we're watching Enrico right now, he still has 40 seconds. I'm trying to figure out the best card combination here since he only has 3 energy, because this is actually the time where he has to eliminate 1 Axie, but unfortunately Paradise was able to put a taunt on that bug. So even though he has like a lot of damage cards, he's not able to kill off 1 Axie, so the best thing he can do is to put that bug's life in half.
Oh wait, yeah, Paradise does have a taunt on that mid lane. So I think Enrico's best bet here would just to damage the mid lane as well, because that's the only thing he can do. If he doesn't damage that and just waste all 3 of his energy, it's essentially this round would basically be valueless. It would be worthless for him. So that's exactly what he's doing here. Now he goes in with the Ronin, 85 HP remaining.
Okay, that was good.
He did apply the vulnerable on that mid lane as well.
Well, at least he was able to put that bug's life in less than 100 HP. But that wasn't really Enrico's plan. It's like Paradise was messing with him, because Enrico was dead ready to kill off the plant or that Dusk at the back, but Paradise, that taunt, it was so perfect. I told you guys, he had the perfect draw. He had the perfect hand. So it's just he can do anything, and he decided to put a taunt on that Bug, who also has a bumpy, always gets an additional shield, and this is already messing up Enrico's head.
It is messing up Enrico's head, but what makes a great player is being able to keep your calm and being able to keep all of your wits together no matter how hard or dire the situation is. And that's what Enrico will be showing us in just a few moments. Now here comes Enrico's turn coming right up. Again, Paradise here. Although his Axies are suffering from the damages of Enrico here, Enrico is slowly but surely feeling that pain or that annoyance coming in from the confused cards. Look at that, there's at least 7 confused cards in his draw pile right now, and that means by the next round he's essentially just gonna be getting 3 to 4 honestly, 3 to 4 confused cards by the next turn. Now he's gonna be going in with the Shiba. There's a lot of damage cards, but he doesn't have enough time. He doesn't have enough space to just keep on rotating or keep on ending his turn without being able to take out a single Axie. Look at that. A lot of confused cards.
In his draw pile, and this is what we were worried about, because during game number 1, this is what Paradise did. He wasn't worried that Enrico was suddenly killing off his Axies, because Paradise knows that the succeeding rounds of Enrico will be full of confused cards, and that he'll be able to buy time for him to like deal the damage against Enrico. But Enrico's Axie Axies compared to game number 1 is so much healthier than game number 1. So this is we can still call who has the upper hand from this point. It's just turn number 10.
And here it comes. This might be Paradise's chance to turn the tables around now that 2 of his Axies has been eliminated. Again, Enrico will be able, here it comes, there goes the Tiny Dino dealing 124 damage to the backlane. Again, that backlane does have the taunt, so he can keep on dishing out the damages, dealing out the damages there with the Pigeon Pose.
Swirl.
Follows it with the Swirl, of course,
Yeah.
for the heal up and those confused cards being shuffled into the deck of Enrico. Now Enrico's turn is going to be coming in.
I'm so excited to see the
The only
draw.
question here is, will he have, actually he has 2 Little Branch and the Tiny Dino there, but he doesn't have the energy to use all of them. That's going to be 130 going in. That's going to be
Tiny Dino?
147, 7 rages now. He goes in with a Blackmail. He gets 4 confused, and this is actually a set game, I think, because now he still has the Little Branch and the Tiny Dino waiting for him, and Paradise's last remaining Axie is on low on health. That's gonna be 199 HP remaining. Enrico's Little Branch would be dealing at least 130 damage onto that Axie. Follows it up with the Tiny Dino that is slowly going to its maximum damage output.
people here commenting, serve the food, Enrico doing chef things, but Paradise here has still something to say. He still has that cute bunny. I wonder if he's gonna use it though, or he's just gonna retain it. But he actually has an interesting draw pile or discard pile, because Enrico doesn't really lock his deck. So, but Paradise can still lock the deck of Enrico. Now the question is, are
Here
the
it
next
comes.
cards of Enrico enough to kill him off? Looks like it's gonna be enough. It's gonna be enough.
That's gonna be a Tiny Dino swinging against Paradise, securing 1 point for Enrico. Again, Enrico clinching that victory, ensuring that he would not be taken out of the competition just yet. He still has a chance. He still has some light in him. Again, this is the exact moment. This is actually the exact repetition of what happened to Meet the Value. He went in 2-1. Now he has to change history. He has to make sure that he wins the 4th game for them to have an equal ground to fight on.
Is this gonna be like a reverse sweep, guys? Comment it down. And you know what? You had the tongue of the angel, because you remember, like before game 3 started, you said that you are not giving up your hopes on that rage comp. And then he used it, and then he won with it. So yeah, shout out to Enrico and your rage comp. Like he's the only player here in the tournament that has a pure rage comp.
Really? I haven't checked the other players yet, but I think he does have he's one of the few. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
one
yeah,
of the
like
few
the
players.
purest of the pure,
Yeah, the
like triple
purest, yeah.
Bs. Yeah.
And it's so amazing as well on how he used that. It's so amazing on how he saved up those cards all the way to the late game, because he knew without those tiny dinos, without those retained cards, he would not have enough damage to just kill all of the Axies of Paradise here, especially when those confused cards starts coming into his hand. It's gonna be really troublesome. So what he did was he just kept on dishing out, just using all of the cards that doesn't have retained in them. And then he kept retaining, well, he kept saving up those cards that have retained. So by the time the confused cards comes in, he still has some leverage, he still has some form of movement that he can do against Paradise.
Yeah, actually, Retain is a savior of configurations. Yeah, you don't. I mean, even if your opponent locks your deck, if you have those retain, like retain them and then just use them in the perfect timing. Timing is everything. I mean, as everyone would say. That was actually a good comeback coming from Enrico, but the job's not done.
The job's not done.
Yeah, we still have up to game number 5 if Enrico plans to have this reverse sweep, but he has to really climb, because for the past 2 games, like for the past game, Paradise has already been on a match point, and he can win anytime. It's still gonna be very critical for Enrico. Or do you think he still should use this rage comp?
Actually, I would say yes.
Yeah.
Just because Paradise here, I think, will be staying with the same composition. You know how it works. The Rage comp going up against Swirl compositions are just essentially will have a 60 to 40 chances of victory. So with 60 going to the Rage composition, although Paradise does have a Rage comp here as well, so he can go for a Rage versus Rage. This is gonna be a problem for Enrico there, because now it would be going down to whoever gets the right cards and whoever's gonna be coming in first, and a lot of other factors such as being able to time the rages in the most opportune moments.
Well, now I'm curious because Paradise also has Perch. Yes, Whirl, Perch, and Rage. So, well, this is still game number 4. I mean, if Enrico wins, we're gonna have a game number 5. But okay, fine. It's critical for Enrico, but it's also critical for Paradise because he doesn't want Enrico to have another advantage over him. Yeah.
Now, again,
do you want to see like a Rage versus Rage?
I would love to see a Rage versus
Really? Oh my gosh, that is such a throwback match.
The thing about Rages is they're such a hype game.
Yeah.
In the sense that when one of them goes into Fury form, it's gonna be so amazing, and it's gonna be so nostalgic to see your Rages, to see Fury forms again here in Origins. But at the same time, I don't think we're gonna be seeing that. I think what we're gonna be seeing is a repetition of the same teams coming from Paradise with the Swirls and Enrico with the Rages. Yeah,
that's true. Well, Paradise here, since he's already on match point, I would just like to give a huge shout out to Sura and to the Latin American stream, to the Spanish stream. I believe Sura is streaming this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in their own channel. They're streaming this tournament in Spanish. So yeah, I would like to give a huge shout out to Sura for doing that for the Latin American community, and I would like to give a shout out as well to the YGG community for the side of Enrico, Kosei being here, Big Gabby being here, and a lot more. Shout out to all of you. There you go, our round boy.
Nick, the round boy. Round number 4 is coming in. I like his shades.
I know,
I
right?
like his sunglasses. I would love a pair of that. But here comes game number 4 again.
Oh my gosh!
Still.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
my
wow!
gosh! Wait, what?
No way! Paradise, Enrico! We are gonna be seeing some classic rage battles here. It's time for the beasts to emerge from their hiding, from their secret caves. And there's gonna be Enrico going in with a lot of damages, Paradise going in with a lot of damages as well.
Wait.
We'll see who will be the better beast, who will be the monster of beasts.
You remember during Rage season, whoever turn 1 is, he's the winner.
Yeah, exactly.
And it so happened to be Paradise at this point. But I wonder what Enrico has to say about this, because if you're Rage versus Rage, you want to be turn 1.
Let's see now. That's gonna be vulnerable being applied. He keeps the believer, I think. Yep, he does keep the believer there. Now it's gonna be Paradise's turn. Again, like you mentioned, whoever goes first back in Alpha Season, whoever goes first usually has the advantage when it comes to a rage battle. But now, Paradise using the Axie keys. Here comes the Meteor from the skies, applies the Death Mark onto that front lane. That can be 212 HP. Believers comes in as well with 77 each. There's going to be 43 HP remaining for that front lane. Enrico's front lane is in a bit of trouble. He would want to maximize that before it goes
There's a
down.
Shiba.
He does have the Shiba there
He's gonna
on
use
the
that
front
one.
lane. I would use that. I would use that.
Oh, he can
Yeah.
never not use that. I swear this is the perfect time to like do the Shiba because
If
we
he
will
doesn't
never
use
know.
that, if he doesn't use that,
We
I
would
think-
judge him.
Yeah,
I would judge Enrico if he won't use the
I
Shiba.
would say that Paradise's front lane or Enrico's front lane would go down now if he doesn't use the Shiba, and that would mean he would be wasting all of the cards, and he actually doesn't use the Shiba there. He's thinking.
Does he have taunt?
I don't think he does. I don't think he has taunt, but he does manages to take out the front lane of Paradise here. So now Paradise is the one in trouble. Enrico now in a bit of lead, but at the same time, Paradise just piercing through that front lane would allow him to pre-damage the mid lane of Enrico as well.
Oh my gosh, people are commenting like Paradise is a real YGG Slayer if he wins this, and I totally agree. But Enrico here, he still has a chance on winning, but it's too early to say who really has the upper hand in here. But let's just do basics. Paradise is already down to 2 Axies, and Enrico still has his 3. But in 20 seconds, we'll know. We'll know.
Another factor to think about here is that Paradise has already drawn his Tiny Dino. I don't think Enrico has drawn his Tiny Dino
he
yet.
got his he got his Tiny Dino in turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. So now Paradise's Tiny Dino is going up to the skies with the damage output. And here comes the Believer again, just slamming the doors against Enrico. That's going to be 168 HP remaining. And here comes the Tiny Dino for Enrico. A very late start for the Tiny Dino.
Why do you have to wait for turn 6 before Tiny Dino comes in? Like, dude, RNG dude, please hear us.
This looking dire for Enrico. He might go for the little piece here, apply the vulnerable to that mid lane, and then just follow it up with even more damages, possibly from the little branches there. He does have 2 little branches, and that front lane or that mid lane is on red health. So that means he would want that mid lane to be maximized the value of before it goes down. Just like what happened to the front lane there. Yep, he's going to be going there for the risky beast instead. And then the little piece, 73 damage applies that vulnerable. Now he doesn't have enough energy. I think that was a bit of a miscalculation. He wanted to use the little branch. I saw him click it, but he didn't have enough. And now he's going to be going for the Tiny Dino instead.
Was that a misplay or a misclick?
I think that was it's either a miscalculation or a misclick because Enrico wanted to use the little branch.
But he, oh my gosh, that is so
Oh,
sad.
man.
People are commenting like, bro,
Oh
bro,
man!
what's going on?
Now Paradise must be going forward here. He has, look at that, Enrico is stressed, but he's accepting his current situation and wanting to make do with what he has. Paradise now has 105 on the Tiny Dino.
A lot of people are crying right now. And guys, I swear I'm crying with you. But Paradise here, we have to focus. He still has 2 energies, and he's gonna play the little branch. Is he, or he's gonna do another misclick?
He is most likely going to be going for the little branch. That's going to be the second Axie being brought down. Cottontail Ronin coming right up. There's going to be 156 damage. Enrico's back lane doesn't have any form of ways to actually go to a Fury form to turn this thing around. But he does have the little piece. So he's going to be applying that vulnerable to the mid lane. If it's going to go down, he's going to go down fighting. Ronin going to the back lane there. And it's going to be 128, 217 HP remaining for Paradise. It's Paradise's turn now though. Will this be the end for Enrico? That Tiny Dino is waiting to be swung. Axie keys, a meteor of death coming from the skies. Follows it up with the Tiny Dino. 8 HP remaining. Believer, the hammer goes in. The hammer of doom from Paradise.
A 3-1 clean game coming from Paradise. Let's have Chief talk about this. Talk to Enrico and talk to Paradise.
Okay. Oh, I'm live. Oh my goodness. Well done, both players. That was absolutely incredible. Enrico was not having the best series of his day, but on the other side, Paradise, who came out yesterday with a fever, battling, went down early, had to fight through the loser's bracket. He is continuing to battle. He's holding it down. Let's go have a word with him. Brother, how are you feeling right now? That is the biggest smile I've seen on you in about 48 hours.
Yeah, I'm feeling way better now today. The fever is better and the games went well as well. So I couldn't be happier so far, yeah.
Well done, well done. He's moving on. He's going to be looking for his next opponent. We've got another barn burner coming up next. Pretty sure it's Mino and Zero, two Meditate players. That's going to be tough. Let's see what happens. Casters, take it away.
Oh man, that hurt real bad.
I love my face.
Yeah, it was so painful for Enrico. And you know what makes this even more painful? You know what makes this even more agonizing is the fact that it's the exact same thing that happened with Meat Value. Enrico went 2-0 against Meat Value. Meat Value getting 2 points against Enrico, and then he won once.
Yeah.
And then Meat Value just secured the win against him.
Like,
so now
exactly 3-1.
Yeah, it's exactly 3-1 again here in the lower bracket. Yeah, and now it's gonna be painful to see Enrico go down here, but we do have to get to the next rounds here. And Paradise, congratulations to you for winning this battle. Again, from the lower brackets right now, you are the one dominating all throughout. So congratulations to you, Paradise.
Still a good run for Enrico, though.
Yeah, of course.
I love that you were able to reach top 6, top 5. Yeah, congratulations as well. But of course, thank you so much to We Compete. They have provided the drafting tool for our Axie Doll tournament the other day. Actually, We Compete is an esports website where you can link your Ronin wallet, set up a profile to flex your record and scout the opposition. Yeah. Yep, they're actually coming to shake up the Web3 esports scene. So shout out to you guys. Just type in !We Compete there in the chat.
And of course, thank you to Crypto Slate as well, which is actually one of the biggest crypto news outlet out there. Crypto Slate is the international media partner of Axie Week. Type in !Crypto Slate for more information about that. And of course, we're gonna be going to a short break before we head on to the next match. See you guys in a few moments.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Minors. The future... What is going on, everyone? I'm Chief, and I'm here in Saigon with the E4E Minors coming up in just about a week. And I have a very, very special guest here, Spam and Rice.
Hey, what's up, man? Thank you for having me, brother.
Bro, it is such a pleasure to have you here. You came all the way from Brazil, from another Axie tournament. Here you are again, not competing, but you know, we decided, let's bring the boy out, bring him home, and give him a chance to be a part of this content, be a part of this epic week. How are you feeling about that?
Dude, Axie never sleeps. Like you said, just coming straight from Brazil to Vietnam. And if I'm not competing, my next favorite passion is watching, spectating, and giving analysts. So I'm so excited.
Don't waste your time, veteran.
For every generational shift in gaming and interactive entertainment, there have been huge steps forward and billion-dollar opportunities in tools and technology as a service in the gaming industry. As we look forward to the next decade of interactive entertainment, we believe the next major paradigm shift in provision of tools, technologies, and services in this booming industry is going to be around community. Tribally is building everything needed to enable and engage a global community at scale. Web experiences, data and analytics, community-driven infrastructure, engagement patterns, best practices, onboarding, tokenomics, user acquisition, and esports. The founding team is very technically experienced and comes from backgrounds such as Bank of America, Microsoft, Dell, KPMG, Hamilton Insurance Group, Mars and Lindy, amongst others. They have spent the past 2 years building community solutions for some of the best Web3 gaming teams, including Sky Mavis, and they're also partnered with the Ronin blockchain. Their products have been used by over 1 million people across the globe so far. An experienced advisory team has been formed, led by people with backgrounds at Electronic Arts, Activision, Mediatonic, Epic Games, Ethereum Foundation, Outright Games, and Method from World of Warcraft. Welcome to Tribally, a provider of community-as-a-service solutions for the gaming industry, allowing Web 2 and Web 3 game developers to have an out-of-the-box solution for communities at scale. What is going on, everybody? I'm Chief, and I'm live here in Ho Chi Minh City at Wink Hotel, where all of the players will be staying during Axie Week, March 10th through 12th. Let's go take a closer look.
Wing's youthful approach starts at check-in. No receptionist in sight, and the process only takes a couple minutes.
Cash I never let go. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke.
You can get snacks any time of day at Wing. It's so easy, you only use your room card. After a long night of doing the wrong thing and eating those snacks, bring it to the gym and work those calories off. Let's go. Have you ever slept on clouds? Wink Hotel's gonna make that possible. That was the tour of Wink Hotel. Wow, that was amazing. I cannot wait for this event. March is going to be off the hook. If you made it, if you qualified, I hope you're excited because this is where you're gonna be staying. Have a great day, everybody.
Esports for everyone. Win to earn.
Yo, what's up, guys? We are back with one of the most anticipated matchups of the day. We are going to see an MT8 versus MT8 classic matchup. Now, what happens when a guild is so dominant? They're always going to have players competing at the top of the tournaments, right? So when that happens, you're bound to run into some friendly fire. We got Mino, who's been killing it recently, and Zero, who's been killing it for a long, long time. Now, these guys know each other's in and outs. They know what each other's going to do. Now, this is going to be an infinite mind game because you can use that to your advantage, or you can even next level it. It's going to be like 7D chess. You guys are in for a match. Oh, what's up, good-looking guys? How you doing? If you guys want to have your seats, get ready, prep up, and then we'll send it off to the casters, okay?
Oh, baby, it is game time. I'm up in the booth with Reg. What's good, brother?
What's up? It's been a while. Welcome, welcome.
Bro, I've been missing it. But you guys have been holding it down. It's been absolutely incredible. Right there, Mino, he's such a kind human being. He knocks the sign over. First thing he does, he picks it back up. He ain't gonna leave a mess. He is the man. So, you know, this is a crazy matchup, bro. How are you feeling about this? Both of these players being your teammates.
It is wild, actually. It's not just a double Meditate matchup. It's a triple Meditate Shotcaster and double Meditate matchup, which is very exciting. I do not know who to root for, to be honest. Both of them are very competitive. I think it's going to be a very, very even playing field, so I'll be supporting them both, if that's a thing.
No, you got to pick one, bro. You got to pick one. I'm putting you on the spot because I'm going to pick the other one. No, I'm going to... Okay, Let's just go through this really quick. I think... You know, Zero came in really dominating the last like month, right? Like really showing like
win streak,
got the game down right now. And then you've got Mino on the other hand. He's just been like really growing up in front of our eyes. I have a feeling that Mino is going to take this because I feel like it's part of the story that is supposed to happen, right?
True that.
So doesn't need to happen. But I'm going to go with Mino because of the storyline and the growth.
That means I'm rooting for Zero then.
There it is. Let's fight, baby. Let's fight, baby.
Let's go. Boom. We're in. It is very, very interesting to see all of these matches play out. Comps-wise, they have a lot to show to the table. Mino has been showcasing a very, very unique AoE comp that has been very successfully dismantling all of these very strong swirl comps. They're usually a bad matchup. He usually wins as well, but he lost very recently to Bench's comp is the thing. So it is not infallible. It can still lose to swirls. Another thing though is Zero actually has a lot of swirls himself. So that means it could be a swirl versus his Mino's favorite AoE comp. Or it could then be Zero also has surprises in store. There are perches here as well, which means this perch Axie can just go and dish out 500 to 600 worth of damage in one attack across all of these AoE Axies. So
that is insane. That is very exciting. You know, having all these good players. I was talking to Spam and Rice earlier, and he was saying, all right, Chief, once we get to the later stages, once we get to the later boxes, then it's going to be a lot of the same compositions. A lot of the players are going to be bringing the same kind of stuff. So, you know, we're going to be getting used to it, and we're going to find out who's swirling the best, right?
True that indeed. Hopefully we see a bit of difference from both players' comps. There's an option for both of them to not run swirls as well. If, for example, Mino goes AoE and Zero goes Perch, then we have a totally different metagame at our hands if it goes to that direction. Very, very exciting to see.
Mino on screen, focusing up. He's got the eye of the tiger going on right now. That beautiful SLP sign, just chilling, making him feel at home. This is exciting stuff. Meditate against Meditate. They are going to be bringing the fire, and I can't wait to see what happens. I know that, it's been a while. I haven't casted much. I haven't been able to do that much Origin because, been building this show, right? And I hope you guys have been having a good time. I hope you guys have been enjoying. Here also Zero on screen. Look at the face of Focus. These guys are fighting against friends. They are ready to rumble, it looks like. Still laughing, still having fun. That's something I really got to say about Zero. He is a true competitor. He's able to take a loss, stand there, put a smile on his face, get back to it, refocus. He is the epitome of an esports player in my mind. He reminds me a lot of Thunder. They're very similar, very professional. They come in, they do their job. They're pretty lighthearted, but they work really hard.
The work's always clean as well.
Yes, yes.
Done and dusted. There's not a single speck of any dust. So very, very cool. Very, very exciting to see in action. Let's have a look. What do you think they're going to be bringing to the table? Do you believe it's going to be a swirl mirror?
Well,
AOEs?
we're not seeing any beasts. We did see that great beast last round. That was cool. I know all the players outside were tripping like, wow, what is going on here? Zero was talking about his perch lineup towards the beginning of this tournament. He was just saying like, man, I love it. I love to play it, but you have to play it absolutely perfectly. If you make a mistake, you're done.
For error.
No room for error. And in a match this big, that might be the play, right? Maybe you come out first game and you bring out that wonky perch team and try to just get a quick dub right off the bat.
True that. True that indeed. And now they are just setting up. We saw a bit of a flexing coming from both players. They're positioning, they're logging in, they're ready to go ham, they're ready to go wild. I believe it is going to be a good match.
Hey, man, this is going to be absolutely epic. And I mean, wait, so can we see the bracket really quick? That would be really awesome. I'd love to see the bracket. Who does the winner of this play against? They would move at Paradise, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to be moving up against Paradise from Quest. We've been seeing a lot of Meditate and Quest battles towards the end of tournaments over the last couple of months, ever since AxieCon, really, right?
Yep, you are right. And here we go. We have game number 1. What are they bringing on? Oh, Zero brought in the Perch matchup. We do not have a swirl mirror, ladies and gentlemen. Minnow, very interestingly, is bringing a swirl comp, but he has a unique comp in the sense that usually swirls are just ear cards and then blackmail and confused eyes. But what they've added to the table was they've added hot butts on the tails. Hot butts, they don't add confusion to the draw pile, which swirl does, and instead adds burn cards into the discard pile of the opponent's deck. So what happens is Minnow is going to slowly dismantle the discard pile instead of the draw pile.
So when you go into the second rotation, you're basically coming from both angles, right?
Yep, and what happens is in the second rotation, because it's a lot of deck mold.
Of both, yeah.
Yep. What happens is Minnow has a lot of time to put all of these swirls then, which means the second rotation is where he is planning to lock all of his opponents at.
Understood. Reg is the man. He knows what's going on, and it's a pleasure, bro. It's always a pleasure being able to cast with you. Coming out here all the way from England to make this happen. My man, everyone here has been doing an amazing job, and I'm so proud of the entire team. So, now we're gonna have a double talk coming out, dropping some bombs.
That's gonna make
some more jinxes
happen. So he is focusing on the discard pile at this point in time. So if there's an option to go confused or something that goes to the discard pile like double talk jinxes or hot butts, he will opt to go for that to have a bigger deck to second rotation. So yeah, as you said, I'm very excited to be here in Vietnam as well, experiencing the culture, the place, the environment. It's breathtaking, to be honest, and the people as well are amazing, my friend.
Hey, all the people, right? That's what everything is about. That's what esports is about. That's what community is about. That's what we're trying to do here at E4E in Saigon. And the golden... Okay, we have something special for you guys, too. After this game, we're going to talk about the golden pho. I cannot wait to introduce it. It's a little special treat we have. So if
Actually, let's get out on Twitter and get people in the stream. That's what you guys got to do. Get some more people in the stream, and we're going to start letting you guys know what is up for grabs here in a little bit. But
True
first,
that.
we got to see which Meditate player has, that hardcore focus. Who's going to be able to take it down? I know Zero is waiting to be able to use that perch at the opportune moment and try to just, blow an Axie up.
Yep, so the idea of Zero's comp is you need to get to at least 6 energy, because at 6 energy, you're dishing out 462 damage to all of these Axies in one go. So that's the bare minimum. And to do that, you need to have at least 4 energy from your energy burst, so that you've got that, and then you can have 2 rages. 2 of his Axies can go into rage mode to add 2 energy, or you can use the Cottontails from your midline Axie. As long as you get to 6 or higher, you'll have a big perch in your hands. As long as the one that's perching is actually raging as well. So that is the game plan.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Why did they both rage up?
Because what happens is you've got Confident, but on the Confident, it's got the Charm, and the Charm adds rage across the board. So if you target one, the other one gets rage stacks as well. So very, very cool to see that in action because of Mask of Frenzy.
Loving it. Okay, so, a lot of new things coming into the game that I do not understand just quite yet. And you know what? It is all good because I'm enjoying this. I'm watching and I'm seeing new, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing the game change. We're seeing it evolve. It seems a lot deeper, a lot more depth in it now.
You're
right? And that's always been kind of a problem for a lot of players with Axie, is the lack of depth. So now that the depth is coming, it'll be interesting to see how that's balanced out. That's always the next step.
Correct. And another thing is this is Epic Era format, right? And the interesting thing is this Era format here is so different to what the Epic Era in the ladder was, even if it was the same thing. So this has actually transformed the metagame for this event, which is very, very exciting to see play out.
Yeah, I remember a lot of players have been breeding for this tournament now for months.
Yeah.
Like, they were like, no, I want to play in this tournament, and I've been breeding for this right now. Here we go. The rage is coming. Zero is about to do a tingy. Let's see if he gets the draw he needs.
He's going wild. I think he will rage with the midline Axie as well. That's 5 energy. Conditions are being met. Perch. Boom! 4, 6, 2 damage. Look at that.
Insane. And Mino's entire team has been absolutely schmelted. They are gone, and now Mino is in big trouble. I don't think there's a world he can bring this one back in.
He is. The only thing is, will Mino be able to lock Zero out of the game? That is the only chance that Mino can have. If that does not happen, then Zero is going to take over.
I feel like it's too soon, right, to lock him out.
I think so as well.
That
especially
fast.
that you're not even using Confused to the draw pile, because that's how Mino's deck is. Mino's deck of cards is. So that means that there's a slower lock to this deck. So very smart as well for Zero to bring in the Perch against the Hot Butt comp. If this was the standard comp as well, that would have locked way earlier.
Okay. Got it.
So very interesting.
Got it, because it goes for the hard lock in the mid game instead of the quicker soft lock, let's say.
So Perch only has the early game to early in the mid game to win, and Zero managed to deploy all of that, which is great to see as well. So we're seeing all of that in action right now.
That looked like a little bit of a Hadouken from Street Fighter back in the day, you know what I'm saying? Just clearing the field, taking out forests with a chainsaw. Zoom! That was impressive. So Zero, the first comp I heard about this week was this one. And, basically the first game that I'm casting is that comp. And I get to see it in full swing with a big old bomb dropped by Zero. So let's see if Mino is able to stay focused and bring this back. Or if Zero just pulled it off and was too fast.
True that indeed. Let's see. Before, when they were talking about this thing, about the perches, they always thought, do I seem to go too early or not? And I think that is what they are weighing every time they use that perch. Let's see if Zero is able to capitalize, though, on the damage that has been dealt right now. We do not see the cards in hand, but it's okay. He is doing some tingies right now, which is really
a goldfish
fine right now.
coming out.
So he
Big
wants
damage.
to take out this midliner, right? He just wants to clear one Axie, go into the 3v1 potentially, or now probably more of a 2v1, and then just finish it off, correct?
True that.
But I feel
indeed.
like now Mino has survived, so he's going to have some more time to get that deck lock in, get that mold going. Do you think it's going to be enough?
It might not be just yet because of what is going on, but it is interesting to see. I'd like to have seen Zero's deck actually on what it looks like. Once it is his turn, maybe we can have a peek and see what's going on right there.
Ah, yes, I understand. The amount of cards, the amount of discard pile, how much mold is there is still untold. So shields going up for Mino, and we're going to have Zero coming out. What's he got? Oh, and the mold is starting to take place. It's starting to really do a thing, but he does draw a beach, and he's also got a clear. So he will be able to spend all of his energy if he chooses to.
True that. He is looking at what is going to be happening next turn. He is looking at his draw pile. There is a perch in there as well, which is something to look out for. Something that can actually end the game if he draws into that perch. The question is, would he clear at this point to try and find that perch early on? Or do it next turn? Maybe there's a play to hold off until 4 energy and then go at it when you have been energy bursting at that point. The question is, do you go for that right now? Holds on to the clear, which means it will be used later on to look for the perch at the point where there's 4.
So why couldn't he get the perch now and get the kill? There's only 93 HP on the higher level Axie.
Because what's gonna happen is you want to double kill at that point, because after the perch, then you could be locked off and it could be too late for you to get back in.
Basically.
You have one more shot to go ham. That is healing back up so much though. And another thing is, if you get the perch, you can technically hold on to it as well by keeping it with a keep mechanic. But because of Garish Worm, it could get discarded as well.
And that's the mind game that I heard Zero and Meat Value talking about a lot outside. And here we go. All of a sudden, it is starting to happen. The deck mold is in. And Zero, even though he had such an amazing start, is now having some serious issues. We're going into Blood Moon. And these players now are, the room changing red. It's looking mean in there now. These players are under pressure. I wish they had the heart rate monitors on. I wonder how they're feeling right now. Are they cold as a cucumber, or are they melting inside like a volcano? I'd like to ask him after the match.
It's nice to have insight into what they're thinking during these games as well. Very, very interesting to see. Hot butts are coming in. That's going to be adding deck mold into the discard pile, not the draw pile, which means Zero is not locked out just yet. There's a lot of action still happening right now. Hot like ice, according to the chats. Very, very interesting. Cool. What is happening right now? They're still thinking hard.
All right.
Shields. That is shields right there.
And the shields do block the Blood Moon, right? It doesn't go through.
The shields, actually, Blood Moon is only affecting maximum health now.
That's right.
So there is no impact on the
How
shields.
much does it go down each turn? 10%?
Depending on what's written up there. So right now, it's going to take 30 max HP away from all of these Axies one by one. And then they die one by one as well.
Hey.
There's the perch.
The perch is in play.
There's 4 energy as well. The question is, does he go for it right now? A good thing is he is not in lock. His deck has been out of lock at this point in time, so there's 19 cards in the deck, which
he's
means
going for it.
There's going to be actual cards in there. 150 damage, bringing down the front line down to 15 HP. That mid line, though, is still beefy at 156 for Mino's side.
Yes, still very, very beefy. And, these reptiles, they don't like to die. They're going to try to hold it down in that late game. They're going to try to bring it home in the Blood Moon. So Zero needs to keep his foot on the gas. He needs to be able to break through here. And it's far ahead as he was the whole time, at least visually, right?
Yeah.
It seems that Mino has held in there, and he's starting to bring it back. He's starting to get to that spot that he needs to be.
True that. And the mixture of deck mold from the discard pile and the draw pile is now combining into making Zero skip a few turns every now and then. And that is very, very scary to see. Will he have an actual hand this turn? Kind of.
I mean, he drew cards, right? It wasn't mold, but it's not. I mean, considering that, it's kind of a bad draw. But what if his Pocky hits the backliner?
He opted to go into Rage form right now. He's using that to just remove the rage stacks, I believe, because Perch is not happening anytime soon.
Yep.
And he wants all of those rage stacks gone because with the rage stacks,
taking more damage.
You get a lot more hits every time all of these attacks connect. And Mino has to switch gears at some point and become the aggressor. That means you do not want any of those rage stacks at that point.
Yep, that makes sense. Thank you for explaining that, Reg, and letting all the people know about all the little nuances of Axie Infinity. There's a lot of little information that you have to learn to play at this level. When you hear these guys sitting around a table talking about Axie and you don't get it, like, it's insane. I have a bunch of friends here. They understand the words, but they're like, what is going on? This is wild, bro.
You're right. You're right. It is a lot of knowledge to take in, actually. Especially that we came from Classic as well. There's a lot of differences. So if you were watching Classic, you're watching V3 now, it's a whole different ball game right now. The Axies look the same, but the card mechanics, everything is totally different.
And they do look quite beautiful, if I do say so myself. Another big shout out to Masamune and the team for this amazing art upgrade in Origins. It just is it's becoming a very, very pretty game, visually pleasing.
True
right?
that. True that indeed. And now we saw a missed turn from Zero. Nothing.
There it is. It begins.
Nothing in that pile of cards. Now Blood Moon is dishing out a lot of damage. As we see here, it's 124 HP and 130 HP for Zero, while Minos is still a very, very fresh 214 HP Axie, 98 HP Axie. It is getting there. Next turn, all of these Axies will have their maximum HP reduced by 80, which is very, very scary.
Which is like nothing.
That is going to be lights out almost for Zero. So that means Zero has the next turn to try and end the game. The question is, does Mino have it right now? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like there's enough damage to end it right now.
So he's just going to go for more mold.
More mold. Defense is another option, but he's saying, I don't need it. I will survive this swing as long as Zero misses. What did Zero draw?
Oof. A Ronin.
A single Roner.
A single Roner, and he's not even raging. This could be a problem.
No, that's up to 9 rage stacks. That is something, and then there you go. Wow.
And there it is. Wow. Incredible. The comeback.
True that indeed.
Swirl so strong.
Swirl is so strong.
So strong.
I mean, and it feels... It takes away your spirit every time you have that kind of draw as well, which means it has a psychological, mental impact on you as well.
No, absolutely. It absolutely does. And like, I've never seen, that's the first time I've seen a match where it looked like so clearly one-sided for one player.
Yep.
And then not being able to finish, not being able to finish, not being able to finish, and all of a sudden you're sitting there like 20 rounds later and you're like, bro, really?
I'm tired, bro.
Not even that, I'm sad, bro. What happened? Why?
Yeah, you're right. We did see that perch go off. Now there is the question in the back of his mind again, as we said earlier, did I perch too early? Did I perch too late?
How does he counter that team?
What he needs to do is either match up swirl to swirl. That is one play to go about it. But aside from that, those are his only options. He does have a swirl comp that plays well against swirls, which is the swirl comp that actually has all of these confused eyes. Because what happens is, for example, if the opposing player has Neo eyes, that means they have to discard cards from the deck. But having confused means you're swinging and then you're applying confused to the deck as well.
Ah, understood. So, there it is. That's what Reg would do. What about you? Chat, let us know what you would do in this situation. I'm very curious. I want to know what the people out in the world are doing. Because, you know, looking at this bracket, look at all these amazing names, thinking about all those amazing moments that we've already experienced over this weekend at the E4E Minors. So, I almost forgot. The Golden Pho. the golden pho. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This was the handmade prize for the Axie quiz show, which will be probably coming at you towards the end of the show, or after, actually. Still editing, still working. We on the all-day grind here, baby. We be doing things all day, day.
Do you want some Axie in your pho?
Oh, yeah, man. Some Axie pho.
Nice.
Oh, I see what you did there, bro. It's vegan. It's vegan, I swear. I swear. So, get out on Twitter. And if you want this, you need to tweet hashtag E4E Minors. Get it out there. We were trending 2 days ago. Let's get it trending again. That is your entry ticket to win one of these. We will have it sent to you nicely packaged, so you will have your own golden pho. Ladies and gentlemen, get out there. Let's let the world know what we're doing out here. Let's let the world know about this Web3 movement, Axie Infinity, and all the other games too. This ain't no zero-sum game. We're trying to grow. We're trying to show the people the future, and this is where it's at, baby. We're making the future. Reg, that's what we needed you here, because you've been crushing it. And bro, you know, we've been doing this a long time now.
True.
It's been a while. And when we first met, I was like, just work with me, follow me, we'll find a way. We've worked together and we've battled through a whole bunch of ups and downs, and bro, here we are, and this is amazing. I love it, I love it, I love it. I'm the happiest man in the world. I know you're one of the happiest men too, because you're just always happy. That's what's up, baby. That's what's up, baby.
How
Let's
we
go.
roll. So, great. How you feeling? What is the game plan of Zero?
I don't know, man. I'm feeling really good. I'm thinking Zero's going to take a risk. He took a risk first game, but now he's down, right? So he might just take another one. Try to throw off Mino a little bit. That would be dope. I would like to see that. Really try to like play the mind games at this point, because you know, when you're down in a best of 5, not the end of the world. It's all good. If you lose another one though, now you're in trouble, because you got to lose 3. You got to win 3 games against a really, really good player that knows how you play, knows your tendencies. That's not easy. But as teammates, when you know someone's tendencies, that means you might be able to go to that level 3, level 4, level 5 mind game, right? So
and testing as well. You've been scrimming. You know how the tendencies even during the picks as well, and that is not something that you see in the ladder, right? If you go into arena, you don't know who you're playing against. There's no concept of pre-preparing during these matches, which is very interesting. As you said, these people know each other. They're in the same guild. It's very, very scary but exciting at the same time.
Hey man, they're fighting for some real money here.
True.
6,500 AXS is up for grabs. The guys here are hyped. They're ready to take this purse down, right? They want to add to all those accolades that they've done in the past. They want to add to that list. They want to hold up the trophy at the end of this tournament. They want Chief to spray them with champagne, because it's coming, baby. It's already in the fridge. So one of y'all is getting their champagne shower tonight. That is for sure. Let's go. The Moe is ready to flow.
Very, very awesome. Very, very exciting indeed. And we've been having a show, to be honest, all day long. Everything has been amazing. Double beast comp. I did not expect that. What else did we see? AOE versus Perch. We have not seen that before. We saw it yesterday. It was all an amazing show, to be honest. Swirls, though. Swirls are cool as well. We don't want a lot of swirls, to be honest, because what happens is everyone's just messing with their decks. It's fun to see once in a while how it interacts, and I think there's a possibility that we actually see that today. Swirl to swirl, that is a real possibility based from their comps right here. Both of them have a ton of swirls. Both of them are running a lot of deck mode.
You know, it's funny, you guys call these the boxes, right? Hey, check out my box, bro. Check out my box. And now we're holding boxes. It's just, when I heard them talking about boxes downstairs at the table, I'm like, what are you guys talking about? What boxes are you talking about? They're like the Axie pools, bro. And I'm just like, you guys are funny. They come up with their own little slangs, their own little ways to talk about it. And I'm just like, you guys are great. This is absolutely perfect. Let's talk about boxes, baby.
And now we have actual
with their faces.
Boxes.
Boxes with faces on them. Whoever made these, well done. This is the attention to detail. This is awesome. Like, for a caster to have this and just be able to actually look at it, not even have to change a tab. Just grab another box, bro.
True that.
How's your box doing?
Mine is good. How's yours?
I mean, I got Bench's box right now, bro. I got Bench's box, so My box is better than your box because my box in the winners bracket finals.
You're right.
Oh.
These guys are scared because these guys, one knockout, you're gone from the tournament. So Bench, actually I'm surprised with Bench as well. He has been exceeding expectations all day long. Very, very well done. The box, as we said, is very, very strong. He's a very, very competitive player as well, and we have seen it in action. He brought down Mino from the winners bracket down to the losers bracket, which is wild. That's a feat on itself.
Not easy to do. So, really quick, first, I want to give a little shout out. Quick shout out to Sky Mavis, really hooking us up. Axie Infinity, you know, this is from the grant. This is life-changing. You gave us an opportunity, you gave us a platform, and we're here trying to deliver. So I want to give a big, big shout-out, big, big love to you guys. But we are going to take a quick little break, so stick with us, grab something to drink, tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell your dogs, let your auntie know. We're going to be right back.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
People are always asking, where's your passive income come from? Through questing and winning. I quest while I bowl. While I'm making pancakes. While chilling at the pool. While I'm playing Axie Infinity. During dinner. Under the water. Playing the piano. While I'm using the restroom. Get out of here, man! I can earn from anywhere. Join Community Gaming's questing system and quest for cash.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn. Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
You start the fire.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
There's something about you, something about you. You know
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold a chance. Your time's to choose. I'm free from the system. No stress in the money. Breaking the rules. What to do? Axie GG.
Pay to play.
You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to earn.
Earn your own money, be your goddamn boss. Middle finger up for the time that you lost. Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the movement, get it killed. Be part of the movement. Axie, gaming all day, what we doing?
Don't be a caveman. Play to earn. Don't wait for time. Play to earn.
Begins one of the biggest events in Vietnam's history. Axie Minors, the future of esports is now.
What is going on, everyone? I'm Chief, and I'm here in Saigon with the E4E Minors coming up in just about a week. And I have a very, very special guest here, Spam and Rice.
Hey, what's up, man? Thank you for having me, brother.
Bro, it is such a pleasure to have you here. You came all the way from Brazil from another Axie tournament. Here you are again, not competing, but you know, we decided let's bring the boy out, bring him home, and give him a chance to be a part of this content, be a part of this epic week. How are you feeling about that?
Dude, Axie never sleeps. Like you said, just coming straight from Brazil to Vietnam. And if I'm not competing, my next favorite passion is watching, spectating, and giving analysts. So I'm so excited.
Hey man, well, you're gonna be able to cast, you're gonna be able to host. We're out here making some content. This is gonna be freaking awesome. I have a couple questions for you today.
For sure.
And the first one is, you know, how has Axie changed your life so far?
Axie has been life-changing, like literally. I went from just being a normal 9-to-5 guy to now waking up, having my own schedule, traveling the world, 3 different continents so far, 5 different countries. It's insane, all in like 8 months.
8 months, you know, we met in Barcelona, we met in the Philippines, here we are. It's been absolutely wild. You know, we have some of the best players from the entire world here. So I was wondering, like, who do you think's gonna take this tournament home? We have so many top players from different countries.
So now that Quest Esports has disbanded, there's no bias whatsoever. This guy, Meat Value, he's now my competition in general. So like I said, no bias. He's actually one of the most mechanically sound players out there in terms of sequencing, knowing the numbers, picking the comps. He's my favorite to win it all, but you never know what's gonna happen. All 8 people are people I've played against and highly, highly respect.
Hell yeah, man. You know, these players, they're hungry now. I feel like with these live events that have been happening, especially the Philippines, the YGG event, there was like 400 people there.
That's crazy.
Right? That was wild. And then the Masters League, even that with 30 people being flown in for a team event, that was wild. You know, you guys made it all the way to the grand finals. You guys actually made it to the grand finals, barely losing a game. And then I remember winning, you swept first, like to knock them down. They came back. They swept, no, it went to game 5. That's what it was. It went to game 5. They ended up winning it, and then, you know, it felt like you guys kind of, you just lost it at that point. It felt like, and it was funny, I talked about it a lot, there was a big difference between you guys and the Meditate team. They were like very in their element, free and just chilling, like another day, and you guys were like business focused, and it felt like maybe after that long weekend, that took a toll. All the focus, all the extra folks were there just like, ah, la, 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 la. And when it came down to like crunch time, it felt like they had the energy still. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it was a long, exhausting weekend because 2 days prior to MMG, there was Axie Manila. And then so eventually we just ran out of gas. But like I said, I'm still so proud of our team's performance, and there's no shame whatsoever losing to great players like them.
Oh.
They're amazing.
And it was kind of nice, right? Because you guys were the favorites. Even coming into the tournament, you guys dominated the whole weekend. And then by the end of it, like they just kind of kept fighting, kept battling, and they had their moment, which was, I thought it was cool because you guys had the spotlight all weekend, and then they got it at the end. And it was great for the scene, I think, to give someone else. If you would have won both tournaments that weekend, that wouldn't have been fair for the rest of the world.
For sure. Like I said, the competition is tough. It can go to anyone. So like the fact that I made it to the finals, I'm already grateful for that.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, and with Brazil just happening, Meat Value going there, Enrico going there, yourself, you know, we had a great event. ADRD winning his 2nd live event. So here at E4E Minors, we're ready to make that next legend, you know, and I'm so happy that you're going to be here with us, you know, on stage, on set, doing the tingy. Like, this is going to be dope. So my next question would be, if there was an apocalypse, now this is a random one, all right? If there was an apocalypse, who would you grab by the arm, like, bro, you're mine, from the Axie community, or girl, you know, maybe you want companionship, maybe you want someone to help you stay alive, like, I don't know, man.
As tempting as it is to bring a companion, right? I'm not gonna lie. I can't help but go, like you said, like you mentioned, the Japanese guys, loose, like, you know, energetic. I need one of those, man, to stay cool during like all chaotic whatever happens. They're chill, they're elusive, like everything. I'm gonna pick Mino, D-High, and you for sure.
All right, well you gotta pick one, but okay then.
Okay, I'll pick Mino.
All right, Mino,
who's playing this weekend? Yeah.
He would love that, he would love that. Mino has looked up to you since the beginning of his Axie time. Again, back to the Masters League, you guys matched up there, you guys had some epic battles, so I'm also rooting for I want Mino to win. I think Meat Value probably will. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I have another question for you. So if you were the head of Sky Mavis Esports, what would you do? What would be your approach to, you know, the situation that we're in?
Yeah, so with Ziori just recently leaving, I want the next esports league to make some noise. Like that, those are hard shoes to fill. Esports has so much potential. Like we're only a few months deep into this, right? And we've already had amazing tournaments like MMG, Axie Manila. But what's impressed me the most so far is E4E. Like, you guys have always killed it on online events. This is my first live experience with you guys, and just the professionalism, the quality of the production, like, you guys don't see the guys behind the camera right now, but Chief has them on point, man. I just can't help but imagine you guys hosting a big event for Axie soon, maybe the next AxieCon.
Let's go, baby. Let's
Actually,
go.
I'm actually mind blown, and I've been a part of really good tournaments and really good production.
Hey, man, I appreciate that.
For
Big
sure.
love, big shout outs, and hey, E4E Minors, baby, it's game time. We're about to get to it, and I'm looking forward to all the cool stuff coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, brother, let's do this.
Let's go, man.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Had to take a quick break, but you know, we're back like, you know, the wink of an eye. On that note, I want to give a little shout out to probably our biggest sponsor besides obviously Axie.
Yep.
Wink Hotel, you guys have been absolutely incredible. It has been a complete level up for the live event, having such an amazing hotel. They're always looking towards the future, right? They have smaller rooms, but it's just nice and compact. They make it really nice and comfy, high quality, good service, amazing music in the lobby. Wink Hotels, you guys are freaking awesome. We have nothing but love for you, and I look forward to working with y'all again in the future.
Very, very awesome experience so far. I myself stayed there and it's been a blast, to be honest. If I come back anytime soon, definitely booking another hotel, another experience in Wink Hotel. It's just amazing. It's amazing nonetheless. And then it's very accessible as well, which is awesome. It is right in the middle of Saigon. Everything is right in that space.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, you know, we've got a good match on our hands. Meditate versus Meditate. Mino came out, won the first game after Zero looked to be in a pretty dominant position, at least from HP. Went down to Blood Moon. The swirls came out, and all of a sudden, you know, the deck mold was too much. So we're going to go into game 2. If you look at the win rates, for anyone that doesn't know, that was from our top 16 qualifier.
Ooh.
So that was the reasoning for that win rate. We had to, you know, rank them, seed them, and part of double elimination bracket is you have 2 players that are 7-8 and you have 2 players that are 5-6.
I see, impressive. And it's very interesting as well. We saw there that their win rate is actually close to one another, 58.8% and 57.8%. Only 1% difference, and here we go.
The mod is back.
The mod for round number 2. Look at that. We are jumping in. Boom! What is on? It's a swirl mirror.
Uh-oh, we are mirroring. And did Zero take the correct composition in your opinion? Was this the one that you wanted to see for the mirror match?
Zero actually had an option to go all confused eyes, but instead opted with the clear eyes on the bug. That's not bad as well, because it still draws you cards, and at the same time, it hedges you against other matchups. So because
got it.
Mino might not necessarily bring that comp, like that swirl comp right now, Zero was hedging by just swapping over one Axie.
That makes sense. That makes sense because you still have the swirl action. You just mix it up a little. You put them in the front line, so you still have your core back line, right? Your middle and your back is still your core. And we know from the beginning of Axie, the way the game is built, sometimes, you know, that last guy, or even if you're down early, your team comp is built in a way that last Axie or those last 2 are built to win the game, right?
True.
We've seen that a lot.
Yeah. And then aside from that, so there's a lot of different mind games happening here. It's a swirl mirror, right? So you're playing against the deck. So each person has with them a piece of paper, and they're noting down how much curses they're putting into the deck. They're noting down how many cards have been seen, how many cards have been retained, and then they play around that by using Garish Worm at the opportune time to discard a card from the hand. Or they shuffle in cards at the perfect time, or if they feel that the deck is locked for a turn, they just go at it with offense, and that is something they are thinking about really hard. Aside from that as well, there is the mindset of energy balancing as well. Energy fragments, both of these players are running Moonlight Thief. And with Moonlight Thief, if your opponent has more energy fragments than you, you steal 1 from them.
That's a good one. That is a good one to know. And, you know, I'm also curious, these compositions, like, when it goes, is there a certain phase of the game where one of them is much better than the other? Do the changes, the subtle changes, have something to do with, like, early game, mid game, late game that can give the players an advantage?
So what's happening is with Mino's change of having hot butts, it is actually slowly bringing the game to a mid-game while dismantling the opponent's draw pile early on. That is what is happening with these hot butts. So it's a slower game plan but a more consistent game plan, and that is the difference of the hot butt. The hot butt diff right there.
I have another question. For the newer viewers that we may have in chat, what do the colors around the cards mean? Which color means what?
So if it has that glowy green aura, that means it's a retain card. It is gonna stay in your hand no matter what. If you don't play it, it stays there. While if it's a yellow border, that means it's a curse.
Okay.
It does nothing but provide you with dead cards, basically.
Yeah.
And then if there's no border around the card, it's a normal card, which means it's gonna join the discard pile if you do not use that card. That's why players are usually inclined to play all of these non-retain cards first, or retain them yourself. There is a mechanic in Axie Infinity where if you press on that bottom left button with the star in the back icon, you keep it for the next turn.
Got it. All right. So, and that costs an energy, I assume?
It costs 1 energy. Before it used to be returned to the top of the deck. Now you keep it in your hand. It does not go back to the deck.
All right. So it gives you a lot more. I guess that's kind of like an 80-20 to passing in V2. It gives you an option to use your energy to keep a certain card for the next turn.
Where it matters more.
Where it matters more, which is the reason in V2 a lot of times you would do that. Obviously also energy. So it's like a nice 80-20. I like that. That's a very nice little mechanic. And I see a lot of potential with that. As we are seeing, you know, Axie, the skill cap still isn't quite high enough. So you're seeing these amazing players. They've already kind of taken this meta to that point where they have played the game out until the end game, and if they play it right, it'll come down to potentially come down to RNG, right? Of card draws and etc. So I'm excited to see, like, Zero needs this match. This is very important. You do not want to go down 2-0, especially against Mino.
You're right. Another thing to take note of is how does a swirl matchup really happen? What happens is both players are keeping as many cards as they can and are waiting for Blood Moon to happen. As soon as Blood Moon hits, the first person to kill an Axie is usually advantaged because they are working with a few less swirl cards because one swirl from that Axie went down. So it becomes revenge cards at that point. And you don't want that to happen. Another option is go into heavy Blood Moon damage, and then at the point that Blood Moon has removed all of the HPs across the board of all Axies, all you need is a 5-card combo, and then that would knock off the remaining HPs of the Axies that are left. And that's why Moonlight Thief is very strong here, the Steel Energy, because you want to set up all of those kill turns with 5 energy. So you want to go into Energy Burst twice early on.
Got it. Got it. All right. So, you know, right here talking about Energy Burst, it looks like who's up now?
Mino's Zero's at 4 actually right now.
Mino's very close though. He's just about to get that next level up. So they're very close on energy overall. It seems like Zero has a lot of cards, but there's a lot of yellow in there, right? A lot of unusables.
True that. True that. Aside from that as well, is once you hit Energy Burst 5, you get an extra card draw as well as part of the bonus that they
all
provide.
The time?
All the time.
Wow.
So that is very big as well.
That's very interesting. So you get the extra energy, plus you get the extra card.
True, true.
Okay, okay.
That's why Zero's Axies actually have clamshells on their horns. What clamshell does is if you swing and you hit the opponent's HP, you get extra energy fragments.
Ah, okay. So it's a shield. It's a shield clam play as well. Like they're playing against each other with shields because you don't want to let it get to the HP.
Correct. Yeah.
So you can block it with the shield, then you come up on that energy battle. If you can't block with the shield, you're in trouble.
Yep. And then Zero can't attack freely without trying to test if that Axie has a shield or not. So there's a way to look at it. You just have to look at the battle logs and see if there's a play that doesn't do anything. That means a shield was applied somewhere, and it's usually the Axie you're targeting. There's that, and what's happening is if you do that, then it attacks and dishes out a bit of damage. If it does not clear the shield, you don't get that advantage.
Yeah, so the little things, right? The little nuances. That is what it's all about. The fear coming out with the bunny on the midliner from Mino. I wonder if that can bring some impact next turn.
True. And aside from that, Chief, normally they usually, in a normal game, you've battled for going first, right? Because you want to dish out more damage first. In the Swirl Mirror, you battle for going second. Because if you go second, Blood Moon is going to dish out exactly enough damage so that your one shot can kill all 3 Axies. While the other player is forced to kill at least 1 Axie first earlier on.
Yeah, so, you know, different goals for each team, for each player, different ways to play each matchup. That is why these players spend so much time practicing against one another. There's the Garish Worm discarding some cards. I wonder what he discarded.
That is going to be interesting to see. With those discards with Garish Worm, what happens is they are now setting up for the mid to late game because Blood Moon's about to happen, so you don't want that critical number of cards in your hand. That is what Mino is trying to make Zero lose. Lose all of your offensive cards. Let me garish you at this point, and then you don't have that offense to kill me during Blood Moon.
Hey, he's got to try something, right? That's all these players can do. Mino and Zero meditate, going strong. One of them is going to be moving on to play against Paradise. You know, that would also be a great matchup either way, with Paradise looking very in form today.
True that. And what aside from that, they've been practicing not only within this week, but even before. Their scrims are like to the hundreds, thousands of games, to be honest, preparing for the E4E Minors.
Wow, you know, that's a confirmation right there that the players, they really cared, they were really excited, they worked hard for this, and I feel like everyone's been having a really great time so far this week. I'm definitely looking forward to tonight. That's also going to be off the hook. If you guys are in Saigon, make sure to come to Soma. We're going to have a Liddy Von Titty after party. Lego, baby.
Let go. Look at that. Swirls are coming in, but not a lot of swirls, just enough to prevent the deck from being fixed so far. And amazing, I just heard that we have surpassed 1,000 followers on Twitch.
Let's go!
Look at that!
Milestones, baby, step by step. They say the first 1,000 is the hardest. Now we go for 10, then we go for 100. Let's go. Anyone in chat, make sure to drop a follow. Make sure to head out on Twitter. Give us some love. The team has been working so hard, really trying to up their game in every aspect. So well done, everybody. Well done.
Well done indeed. Let's see what is happening.
Look at all those cards. He is stacked.
At this point, they're just keeping cards.
Question.
Yes.
So, yes, there's a lot of schmuckage, right, in Zero's deck, but he's got a lot of cards in his hand already.
Yep.
So that also gives him a couple turns where even if he draws poop, he could do a thingy.
He's not going to do it until it is Blood Moon.
It is, though, but later Blood Moon.
The Big Daddy Blood Moon damage.
Big Daddy Blood Moon, okay.
Yep, that is what they're after, because if the attack is not going to end even 1 Axie, it does nothing because they heal back up. Because Swirl, on top of shuffling all of these deck mold, it also has a heal.
Yeah.
So it feels bad. You attack a little bit and then it's gone from your deck, and then they just heal back up the damage. There's the only play is to keep it and then go ham as soon as you're ready to go ham.
Hey, well, I am interested to see who is going to go ham first. What do you think about the new Blood Moon? Do you think it's better this way?
It's way different, to be honest, because what happens, even if your Axie's in the red, with the Blood Moon hitting only maximum HP, if your Axie's maximum HP
it's a catch-up. It
is
catches
high,
you up, huh?
Yeah, it's wild. So, for example, Paradise versus Enrico. Paradise had a frontline Axie that was in the red, like 70 HP. And then Blood Moon was damaging all of the Axies. And then what happened was Paradise's Axie had, I think, 50 extra maximum HP. So all of the other Axies died except the one red Axie, who was left with something like 15 or 16 maximum HP.
That is absolutely redonkulous.
It's wild. It's very wild indeed. It's a new mechanic, quite interesting though, but at the same time you play it differently to how you played it before in the previous versions of Blood Moon.
hey, you know, when you change a mechanic, you just have to work on it and work around it, right?
Yep.
And we'll bring it into the fold. But all right, we're at 50% Blood Moon. It's starting to take a toll. These Axies are going to start taking some serious damage.
Yes. That is Swirls coming in for the heals. There is a cleanse there, so the cute bunnies, that's another aspect as well. These swirl comps can go aggressive as well. Cute bunny dishes out a lot of damage. It applies fear. If you swing with 2 cute bunnies, that means you're applying fear 8 turns.
8 turns.
So you can't even attack properly against cute bunnies. And then on top of that, there's also another play where you can go White Sage, but they do not have that White Sage comp in this unless they have a White Sage on one of their swirls. That is something that can be utilized as well to remove those fears, but a lot of different things is happening right now.
And look at all of the, you can just see the mold growing, right? Each turn you're seeing more and more yellow, less and less of the shiny cards.
Ooh,
decent cards
peek.
left in the deck though, right there,
Yep.
right? That wasn't that, but on the other hand, that is a bad one.
Yep.
So,
So
I don't know who we saw first, but whoever we saw first looks to be in a good position.
True, but aside from that, all they have to do is set up for the big daddy Blood Moon turns. All they need is either full offense with maximum damage if it's your turn and you get to reach all of those Axies, or if you're on the back foot, all you want is defense to be shielding a lot so that you do not go down when the opponent tries to clear all of your Axies. Very, very exciting to see.
You know, I feel like Mino I think it was Mino that had the cleaner deck.
And aside from that, look at the HP. Mino's backline has 256 maximum HP. I think that's just a lot of HP charms right there just to survive in the Blood Moon. And
That is
200s.
a fat boy. That is a fat boy. But again, with losing the percentages, isn't that kind of a small favor for Zero?
No, not percentage, Chief. It's raw damage.
Oh, of that much of their life.
Yes.
Oh.
So that changes things.
Oh.
Yeah. It is raw damage. So, for example, when they end the turn at this point, they lose 80 maximum HP across the board.
Ouch.
Oh. But now Zero is trying to end this Axie at this point. That was Mino's out. And Mino survived with 9 HP
9
on the Axie.
HP.
Look at that.
Wow, he comes through and he does it. He's able to survive, which means Mino now has a turn that actually also has 3 cards on it at this time. What is he going to do? He's going to start playing them.
Even if he just ends the turn, Chief, I think that is beefy enough to be higher than 90 HP. Blood Moon's gonna remove 90 HP to all of these Axies, and Mino will be left with 2 Axies even.
Wow,
the front and the back line.
I get it. Oh my goodness. So Mino looks to be taking a 2-0 lead. Boom! And Zero's Axies just disappear from the screen. That was actually, that was crazy. Swirling around Zero. He's like a drone swirling around Zero right now.
Very impressive. Blood Moon doing its thingy. Clearing all of those Axies, and we see Mino right there chilling with his 2-0 lead. I think he is feeling good. He is feeling the confidence right now. He's just setting up for game number 3, I believe.
Hey, you know, this young man, he's focused. He has one thing on his mind. Win, win, win. And on the other side, Zero, who's been fighting through the losers bracket, he's struggling a little bit right now in this series. But it's not over yet. He still has a chance. He's going to have to go for a reverse sweep, which is not going to be easy, obviously, right?
Against Mino.
Against Mino. But Zero, being such a dominant player lately, he can definitely do it. He's got the skill and he's got the fortitude. You know, Enrico's another player. He's been going down a lot earlier. He did end up losing, but he fights back. He fights back.
True. And Zero, as we said, is very level-headed. He can be familiar with whatever scenario he jumps into and is able to capitalize and work out the puzzle. The only question, will it be early enough so that Zero is able to take the lead back from Mino?
That's the question. Will it be early enough? He needs to do it like right meow. This is the time. This is it. And, you know, I think Zero's going to take this one. But the real question is, what are they going to pick? Do you think they're going to stick to the Swirly McSwirlerton? I don't think Zero can take any risks right now.
True. I think what Zero can go for is play a bit of Mino action and actually go for the full swirl with the triple confused eyes, that is one way to go about it. And then have a last wish. The last wish rune is a very simple rune. All it does, plus 50 HP. So sometimes that's all
Makes
you need.
sense, right? Makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense.
It does, it does.
Sometimes it's all about the basics, it's all about the small things, and these players are the ones doing the math. They've got napkins, they've got calculators. They're even phoning a friend from time to time between matches like, bro, did you do, what was I supposed to do there? What was the situation? And they go through it, they talk about it. That's what teams are for. And that's why you're seeing all the Axie Infinity players, they're all on teams. There's no more free agents that are making it to live events. That's just not a thing anymore. The competition is too stiff, and the players are continuing to hold their spot. I mean, we had Mino in the Philippines at the Masters League, we had Paradise at the Masters League, and here they are yet again, and we had Enrico at the Masters League. Three
Very
players.
consistent.
Yeah, they made it there. They went to Brazil. Not Mino, but the other two did, and now they're here again. So these players are on like their third live event this year for some
across the globe.
Insane.
Which is wild.
For playing a video game, for playing a little bit of Web3
true.
Axie Infinity, baby.
That's true, that's true. It started with me just Googling what is the best Web3 game, and it just shows up. Axie Infinity, and then I try it, and then boom, mind blown. And that was from Classic even. Its origins now, I'm still here. That's what, 2 years now? It's wild. What a wild ride now that you reflect on those things, right?
Man.
And more for you even.
I mean, I feel like year 4 is probably going to be over soon. This year's flying by. It's March already. It's already March. I marched my calendar, you know what I'm saying? And here we are, E4E Minors, and we live, baby. We out here. It's Sunday. We're down to we're going to have 4 players left after this matchup. We are down to the nitty gritty. We are down to the best players in the world. They have been crushing, and none of them want to go home. All of them want to take home the biggest chunk of the 6,500 AXS prize pool. And you know what? Whoever ends up being that champion, hats off to him, man. Hats off, because it is some stiff competition out here.
Wild, wild ride so far. We have seen this Swirl Comp, but so far it is enjoyable, actually. I thought I would not enjoy the Swirl Comp, but seeing it in action, Blood Moon is helping as well, with trying to bring the game to a close really quickly, and then you follow up with punch after punch after punch, and then it gets you the win. Like, sometimes you just even end your turn, and then Blood Moon takes over and just clears all of your Axies. So very, very cool to see all of these Swirl Comps in action.
Hey, man, and then the different versions, the different types.
Are you a hot butterist?
Are you a hot butterist, or are you confuddled? A confuddlist. A confuddler. Yeah.
Yes.
Are you a hot buttonist or a confuddler? That is the question. Everyone needs to answer that question here when we're playing with epic runes. And I'm definitely a confuddler. You know, I'm all about confuddling. Confuddling is great.
Nice. Then I'm a hot butterist.
Hey, and you know what else? My man Mino is winning.
True that. True
yeah.
that.
So that $500 that we bet.
That is wild. That is very, very wild indeed. It's an exciting time right now, to be honest. I am enjoying myself. I'm learning myself as well. There's so much to see, so much swirl and non-swirl action happening in the epic era of the E4E Minors. So just stay there. There's a lot more action. We are just in our, what match is this? Fourth, I believe. Fourth.
So we're like we're halfway done for the day.
It's been a wild halfway ride so far. So yeah.
Oh, third match, and it's 2-0 for Mino. But you know, with these players, once they finish, we'll be down to Paradise plus one of them, and then we've got Bench, and we have the man Meat Value himself, who has been absolutely tearing it up. He's only lost one game so far, but Bench also, you know, coming up huge, having some really tough matchups, winning both of them. I think in the first round he beat Ahil, but he was down 2-1. He ended up bringing it back. Next round he played Enrico, who's been very, very strong. He won Brazil, and Bench comes and takes him out with a quickie 3-1. You know, so Bench is not to be underestimated, and MMG has been dominating. They won the last live event. You know, it wasn't Quest, it wasn't Meditate, it was MMG. They have their player here, and let's see if Bench can bring it home. And MMG would be by far the winningest team of live events, I think, if they win this one.
True that, true that. And then aside from that, though, is Another thing to take note of is Bench actually and Meat Value have very similar comps. Their boxes are very similar as we talk about it. So yeah, it is exciting to see all of that in action right now. So we do see a lot of the match happening as well, not even right now, but during the theory crafting part, right?
Yes.
They come in with all of these boxes very hidden. They have their own ways of hiding all of these things, which means sometimes it's in a secret account. They're practicing with secret accounts. And then the last minute that you could register for your boxes, you just send over the list and then you're locking in for the future.
Yeah, I know E4E absolutely hates that. Everyone waiting till the last minute, because then you expect everyone to do it, and all of a sudden someone just doesn't send it. You know what I'm saying? So that has definitely happened, but it's always that differentiation of like players are thinking esports.
Yeah.
Players are thinking about winning the tournament, which is completely right, obviously.
Yep.
Then the moderators are thinking about how do we make this work smoothly? How do we make this awesome for everybody? So it's always interesting to try to find that middle ground. And look at this on the screen. We've got Noob Nick, Indez in the house. We've got Best, JP chilling. We got Ahil not looking. Paradise, the winner from the last match, repping that sewer jersey, looking fine and fresh. Look at JP's focus. Rizia in the background, look at them go. Bench, the man we were just talking about. Look at that beautiful lead shirt, that blue hair. This man just woke up from a party and he is looking fine and fresh yet again. Meat Value in the back, focusing, planning as always.
Very cool. Look at that. It has been a wild journey so far. It's cool as well. We're seeing the people behind the scenes. That is a very nice touch. I do enjoy that, having a quick peek on what is going on outside. While we are here in our casters area, we are enjoying ourselves. We are having a blast so far. If you're there in the chats, how do you feel so far about what we are witnessing today, and what are you expecting towards the future? Who do you think is going to win this E4E Minors?
And look at this, we have Vietnam Television in the house. They are checking out our event. They want to show Vietnam what is going on here. This is no joke, ladies and gentlemen. We have had camera crews, big companies, many people coming out to check this event out and see what's up, Spam over there in the corner. How you doing, brother? Also in the house, holding it down. It's just full of celebrities everywhere you look. It is absolutely incredible.
It is jam-packed and I love it. It is an amazing journey so far. I think we're just getting a bit of action for the team, right? And then we are going to be heading on straight into the next round, into the next game for Zero versus Mino. And so far, it's a 2-0 lead for Mino.
Yes.
So he has been very dominant so far.
He has, and Mino said he's going to win it all. He said he's going to take this home. He says, I kill everyone. And so far, ever since he said that, you know, he's been on a pretty good track. He's on pace. He wins this. He plays against Quest again. He wins that. He plays against the loser of the top. He's still in this. But if Mino brings this back, he's going to have a long road to travel.
True that indeed. In terms of matchup, I think Zero needs to pull a surprise to be able to claw back in the game.
The question is, what surprise does he bring, right? He already brought out the perch. He tried that in game 1.
Yeah.
It didn't work. So, does he do it again? Because, you know, AoE won't work if he plays against Swirl. Mino just plays Swirl again, right? You're up 2-0.
Yep.
You've got the lead. You just go for it, and you make him beat your Swirl team 3 times.
An option that Zero could go for, I guess, is triple Swirl, but Confused Eyes. We have not seen triple Confused Eyes still. And then it would be nice to have one Last Wish for that extra HP diff, so that it provides a bigger... you win the Blood Moon match with the Last Wish, basically. Because if you've got Last Wish plus 50 and then switch it all up to have HP Charms, then that's a lot of HP on one Axie. And that's all you need, one
And you
Axie.
never get hit with that Axie. That Axie never gets hit.
Yeah.
So you just chill back there. So there it is. Triple Swirl, triple Confused. That's what we're looking for, Zero. That's what we think the answer is. Oh, Mino's little bug at the top middle, this guy?
Yeah.
I feel like that is one of my Axies from way back in the day.
It's a Bantena.
That is funny with Garish, Worm, and Nemo. These Axies have become so different than what we're used to. The move composition, which is good. It shows a lot of variety. There's a lot of different things going on. You do see a lot of repeat moves though, right?
Yes. Yes, there is a lot. I think they're after redundance because they're all on the same game plan. Just lock your opponent out of the game. And it only works with the swirls because they shuffle 2 confused into the
Instead
deck.
of 1.
Instead of one. It's now gone in the normal arena match, in the ladder. There's no more double swirl, double confused into the deck. Double talk is still the same, hot butt is still the same, but not swirl. Swirl will only do 1 now.
Okay, so again, you know, through the epic area of things, we learned a mistake, we learned a problem, and they found another solution. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Sky Babies. We see you. We see you out there building. We see you out there bringing us to the future. Let's keep that up. Keep that up. We all about it. We all about it.
True that, true that. And then they're also listening to all of the feedback coming in from across the board on what to fix, on what to increase, on what to decrease. A lot of changes have been happening. A lot of them have been effective. I do enjoy the current season right now. It is in the rare era, which means everyone is still experimenting what to bring out, and then it's wild. It's been fun. It's been enjoyable. Very, very fun indeed.
So we have our next game coming up in just a minute. The players are ready, and the E4E mod is back. The E4E Minors, it's round 3. Well done.
There you go. Triple Confused is in the table. It has happened. Zero has just unleashed Triple Confusion. But the only thing is against AoE, not the mirror match. It's the thing that just happened right now.
What happens with that matchup? How does that look?
It's close because it's AoE is usually in a bad matchup in general versus Swirl, but it evens out because of double talks, because you apply jinxes to your opponent as well, which means they get all of these curse cards. The idea of Swirl is you remove all of your cards that you don't need, and then you just swirl, swirl, swirl every time.
Okay.
But because you're drawing jinxes, you don't really draw all of your swirls in one go.
So it takes longer for your mold to kick in.
And then if it does kick in, it does not lock you out of the game.
Because it's too slow.
You just are locked a little bit for a few turns where you just get to play with 1 or 2 cards, but then your deck reshuffles. You're not out of the game.
Got it.
At that point. So very interesting.
It's a very interesting matchup. We haven't seen, or I haven't seen this one yet. Haven't seen an AoE yet. Mino does seem to like this team. I did see him play with it earlier.
Yep.
What's he gonna do here? Is he gonna play some? Is he going with the confusion right off the bat?
There is an argument to just go on the offense and just attack. There's also the play to be defensive.
Wait, did he just save it and then use it?
It's a free keep, so he just used it.
Oh, just to press more buttons? Like an APM test on StarCraft? Okay, got it.
Actually, no. He used that because he wanted the energy fragment from the keep.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
He didn't want to play extra cards unnecessarily, so he wanted to keep one to just add the energy fragment and then use it anyway. That's a cool play to do.
The small things, right? The small things. And maybe that one energy fragment comes into play later. Maybe not. Let's find out. Nemo
against Mino.
Nemo against Mino.
There you go.
You know what's funny? Now you're never going to be able to unsee it. Look at the E4E Minors logo and take off the RS.
The E4E Minors logo and Mino. Oh no, it's Mino RS. Oh,
he's got a new name. Mino really smooth.
That's what Minors means now.
Minors. It's the E4E Mino really smooth. I like it. I like it. Mino, the tournament is all yours, baby.
And there we go. A lot of offense coming in from Mino's side. There is a lot of damage being dealt. If you're a Swirl comp, there's a way to play around AoE as well. You use Neo Eyes, and what Neo Eyes does is it's a 0 cost that looks at your opponent's deck, and you choose one and it goes to the discard pile. So you peek, remove the wing horn, and throw it away.
Yeah, hey, it's true. It's true, it's true,
But it's not here, and that's the problem. Zero is more on an even playing field than he likes as a Swirl comp.
Yes, exactly. You think, you know, oh, I got the swirl against non-swirl. I might just have this. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Let's see if Mino's going to be able to, you know, unleash enough damage to take out all these Axies from Zero.
Chat is saying Minnow should start streaming in Twitch. That's not a bad idea. Minnow should be able to gather a good following. He's a nice person. He has a nice personality, has good plays, very smart as well. Could happen. We'll mention it.
And he is so much fun, especially when you have a conversation with him in English. He's working at it. He's working hard, and he's a very, very sweet individual. Love that we've gotten to spend time with him here again, and I look forward to the next time meeting all these guys. But first, we got today, baby. We still got a great day ahead of us.
True that, and here we go. We've got a lot of damage coming in, and it's weird because it's a swirl comp that dishes out a lot of damage. I do like where Zero's comp is heading towards. A lot more aggression coming in. A bit of defense right now too, which is very cool. Scaly Spoon adds 70 shield. But it's a cool shield now. What it does is if you hit that Axie, it dispels the opposing Axie. So it removes the buffs of these feather stacks.
Get rid of the feathers to, you know, so you can survive the weather. That's what he's trying to do here. But those Axies are getting quite low.
Oh, he dodged it so far with that first double talk. That hit and triggered a dispel for a bit. But it looks like it's getting scary. Zero is all in the red. That means these attacks are going to be generating feathers one at a time. And all of those are going to be stacking up, increasing the feather stacks one at a time as well. So the next one's going to dish out 19. The next one 20.
21.
It's a lot of damage for Zero energy.
Wow, so now Zero is in trouble because he's getting bombarded by Zeros.
Oh no. Oh no. He's keeping this here right now as well because you don't need to use it. It has retain. So you keep it, draw your earwings, and then use the earwings
with
to dish out.
With all the cards. Oh,
with
I
a
get
maximum
it.
hand.
With a maximum hand. That is beautiful. I was always wondering why people were holding the feathers. The earwing is the call, and this is not looking good for Zero. Mino may pull off the 3-0.
True that. It is. Oh, and Zero actually has the last wish as well.
Oh.
In the middle. If Mino had the swirl comp, Zero would have been in a good position.
That is very unfortunate. But again, Mino was able to make the better call on the team picks. He's kind of had the momentum since game one.
Yes. Oh, big. There's deck mold right now. There's not a lot of offense in the sense that you have to play Robin Kotaro, apply the death mark, and then double talk, I think, to just apply pressure. There's an option to keep stuff as well. But because he saw there's a Winghorn that's going to come in, that's a lot of damage still, so he is not afraid. He's just trying to dish out a lot of damage right now. Oh, uses the feather stacks because there's no earwing in sight in the deck. So
got it.
Might as well use it. There's another coming in, and it also increases the stacks on the Robin. The Robin explodes depending on the number of stacks it has.
Oh,
and boom!
Wow, okay.
There you go.
So Feather Robin combo, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty epic. Another swirl coming in for Zero. He's got a pigeon post in hand, some confusion if he wants it. I think he has to, right? He can't really go aggressive, or is he always going to try? Is he going to try to kill this front Axie?
I think he is going to go for it and hope, because it's not over, Mino can just have dead turns because of the way swirls work in general. You don't necessarily lock them out of the game, but you can just miss some turns. Let's see if Mino draws something and then there's a no turn. Nothing
and
in
next
hand.
turn too. Next turn is also a dead turn.
There's a Winghorn in the deck though. There's one Winghorn to play with, and I think that's it afterwards. Scary,
but is one Winghorn going to be enough? That is the question.
It is close. It is 137, 136. It does not look like a lot of HP, but that is still a lot of HP.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the damages have been taken down a bit lately in this game overall.
Yep.
Right? It used to be a lot higher. Things died a lot faster.
Yep. You're right. But now it's actually benefiting comps like this that actually play to the late game as well. And here we go. Oof, nothing. Nothing again. That is the one Winghorn, if I remember correctly, in the deck.
Oh no.
Down there in the bottom. Wow. That is wild.
That is messed up. I feel really, really bad right now. You needed the one card. It's the last one in the deck. But as long as he can survive with that backliner, he should be okay.
Now Mino is going to get attacked to the back line. That is a Sacred Feather. That means if it dies, it resurrects based on the number of feather stacks it has. So
okay,
that
so
is
that
interesting.
bases the HP?
The number of feathers is what determines how many HP it gets back when it resurrects. So that is something cool to see. It also provides Mino with a bit of a buffer just in case Zero decides to go ham. It has not resurrected yet, I believe. We have no indication if it does or does not, but I think it hasn't yet. And we've got action. There's the Winghorn that we saw earlier. It is now on a sleeping Axie though, which means that you need to do something to wake it up. So he is forced to earwing potentially and not do anything just to connect with the Winghorn. That is a huge tiny turtle sleep.
That hurts.
That
hurts
huge.
a lot.
That is very, very big damage. And here we go. I think that's a Winghorn. He used the Earwing to set up for a big Winghorn turn. Or you can just do it next turn is the thing. There's no Garish Worm as well, so nothing's going to get discarded anyway. So I think he's just applying pressure. He's just using that card because it's going to rotate and he's never going to see that again, especially against this comp. That's why he decides, okay, I'm not going to lose my Winghorn anyway. I might have dead draws next turn. Might as well use my non-retained cards, attack with that, keep everything else, and just swing
and
in the
just
next
see what
turn.
happens and give it 110%. Hit him with that full brick to the face right there. Okay, so here we go. We've got some...
Oh, Resurrect just happened. 96 HP. That's a lot of HP to play with. That is still quite safe from any attack, and there's no attack as well because there's those Jinxes that are dishing out a lot of damage. These Jinxes dish out incremental damage. Look at the backline, 30, 35. They stack up one at a time. It's the bad luck mechanic. Every Jinx you end with, you dish out +5 extra damage of whatever increment it's on at the moment.
To the opponent.
To the opponent's backline, Axie. Oh, there
and
you
the
go.
backline. Interesting.
This is a big turn, Winghorn, and that is it.
Mino.
Wow! It's the Minors. E4E Minors right now. There you go. Well done. Boom.
Hey man, that was absolutely incredible. Mino had a tough time after game one. He had a little bit of a moment where he wasn't feeling so well. And hey, it was actually amazing. So we're going to send it down to Spam and he's going to talk to our new superhero.
Wow, what an amazing match. What a dominating performance from Mino. If you don't know, these guys are teammates. So Zero knows him in and out. And despite Zero having the reads on him, despite Zero knowing how he preps, the comps that he's bringing, Mino was unfazed, still able to clean out the 3-0. And without further ado, I want to hear some words from our winner. Mino, how do you feel? Like, what's the key to your dominant performance?
I'm good. I will try our best. Go.
Hey, he heard it there first. He's always going to give it his best effort. He's always going to try his best. Now, I want to give a props to Mino. He might have not been feeling well, but in order to clutch it out like that, despite whatever conditions might be going on, tons and tons of respect for him as a player. Without further ado, we're going to send it back to you guys and get ready for our next series.
Thank you, Spam.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing series. I'm excited for the next matches. How you feeling, Chief?
Bro, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling hyped. It's been the longest 2 weeks of my life, but we are halfway through the day. Everything is rolling smooth. We're gonna send out some love to our sponsors. Let me start it off. Let's talk about Gems first. Gems Esports. They were here this morning yet again, helping us, making sure that everything was the way we needed it, letting us know, do we need any more help? They gave us some equipment. They've been helping us with some mentorship. They've been giving us tips. They've been a sponsor in so many ways. Really, really appreciate you guys. Big shout out to Andy and his team. You guys are freaking awesome. Then I also want to give a shout out to Elite Metaware, my boy Whale. I miss you, man. I haven't talked to you in a while, but I know that we're going to be doing big things for a long time. Elite has been supporting forever. It's been like 2 years, so everyone, you know, give some love to Elite. They've been supporting this whole Web3 gaming industry, you know, with heart, soul, and blood. So, thank you guys so much. We appreciate you, and we take you with us everywhere. We love you.
Huge shout out as well to Wink Hotel, where all of the players, all of the casters, everyone has been having a great time. We have been staying there all this time. It has been an amazing experience. You are taken care of. Just check them out. Wink Hotel is the name. They've got one here in Saigon in the city center. Check them out.
And another in Da Nang.
And another in Da Nang.
Yes, sir.
That is very impressive. Both of them are wild. This is an amazing experience. You gotta check them out. Wink Hotel. In the meantime, we will be going for a quick break, but we will be right back very soon. Stay tuned for more. Boom.
Oh, I forgot the music video.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, Axie, in your heart. I see tomorrow. Welcome to tomorrow.
Esports, gaming, high score, victory, Cupid, blue moon, cattail, chubby. I found Indes, game changer, legacy, future, Web3, Axie, infinity. To the moon, Lima, cloud, white, Coco, Elon Musk, retweet, G-host, on fleek, scholarship, blew up, chief, invented it, coins crash, SLP, tough times, c'est la vie.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow. Welcome to tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow. Welcome to tomorrow.
Axie Infinity and Nation Getters.
Nation Getters.
Nation Getters. Axie Infinity. Nation Getters.
Freestyle.
A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
From all around, the people are gathering. The future's bright, cause we win when we collab in. Hands down, it's the start of a new round. AxieCon proved it was a good move to stick around. New Axies, soul bound, no passing, first round. Pour some gas on it, enlist towns. 2 days left, who's got the most crowns?
A nation gathers. A nation gathers. This is where a nation's gathering now. I like that. The future of games.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Don't wait for time. Veteran.
You start the fire.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
There's something about you, you know I
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold the chance. Your time's to choose. I'm free from the system. No stress in the money. Breaking the rules. What to do? Axie GG.
Pay to play.
You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to earn.
Bring your own money, be your goddamn boss. Middle finger up for the time that you lost. Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the movement, get it killed. Be part of the movement. Action, gaming all day, what we doing?
People are always asking, where's your passive income come from? Through questing and winning. I quest while I bowl. While I'm making pancakes. While chilling at the pool. While I'm playing Axie Infinity. During dinner. Under the water. Playing the piano. While I'm using the restroom. Get out of here, man! I can earn from anywhere. Join Community Gaming's questing system and quest for cash.
Don't be a caveman. Play to earn. Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
game. Play to earn.
What is going on, everyone? I'm Chief, and I'm here in Saigon with the E4E Minors coming up in just about a week. And I have a very, very special guest here, Spam and Rice.
Hey, what's up, man? Thank you for having me, brother.
Bro, it is such a pleasure to have you here. You came all the way from Brazil, from another Axie tournament. Here you are again, not competing, but you know, we decided, let's bring the boy out, bring him home, and give him a chance to be a part of this content, be a part of this epic week. How are you feeling about that?
Dude, Axie never sleeps. Like you said, just coming straight from Brazil to Vietnam. And if I'm not competing, my next favorite passion is watching, spectating, and giving analysts, so I'm so excited.
Hey man, well you're gonna be able to cast, you're gonna be able to host, we're out here making some content. This is gonna be freaking awesome. I have a couple questions for you today.
For sure.
And the first one is, you know, how has Axie changed your life so far?
Axie has been life-changing, like literally. I went from just being a normal 9-to-5 guy to now waking up, having my own schedule, traveling the world. 3 different continents so far, 5 different countries. It's insane, all in like 8 months.
8 months, you know, we met in Barcelona, we met in the Philippines, here we are. It's been absolutely wild. You know, we have some of the best players from the entire world here. So I was wondering, like, who do you think's gonna take this tournament home? We have so many top players from different countries.
So now that Quest Esports has disbanded, there's no bias whatsoever. This guy, Meat Value, he's now my competition in general. So like I said, no bias. He's actually one of the most mechanically sound players out there in terms of sequencing, knowing the numbers, picking the comps. He's my favorite to win it all, but you never know what's gonna happen. All 8 people are people I've played against and highly, highly respect.
Hell yeah, man. You know, these players, they're hungry now. I feel like with these live events that have been happening, especially the Philippines, the YGG event, there was like 400 people there.
That's crazy.
Right? That was wild. And then the Masters League, even that with 30 people being flown in for a team event, that was wild. You know, you guys made it all the way to the grand finals. You guys actually made it to the grand finals, barely losing a game. And then I remember winning, you swept first, like to knock them down. They came back, they swept, no, it went to game 5. That's what it was. It went to game 5. They ended up winning it, and then, you know, it felt like you guys kind of, you just lost it at that point. It felt like, and it was funny, I talked about it a lot, there was a big difference between you guys and the Meditate team. They were like very in their element, free and just chilling, like another day, and you guys were like business focused, and it felt like maybe after that long weekend, that took a toll. All the focus, all the extra folks were there just like, ah, la, 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 la. And when it came down to like crunch time, it felt like they had the energy still. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it was a long, exhausting weekend because 2 days prior to MMG, there was Axie Manila. And then so eventually we just ran out of gas. But like I said, I'm still so proud of our team's performance, and there's no shame whatsoever losing to great players like them.
Oh.
They're amazing.
And it was kind of nice, right? Because you guys were the favorites. Even coming into the tournament, you guys dominated the whole weekend. And then by the end of it, like they just kind of kept fighting, kept battling, and they had their moment, which was, I thought it was cool because you guys had the spotlight all weekend, and then they got it at the end. And it was great for the scene, I think, to give someone else. If you would have won both tournaments that weekend, that wouldn't have been fair for the rest of the world.
For sure. Like I said, the competition is tough. It can go to anyone. So like the fact that I made it to the finals, I'm already grateful for that.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, and with Brazil just happening, Meat Value going there, Enrico going there yourself, you know, we had a great event, ADRD winning his second live event. So here at E4E Minors, we're ready to make that next legend, you know, and I'm so happy that you're gonna be here with us, you know, on stage, on set, doing the tingy, like this is gonna be dope. So my next question would be, if there was an apocalypse Now this is a random one, right? If there was an apocalypse, who would you grab by the arm, like, bro, you're mine, from the Axie community? Or girl, you know, maybe you want companionship, maybe you want someone to help you stay alive. Like, I don't know, man.
As tempting as it is to bring a companion, right? I'm not gonna lie. I can't help but go, like you said, like you mentioned, the Japanese guys, loose, like, you know, energetic. I need one of those, man, to stay cool during like all chaotic, whatever happens. They're chill, they're elusive, like everything. I'm gonna pick Mino, D-High, and you for sure.
All right, well, you gotta pick one, but okay, then.
Okay, I'll pick Mino.
All right, Mino,
who's playing this weekend? Yeah.
He would love that, he would love that. Mino has looked up to you since the beginning of his Axie time. Again, back to the Masters League, you guys matched up there, you guys had some epic battles, so I'm also rooting for I want Mino to win. I think Meat Value probably will. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I have another question for you. So, if you were the head of Sky Mavis Esports, what would you do? What would be your approach to, you know, the situation that we're in?
Yeah, so with VOD just recently leaving, I want the next esports league to make some noise. Like that, those are hard shoes to fill. Esports has so much potential. Like we're only a few months deep into this, right? And we've already had amazing tournaments like MMG, Axie Manila. But what's impressed me the most so far is E4E. Like, you guys have always killed it on online events. This is my first live experience with you guys, and just the professionalism, the quality of the production, like, you guys don't see the guys behind the camera right now, but Chief has them on point, man. I just can't help but imagine you guys hosting a big event for Axie soon, maybe the next AxieCon.
Let's go, baby, let's go!
I'm actually mind blown, and I've been a part of really good tournaments and really good production.
Hey man, I appreciate that.
For sure.
Big love, big shout outs, and hey, E4E Minors, baby, it's game time. We're about to get to it, and I'm looking forward to all the cool stuff coming.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
All right, brother, let's do this.
Let's go, man.
What is going on, everybody? I'm Chief, and I'm live here in Ho Chi Minh City at Wink Hotel, where all of the players will be staying during Axie Week, March 10th through 12th. Let's go take a closer look. Wink's youthful approach starts at check-in. No receptionist in sight, and the process only takes a couple minutes.
Cash, I never let go. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke.
You can get snacks any time of day at Wink. It's so easy, you only use your room card. After a long night of doing the wrong thing and eating those snacks, bring it to the gym and work those calories off. Let's go. Have you ever slept on clouds? Wink Hotel's gonna make that possible. That was the tour of Wink Hotel. Wow, that was amazing. I cannot wait for this event. March is going to be off the hook. If you made it, if you qualified, I hope you're excited because this is where you're gonna be staying. Have a great day, everybody. What is going on, everyone? I'm Chief, and we're here, Axie Manila 2022. Hundreds of players around, and this is going to be a show for the ages. Don't miss it.
It is electric. The atmosphere here is crazy.
It's really good. It's really amazing right now. There's a lot of very, very competitive players.
I'm doing well. My rock, paper, scissors game is on point, and hopefully it continues for the rest of the tournament.
And that is it, everyone. This has been a show to remember. I hope you had a good time. Retweet, like, let everyone know, and we're going to be back for the next Axie Live event.
For every generational shift in gaming and interactive entertainment, there have been huge steps forward and billion-dollar opportunities in tools and technology as a service in the gaming industry. As we look forward to the next decade of interactive entertainment, we believe the next major paradigm shift in provision of tools, technologies, and services in this booming industry is going to be around community. Tribally is building everything needed to enable and engage a global community at scale. Web experiences, data and analytics, community-driven infrastructure, engagement patterns, best practices, onboarding, tokenomics, user acquisition, and esports. The founding team is very technically experienced and comes from backgrounds such as Bank of America, Microsoft, Dell, KPMG, Hamilton Insurance Group, Mars and Lindy, amongst others. They have spent the past 2 years building community solutions for some of the best Web3 gaming teams, including Sky Mavis, and they're also partnered with the Ronin blockchain. Their products have been used by over 1 million people across the globe so far. An experienced advisory team has been formed, led by people with backgrounds at Electronic Arts, Activision, Mediatonic, Epic Games, Ethereum Foundation, Outright Games, and Method from World of Warcraft. Welcome to Tribally, a provider of community-as-a-service solutions for the gaming industry, allowing Web 2 and Web 3 game developers to have an out-of-the-box solution for communities at scale.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Begins one of the biggest events in Vietnam's history. Axie Minors. The future of esports is now.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
We don't want it to melt. You know, ladies, it's so nice to have you here. And I have a couple questions. I wanted to ask you, how did you make it here to this time in your life?
Yeah, we are two sisters and we have 6 million followers in TikTok.
Yeah.
And then we want to do something new. So we studied NFT,
Okay.
and we met Jiho. And then we know about Axie Infinity, and we made Axie Sisters.
Wow, yeah.
Sisters.
3 beautiful ladies from Korea.
Yes.
Yeah, so we went America and Barcelona and Philippines and Vietnam, and we met, and you invited us.
Wow.
Thank you for inviting us.
It was one of the best decisions I ever made.
Yeah.
I'm so happy you girls are here. It's been
We're
an
so happy.
absolute pleasure working with you.
Wow.
So the next question would be, you know, what are we doing here in Vietnam for the E4E Minors? What's going on? Let the people know what's
Okay,
happening.
so we're gonna make the world best entertainment. Woo! Web3 entertainment. Yeah, that's why we are here and then making this video. Yeah,
And we are composer, so we make music,
yeah.
and videos, and kids show.
Oh.
Yeah, you're a leader.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. We have content for days. The girls are here. They're making it happen. They're absolutely crushing it. We're on day 2, and we're just getting started.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
People are always asking, where's your passive income come from? Through questing and winning. I quest while I bowl. While I'm making pancakes. While chilling at the pool. While I'm playing Axie Infinity. During dinner. Under the water. Playing the piano. While I'm using the restroom. Get out of here, man! I can earn from anywhere. Join Community Gaming's questing system and quest for cash.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
At the end of November, the action begins.
Jugadores de todo el mundo.
Now,
$100,000 prize pool.
2048 Spieler.
And one champion.
Don't miss your chance at making history. Axie Minors. Esports for everyone. Win to earn.
Don't be a caveman. Play to earn.
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold a chance. Your time's a true, I'm free from the system. No stress in the money, breaking the rules. Do Axie GG, gonna break this game. You know what it is, listen real quick. Play to earn. Earn your own money, be your goddamn boss. Middle finger up for the time that you lost. Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the movement, get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing?
Don't waste your time. Play to earn. Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
You start the fire. I'm trying to find what you like. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we cross that.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
There's something about you, something about you. You know I.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Oh my goodness. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The night is starting to get dark, but the players are still wide awake and ready to rumble. We have another barn burner coming up next. Mino has been absolutely dominating. He's fighting his way through the losers bracket, but now he has a very, very tough opponent. Paradise, who looks to be in very good form today, looking very confident, very happy, is coming to knock him out. One of these players is going to be done after this matchup, and I don't really know who's going to do it. I think Mino might continue this drive through the losers bracket, but Paradise is going to be tough. Here come the players. Paradise looking fresh, looking confident. He's about to sit down in his chair. He looks ready to rumble. And on the other side, we have our Japanese superstar, Mino, coming through, just beating his teammate from Meditate, Zero, with a very, very dominant performance. Look at that face. He's ready to rumble as well. Casters, how are you feeling about this matchup?
It is hype right now. I am Ruthless Reg. Hello, hello, hello. I'm Ruthless Reg. I am joined by my friend and colleague here, Spam. Spam, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so honored and excited to cast with you, man. Let's talk to Chief a little more, and then let's get ready to hop into it.
Yeah, I think we're just going at it now.
Oh, let's go. Okay. Yeah, so
I think they've logged in already. They're ready to go.
Let's go.
It is going to be exciting.
I'm ready. I'm excited. Yeah, so like if you guys don't know at home, I started off Axie about a year and a half ago, and I used to watch Ruthless streams on YouTube because he is one of the Filipino streamers that speak really good English. So he even streamed in English sometimes. A lot of my commentary, a lot of my streaming style came from you. So it truly is an honor to finally work together.
Brother. Big word. And now we're here. We're physically beside each other.
Oh my gosh, it's making me so nervous, but I'm so hyped, man. I'm so hyped. Let's give it our all, man. Let's give it our all.
Yes. How do you feel about this? Mino versus Paradise.
Oh, this is going to be a crazy matchup. If you guys don't know, these guys, it's going to be the first time facing each other despite being in so many tournaments together because, it's going to be insane. Paradise is an old teammate of mine. I know how good of a person he is. I know how hard he works, so I'm naturally trying to cheer for him. But man, you can't help but root for Mino. Fan favorite. Honestly, the nicest guy in the scene.
He is very kind, and he is very focused as well. He mentioned how he's prepped for this for a while now. It's just been Axie full time. Everyone has just been together supporting each other in Meditate as well. So it's cool. So you were teammates with Paradise before, and I'm teammates with Mino now. So
what are we betting on this game then, sir?
Drinks.
Drinks after this? Oh, and you know what? We'll invite the loser to join us since I'm joking.
Sounds good.
But yeah, so speaking on an analytical side, right? Paradise does have all the tools to beat Mino. If you guys don't know, Mino has one of the best comps out there. He brought a comp that no one else in this tournament has brought, which is the Hot Butt Swirl. It's been giving a lot of these Swirl players a lot of trouble. As you know, Swirl is the best comp in Epic era, and Mino has the best counter to it. However, Paradise is equipped with two tools that can beat that comp. He brought Rage, right? And he bought Rage Beast. So Rage Perch, Rage Beast. And those things, if played correctly, have a shot. You saw in the other series, it got really close.
They can dominate.
And the thing is, Paradise is a master at these comps. So I'm excited to see what he does. He is the underdog, in my opinion. Everyone's hyping up Mino to be the favorite just simply because of his skill, but also because his box is so dominant.
Solid box. So what is the idea behind the Hot Butt? Why does that increase the Swirl comp's power to that level?
So the thing is, if you're facing the Swirl mirror, right? Yeah. It's always going to go to the second rotation. The power of Swirl is to lock him in the first rotation. However, in a Swirl versus Swirl mirror, oftentimes, you're going to be able to go to that second rotation.
You're right.
Therefore, Hot Butt's more potent than like a Nemo, for example.
And then you lock them out, or at least slow them down a lot more in the following rotation.
Yes. Because the thing is, Nemos are really good because they thin out your deck.
Yes.
However, what does thinning out your deck do against Swirl?
Not much.
Yeah, because so
it thickens no matter what you do.
So Hot Butt's really nice, and I'm excited to see how Paradise adapts. Personally, for me, if I was Paradise, I'd probably open up with Rage Perch. His Rage Perch is very optimal. Now, why is Rage Perch good into Swirl? Because Swirl prevents you from going to your second rotation. However, an optimal Rage comp only needs one rotation to win.
You're right.
Have you noticed
You're right.
that? It's an OTK comp, right?
Yep.
And then, so that's the main reason
You
why.
just set up for that big one turn with all of these rage and energies. And then what is the ideal energy count that Perch needs to go wild?
So the thing is, I'm pretty sure Mino is going to be equipping Last Wish. I believe Paradise's version can reach 7.
7.
Yes. I saw Zero's do 6 energy Perch. However, I think if he was more patient, he might have been able to get 7th off.
Potentially 7.
Yeah. I may be incorrect about that because I don't know his version too well, but I do know Paradise's can reach 7. So it will get crazy in a bit.
Very, very cool. We saw their win rates earlier. Paradise on a 66.7% win rate, while Mino is on a 57% win rate. That is the win rate of these qualifiers leading towards this. So Paradise has been very dominant as well in the E4E qualifiers. That goes to saying something towards what they are bringing to the table. And there we see their comps laid out. Mino displaying the Swirl Hotbutt comp that we saw earlier. Also has an AoE comp right there and a non-Hotbutt build by the looks of it.
Yeah. Also, if you notice, Mino's curse comps, right? They don't have, or his Hotbutt one at least, doesn't have any discards.
Yeah.
If you don't have any discards, the Rage comp can get his whole combo. He can save his cards, he can wait for an opportune moment, and then pop
just
off
go
whenever.
for it. Yeah.
But Mino did bring a normal Swirl comp too. It only has 1 Garish. I'm not sure if that's enough. But, oh, actually, his Hotbutt one has Garish too.
2 Garishes. We have not seen the second Axie enough though,
you
during
haven't,
the stream.
you haven't.
So maybe he brings it in later on.
I don't think so. I think that second Axie is meant for the sustain matchups due to the Mavis Eyes.
I see.
That's a tech that they like to bring, but no one brought sustain, so we'll have to see. It's pretty good in the mirror too. I haven't seen him use it, but when he does decide to, I'm pretty sure it'll be pretty scary, huh?
True that. But for example, if it's recommended for the sustain comp, do you think he'd bring it in if he believes Paradise is going to be playing a Perch comp just to have higher odds of discarding stuff, or not really?
I kind of like that, you know? I'm wondering if Mavis has a chance to make the Perch comp have an unoptimal turn simply because the energy
slowing down by a lot. That could be a thing.
Yes.
But they can counter that as well with an early Perch.
With an early Perch, but how would you get that second Perch back?
Exactly.
With all the curses.
That's true.
So,
that could be a play.
I am so excited to see how these players are going to adapt to each other's boxes. I want to see what they pick. Game 1 usually sets the tone for the whole series, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's not game over if someone wins game 1, but you definitely got the other person quaking. And, you know,
You're right.
I'm really excited because even for me, I'm having troubles thinking what I would pick, right?
Yes.
But they've been prepping. Like, they know they're going to face each other for a good while now.
There's a lot to do that, right? To prepare. Like, for example, you can peek at their Ronins, peek at what they've been purchasing, peek at what their matchups have been so far in preparation for this. We've got a lot of tools to check that out. That is very interesting to see. You've also got a play of actually looking at their secret accounts, if there's something like that. For example, you saw an Axie being traded, and here we go. We are into round number 1.
Let's go. I'm excited.
Boom.
Let's see what they pick. Ooh, AoE from Mino right off the bat. That has been his bread and butter in the swirl so far.
And it's been working.
It's been working, surprisingly, huh?
Yes, he has lost once, though. But aside from that, he has not lost again.
Yeah, so the reason why Mino's AoE is so good into swirl is because it has a splash of curses itself. If you notice, it can apply 6 jinxes in the first rotation.
True.
That's really good. So what happens is, when you apply curses into a swirl deck 2, whose primary job is to banish and thin out their deck, that's going to slow them down when they're thinning into some jinxes.
Yep. It still hurts, don't get us wrong, that it still applies deck mold to the AoE comp, which means it slows them down. But it does not lead to a lockout most of the time, because you're still able to play some cards, the deck rotates. And the cool thing about Mino's comp, he also has the nerdy eyes with the scotch tape, and that would potentially get you out of a potential lock if you're in that situation.
Yes, sir. If you know, you can use it on your command. That's what's so strong about the scotch tape nerdy. So yeah, we'll see how this match starts off. Turn 2 here with 2 energy. There's no point using Garish, of course. Clamshell feels weird too because Clamshell, Tiny Dino, and Garish are retained, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to use those too early because you ideally want to have as many cards in your hand as you can. I think right now what Paradise is looking at is he's trying to count to see if there's any retained cards in Mino's hand. If you look at Mino's top right corner, there's 16 cards total.
Yeah.
15 in the deck, 1 in the graveyard.
Yep.
So that means 1 was retained.
And that's going to go with Garish.
Yep, and that's why the number should switch to 2 on the discard pile.
Awesome. And that's also a good indication. That means your analysis of what's in hand worked, and then the Garish worked and connected. Very, very cool to see. And now we've got the AoE side of things. I think it's a very standard double Grandmas fan by the looks of it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. This is an ideal start for Mino. Every AoE player knows, ideally, you want to use your early turns to ramp up those feathers, ramp up use your curses, and then later on, you want to hit them hard with earwings, wing horns.
Go ham.
So great start for Mino so far.
And that scotch tape on the earwing is really cool as well because Earwing increases in damage the more cards you have in hand, and it having its own retain means it's going to look at all of your next draws.
Yes,
which
sir.
means it gets so much stronger with that retain charm attached to it, the scotch tape.
So what I'm thinking is, I wasn't able to see the first round. I wonder what the Garish discarded. If it wasn't a Winghorn or anything like that, maybe if it was just a Cottontail or the free retain card that Mino chose, then Mino's in a good spot if none of his key cards are taken out yet, because it will be a while till Paradise gets his second Garish.
You're right, you're right. The only thing is, I think it's the Winghorn, right? If the Winghorn is connecting, that is going to be the key difference that makes Mino potentially go ahead in this matchup.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Another thing I see in Paradise's comp that might really help out against Mino, right? So what happens if Paradise uses Blackmail? That Pigeon Post is going to make his cards target the backline bird, right?
Yep.
But did you also notice that Paradise has a retained Kestrel? So he can choose to remove those pink feathers whenever he wants, leave it with 0 pink feathers, and a barely 1 HP revive. That's pretty insane, right?
That's the power of Sacred Feather. If that bird on the backline goes down, what's going to happen is it's going to trigger the effect and resurrect based on the number of feather stacks. So in a way, Paradise is sculpting for that, but opts to use the Kestrel early on to clear the feather stacks off of the frontline Axie of Mino. How do you feel about that?
I feel like it's okay. He didn't really have another optimal play because his last energy is going to be used towards Pigeon Post here. Using Clamshell won't do anything simply because you're not close to 4 energy. We can save it for next turn.
True. True.
Oh, no Pigeon Post. Interesting.
Oh, keeping it. Was there a play here to just go for Pigeon Post and something else and then use the Kestrel in the next turn to target the backline bird?
So the thing is, in my opinion, Mino is going to leech that energy fragment anyways.
So it doesn't matter.
So you want to use it on the turn that you can turn yourself to 15 fragments.
Yeah.
Right? That's just my POV, but like I said, Paradise has way more experience on Swirl than me. But that's what I see. Oh, so we're going to have our first Winghorn here. As you know, Winghorns have to be very potent in order to win this matchup. Let's see how many feathers he gains out of this.
That's a lot.
That's a maximum amount of feathers, man. Oh, it's looking good. It's looking good.
That is max damage right there. These feathers increase in stacks depending on the cards on the feather stacks that you see there. So for example, if you see 11 on that Axie, that is 11 bonus damage. Opts to keep as much cards as possible.
The reason why he chooses to keep all those feathers is because, number 1, there's still a Garish on Paradise's side, but also number 2, he only has 2 real cards left in the deck. He has Robin and Tri-Feather. Those feathers are going to be the only thing that ramps up that Robin. So that Robin might be very good because, number 1, you still have 5 feathers in hand, or 4 actually, one of them's bugged. And then you have another Winghorn to create more feathers for that Robin. So I like what he's doing, saving his feathers for Robin, being patient. Paradise's Axies are all really low. If you get a good Robin, it might be able to take out some Axies.
The Robin here in this patch is 4 damage, right? For every hit that connects. So that's
exactly.
a lot of damage.
On the good news for Paradise, though, he's splitting up those Jinx Draws. The Jinx Draws aren't really messing him up because he's still having an optimal hand each turn. Okay, sadly, Mino didn't get the Robin here. I think Mino can go for the kill, which is why he's going to burn everything this turn instead of waiting for the Robin. Even though Robin might be more efficient, he knows he has to kill one of these Axies now. And this Winghorn's going to be able to take on 1, hopefully 2. Let's see.
Let's see. If you take one of these out, what's going to happen is their Swirl is going to be 1 less Swirl in the deck, which means that is 1 less problem to face in the confused metagame. So very, very cool. So, does that go down?
No, it's not enough damage to go down. I believe this game might be over, depending on how many Jinxes are left in Paradise's deck. As you can see, 13 cards total. If he draws the correct thing, he can start perma-locking, because there's only a Robin and there's only a curse card left in Mino's deck. So that's already automatically one dead draw. Let's see what Paradise draws here. Did he draw enough swirls to lock?
One,
Two confuses.
2, 3.
He does have enough. And he's going to be going to 4 energy next turn.
That's big.
Which is huge.
That's
on top of that, there's a
big.
guaranteed swirl remaining in his deck. This might be potentially over. We'll have to see. All Mino has left is a Robin.
Ooh, this is a lot of confused shuffling in, and that is going to have a big impact on Mino's next turn. You will see that in action as they move towards Mino's side of things.
Mino
that will be a painful draw. Look at that.
Yes, sir. Mino does have a chance to potentially break lock. There is 9 cards in Paradise's discard pile. He's only going to be drawing 2 real cards.
Yep.
Or Paradise is going to be drawing... what's it called? 2 cards on top of his 3, or those 3 and then 2 from the discard pile. So he needs to hit another curse card in order to continue to lock, because Amino only has 1 card left in his deck.
And that is where the power of double talk comes in, because if those Jinxes are doing its job, he is going to draw, and we see it there. There's 1 Jinx being drawn right now. 1 swirl is the swirl,
oh my
pigeon
goodness.
post,
Paradise
double talk.
does not have enough to lock.
Does not have enough.
You're going to add 2 with swirl. You're going to add 1 with pigeon post. Double talk goes to the deck. It doesn't go to the draw pile.
Yes.
So
it doesn't impact the lock that Paradise was after.
Yep. So Mino's going to get 1 extra card from his deck, therefore resetting the lock, and we'll have to see what happens after.
The only thing, though, is Paradise can still win this in the sense that, yes, you're not hard locking your opponent, but you can still soft lock by giving bad turns. Turn after turn after turn.
Yes, sir. And on top of that, Paradise has a secondary win condition. He doesn't always have to lock. It's a very, very high damage swirl comp, as you can see. It reaches 4 energy really quickly.
And Tiny Dino
and
is
already max damage.
Boom!
120. That is crazy.
That is a lot of damage right there. That bird has still not resurrected. So if that gets hit, it still bounces back with HP. What's the ratio between HP and feather stacks on Sacred Feather? Is it ×3, I believe? So, for example, that's gonna come back with, or is it ×6, 30 HP? We'll have a look once this bird goes down, actually.
Yeah. What I can say here though is, although the deck reset, like you said, there's such things as soft blocks, right?
Yes.
He's still able to make this hand very, very unoptimal. With 14 cards left, it will depend on how many curses there are. We know there's 4 revenge cards in there. We know there's a total of 12 real cards from the other 2, or 11 because the Cottontail was already banished, or discarded if I'm not mistaken. So there's a good chance Mino draws a very potent hand next turn.
That is very true indeed. This bird is going to go down this turn with all of the attacks that Paradise is going to be doing.
You have to kill the bird. You have to kill the bird. Like I said, there's just too many real cards in that 14 stack pile.
Yep, and as soon as you remove that threat of the bird, what's left is an Axie that is less threatening in a sense because it has 1 less attack. Well, actually, it has an even amount of attacks because those are Kotaro eyes. It has a Cottontail tail, but it still has a Kotaro Eye, which is very, very scary nonetheless. So I think it's still even, roughly even at this point. It depends on what the next draws happen, what the tempo is like.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I see Wom Yao in chat saying maybe holding the feathers for Robin is the play. Although that's a good option too. A little hindsight's behind that opinion, because what happens if earlier Mino's Winghorns, one of them hit the middle? Then it would have been a double kill. But as you can see, 2 hit the back, 1 killed the front. Therefore, it wasn't enough to kill the mid. I think it was a good chance that maybe only one had to hit the middle. So I think it was a good play for Mino.
High risk, high reward.
Yep, high risk, high reward. And look at this great hand from Mino. Ideally, he wants the Kotaro to hit. Okay, the back's fine. The back's fine.
Because the Winghorns are going to generate feather stacks. That's above 60%.
Yes, sir.
All of that's going to generate. Look at that big turn coming in from Mino. Is this enough, though?
Here's the thing. I believe Paradise still has a Tiny Dino. He can kill 4 energy here if he doesn't die. But 25, oh, he is dead!
Wow! Look at that! Mino coming in from a soft lock and winning that match.
That's insane.
Look at that. The game has been... it's not dominated by Mino. It was a close match.
It's so close. I think we're going to be in for an insane series. Like I said, he only had to heal Mino only won by 7 HP.
Yeah.
Now imagine if Paradise might have got an extra heal in or might have used an extra swirl heal on his back. Small things like that determine the game, and he just needed one more turn to live.
That's
that tiny
true.
Dino
That's
had
true.
120, it would have been absolutely over, huh?
That is very true indeed. And it's those tiny micro details that sometimes we don't see, that we see upon replay of the games, that wait, if I swirled that, if I healed myself up, that means I would have gained extra, just enough to survive a hit and take over the game. Sometimes it's just that little thing.
So these micro decisions, right? It's actually quite easy to catch when you're watching. However, when you're in the moment, when it's intense, when you're playing, those mistakes are bound to happen.
Cameras are on you.
Yes, it happens to me. It happens to 143.7. It happens to any pro player. It can happen to anyone. So as easy as it is for me to be critical against them, I also relate and know the pressure of that situation. Because you saw how close that match is.
True.
I would have shaken, huh?
True that. So for example, myself, my experience, I had an arena run that went to top 6. When I stopped, I was just shaking. It was just the pressure of the game on its own actually takes a toll on you physically as well.
Yes, sir.
Which is
yes,
quite
sir.
interesting to see happen right now across everyone. That means we're just sharing the same experiences right now.
Especially when those nerves are amplified by a LAN event.
True.
And that's what separates the LAN winners from the people that dominate online, right?
Correct. The one with the mental fortitude that is able to dominate still with the pressures of all of those combined and still is able to take over the game.
Yes, sir. To be honest, I do feel like since we're all playing at a high level, most pro players are all capable of winning tournaments. It usually comes down to who makes the least mistakes rather than who plays the best. And then that's why I feel like I give so much respect to everyone who has made it this far. It is no joke just even being here. This is a do or die match. Loser does go home, but whoever wins should still be like the loser should still be so proud of how far he's come.
True that indeed. And these are big words as well. Spam is our Axie Open Manila champion. So that is big advice coming from you. That is actually going to help everyone, the audience who is tuning in, to be able to get into that mindset and see what it takes to be able to dominate the field in a LAN event, in an online event, wherever you are. These are very important words.
Yes, sir. So let's talk about what they might do to adjust going to the next match. For me, Mino, I'm pretty sure he thinks his AoE can beat every single one of Paradise's comps because he's been using AoE into swirl matches. AoE automatically wins Beast like 90% of the time, unless it Beast high rolls, of course. And then for the last matchup, that's when it gets interesting. Does Paradise's Perch beat AoE? We do have Perch versions in this tournament coming from Meat Value and Bench who do beat AoE due to the high amount of shield. I'm wondering here if Paradise's will stand a chance simply because the lack of shield.
Mech. That's the diff, right? The mech having access to adaptive, that's the one that generates energy fragments, right?
The dusk. Let's see what Paradise...
in benches and meat values comps.
Oh, yes.
It's the mech, the mech
yep.
diff. That's the one that's actually changing the flow of these matches.
Exactly. That epic rune is no joke. As you know, what do you need in a Perch comp? You just need to live to get your combos off. How do you kill that mech when it's shielding up for tons of shield, and it's like ramping up energy every time it shields? It's pretty crazy.
It's scary.
It's crazy.
It's scary to be on the opposite side of the table seeing that as well.
Yeah.
Another thing to note though, that we have seen this in action. We have seen Mino claw through a big attack from the Perch comp.
Wow, look at this. We're just going to hop right into game 2, huh?
Let's go. Let's go. Is it going to be Perch?
It's going to be Perch!
It is Perch! We've got a Perch game!
This is going to be kind of crazy. All right, so as you know, Paradise has to build up Rage on 2 axes, right? In order for it to get that optimal Rage turn. However, the downside is those Rage stacks make Paradise take more damage to AoE cards. Like those AoE cards are going to get even more value. AoE already hits everyone. Now imagine hitting everyone that has Rage stacks on them. So it's either going to be...
compounding.
Yeah. Either Mino's going to be able to get tons of damage in, or Paradise is going to be able to stall long enough to get that combo off. Most Perch comps are good enough to win by their 3rd turn. We'll see if Paradise needs that 4th turn. If he does, then I think Mino wins. But if Paradise can get it off on the 3rd turn, it's absolute game over.
An interesting match that I shoutcasted was something very similar to this, where Mino was playing against the Perch comp. But what happened was, it was a big attack. There was a Perch attack for 560 damage. And Mino was left with a resurrected bird and was able to claw through and get the win.
Yes, sir. That's always a thing. However, in Mino's case, he's now facing a comp. Wait. Actually, no, you're right. Yeah, that revive is super crucial because sometimes you just need that extra turn because you're already doing so much damage throughout the game.
True that indeed. And then another thing to take note of there are plays where you can tiny perch again because there's no swirls. Your perch is gonna go back into your hand at some point later on, which means you can perch early. There's no threat of you not drawing into that, and that's a lot of clears as well. So you can actually quickly draw into your perch again.
Yeah, and also something I've noticed here as well. I just realized Paradise is turn odd turns, which means he gets to hit his turn 7. He's not in threat of dying on turn. He gets his 4th turn before Mino.
Yep.
So he might be able to live long enough to get that optimal perch turn.
Yep. A cool thing about Paradise's comp as well is this is very unique with the Nemo ears.
Yes,
you don't really see that often in these comps, right? Because that is an Innocent Lamb, I believe, most of the time. A second Innocent Lamb copy. But with this, you've got that extra Nemo boost from the Nemo ears so that you just generate extra energy.
That perfect amount of energy, right?
Whew, this is a strongly built comp.
So it's looking pretty good for Paradise because ideally Mino's next turn, he's only on 4 fragments. Oh, he'll be on 5 after he steals ones, actually. So he is going to have a 4 energy turn. However, Paradise is looking very healthy, right? It's going to be quite hard for him to take down this perch Axie before he gets his rage off. It's looking very good for Paradise here.
One interesting thing though was that Paradise actually lost to Mino already once, and it was a 3-1 game earlier. I believe that was yesterday. That was just yesterday, so that is something to take note of.
Oh wow, I might have missed that series. I wish I watched it. How did they play this matchup before?
Perch, yeah.
Yeah, they played this matchup.
So the perch on, I believe that was on 7 energy to dish out 560 damage.
Oh, I remember that match actually. Okay, so the misplay there was you don't need a 7 energy perch in order to kill all 3 Axies. So ideally, if I were him, I would have done it on the 6 energy, save that second Cottontail.
Yeah.
Because what happened, I remember later on that match, he used a perch without any Cottontails, and Mino barely lived. So this time he knows he only needs a 6 energy perch, followed by a 4 energy perch when you save that second Cottontail.
Nice. That is his game plan. Or maybe even not perch at that point if you've got the dual blades. You can just attack.
Yes, you just attack
apply
him.
bleed and Grievous Wound from the dual blade debuffs. Oh no, this can't bleed actually. This is just damage from dual blade actually.
Alright, so this might be a huge turn. Like you see, there's only 1 card left in Paradise's deck, so his combo is basically almost complete. He could just clear for that card if needed. Let's see if he decides to shield up here with cards like Sponge, or if he decides to go off this turn. I believe that last card in his deck is the Perch.
He is thinking, though, to use the Telescope to get the Perch and draw into it with
clear.
the clear. So that is him. Oh, there you go.
Yep, we'll initial it, bring it from our graveyard into the top of our deck, and let's see what happens next.
Ooh, he's now setting up. Just reducing the cards in hand so that the clear... That is...
He's running out of time.
Yeah, he needs to do it now.
He's panicking. He's using a Cottontail. 3 seconds left. Does he get it off? He does. And like I said, he saved the second. He saved the second Cottontail this time. So he can go for that double kill that he needs.
Learning from the previous matches. Very, very impressive indeed.
Here's a huge factor here. Do you notice Mino's frontliner lived? Why does it live? Because he has Last Wish for that extra 40 HP.
And that matters.
A lot of people choose to use the Healing Dawn rune. However, you need that flat HP against a rage comp like this.
That is very, very impressive. And look at that. With a Perch attack coming in that big, all of Mino's Axies are still alive. That is something to take into account. Mino has been preparing for the Perch matchup as well with what is going on right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So let's look at Mino's hand here. How's it looking? Do you think he has enough damage to potentially take out an Axie? 2 energy left. Would you prefer to Winghorn or use 2 cards here?
You could have a play of just, a Winghorn.
We're going to Winghorn.
And the question is, do you go all in now and end that front line? I think you do. Moonlight Thief is a scary Axie to keep alive.
Very good. Because if you keep it alive, it's going to get value off his heal next turn. All right, so Paradise does have 4 energy here. He is drawing to a brand new deck with a bunch of Jinxes in it. Oh, and he draws all 3 Jinxes. Can he potentially look to clear to dig for something? What's his win con here?
I believe he needs offense right now. He needs to set up for that second big Perch turn. He drew the Perch.
It looks like he's 1 energy short from using Cottontail. Maybe he might look to...
Oh, it's enough! It's enough!
Oh, no, he has it because it gives him a fragment from the Sticky Octopus.
That is big! Here we go! Second Perch incoming! 1, 2, 3... Still
Revived
alive.
for 28 HP because he did have less than 144.
That's true.
So now all we need to do is draw a dual blade and Paradise wins.
That is true. Very, very impressive display. I think he perched how many times? 3 times during this match.
Twice, but they felt...
He did a tiny perch as well.
He did on the early rounds.
So
Oh my gosh.
3 perches.
Getting 3 perches off, that is insane.
Oh, he didn't revive yet according to chat. That means that's still not a lot of HP though coming into the next round.
Do we have enough damage here? Because the midliner does die. When the midliner dies, the backline only has a dual blade left, and he would have to redraw into his perch, which might not be possible.
True.
But because the midliner does have a dual blade, we might get a revenge sword, a 50 damage revenge sword. That might be good enough.
Here we go. What? There's nothing.
There's nothing, but we do have a really thick sponge shield, right? That's going to be AoE 66 shield. Maybe it buys enough time for one more turn. Let's see.
66 and 106 on the midline Axie. That is a lot of defense.
So, oh no! This is kind of bad. Paradise chose to not use his rage stacks because he didn't want to take more damage from the rage. However, they had D-grade charms on them. So since they have D-grade charms on them, if you don't use it, it's going to give you a curse card.
Yes.
It's going to give you a curse card.
And here we go. Big attacks coming in. Is this enough?
It's absolutely over. He drew the wing horn.
Oh, wow.
GG. Another impressive performance from Mino. How is Paradise going to adapt when 2 of the answers that we predicted were best into Mino have been taken down?
What is going on, Mino? And it's a close match again.
All these matches, man, coming down to red HP. Like, like I said, maybe just one turn, one card makes a difference.
True. I mean, I cannot keep my game face after those matches, to be honest.
Trust me, I'm not even playing and I'm sweating watching this. That's how intense and close it is.
28 life. Twice, I think, is what happened.
All right, so how come we're casting, right? And Mino's playing, yet he looks so much cooler than us. That's what separates him. He is a monster. He's a monster at land.
He is. And afterwards, it's just party time. He just flips from serious game mode into party mode and is able to flip back again. That is just how people are built sometimes.
And now I'm kind of cheering for Mino. You know why? Last time I saw him win a championship in the Philippines MMG, that man partied like no other, took off his shirt. And wait till you guys see the other side of Mino. This is what makes him so lovable. Works when he needs to, has fun when he needs to.
It's perfect.
Perfect combo. Something I aspire to follow after as well.
Very, very impressive indeed. And now Mino is on a 2-0 lead against the comps that we thought are going to do well against
It's game
AOE.
point. Paradise is on the brink of going home. Or at least not competing anymore. I'm curious to see what he pulls out. He does have great guidance, a great team behind him. Those guys at SOAR are amazing. I personally worked with a lot of them as former teammates. And I have no doubt if he has a chance to pull it out, he can do it due to the preparation that they put in.
Yes, you're right. And aside from that as well, playing on those the way he played Perch, I couldn't see any actual problems with the way he played it out at that point.
I thought he played it clean.
Yeah.
Personally, in my opinion, like you said, he got the 3 purchase off. He did all he can do. Maybe he could have been more patient with the second perch, the one that he did on 6 energy. I thought 6 energy perch would have been enough. So it turns out you do need 7.
True.
So maybe he might have waited for 7.
True.
He didn't feel pressure at that moment. But like I said, he has way more experience on that comp than me. I wouldn't be surprised if my analysis is wrong.
True that. Very, very impressive nonetheless, though. It has been a good show so far. It's been very close, to be honest.
Yeah, although this is a 2-0, it doesn't feel like a 2-0. Why do I feel like we're in a game 5, back to back? Like, oh, my heart, I can't take it.
It is very, very impressive to see. Aside from that, though, I believe Mino has been practicing against... These are the comps in these eras, right? You've got the main one, which is Swirl. And then you play around Swirl by just having the double talks, as we saw it in that AOE comp. You can also play around it by using the hot butts that we saw. And he's prepared for the Swirls. Against the Perch, we've seen it in action. Last Wish and Sacred Feather do a lot of things against the Perch comp. What if the Beasts are the answer?
The thing is, the Beast can't be the answer because he just played back-to-back AOE.
Unless Mino switches is the thing.
Yeah, that's when it comes down to a player's playstyle. Does he want to... we're going to the next game. We'll see for ourselves.
Let's jump right in and have a look.
Oh, they look good. Why did it look so chill? I thought it was game point.
Oh, there he is.
Look at Paradise. He's not even phased. He's going to drink his water. He's going to lock in.
That.
Let's
Very
go.
cool.
Let's go.
Round
Let's
3.
go.
We are jumping forward. We see Paradise's comp right there. It's a swirl comp that he is setting
Looks like he's gonna bring out Swirl, huh? This might be his answer. Oh. Alright, yeah, let's head back to the casters while they prepare their comps. Looks like they're not ready. If you guys can send it back up to us.
Sounds good.
Don't want to show no leaks, huh?
How are they setting up? That is for them to decide, but we are seeing everything right now.
Yes, sir. Let's try to keep it down a little bit. Maybe they might be able to hear. So.
We're just talking about things in general.
All right, look like they're able to hop into a game, so that's very, very good. So Paradise's answer on a do or die game, because if he loses one, he does go home, is going to be Swirl. So we're going to have the classic Swirl into AoE, but this AoE is tech to beat Swirl. Let's see what happens this time.
You're right. Who do you feel has it stronger? Double talks help a lot, as we said earlier. This is the key difference to making AoE very viable against this comp.
Yes, and then this time around, it looks like Paradise chose not to use the Kestrel Swirl Axie. So I'm wondering what his thought process is in bringing this one instead. Maybe he wanted some extra curses from the double talk, or maybe he just likes the other skill sets better. Maybe he wanted the Garish.
True that indeed. Having access to double talk means you're also messing with the discard pile. I guess he is thinking that I'm not locking you out of the game. Might as well just mess with both your discard and draw piles.
I think I see what he did. He chose to use the bug. So if he's using that bug front, he had to choose a different midliner due to the skill sets of the cards. Sometimes if you're an Axie, like, you know, there's general rules for these comps. You want 2 Nemos. You want 2 Pigeon Posts. You want the 2 Confused. So sometimes you just have to mix and match.
He's forced to use that because of using the bug on the front line.
Exactly.
The cool thing about this bug, though, is that is a much tankier bug than what we have seen before, right?
Yeah,
because
previously he was using the plant. Yep, previously he was using the plant. And plus the Metamorphosis Shield is going to be really nice, too. So great adaptation there from Paradise, because maybe he feels like his front needs to live longer in order to win this.
Yes. Maybe that's also the difference. Like, as we said earlier, it was such a close matchup that maybe these shields that come in, the cocoons that come in, that might be the key difference in this matchup.
Yeah, it's looking... Oh, so this is where it gets really crucial. Paradise just used a Garish form. We're going to have to see what discarded on Mino's end, but sometimes games are decided by one Garish. You discard that backliner's Winghorn, or you discard that Cottontail so they can't get 4 energy off, and it's
almost
scary.
GG.
You're not getting it back, huh?
Here we go. Tri-Feather comes in, hits on everyone's Axies. That means that is going to be generating 3 feather stacks,
this
maximum
is
feathers.
A really bad sign for Mino, because whenever someone's Swirl is that potent early, because, you know, ideally you want to draw just 1 or 2 Confused, spread them out so your hands never get messed up.
Good stuff.
He just lost out on 2 energy there, because there's no point in using Winghorn when all the Axies are still full HP.
You're right. This is our losers bracket right now. They are playing to stay in the game. Whomever loses at this point is out of the game.
This is already top 4 guaranteed, actually. I believe they're playing for
they're
third.
happy at this point.
They're happy at this point, but as true competitors, I don't think they're going to settle for anything less than first.
They are not at all. Here we go. Swirl comes in, applies 2 Confused to the opponent's draw pile. That is going to make a lot of work, especially with what was going on earlier on because of the skip turns.
Yeah, you know what? You're my friend. I'm going to break my professionalism a little bit, and I'm just going to give you a compliment. Man, you make Swirl sound exciting. I love your casting style, my friend.
Thank you. I do enjoy watching them mess with the opposing decks. So, all
right, let's see.
This is fun.
You are talented. You are inspiring me. I'm new to casting, as you know. This is my 2nd time, and yeah, man, you are great. So we're gonna start off with a blackmail here. We're gonna hop into a Tri-Feather, and then I think he'd prefer to use his Dust's Winghorn since his front is feared. However, like I said, he's still not in Winghorn range. This is kind of looking bad for Mino. His new Windcon is gonna have to shift into drawing potent double talks.
That's true. There is still risk of getting hit by Garish Worm again,
yes.
But it is still going to be he just used it, which means there is time. But that is scary, only having 2 Winghorns in hand.
Especially since Swirls banish quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets his Garish's next draw.
Ooh, that would be big. That means Mino would be forced to utilize at least 1 of them.
Yes. So in a normal AoE matchup, I would say this is absolutely GG, because Swirl already wins from his position. It's round 8, still full HP on everyone. A normal AoE comp cannot beat this. But we're going to have to see how potent those double talks are, like I said. If it's enough to break the lock, the continuous lock that Paradise is about to apply.
True. True that indeed. And sometimes all you need with an AoE comp is one good turn to catch up.
Yes.
Because the wing horns are just that strong, especially during these this epic era. That was if the Axie has 60% HP or less, as the wing horn connects, you generate 2 feather stacks. That is huge.
Very true. And also, I believe Mino might still have his earwings too to set up that perfect wing horn range. Let's see. He's been playing it patient. He's been choosing not to burn the wing horns early, and now it's starting to pay off. He's starting to get full potent hands.
I don't think you use the nerdy at this point, right? You hold on to that and just use it to break off.
Yeah,
of,
you don't
soft
nerdy
lock.
because what are you going to discard? These are all like
It's
really
good. This is
optimal cards,
perfect.
huh? However, he did draw all his retains. This is kind of looking a little unoptimal because he's not going to earwing into a wing horn. He's not going to Kataro into a wing horn. He's not going to earwing Kataro and then do nothing else.
And then he's forced to use the blackmail as well.
Reg, this is really bad for Mino. He hasn't even drawn his double talks, so that he hasn't been able to clog Paradise's deck. Paradise is going to draw really ideal cards.
It's going to be a thin set of cards, which means the Garish, as you said, is highly likely going to be coming in.
Look at that, 11 cards left in the deck. I'm pretty sure he's going to...
Do you use blackmail?
You have to use blackmail, my friend. And there's no Kestrel anyway, so you're not worried about that regeneration, that revive value.
I'm just scared that because Paradise's comp is so aggressive as well, it could just kill the main damage dealer of Mino.
You see what he just drew there? That sexy Garish worm?
It's going to come in.
Insane,
and it's almost 100% chance that that's going to come
On the downside, though, he did only draw 1 swirl, so Mino's hand is pretty much guaranteed to be a good one next turn.
There you go.
Because number 1, the retains, but also number 2, the real cards left in the deck, that 2 double talks and that 1 AoE card. I'm curious to see what that Garish discarded, though, because Mino wasn't able to protect his hand with a bunch of feathers from the Winghorn
It
reviews.
was all good stuff.
Yep.
If it was the nerdy, would it be bad?
If it was a nerdy, would it be bad? With 9 cards left, I'm pretty sure Paradise would be more happy discarding a Winghorn than nerdy.
You want an offensive card gone.
Especially with Paradise's deck almost to optimal
2 HP.
Optimal count. He might even draw the Garish once again.
Yep, you're right.
Here are the double talks finally. However, like I said, these hands have been really unoptimal for Mino. He's never able to use a really good 3 energy here. What's he going to use? Is he going to use 2 double talks retain? Is he going to double talk Cottontail Winghorn? You're going to risk potentially not having enough damage to break the lock if you decide to do this. Okay, so he is going to do it. He's going to double talk, probably Cottontail and Winghorn.
Use a Winghorn.
But only 1 Axie seems... 2 Axies are in Winghorn range now. However, that front is fully healthy. So
Yes. At the point that you Winghorn, what needs to happen is usually you want 1 Axie to go down at least.
Yes, sir.
But with
yes,
that
sir.
400 HP Axie, none of these Axies are going to die.
Front, that adaptation from Paradise is looking good right now, right?
Yeah,
Way better than the plan
strong.
before.
It is very strong. Dishes out 1 feather damage to make sure that he's got 5. Oh, uses everything actually. Right now, what's the play behind that?
I think I disagree with that because number 1, Paradise still does have the Garish Worm, but also you have an Earwing incoming
Earwing
next
extra
turn.
damage.
Yeah. Coming from the strongest Axie that you own, which is the backliner. So I disagree with Mino burning all the feathers there. Let's see what Paradise does on this turn. Sora looks like it's guaranteed, and then now we're going to Garish is most likely guaranteed as well because he just saw Mino burn all his protection. So you're going to land on one of those key cards that Mino is holding. And then we're probably followed off with a Pigeon Post. You don't need to Clamshell because you're already at 4 energy, so he's most likely going to Cute Bunny here, if I'm not mistaken.
It can... if you go Cute Bunny, you go on the aggressive side, apply Fear.
Yes. So, like, you know, if the Don hasn't used his Winghorn yet, then he'd be getting like all those curses. He does decide to use Confuse and probably Garish here, which is a really good play as well.
Nice. This is setting...
No Garish.
No
Interesting.
Garish at all. That means there's still... Is it just... Oh, that's still a big... That would have hit either an Earwing or a Winghorn.
I'm a little confused. Do you see any reason why he might have not used that?
Is he going for offense, feeling that that was a frontline Winghorn, potentially?
Possibly. Let's see. That's a huge Earwing, max hand Earwing. However, like I said, the front's still fully healthy. So these little feathers right here aren't going to do much. Mino has 1 card left in his deck. And then Paradise still has all 3 Swirl Axies alive. Very high chance he's going to draw that infinite lock now.
Bug diff is showing itself right now.
Yes, sir. 14 cards.
That is a strong bug.
He does draw the 2 swirls. He's going to lock this turn at least.
That and even if not, do you go for example, you go double swirl, highly likely that's the first play. Do you now start to discard, but you've already seen the earwing and the winghorn happen last turn is the thing?
I think if Paradise is keeping track, he's already seen every card, right?
Yes.
Because most swirl players, especially experienced ones like Paradise, know that. So it looks like right now, Paradise is going to heal with these swirls. He does have the taunt on the bug one too, which is his healthiest Axie.
Yep.
So in the case that Mino's last card is a Tri-Feather or something like that, it cannot snipe the mid or the back. So we're going to swirl here. Like he said, no point using that that Garish.
Yep.
So I'd probably pigeon post here. But maybe we use the Garish anyways, because what else would we use, huh? Let's go. He's going to take
opts to use it.
Nope, not quite enough.
And then a pigeon post to just follow it up. That bird goes down. That resurrected already. I did not.
Yeah,
notice.
I actually didn't notice. But like you see here, it doesn't really matter because he's not going to be able to draw into his next rotation. And Paradise, I believe he drew out all his jinxes already.
Yep, and that might be advantage Paradise at this point.
He does draw the double swirl again. It's a lock. It's a lock.
It's a lock. Double swirl, confused, or any of those pigeon posts is okay to play. Shuffling in 4 confused into the opponent's draw pile, plus 1 confused with an attack card. That means that is game.
It's looking really nice. All Paradise has to do is use 2 swirls. The deck's already at 5. He's not going to draw any real cards. And then now Paradise can just click whatever 2 cards he wants left, honestly.
There's also another play where you could just go double swirl, attack. And then that's a soft lock, and then you use that tempo to just end the game.
Yes. I see in chat that someone mentioned Mino draw bad. Yes, have you noticed? Those early rounds are so important to setting up those wing horns.
That was
However,
very painful.
he had to keep retaining. He had to often have 2 energy turns, 1 energy turns, and as you can see, that's clearly the difference in this game. Another dead hand. He's going to be guaranteed to lock once again, and it's just looking bad for Mino now. However, Mino does still have a 2-1 lead.
Yep, you're right. And what happens is, even if Mino is able to break out of it, all of these soft locks, skipping turn after turn after turn, it is... and look at that.
He will break out of it, but at this point, Paradise has stalled enough time where he can just go the damage route.
He can just close his eyes and press whatever he wants.
If you don't know, you can hotkey with your keyboard. He's probably just closing his eyes, typing in whatever number.
That is wild. Here we go.
That's a dead Dusk and a 54 HP Dawn. The game is over.
Looks like it's a Paradise game. Not gonna lie, according to chats, you are correct.
So
this is very offensive.
In this situation, what I like to do when I know the game's over as a player myself, in Mino's perspective, he's probably taking his time. The reason why he's not forfeiting is because you wanted some extra time to think about what you want to do going into next game. Thinking about what went wrong this game, if there's anything you could have done. Personally, I don't think there's anything Mino could have done, so I know he's not frustrated. I know he's confident in this comp. He knows if he draws slightly better, he is going to put on a show next game.
You're right. You are very right indeed. And even at this point, he is still fighting. He has not given up at all.
Check out this bug difference, Ruthless. That Axie is
Green.
full health.
It can even go to another game.
This guy is going to go to next game.
Paradise just solved the matchup. At least got 1 game off of Mino.
This is good. Like I said, Paradise is very, very capable of pulling out these clutch matches when needed. And now all we do is toss out a card and we get ready for the next game.
Well done. Well done indeed to both players for putting on a show. Good job, Paradise, making sure that he is stating his name. He is showcasing a good match. And they are on to game number 4. They will be now setting up, changing things, making sure what is one person going to be using to counter what he just saw.
If I was sitting across the tip from Paradise and I saw that confidence in his face, I would 100% I wouldn't say it's over. Like, I'd be like, oh my gosh, this guy might force a game 5. So now the pressure's on Mino. Is he going to close out? Are you going to feel pressured? Or do you still feel confident in your choices in your comp?
Yep. And aside from what just happened, what we saw was, even if we forgo all of those discards, all of those bad draws from Mino, right? What we saw was Paradise had a fresh frontline bug.
Yes.
So that is something else that Mino has to solve on top of that matchup. That is something he is now thinking about. That is the key thing. Now he's thinking, all right, there was that bug. How do I solve that bug? What do I change from my lineup to make sure that that bug is not in the green anymore? He was a bit unlucky as well, where the winghorns were hitting the back again and again. So it was just avoiding the bug altogether. You can't do anything about that. But maybe there is something in his control that he could do. What do you feel about that?
In my opinion, I would just stick. You saw how those first 2 games went, right? Very, very
Dominant.
well. You saw how poorly that went for Mino that game, and it still somewhat was closer to the end. The mid and the back Axie were like literally 10 HP.
True.
So imagine if some of those wing horns hit the front instead of constantly hitting the back and the mid without killing it. If I were Mino, I'd still be confident. I'm pretty sure he's going to go with the same comp. There's no need to change. But if he does decide to change, he does have good options to go to as well.
True that indeed. I am excited though to see how this plays out. I think the pressure, as you said, is on Mino right now to try and change up. Try to, or I guess not just have a better hand, I guess is what,
just draw better, man. Just draw better.
What Mino needs to do. But yeah, it is a nice game nonetheless. People are being dominant. People are going wild right now, and this is what we like to see, especially in this E4E Minors right now.
Yeah, so now let's go to Paradise's thought process. What is he thinking? Is he thinking, hey, this just worked out for me, should I do it again? Or is he saying, hey, you know, if Mino's going to stick to AoE, maybe I go back to one of my old comps that I know can beat AoE, and maybe Paradise thought he got unlucky in game 1 or game 2.
True.
So this is going to get very, very interesting. As Paradise does know as well that Mino didn't have optimal turns, so maybe he's feeling a little sketchy about his last lineup.
Yeah, like
we'll
did I just get lucky? Something like that. I bet the beasts are out of the equation at this point.
For sure.
Especially with the AoE
preference.
is
way too big of a threat. There's no need for Mino to feel pressure to change yet.
Yes.
He would that would be a hard read, right? And then Paradise would have to hard read his hard read, and that's just way too complicated.
Yeah.
That's way too unlikely in my opinion.
Yep. So that means the options are either you go Perch or you go Swirl from Paradise's side. I bet in terms of the Swirl comps that we've seen from Paradise, which one's the better one? I think it's the bug, right?
He's for sure going to use that bug. As you saw there, no matter how many feathers that Winghorn gave him, the front's like, yeah, you know what? I'll dodge the winghorns. I'll eat the feather daggers.
I'll take 3 of that.
Yeah. All you can eat buffet doesn't matter.
Yeah. As wild. Cocoon is strong. That rune is making the difference. That rune is generating cocoons, right?
That free shield that he's getting from the swirl is really, really nice. That Bumpy is getting free value every time you use that 3 Nemos, those Nemos. And then you get the 4 energy quickly. It's giving crazy value. It's giving crazy value.
And especially against AoE, because the greener you are, or at least the greener Axies you have, Winghorn actually generates feathers only if you have 60% or less HP.
Yes.
Upon the Winghorn dishing out damage. That means if you've got green Axies and those get hit by Winghorns and don't go into 60%, you don't get the feather value at that point. And that is what that bug provides to the table.
Yeah, I am a little scared from Paradise's side. His Swirl barely has any shield, right? It's only that front, which was the main difference. But as you can see in that last match, so many things could have gone better for Mino. Like imagine, it wasn't just a bad draw. Imagine if one of those Winghorns hit, like, you know, the back an extra time, because like I said, the mid and the back were both 10 HP, so that means the Winghorns were splitting perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have, because if you knock out one of those swirls, what happens is the Axie goes down. There is one less swirl rotating during the redraws that Paradise does, which means there are a lot less confusions, a lot less blackmails, a lot less garish worms that are going in to the opposing player's hand. So it is wild to see.
Yeah, and then on top of that, as well, like I said, Mino. Oh, we're going into the next match. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Round number 4. Hold that thought and let's talk about
another elimination game. I'm excited. Okay, so we're going to stick to the same thing. Swirl versus AoE.
Swirl versus AoE. It is more of the same good stuff that we have seen earlier. Who do you think is advantaged at this point?
I truly do think Mino is on an advantage. Like I said, everything that could go wrong for Mino
has gone wrong.
And what's the chances that that happens 2 games in a row?
True.
These decks are built very optimally. They're very consistent. I don't see him bricking as bad as he did last game, or like, you know, spraying those Winghorns like he did.
Yeah, if that happens again, then it was just not Mino's games at that point.
It might just be if I was Mino and I drew bad twice like that, I'm taking a long break going to game 5.
That is true. Thinking about using Nemo.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen here is you're always going to start off with that bumpy, right? Especially only on one energy. And here's a main difference between a new swirl player and an experienced swirl player. An experienced swirl player, as you can see here, save the second Nemo. There's no rush to use it. You want to save that Nemo just in case you draw bad next turn, so you have a free card to retain. Because you can't retain the cards that you already have Scotch tape. That's a thing I learned while playing Swirl Comp, so that's why he didn't use a second Nemo there.
Nice. Another thing as well is I think he is trying to just balance the energy fragment count because it's a Moonlight Thief game as well. On top of everything we have been talking about. We have not delved deep into that, but they are also balancing the energy fragments that they're generating game after game.
So now he'll choose to use a Nemo because he does have a good 2 energy hand. It's going to be the Swirl, it's going to be confused. Because like I said, in a Swirl comp, you want to hold all your retains so you consistently draw into the cards that you want.
Yes, you are correct. Here is a big damage turn by the looks of it. There is Tri-Feather Kotaro.
This is pretty optimal, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be a 2 energy turn.
Yeah.
So it's not like Mino. And like I said, Mino drew 2 confused already while being able to play all his energy.
Yes.
That's exactly how you want this matchup to go.
Used Robin as well. Very, very cool.
And no rush to use that Tri-Feather because it is scotched.
Yes, you are right. A good thing about having this Robin as early as that turn is with Healing Force. That dishes out damage turn after turn after turn. Healing Force deals damage equal to the number of all of your Axies plus summons, right?
Exactly, exactly. However, Paradise does have Healing Force too. Therefore, he has a chance to kill that Robin without having to actually attack it. However, since he's not able to, Mino's going to get free blackmail value here. He's going to be able to blackmail and make it not touch his pink bird.
That is big.
So like I said, everything went wrong for Mino last game, but everything's going right so far. Check out this next draw.
There you go.
2 blackmails. Are we able to use 3 energy? Yes, we are. We have the Double Talk, the Grandma's Fan, and the Tri-Feather. Great cards that are going to also ramp up that Robin.
That is true. And then, aside from that, you use double blackmails. That is taunts for 4 turns, but that's all going to go to a flying baby bird right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is a perfect 3 energy turn. Your backline bird's not going to get hit, which is your main carry. This is looking really, really good for Mino.
True that indeed. Now let's see.
Also, this is the big point. Have you noticed something? Mino hasn't used 1 Earwing yet in a triple Earwing deck. Those are the highest damage cards. He's drawing all his retains perfectly, right? So all those Earwings are guaranteed to hit for a lot. Honestly,
on the following turns, it's going to be big.
Dude, I truly think Mino has it already. I'm curious to see what Paradise is going to do to swing the favor towards his end. But this is the optimal setup. Look at that. One Axie is already in Winghorn range. It has a Death Mark on top of it. He discards the Cottontail, which is really good for Mino as well. Simply because... Actually, nah, I want to keep that Cottontail, but it's not like oftentimes you can get a good 4 energy hand versus a Curse comp anyway.
Yeah, so that is not the worst discard target for Garish.
Yeah, you kept your Winghorn, which is the most important thing.
If that got hit, Mino would have been sad.
Yeah, that's your energy eater. That's your bread and butter. That's the strongest part about this comp. And, however, Mino just killed off, Paradise just killed off Mino's front line. Is that going to be crucial? How many cards did the Don have left? We'll have to see. He did lose that Nerdy.
That
the Don
is
was holding.
huge.
That's pretty huge.
Is Paradise going for a hard lock at this point?
Is this a curse comp or this is an aggro comp? I don't know, man. It makes no sense to me how these comps can either lock you or kill an Axie before an aggro comp.
It is wild.
Quite insane.
One Axie went down so early. That's turn, what, 7?
Yeah, and that's really bad, especially since, that Don still has Winghorn and everything. And Mino still did have a good 3 energy turn while holding the Winghorn. That Winghorn is going to be protected because Paradise already used Garish. Let's see what he decides to do here. Finally drawing his Swirls again.
Swirls are going to heal back up.
Ooh, this taunt is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. Mino's not going to get Winghorn value because look at that. That bug is max HP.
That is at
all
400.
Cards. Taunt is so good into AoE.
That is big. So all of these Tri-Feathers, everything except Earwing is going to go straight to that bug.
Yep, and we don't have a Cottontail to do that sexy 4 energy turn. Ooh, this is so unoptimal. These are retained Earwings. Do we want to use them now? No, I don't think so, because I think we want to ideally use Winghorn, build up the feathers, and then use Earwing. Oh, he's going to go now?
Oh, he's going in. Is he trying to end that mid-liner?
But this Winghorn does nothing. I think he's trying to calculate if that Earwing kills the mid. But even then, will he have enough follow-up damage to kill that tanky bug? Like I said, Paradise might be in a position of 2-man lock already.
Yes, that earring that we saw as well was a stronger earring. So this is the weaker earring that we are left with. So
Yes,
that is
sir.
a lot
Yes,
less
sir.
damage. That is not going to be enough to kill that mid line. Do you then, at this point, just retain Confused?
Yeah, I would just retain it. It's not enough. Earring does 20 base damage for each card in your hand, so there's 4 other cards. That's going to be 12 extra damage with only 3 pink feathers. That's not enough.
Yep, so now
and he's 1 energy short too from going to 4 energy.
Yeah.
Paradise just swing the game in his favor, actually.
Yep, that was a big turn right there.
Huge turn. Like I said, I thought it was looking so good for Mino. But then eventually that front died. And once that front
Paradise
died,
switched gears and then just went ham on the
he
front
said,
line.
kill the front, and all of a sudden momentum's back in Paradise's favor.
That is very, very cool to see because you can lock at any point you wanted to anyway.
Yeah.
So might as well kill one and then soft lock the rest of the game. And now Paradise is saying, I'm not a swirl comp, I'm an aggro comp right now.
And I just love the new evolutions of these swirl comps. They have alternate winter conditions, and that's pretty crazy.
That's big.
So there's no taunt, so there's a chance that we snipe the mid with the wing horn.
Ooh, 2 went to the front line.
Only two feathers. Is this earring going to be enough? 5 times 3 is 15, plus that extra 5 is 20 extra damage, so only 40. It's not enough to kill the Dawn in the middle. He's going to be living with 17 HP.
That is huge.
Or 11, sorry.
So now what's happening is Mino is not clearing any of these Axies at all. All of them are alive. Paradise was the one who actually destroyed one Axie.
Yes.
And has a lot of options at this point
On
the game.
On the bright side for Mino, though, Paradise does not have a lock here. He can use Confuse, Pigeon Post, but there's no other curse card to make it a 5-card hand for Mino since he only has 2 left in his deck.
Yep.
He does have a clear, though, so maybe Paradise might dig for something to add an extra turn of a pure lock.
Maybe he's peeked already in the deck and sees that, okay, if this is something I need,
so he's going to check right here with his 3
draw.
remaining cards. Yep, let's see what he has. I know there's 2 Jinxes left in that deck for sure because of the double talks. I wonder what that last card is. If that last card is a curse card, he's going to use the clear. If not, he's just going to go play soft lock while doing damage.
True that, and that he's switching gears again. At this point, before he skipped 2 swirls to just kill the front line.
So he's not using clear, which means that last card is definitely not a curse card, is not a swirl. That's 2 Jinxes for sure. Mino might be able to turn the game here depending on what he draws on his second rotation. Only a Gramus fan.
That's enough to kill the mid line, though.
That's good. That is very,
big.
very good.
One less swirl is ideal for Mino at this point in time.
And you're going to be adding those unoptimal revenge cards into Paradise's pile. So now we're going to use the rest of our energy to return his Confuses. Mino does have 4 energy. Next turn, it could be really big. Like I said, Paradise is guaranteed to draw 2 Jinxes and 1 extra card. 2 cards here on the top deck for Paradise have to be really good in order to maintain tempo.
Cute bunny, cute bunny. Swirl sword, does that look... Oh, discard stuff.
He needs the damage cards to kill that bird this turn. Let's see if he's able to do it.
Going ham
He'll start
right
off
now.
with Confused. It's going to be a revive. Only 81 revive. He can kill this thing with 2 cute bunnies. And then he'll obviously just swirl.
Wow. Look at that coming in. It is down to 1 Axie for Mino's side.
Minos has to clutch this up. Paradise is looking very favored here. Is this going to be a game 5?
That is wild. And you know what I'm seeing? I see a green bug again.
Oh my gosh, it's full on top of 40 shield. The unkillable bug. What is this? I thought we were... This is a sustain deck?
Wow. That is impressive. So the swirl comp turned into an aggro comp, switched back into a soft lock, and now is a sustain deck.
It's like, what the heck? These optimized versions of swirls that MMG and Quest have created recently have been just absolutely insane.
Wild, wild indeed. Here we go. These are the last few turns of this match. Will Mino be able to turn the tide against the slowly bulldozing power of Paradise? That is the bug.
Mino's only win condition is he does have a Cottontail still. He does still have his full cards, his wing horns, his strong damage cards. He does have a double talk to potentially mess up a lock. If he can live this next turn, well, he's going to use a lot of energy this next turn.
Yep.
But Paradise most likely will kill him the ensuing turn due to Tiny Dino. So I do think it's over, but if Mino can somehow live here with a Cottontail heal, he might be able to 2-turn this. But like you said, that bug is healthy.
That bug is very healthy indeed. And here we go. Tri-Feather comes in. Do you swing with Tri-Feather? You swing with everything potentially?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's game over at this point. Mino knows that there's a guaranteed Tiny Dino in your hand. You're not going to be healing too much. Because of you're gonna use Cottontail, that's gonna burn the fragments, and then 8 times 3 is only be 24 damage heal. I mean 24 HP heal coming from Mina's end.
That is not
and
a
with
lot.
Paradise having 4 energy, it's guaranteed game over.
Paradise is back to being
GG.
aggro again. Here we go.
Aggro call!
Boom! 120, followed by 65 and 2 follow-up attacks, and we have a game number 5.
That is crazy.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 5. Went from a 2-0 loss to an even 2-2 matchup.
Oh my. Like I said, once again, why are we more nervous than these players? Oh my, I know Mino. He never like even though he just lost 2 in a row, I have the utmost I have the utmost confidence that it's not phasing him. Paradise was down 2-0 and he doesn't look phased at all.
Clawed back up, managed to solve the matchup in a way with that bug. That bug ended the game with it got damaged, but it was green for the most of the match.
And here's the funny part. Although Paradise did, Mino did get unlucky on game 3. Sometimes you just need that one game to swing the favor, the momentum, because sometimes it feels like when something goes wrong, everything goes wrong. When it rains, it pours.
Yep.
So now it's going to be up to Mino. Can he stop this torrential downfall, or is Paradise going to keep applying that rain? It's going to be crazy.
True that. I have faith in Mino that he is going to be able to dish out. He's going to be able to solve this problem. It is twice now that he has faced that bug, both unsuccessfully, but I think he is now trying to grind the gears, figuring it out. What do I need to win against this bug? I think that's the bug diff actually mainly that he is trying to solve right now.
So not only is there a lot on the line for them as competitors, there's also a lot on the line for us too, because we made a bet, right?
You're right.
How are you feeling about your bet so far? Are you still feeling Mino confident your teammate's going to take this home? Or do you think like maybe my teammate is going to clutch this out, my old teammate?
I think Minos has what it takes to pull it off. He just needs to solve that bug though. That is the key thing. If there is something in his comp that he can switch up, whether it be charms or runes, for example, is there a bug for Mino to just steal away some shields? Is there a shield leecher play that Mino can go for? Does he have any?
I don't think shield leecher would do much, honestly.
Is that enough?
No, because most of the time that metamorphosis, and that bumpy, he's only giving like 30 to 40 shield. You're not going to take away 30% of that. That's not going to be a big deal. The thing is, it's giving so much value because that small increments of shield each time is taking away one hit of a Tri-Feather. It's taking away one hit of a Grandma's fan.
True.
It's eating about 4 feathers, early feather daggers, right?
So for example, it increments by 15, for example, right? So for example, every turn you get 15 extra shield in theory, and if all of the Grandma's fans are connecting to the 15 shield, so that shield racks up to like 100 plus HP.
Yeah,
saved
these games are going to like round 15 minimum, right? So think about all the value of the shield. Like let's say you get 40 per turn, right?
Yep.
Like it's insane for 15 rounds.
It's wild. That's why that bug is always green when we see it close to the end of the match. Another option is, could Mino switch it up and play a swirl comp to match up what Paradise is bringing to the table?
I didn't want to spoil anything for you, but my gut feeling says Mino is going to go to his swirl. He knows Paradise is going to stick to that swirl comp.
It's been working.
It's the only thing that's worked, right? Mino specifically bought this comp to beat that.
Hot butts against that. Is that a strong play?
I like the hot butt for sure. I think that one's favored. But maybe Paradise reads that. Says, hey, I'm going to go beast.
Then we have
the mind games are going crazy.
And here we go. They've not even started the match, and then all of this gameplay is happening just in their heads.
The intensity that happens between these matches. A lot of people don't understand that games are won in draft phase, pick and bans. Like
even before they face, what's happening during the game is that all of this has been practiced. All of this has been happening right now. It is more of what happens behind the scenes before they play the game that actually dictates the pace of the game.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how often you practice too. Nothing will ever train you enough to having that intuition to pick the right comp. So like I said, game 5, 2-2. Loser goes home.
That is wild.
This is going to be the ultimate gut factor. This is going to be the ultimate intuition. Who's going to pull it out? Who's going to pick the right matchup? Because like you know, a lot of these games are dictated through matchups.
You're right. You're right. On the flip side though, even with those matchups, we've seen upsets. a lot of the time during these minors. Like for example, AOE comps, they usually lose against Neo Swirls, right? But then we've been seeing them dominate against Neo Swirls. We've also seen Confused Swirls, which is generally worse favored versus AOEs, winning against AOEs. So
like I said, anything can happen. Maybe Paradise picks Beast because he reads that Mino's going to play Hot Butt, and then maybe Mino sticks with AOE, but then Paradise high rolls with the Beast and just like kills the Axie very early. Like anything can happen, man.
It's wild. It's exciting nonetheless.
It's exciting. Like honestly, I could keep going on and on about the possible scenarios because it really is. It feels like infinite scenarios with these 10 Axie, with this format. These 10 Axie lineups, they provide so much flexibility. These are the reason why people bring 10 Axies so that you can potentially adapt to any situation that you're in.
You're right. Do you like this era, this epic era format right now?
Yeah, personally, like you said, I do understand why we choose to do epic era. You know, sometimes it's good to switch it up. We just watch a big Mystic era. Maybe people might be bored of Mystics. I'm personally just a fan of competition. No matter what era it takes, the preparation is going to have to be insane. The decision making is going to have to be perfect. So
you're right.
No matter
even your mental state at that point.
I just enjoy good gameplay,
yeah.
And we're having it here so far. It has not disappointed. These players are bringing everything.
It has been fun. Whomever loses this game is out of the competition. So this is playing for all of the marbles. Whomever wins is going to be happily chilling.
I believe he's top 3 already.
He's going to be able to just watch as the things happen, because what's happening is there's still a winner's bracket. Whomever wins here is going to be waiting for whomever drops from the winner's bracket.
Yeah, right after this game, we're going to be seeing meat value versus bench. That's going to be an insane one. I'll just briefly discuss it.
Yeah,
They both prepared together. They both have identical boxes. That's going to be insane. And then the winner of this series is going to face the loser of that one. We're in for like these last few series, man. It's gonna go crazy. It's gonna be insane. I don't know if I can handle it. I can barely handle a 3rd, 4th place match. What am I gonna do later on? You have any advice?
Just enjoy the show, my bro.
Enjoy the show. Well, you make it very enjoyable.
You do as well. I like your analysis, man. It's been very, very deep. Personally, myself, I have not played Swirls, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
So I've been interviewing people, figuring out what's going on in their heads. How are they playing these Swirl comps?
Exactly.
That's why we got the Hot Butt diff. That's why we got the Bug diff. That's why we've got, what else? Choosing Rock, Paper, Scissors.
Yeah. That
is wild.
I joke about it a lot, and I know a lot of people in the community think Swirl comp is really easy. You know, see swirl, click swirl. It's not that easy. There's a reason why not everyone is here today.
There's also a reason why all of these players have a pen and paper on hand.
And there's a reason why all these players are about to make thousands of dollars, while the complainers at home are saying, "Nerf swirl." These guys.
They did though. Is the thing. It's gone, right? It's now down to one Confused right now. I think.
I just wanted to just properly give these players their flowers.
Like props to them, man.
Like
props
I don't care how OP a comp is. There's such things as maximizing things that are already strong into making it the best version, and that's the reason why they're here.
True.
I have so much respect for them.
True that. Do you think this is a better era compared to the Rage comps? The Rage season.
I think anything beats last season, right?
Yeah.
Season 1, I believe.
Everyone's on CMP, Beast, and Plant.
And then we said rock, paper. Let's play now. Let's see who would win in season 1. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, I win game 1.
Dude, that's fine. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, that's what season 1 felt like. So whatever, I do understand the frustrations in the Axie Infinity community right now. There are a lot of comps that people dislike. It's truly getting better, and I'm very, very happy with the direction the game is heading.
I do like that they're listening as well.
They're listening. Like here, we're in Vietnam. We're talking to the Sky Mavis team,
yes.
And I love how everything we're saying. Like they're like, yeah, we've heard this before. They've been taking our feedback for so long, and they're so nice about it.
Yep.
Man, it's been a pleasure meeting the Sky Mavis employees as well.
Very, very solid experience so far. And I must say, it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience for myself. My first time here in Vietnam. Yours as well, I believe.
Yes, sir.
First time here in Vietnam. Everything has been a blast. The culture, the food was amazing. I do love my pho. We've got pho here as well. But I do enjoy their rice meals as well.
I think Reg is forgetting one extra thing. But I'm kidding. But yeah, Vietnam has been absolutely amazing. Like
it has been amazing.
It has blown my expectations out the water. This production here, E4E Minors, has blown my my expectations out the water.
Yeah.
Like I'm having a blast. My first time hosting, my first time casting. Everyone's so accommodating here. Everyone's making my job easy. Just the whole experience. You guys have only seen what's going on in this camera. You don't see all the work that's put in behind the scenes. The shout out to E4E, man. All their whole staff. Absolutely amazing. From hospitality to professionalism to the production crew to even Chief himself and Nick, the owners of like E4E.
They're working hard, man. They are going at it very, very hard. Aside from that, feel free to join E4E for your experience of this tournament setting. It might not be at this level, it might not be at this stage, but you will be able to have that tournament experience by typing !E4E in the chats and have a look at the daily, weekly, and monthly tournaments.
Yeah, man. Like for any aspiring Axie Pro player, you have to consistently compete in these. You keep practicing, you go to the top, and pretty soon you're going to be traveling like a Mino or a Paradise.
True.
Did you know? Prior to this year, like, you know, Paradise just started professional play a few months ago. He's put in the work. He's played these consistent E4E tournaments, gained those repetitions in, and now he's traveling the world. I'm telling you guys, being a pro player is the best thing that's ever happened in my life. I want to encourage more people at home to continue to pursue this path if you're passionate about Axie Infinity. I promise you it will pay off, starting with and your first steps, like, you know, E4E provides these daily and weekly tournaments so you get your foot in the door.
True that indeed. It is going to be an exciting match. We are heading on to the final game. This is going to dictate who goes in.
Oh my God!
It's yellow! It's yellow!
Oh, what a read!
Oh,
what a
wow.
read! This is insane. Like I said, what if Mino chooses to use this into Swirl, which is good in the Swirl, but then Paradise reads that read and chooses Beast? This is Game 5. The guts it takes to read this matchup.
The double hard read.
Oh my
it just
God. Dude,
happened.
I am shaking right now. Someone get me a water. I'm not.
This is wild, man.
All jokes aside, we're in for a treat. So, though Beasts are favored into this, right? And it was a great read for Paradise. There are worlds and scenarios where Paradise is either draws his Believers without rage stacks, or, you know, draws too many curses, or draws all his 2 costs in 1 turn, can't use the energy optimally. So there is a chance for Mino win still, but generically, I'd say about 70% of the time, Beast should win this matchup.
Because the idea of this is, yes, Swirl destroys your 2nd and 3rd rotation. But because it's a Beast comp, you just need 1 rotation to dish out a lot of damage.
Oh my gosh, that was a great start for Mino. He drew the AoE cleanse. Therefore, that Peas has no effect, so this Believer's not going to hit as hard as Paradise wants to. Personally, yeah, personally for me, if it weren't for that cleanse, that Believer would have done 198, and that's insane.
That's a lot of damage for 1 energy.
So good start on Mino's end. And Mino does have that Calcium armor, giving him 40 effective shield each turn, right? However, Paradise has so many retained cards because this Beast comp is primarily used to play into curse comps, right? And if you want to play into curse comps, you're going to need all those retains. And
you're right.
I don't think Paradise is going to have a dead hand anytime soon.
Do you like triple wave of the Beast on Paradise's Beast?
I love it. You know why? He has no tank. He chose to go all aggro, you know, because he said, hey, this comp does no damage to me.
True.
It's just going to hop out and swirl.
No. A Reckless Hunter, is that another option?
Yes, I actually would have preferred to go 1 Reckless Hunter, but triple away the Beast provides that consistency in case you draw that Believer early, like you just saw the other turn. Believer is one of the strongest cards in the game, and it feels so sad to use without rage stacks. I personally like it. So far, it's paid off.
Look at that. There's a 1 red. It's in the red already.
And it has that vulnerable on him. If there is a cleanse on Mino's side on one of those swirls, that's going to be huge. But the thing is, Mino played his comp predicting that Paradise would play swirls. So most likely, his swirls don't have a cleanse because you don't need cleanse versus a swirl, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Do you think he hedged a bit, like 50-50 to have something as a surprise against this Beast comp?
I'm pretty sure Mino 100% thought Paradise was playing swirl. Us X-Quest boys are known as swirl abusers.
True that. And look at that.
He's going to shield up. That is enough to potentially live this turn. Because as you can as you can see, Paradise is only at 3 energy. I mean 3 fragments, so he can't get a 7. He can't get a 7 energy turn off. I mean a Cottontail turn off. He does have both Believers though.
Boom!
That 92 damage. Like I said, with that vulnerable, it gets insane. 184 damage.
Huge damage.
So
Applies weaken on the Axie though is the thing.
And we are 5 damage short from a Belieber killing it as well. I think we still have to use it, right?
Just to dish out a lot of damage.
I would probably just Belieber and Ronin because all the other cards have retain.
Yeah.
But also he might have too many retains, so maybe he's looking to use. Yeah, you don't want all those retains because now he has 6 retains. That might be a good thing if you only draw 4 cards though.
He's fine with it. If he's got a stacked hand, he can have 2 turns into his hand right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so this next turn from Paradise is going to be a 4 energy turn. Will Mino have enough to shield up? He does have 500 HP because of that 40 natural HP on from last wish, right? No shields this turn, but with 4 energy, will Paradise be able to kill? Because one of the front is weakened. Number 2, there's no more rage stacks on the mid and the back. And number 3, these are only 10% bonuses instead of a Reckless Hunter 20% bonus. So it's going to be really close. Let's see how the math plays out.
Belieber Way of the Beast plays are like fast damage early on. That is
but
what
they
you're
do
after.
fall off. They do fall off though. Like
Here
late
we
game
go.
for sure, I want that Reckless, huh?
Hot Butt comes in. Yep, late game. That's 20% for Reckless Hunter, right?
Yes,
Extra
sir.
damage.
Yes, sir.
That's big.
And that's huge when you look at an Axie with 500 HP
That's
right
true.
there.
That's true. Mino is not out just yet. This is still anyone's game at this point. That is a lot of HP to go through. Even if that Axie goes down, that adds extra shields to the backline Axie as well. But that is a lot of cards. That is usually not the hand against the Swirl comp.
So right now, Paradise either wants to Peas to remove the... the cleanse is off. The pre-cleanse is off. You can Axie Kiss is actually more damage than Axie Kiss into Peas is more damage than Peas into Axie Kiss.
True, it's the extra 15 damage diff.
Okay, it doesn't really matter too much. I'm probably just 1 or 2 damage numbers off, and then we'll probably look to what Axie Kiss here, or maybe even Tiny Dino and Branch. Nothing kills with 3 energy though, so maybe he should play it slower.
Do you use Dino early on? I think
we saved that Dino because what's it called? Mino's midliner is not dying here.
You
like
could
I said,
branch for big damage right now.
You should branch on one of your Axies so that you can set up your next Belieber, because Way of the Beast already only provides you 2 that you got rid of.
You're right. If there's anything, you use it on the Axie that you feel the Belieber is going to be drawn into. For example, if you had a Believer on the mid line at that point, then you use the little branch on the back line.
And we for sure don't attack with that front because that weakened.
It's not. It's bad. Bad damage.
It's good. It's good. So yeah, 5 cards left in Paradise's deck, as you can see. But the thing is, he still has all those retained cards. Yeah. I feel like he retained.
Was that
half
Scotch
his comp.
tape on everything?
I didn't get a count, but man, this is one sticky comp. Look at that! Doesn't matter, he drew 4 confused cards, but that is a beautiful hand.
He has cards for 3 turns right now.
Followed up by that Ronin, like, this is gonna be really sexy. So
that is wild. That is very wild. Even if he draws confused forever, and he has 3 turns to kill 2 Axies.
And that Dino is only building up, Reg. Only building up right here.
It's at 94. It's got a few more turns to become 120, so you don't use that just yet. You use that at the opportune time in the end, which should be perfect at that point. There we go. There we go. He is hitting for big damage.
So the branch usually kills there, but there was a shield, as you can see. It doesn't really matter which uses a Ronin because the 2 Axie Kisses have Scotch tapes. So Paradise should just Ronin here, in my opinion. Yep.
Makes sense.
Look at this.
Boom.
We still have a total of 5 energy in our hand retained. How insane is that? And there is no garish on Mino's side.
And there's no chance to hard lock anymore because there's 1 Axie left on Mino's
There's no
side.
hard lock. The thing is, Mino does have tons of shield, so he is going to stall time. But does stalling time even do anything at this point? I don't think so.
It might even help the Tiny Dino.
Yeah, Paradise is guaranteed going to the second rotation. Paradise has 5 energy in his hand. There's no way this guy lives 2 turns. Coming from 3 Beasts, Beasts deal the most damage in this game.
They're no joke. These dudes are hitting like bricks right now.
On top of that, he draws even more cards that he can use. We don't even have to use our retained cards.
I think this is advantage Paradise at this point.
Is this a reverse sweep? If so,
wow, that is big. That is one for the books right there. Little piece.
It's gonna be game over.
This is big.
There is no win condition.
That is a lot of damage right now. Here we go. Does Paradise get the win?
So much respect for Paradise, man.
Wow.
The guts it takes to bring out a beast comp.
That's a bad matchup if Mino's stuck with AoE.
Mino has picked AoE 4 times in a row. He hard read that comp switch.
Wow.
How insane is that?
That is wild. And here we go. Fishknack is coming in, defending. Will this be enough? All Paradise has to do is go ham, go nuts.
I'm so proud of Paradise, man. The guts
Boom.
it takes to do that,
That's
especially as a brand new.
60 damage. Is there a follow-up attack from here? Do you go Ronin
That
at this
Ronin's
point?
from the front. It won't kill. The midliner has weak cards, so what you used to use Dino,
Boom.
and it
It's
does kill.
gone.
That's
It's
game
done.
over. That is
What
lethal.
just happened?
Congratulations.
163 damage. Reverse sweep.
can't
Let's
even
head
talk.
on over to the stage. Wow.
That was absolutely insane. Paradise coming through with a reverse sweep against the legend Mino himself. That was incredible. That hard read in the last game, bringing out the beast to beat the swirl that has been just giving everyone fits all weekend long. That was one of the best matches we've had of the weekend. And we know now it is time to only see the top of the top, the creme de la creme. And look at this man bouncing in his seat. Paradise, look at that smile. How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling way better now, yeah. I'm very happy with my performance this whole series. I had a plan. I started and it didn't work, so I changed to my second plan. And in the end, it was just the game sense.
Wow.
The beast pick, I mean. Yeah.
Hey, that was incredible. No one expected that. Well done. Big braining on a big brain is something to be proud of. You're going to be moving on to the next round. There's only 3 people left in this epic tournament. Congratulations, man. I can't wait to see how far you make it. Casters, take it away.
Wow, what an insane turn of events. Reverse sweep. Paradise did it, my man. That is wild.
I mean, dude, you saw Mino's dominance. Being up 2-0, being on an absolute tear this tournament. Like you see what Paradise said. He said, I had a plan. That plan didn't work out. It didn't even face him. He had a second plan.
That is scary, coming from a 2-0 loss.
Yes.
Coming back in and then doing the hard read to take the victory. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Props to Paradise. Congratulations on taking the win. You deserve it, my bro. Props to Mino as well. He has done his due diligence, has worked very hard on it, has played it well as well. That's
super well.
That is what you wanted
Mino,
to do in the final few games of this series, and you've done it.
Paradise has won the respect of so many people. Anyone can play the game, right? It's that intuition. That's the reads that separate you from the next level, from the A tier to the S tier. We might be seeing the start of a legend. It takes guts to do that. That's one of the things I did that separated me from the rest, and now we're seeing more and more players get to that level.
Wow.
Origins is going to be insane. Like,
wow.
The competitive scene is only getting better and better.
That is very, very impressive. Wow, let's proceed. There are a few more games to move forward.
Yes, let's go. So before we head off, let's say a little thank you to our sponsors and the rest up for these last 3 amazing series. So yeah, we'll start off with Crypto Slate. Exclamation point Crypto Slate for more info, but it's one of the biggest crypto news outlets out there. Earlier, we did an interview with them. Great people. I'm super happy to have them as our media partners. And yeah, exclamation point Crypto Slate for more info.
Cool. Shout out to Vietcetera as well. They're an uprising Vietnam-based media platform whose content is aimed at both Gen Z and millennials. Not only do they put up articles on various topics, but they also have a wide variety of podcasts in store. Additionally, their content comes in Vietnamese and English for everyone to enjoy. Check them out on Instagram, YouTube, and other social media. Those are our media partners. We hope you are having a blast so far. This has been an amazing day 2 grand finals for the E4E Minors. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Let's go, baby. Oh, hey, rock, paper, scissors. Round 2. I was trying to get my revenge. I did it on purpose.
Nice.
So what's up? I'm kidding. Are we still on? This is what I'm learning as a caster. We're supposed to play it cool until the camera turns off. So ready? 3.
We are having a great time right now so far. Everything is amazing. No, I think that was us.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was okay. Oh, okay. If we were out, this was just not showing it. Yeah. That was fun.
That was a good ass series, bro.
Hey, congrats,
That was
bro.
very nice.
Thank you.
How do you feel that Paradise won?
I'm so proud of them. Like, that's my little trainee. Like,
that was a redemption arc. That's my main. Oh, he lost Nino was the one who brought him down to the losers match.
The revenge story, yeah.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I got hot. But I got hot easily.
Oh,
but
wait.
that was fun. Dude, it was so fun casting with you, bro.
Thank you. I enjoyed as well. Well done. Deep analysis right there. Oh, wait, Mike is still out. Hello to our viewers.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes.
Hello to our dear viewers.
In your heart.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Hopefully, yeah.
welcome to tomorrow.
Esports, gaming, high score, victory, Cupid, Blue Moon, Cattail, Chubby. I found Indes, game changer, legacy, future, Web3, Axie, infinity. To the moon, Lima, Cloud, White, Coco, Elon Musk, retweet, G-Host, on fleek, scholarship, blew up, chief, invented it, coins crash, SLP, tough times, c'est la vie.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow, welcome to tomorrow. Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow, welcome to tomorrow. I'm sipping.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
You start the fire. I'm trying to find what you like. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we cross that line.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
There's something about you, something about you. You know I.
At the end of November, the action begins.
Jugadores de todo el mundo. $100,000 prize pool.
2048 Spieler.
And one champion.
Don't miss your chance at making history. Axie Minors. Esports for everyone. Win to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold a chance. Your time's to choose. I'm free from the system. No stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. What to do? Axie GG. Pay to play. You know what it is. Listen real quick. Play to earn. Bring your own money, be your goddamn boss. Middle finger up for the time that you lost. Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the movement, get it killed. Be part of the movement. Action, gaming all day, what we doing?
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
begins. One of the biggest events in Vietnam's history. Axie Minors. The future of esports is now. For every generational shift in gaming and interactive entertainment, there have been huge steps forward and billion-dollar opportunities in tools and technology as a service in the gaming industry. As we look forward to the next decade of interactive entertainment, we believe the next major paradigm shift in provision of tools, technologies, and services in this booming industry is going to be around community. Tribally is building everything needed to enable and engage a global community at scale. Web experiences, data and analytics, community-driven infrastructure, engagement patterns, best practices, onboarding, tokenomics, user acquisition, and esports. The founding team is very technically experienced and comes from backgrounds such as Bank of America, Microsoft, Dell, KPMG, Hamilton Insurance Group, Mars and Lindy, amongst others. They have spent the past 2 years building community solutions for some of the best Web3 gaming teams, including Sky Mavis, and they're also partnered with the Ronin blockchain. Their products have been used by over 1 million people across the globe so far. An experienced advisory team has been formed, led by people with backgrounds at Electronic Arts, Activision, Mediatonic, Epic Games, Ethereum Foundation, Outright Games, and Method from World of Warcraft. Welcome to Tribally, a provider of community-as-a-service solutions for the gaming industry, allowing Web 2 and Web 3 game developers to have an out-of-the-box solution for communities at scale.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow.
Galaxy, Future, Web3, Axie, Infinity. To the moon, Lima, Cloud White, Coco, Elon Musk, retweet, G-Host, on fleek, scholarship, blew up, chief, invented it, coins crash, SLP, tough time, c'est la vie.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow, welcome to tomorrow. Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow, welcome to tomorrow.
Axie Infinity and Nation Getters.
Nation Getters. Nation Getters.
Axie Infinity, Nation Getters.
Freestyle.
A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
From all around, the people are gathering. The future's bright, cause we win when we collab in. Hands down, it's the start of a new round. AxieCon proved it was a good move to stick around. New Axies, soul bound, no passing, first round. Pour some gas on it, enlist towns. 2 days left, who's got the most crowns?
A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
This is where a nation's gathering now.
I like that.
What is going on, everybody? I'm Chief, and I'm live here in Ho Chi Minh City at Wink Hotel, where all of the players will be staying during Axie Week, March 10th through 12th. Let's go take a closer look. Wink's youthful approach starts at check-in. No receptionist in sight, and the process only takes a couple minutes.
Cash I never let go. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke.
You can get snacks any time of day at Wink. It's so easy, you only use your room card. After a long night of doing the wrong thing and eating those snacks, bring it to the gym and work those calories off. Let's go. Have you ever slept on clouds? Wink Hotel's gonna make that possible. That was the tour of Wink Hotel. Wow, that was amazing. I cannot wait for this event. March is going to be off the hook. If you made it, if you qualified, I hope you're excited because this is where you're gonna be staying. Have a great day, everybody.
Esports for everyone. Win to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
We are back and we are down to 3 players left. We finally made it to the winners bracket finals. We've got 2 incredible players who have been battling it out all day, doing the absolute tingy, and I am very, very impressed. I have no idea what's gonna happen in this next matchup, you know. So our first player coming onto the stage is gonna be Meat Value. He's been winning it all. He's been top 10ing left and right. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Good, really happy to be here in the top 3 and also with these 2 people because I prepped with both of them for this tournament, so I'm really happy.
Hey man, that is what's up. You guys must have pushed each other to the limits. So good luck in your next match, and I can't wait to see how this goes, man. And on the other side, we have another amazing player. Not everyone thought he'd be here in the winners bracket finals, but Bench has been killing it, repping the MMG black shirt. Bro, you've been calm, cool, and collected all weekend long. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really excited because I will be playing with the biggest threat here in this tournament with Value. So I'm really excited.
The man likes a challenge. The man is ready for the challenge, and I can't wait to see how you do. So good luck, bro, and let the best man win. Casters, what are you guys thinking about this? How are you this matchup?
Man, I am excited. I am so excited because guess what? I know these players in and out because number one, I know Meat Value, longtime teammate of mine. And number two, Bench is a clone of him because they've been training together, the same preparation, same exact boxes, just you wait.
Hold on, same exact boxes? What the hell is that kind of sorcery? I'm gonna have to confirm that one later on. But yes, actually both of them are veteran players. They've been playing long enough. Like even during classic days, especially I'm actually more acquainted with Bench for quite some time. I've been watching him scrim. I've been watching him. I know how dedicated he is. Whenever, of course, he's also this baby boy of MMG. And apart from that, storyline. Bench was also Bench defeated Minnow. And during round number during round number 1, he also defeated, if I'm not mistaken, was that Bench? Okay, Bench here defeated Rizia and then Minnow. Now this is the upper bracket finals. Well, Meat Value on the other hand defeated Enrico and Zero.
Hey JP,
Zero.
before you forget about me.
Oh, Chief.
I'm still here,
Hi,
baby girl.
Chief,
I'm
I
still
love
here. You weren't even looking. You didn't hear. You didn't. I was trying to give you the eye, but we, as you were saying, both these players, veterans of the game, and we're just gonna let them get into it at this point. The players are locking in. The players are loading up, and you know what? I want to see what the chat has to say. Who's going to bring this one home? Who's going to stay in the winner's bracket? It's about to be game time. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Chief.
Like Chief said, chat, press 1 if you think Meat Value is going to win. Press 2 if you think Bench is going to win. This is going to be an insane series. I promise it will not disappoint. 2 top-tier players that have made this far. This is the top 3 already. That is quite a feat on its own.
Yeah, but before anything else, I just want to say, like, I love you, Chief, so much. And I swear. I kept staring. I kept staring at QD and this monitor, like, directly in front of me. But anyway, yeah. Let's shout out to our viewers. We have Sonagon from the Philippines. We have Purokay. Oh, I would love to shout out Cleo Republico right now, just for being so supportive. And of course, MMG ADRD is also here. But who are those supporting his opponent, on the other hand, Meat Value?
Excuse me?
Yeah, who are those supporting Meat Value here on the chat?
Oh, yeah.
Some members from Quest, perhaps.
Heck yeah, you got Lebacker, one of my boys out there, Marucho. Yo, Latin American community is representing strong. Like, your boy has made it here. He's looking for redemption. Personally, I know he was a little upset with his Brazil performance. But look at this, top 4 Brazil into top 3 minors and with potential to win the whole thing.
Yeah, that's true. Well, guys, okay. So this is going to be like a Asia versus Latin America battle. And also MMG versus Sura. Yes, such a classic. And, well, I love that this game, Axie, is so worldwide.
Let's not let the win rates fool you guys.
Okay.
Bench is an amazing player. And the fact that he's in the top 3 without winning half his games, that shows more than that number right there. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you have Meat Value, with, of course, number 69. What a high win rate. What a high win rate. This guy has been
I
asserting
feel
his
like this is
dominance
the
for a very
highest
long
win
time.
rate that I've seen, like amongst all players. Like he has the usual.
I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. But Me Value has been taking the stage by storm, like since yesterday. Actually, both of them. Only these two players are the ones who survived here in the upper bracket. But of course, there is no way that they're not gonna face against each other, right?
Yes, because like Meat Value said, they prep together, and that speaks lots of volumes to the preparation. If you prepare with someone and you guys both make it this far, that says a lot. But like I said, when I said they brought the same comp, they both brought Mech Rage. Don't be fooled, JP, by maybe the one or two different cards. The core cards are all the same.
Yeah.
They both brought double Garish Swirls for the potential to play Discard Swirl. They both have the Blackmail Swirls. They both have the Energy Ramping Swirls. So yeah, very, very similar boxes. I think the main difference here is Bench's Swirl comp. I mean, Bench's double discard comp has an extra discard in that Parasite, so that might be a difference in the mirror. But other than that, I wouldn't be surprised if Meat Value brings up something to adapt. Meat Value did help tons in Bench's preparation.
Really?
So, yeah, so of course he's going to be able to know how to counter that as well.
Wow, I love that these two are like father and son.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they have that vibe together. But of course, this is still a competition. This is still a tournament. So I cannot wait for them to face against each other. But that's going to happen like anytime soon. Let's give them their time, enough time to prepare for their runes and charms.
Yeah, for sure. The preparation is the most important part. Like a lot of the game, like me and Reg mentioned, is determined before the game actually happens. So that's why sometimes you guys might see, you might be like, hey, why's a spam guy talking too much? Let me go watch the game. No. We have to give them time to prepare. Let them choose their comps. This is getting intense. This is thousands of dollars on the line. Hundreds of AXS, and I wouldn't mind if they took the whole day.
Oh, me too. Actually, we still have a lot more hours before we finish, but I hope you guys hold your horses. We're gonna stay up all night, and we're gonna enjoy the show. We're gonna figure out who's gonna win between Meat Value and Bench right now, and whoever the winner of this match is will already wait in the grand finals.
Yep, 3 players left. 3 players left. This is the winner's bracket final. Loser faces Paradise, and then that winner of that one's going to the finals. We're close. It's been a long day, but we're closing out, and these matches are about to get to a level you haven't seen yet. This is going to be ultimate mind games. What happens when you have similar boxes? The only way you're able to win is through adaptation, using that 1 or 2 extra text, whether it's provided in the rune choice or the charm choice. You're going to see a lot of big brain 7D chess coming up.
Yep, actually, big brain moves coming from Me Value and Bench. I just want to guess, like, if I'm gonna be Me Value or Bench. I feel like I'm gonna go for a starter team, like something like if you want to test the waters, you just want to have to go with a Swirl Blackmail. I mean, it's like the most standard team that I've been seeing right now.
I mean, yeah, you can't go wrong. Like, these are all 3 great different comps, right?
That's true.
I personally think the way they're going to pick is they're both going to take an approach to where whatever comp they choose wouldn't have an auto loss. That's the worst thing that can happen in a tournament, just losing off a comp selection itself. So like you said,
I hate that.
maybe a comp that you feel like has a chance against everything. Personally, for me, I think they're both going to open up with discard swirls.
Discard swirls.
Because then it's going to be a coin flip of like who's going to discard the key cards. I do think Meat Value might feel a little pressure just because Bench's discard swirls is 1 discard stronger. So maybe Meat Value might go look to play a Neo, his Neo Blackmail version. Maybe look to Neo those core cards away. There's 2 approaches he could do if he does that. You can either, number 1, save your Neos for the 2nd rotation. Or number 2 is just use them on the 1st rotation. Just know that no matter if you get maybe those 1 or 2 extra cards that you don't want him to have out the way, it might determine the whole game going into the mid and late game. We'll see how they approach it. I think I have a good feeling how they're going to do it, but let's see what comps they pick first.
Well, okay, so I love the idea of strategizing about the Neo. Yes, we do realize right now that Neo is such a vital card. That's why you have to budget it. Like, you have to time it very, very well. But round 1 is already starting, and let's see what kind of comp did they bring
like
in.
I said, the discard swirls. So this is just gonna be a rush. So here's how the match is determined. Whoever kills another person's Axie first wins. Now they both don't have black bells, so this is gonna be a front to back race rather than the standard swirls that you see where you use pigeon posts and whatnot. This was a pretty standard read. Like I said though, the Parasite one does have an advantage, and then on top of that, meat value is turn 1, so he is at a slight disadvantage right off the bat. I'm gonna say this is gonna be Bench's favored, but like I said, you can always high roll. Something can go wrong. You can draw better cards. You can rush the front quicker, and we'll see what happens.
I actually love the idea that when you said that whoever loses their first Axie first loses the game.
This is the perfect start for meat value. You got the Nemos out the way. What if Bench doesn't get his Nemos out the way? What if he bottoms like Nemo? Nope, he equally draws a Nemo.
Yes.
But then at the same time, he has a pretty unoptimal hand. He has 2 energy here. He's going to have to use one of his retained cards, either Garish or Dino, so obviously it's going to be the Garish. He does realize that meat value does have cards in his hand due to the card count, 14 total. So he's probably going to Nemo here. And
yeah, of course he should. I mean, meat value Nemo'd, and then he has to keep up.
Wait. Here's a play here. Meat value had to use 2 Nemos, right?
Yes.
So Bench could retain the Nemo instead of using the second one and not give meat value.
He did. He used it.
Yeah, not give meat value the dusk value. Nope, he chooses to. Oh, he just chooses to use them. Oh,
yeah,
no.
He uses.
No, he used the free retain. That was a free retain.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there was like a free retain. Right. Okay.
I wonder if there's a world
2.
where Bench should have just maybe three-sharded it, but it's okay. It's okay. So meat value here is on 4 now. And we're going to have to see what he decides to do because he too has an unoptimal 2 energy turn.
All right.
I like this. You know, most of the time they put Banish Charms on Eggshell, but meat value knew this is going to be a front-to-back race, and Eggshell does do quite a potent amount of damage. It does do 70 damage.
Okay, but the Nemo's still here. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, the Nemo's right there.
Yeah.
Bench chose to not use it to possibly dodge energy fragment still.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay, so we're gonna Garish. This is gonna be Bench's second Garish, and the first one hit an Eggshell, so not too important. Wait, no, actually the first, Actually, I'm not sure what the first one hit, but the second one might hit something important. Let's see, meat value has no cards in his hand, so his retain card didn't mean anything. Meat value is now on his 3 energy turn.
Yes.
It's a pretty good 3 energy turn. Confusion is good to use, of course. Swirl is really good to use, of course.
All
and
of them,
Garish,
actually. Except Shoal, sorry.
Yeah, and then now Garish is guaranteed value. But what he might look to do here is instead of using a Garish, he might retain the Confuse. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so he goes for Confused.
No, actually he has to use it. It's a front-to-back race. You have to use it, especially since Swirl does no damage. And this has a Cleanse Charm instead of the standard heal charms that they usually put on Swirl. So maybe that might give Bench a favor. It's the small little details like this that really determine this matchup.
Okay, so what's good about Bench's hand is that he got the tiny dinosaur early, which means that he can actually control whenever he wants to use it. But as for meat value, he's actually quite ahead of the race.
Yeah, no, meat value hasn't drawn his dino yet,
but he's still ahead of the race.
Instead of damage race, yes. But yeah, like you said, Bench already has that dino. It's already 9 damage. 2 more turns is going to be max, and now Bench is tossing his damage cards out. Personally, I probably would have looked to Garish because by using that antenna, you're gonna die here regardless. Because Meat's on. Oh, actually no, Meat's only on 3 energy.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a great shield. Therefore, equalizing that damage race, he's gonna actually have an extra turn.
Okay, and.
Oh, this is really good.
Trying to figure out.
Meat value has Pliers. If you don't know what Pliers does, it dodges the shield, then steals the shield. This could be insane damage, but it's in an awkward situation because you also do have Risky Fish, which is best when you start off first. Personally, I'd probably look to Pliers, Golda, and Risky Fish.
I wouldn't go for a Risky Fish first.
Nope. You're gonna Pliers for sure. You're gonna get that Pliers value, true damage plus the shield still, followed by the Golda, which is really good in this mirror because it adds an extra curse as well as an energy fragment still later on.
He can use the shoal.
And then he can't use you can't use show their shield.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
it's
he's
just
gonna
a skill card right now.
Show's condition are under 90 and no shield. So he'll go to here and he'll used to use the Risky Fish that has already been in his hand, so he gets the octopus value out of it.
There you go. He's gonna go for the Risky Fish.
Not enough, but Bench doesn't have enough to kill his front line either. Like I said, this is a front to back race. The first person to kill an Axie is a huge advantage. So far, it's looking like meat value is in a huge advantage. Because there's no way, like, obviously, Bench is not going to 3 energy him here. This is a 270 HP effectively
Well, I'm
Frontliner.
actually curious if he's gonna go aggro or if he's gonna go swirl, especially that both his swirls are available right now.
That's a good question, JP, because if you look at the top right, Meat Value only has 2 cards left in his deck.
Yeah.
So you can potentially make your front live here. Okay, that's really good. He's gonna, if he uses 1 swirl, he's gonna use a 2nd swirl. So he'll use 2 swirls here, heal up. Meat Value only draws potentially 1 real card. He's gonna draw 6 cards in the deck, 4 of them are confused. Let's see what he draws and see if it's enough to kill the front.
Now I'm curious about the draw of Meat Value.
Ooh, so Meat Value has a risky fit. A risky fish and Showstar is enough. So does he want to risk the fear on his Dawn? I think it's worth it. I think we always take the kill here. So he's gonna risky fish, Showstar, swirl. Or he's also potentially thinking about double swirl himself. However, like I said, killing that front is just way too important. But yeah, he'll take his time. He'll analyze it. Wait a minute,
I think he's gonna go for double swirl.
Yeah, it's gonna be double swirl. That's the play.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, because Showstar, although it does dodge taunt, there's 29 shield on the frontliner, therefore not reaching that condition.
Yep, he's not gonna go for Showstar. And like you said earlier about the bench's draw pile, he just added 4 confuse in there. So automatically, this is what
all
it
of a
turns
sudden
out.
it's looking like Bench's favor, because look at this, he draws 3 confused, but he had more retained cards already to make sure he's going to be able to eat up this 4 energy turn if he chooses to, or if he chooses to use retain confuses to have those retained cards in his hand to draw.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to draw them again. That's the whole point of having taped cards.
Wait. I am so confused. Okay, he's gonna go for the double talk or the tiny dino?
We're not going to Tiny Dino here because it won't... Oh,
he just did.
I think since it's a damage race, he wants a Tiny Dino so he can redraw it and potentially raise the damage.
That's true.
I do like the double talk more because guess what? The more curses, the better, right? Whoever applies more curses.
Yeah, but okay. Now that this is already 4 energy, Meat Value, he's gonna go for the swirl and of course confusion. But those 2 energies, I'm not sure what he's gonna do with it. Is he gonna keep like 2 confused again?
Okay, I see why he did that last turn now. So he wants to use his Tiny Dino before the deck resets. Although Meat Value's deck was going to reset, and Jinx is a good play too. Dino was the correct play, so well played there by Bench.
Yeah.
sorry, excuse me. And then so Meat Value is gonna follow it up with Confuse, and like he said, he's struggling to kill the front. So although Meat Value started off with all that momentum, all that tempo, it looks like Bench is slowing it down, having the better retained hand, having these optimal turns, drawing another taunt to make sure his front lives.
Okay, so the swirl is coming in again. There's an eggshell and a double talk. 1 additional energy left for Bench. But again, we're talking about aggro here. But just like Spam said, these 2 cards will not be enough to kill off the front. So we are still racing for the front. Guys, we are already in turn 12 and no Axie has even died yet. At all.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, huh? Especially when I told you the win condition was to kill the front. What double talk land front? No, only one lands front. Meat Value's front lives as well. Maybe Meat Value might draw a better hand this time. His deck did reset, 15 cards left. He did draw 3 confused last turn. So what are the chances of him breaking again? That's a nice hand for Meat Value. 4 energy and 4 great cards. Also equalizing that whole, because remember, Meat Value went turns without retained cards. Now Meat Value is going to make Bench possibly go a few turns without retained cards. What he's doing right now is doing the math, seeing if he can 2 energy kill the front. If he can't, he'll just use all 3, no problem. Either way, he has 4 energy, he's going to use it all.
Okay, Eggshell is here. Oh,
never mind. Sorry, I keep forgetting about the taunt.
Yeah, that was taunt. And then he still has 3 energies. He can use all of those damage cards. Double Garage Room. Actually, that's a good call because of the random discard about Bench's draw. And look at that. His draw pile's already 14.
Well, the thing is, now Bench can easily just kill the frontliner if he draws 2 damage cards here. I don't think one's enough unless it's a Dino.
Oh, he gets a lot!
Yeah, he gets a lot. So now he wins the race. And on top of that, he gets to put 5 confusions into Meat Value's deck. I think this game is over from what I've heard about this matchup.
Think?
Yeah, because look at this. We're going to swirl here. We're going to heal. We're going to use 2 confuse to kill the front. And then 1 confuse onto the middle. And then, like look at the curse race.
Actually, what I'm curious about, even though Bench actually defeated the front of Meat Value first, well, if we're gonna like compute all their HPs together, Bench still took in a lot of damage on his Dawn, and that's still kind of like doomy.
Yep, for sure. All right, let's see what Meat Value draws here. Maybe he can draw a hand to equalize the Axie count. Oh, that's pretty solid. He's gonna get for sure a kill on the front, and Meat Value's mid is way healthier than Bench's mid. Is the momentum about to swing?
That's still 4 energy, but he would be forced to like keep 1 confused there.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. As long as we kill the front, we can 2-card the front. I believe if we start off with Risky Fish, I think Meat Value is contemplating the consequences of putting that fear on himself for a 2 energy kill. I personally think you should, just because it's a damage race, but we'll have to see.
Okay, so he's taking his time to
So yeah,
think,
like I
but
said,
finally
he'll
he has
risky fish
decided.
first. Then he'll Goda, because Goda's less damage than Goldfish. Goldfish overlays onto the mid liner, and look at that. Now momentum's in Meat Value's favor, right?
That's actually worth the risk, you know, fearing yourself. I mean, you're gonna get confused cards anyway, like.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, you only have 1 damage card left on your mid liner Dawn, or 2 if I'm not mistaken, because he didn't banish the eggshell.
Yeah.
So there's a chance. Okay, so he redraws his tiny dino here. This is a high damage turn. Do you think he'll choose to use a tiny turtle here?
He should. I mean, the tiny dino, I'm for sure that he's gonna use it just because this Dawn is on the brink of its death.
I just realized something too.
What?
Void in this matchup might be a nerf, because what happens here is you take 3 fragments. Okay, so Bench basically lost 3 fragments.
Yeah.
Therefore, Meat Value is not going to be able to get that Moonlight Thief value. So he does choose to go for the stun, and it looks like he's just going to retain instead of using Garish. Yeah, no rush there. So it's 14 to 14. Meat Value doesn't get that energy still.
Okay, so, oh, wait, what? Showstar there? Showstar just in time?
Showstar, he's asleep though, that's the thing. Wait, your backliner's asleep, Meat Value. You have to use Confuse to burn it off, then you have to Showstar.
Wait, I think he wants to use the Showstar.
Yeah, he'll use Showstar to wake up and then Confuse, because either way that midliner Axie's
exactly,
dead.
and put a Confused card into Bench's pile.
Great play there,
Yeah.
JP. You should totally consider turning pro. I like that.
What the heck? we play together.
You're seeing stuff I don't see.
What?
So that's the perfect play, like you said, and now it's a 2-on-1. Oh my gosh. Every other turn, I keep saying, oh, I think Bench is going to win. Then I say, oh, I think Meat Value is going to win.
He's not waking up.
He's not going to wake up, but you know what? You're in no rush to use that Garish, because Meat Value doesn't even have retained cards, right?
Right.
But yeah, it would have been nice to kill that that Dawn. So Bench did go for the potentially, like, Bench thought that Chomp would mess Meat Value up more than himself, but it turns out to mess himself up more than Meat Value. But that's a hard read. That's a read that you can see through hindsight, and you know hindsight is ultimately the ultimate pain.
We need that tunnel vision anyway. But Bench is taking his time. Okay.
No, he's just analyzing what he has left in his deck.
What do you think about his deck?
A lot of revenge cards left.
Yeah.
I believe that. Sorry. They didn't flip. This is Meat Value's turn, yeah. So I can't really see Meat Value's hand. They forgot to switch it over, but no worries whatsoever. He gets a decent turn, retains the Confuse, and now Bench, we know he has swords and revenge cards in his deck. He is going to be able to kill that front. This is a good play. I like this play, JP.
I like it.
He stuns it. He's going to kill it with a sword, then he's going to shield up.
Okay, one more. Oh,
no, it's okay. No. Don't forget, it's more about quality over quantity.
Yeah.
So you don't always have to toss out all your cards, use all your energy. You just have to make sure you use that opportune moments. Wow, this is bad for Meat Value. He draws 4 cards the turn that he's asleep. He does have 5 energy though. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5.
He has leaf though. He has leaf though. He has Showstar. It's game over. Oh, no, there's a revenge shield.
It's not.
There's a revenge shield. So 5 cards, he's going to have to use 1 card to wake himself up.
That should be the Showstar.
No, Showstar does 90 damage though. That's way too much, right?
Just to wake himself up.
Now, how about we use Goda to wake ourselves up? Then we use Confuse, Goldfish, Sword, Showstar, game over.
I think he's computing. Yep. Yeah, that's actually the perfect calculation.
GG, let's go.
Yeah, calculator. Oh, I forgot Meat Value is like a walking calculator.
He is literally what's it called? Yeah, a walking calculator.
Yeah.
He didn't even need that free 90 damage Showstar. Insane match for Meat Value. I even thought Meat Value was doomed at a certain point. But he just turned that momentum around. Even after losing his Axie first, the opponent's midliner was lower due to all the taunts. Then Meat Value had the 2v1. Although Bench had the 3v2 advantage, Meat Value had a 2v1 advantage. And I guess that ultimately decided the matchup.
Yep, actually Bench is really challenged here, and I love that game because even though the win con was like killing off the first Axie, Meat Value somehow has a better damage.
So here's the main problem. You want to kill off that front Axie before the second rotation. If I'm not mistaken, Bench didn't kill off Meat's front before the second rotation. Therefore, it wasn't as potent as I thought it'd be. But now we're going to go into game 2, and it's going to be interesting what they do. My personal prediction, they're going to pick the same thing.
Personal prediction. Actually, I would love to see a rematch between those two comps.
Yeah.
I would like Bench to see shine in that comp. So, I mean, it actually had a chance. I swear. It was kind of a close fight.
Yeah, JP, it was a mirror. It was literally the same comp. The thing is, Bench's version is slightly better due to that Parasite.
Yeah.
And you know, that Goda actually messed me up in terms of the heal value for Moonlight Thief, or the steal value for Moonlight Thief. So I believe they're going to go to the same go to the same comp. Meat Value does know Bench is going to go to the same comp. I'm wondering what charm changes Meat Value might do in order to adjust.
Charm changes.
Yeah, you know, maybe we might want to get rid of that Goda if Meat Value feels like that Goda is more of a handicap than a help. Maybe Meat Value might put, let's see, does Meat Value have a tiny dino? Maybe he might slide that in for damage. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Well, to be honest, I did feel the value of that Goda. Like, remember during that turn when Bench had the Void, and then his 5 energy actually got delayed because of that.
Yeah, and then Meat Value was at 5 energy that one turn. At 5 energy versus Swirl is super important. You know why?
Right?
You get to draw an extra card at 5 energy burst. So like that was well played there. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna go the same comp. So we're gonna sit back, we're gonna relax, and you're gonna get a rematch of that epic match.
Please do. I want to see Bench shine, literally, like with that kind of lineup. So I hope he wins it this time. Again, before the last time I casted today, it was actually a max match, like game number 5, and I wouldn't be surprised today if Meat Value and Bench actually takes this match into a game number 5.
Yeah, it's a high chance because I'm honestly think they're gonna play all 5 games the same comp. Reason being is
same
because
comp?
Yeah, discard Swirls, beat Perch, which they both have. They both have only 2 comps, Swirls and Perch. 2 Swirl comps, 1 Perch comp. The thing is, the other Perch comp, the Neos and Blackmails, loses to that Garish one. So like, I think they both have no choice but to Garish it out.
Yep, actually, and I'm actually looking forward to see some Neos as well. Here, actually from both of them. Yeah, like you said, they're carrying the same core cards.
Yeah, they can't bring the Neos because you need that damage from the confused eyes. We're in for a 5-game series of a mirror match. So everyone at home, buckle in. Swirl versus Swirl. If you don't like that matchup, you better learn to like that matchup. But I'm actually curious. I'm trying to think of something that I would do to adjust this mirror match. But charm-wise, but nothing's quite ringing a bell with me. I'm gonna have to wait and see how Meat Value and Bench adjust.
Okay, so since we are actually predicting, Spam is predicting that they're gonna use the same lineups, I am actually predicting that. Actually, I'm with you because you just explained it like with total sense, and yeah, they should just create the same lineup unless someone between the two of them starts becoming mischievous, and that actually happens usually with Bench.
Let me tell you another little secret to what pro players like to do.
Okay.
Between games, sometimes they like to take fake breaks. So to make the other opponent think that they're, oh hey, I'm gonna switch my comp. So then you get into their head, right? And you get them to change. But both these players know this trick, so I think they're both gonna spend time trying to fake each other out. Well, I really hope I'm wrong because it'd be really cool to see these other comps in action, huh?
That's true. So, oh wait! Oh my gosh! What were you thinking?
I just thought of an adaptation. I'm wondering how much. If you guys look at Bench's box, he does have that Lotus Swirl. I mean that Lotus Axie. You can't put Lotus Swirl on the same Axie.
Lotus.
But he does have that Lotus Axie with a clear, which helps in the mirror, with a Nemo and with a Blackmail. And a taunt as well. Maybe that might be Bench's answer. I personally haven't played a scrimmage. That is the single difference in their box.
If you're gonna play that Lotus, so which Axie will you switch out?
That's really hard because you need that tankiness from the front line. At the same time, Bench doesn't have a bug for that version, that Garish version. He's using the Parasite as the frontliner with Calcium Armor. And at the same time, the Dawn's really important. The Healing Force is super nice. And then as well as the Moonlight Thief. So I'm guessing he takes out his Dusk instead of Dusk itself.
Okay. Yeah, well, so let's see if they're gonna do that. They're taking their precious time actually to figure out which comp they're gonna use. And right now, I just want to do a quick shout out to our viewers here. We have Jeffra, Baker, Stark, of course, Stark, someone who called me out for being so hasty.
Oh, who's that guy?
Stark.
I don't know him. Doesn't ring a bell.
Really?
I'm just messing with him. I love you, Stark.
I would judge you if you didn't know Stark. I mean, like, Spam, really? What? Yeah, that guy. But Tonicon's also here. Abel, me, Aussie Lag, El Toro, Kuya Cruz, Sermon Yegs. Also, would like to give a quick shout out to Wiggles for actually co-streaming this live earlier.
Hey, Magandang Gabi, Wiggles. Are you watching me right now? Oh my gosh, I'm shy.
Yeah, oh, shout out to our friends there in the Philippines. Yeah, I miss you all. And of course, just want to give a quick shout out, of course, to Esports for everyone for being so solid about organizing this tournament. Now, game is already starting. Look at that round, boys. So cool.
Oh my gosh, the skills. Poggers. Can we get a Pog champ in chat? Whoa, they switched it up.
Please don't change him. I mean, like, he has that Riz.
Wow, so Meat Value, does Meat Value think this version is better? Trust me, I trust Meat Value's opinion probably more than mine. No, Bench switched it up. Interesting choice. Bench does have the better option in the mirror. I'm wondering what his thought process is here. He does have because Meat Value has 3 Confuse. So as cool as Neo is, Neo doesn't really do much because you're just thinning out your opponent's deck when you're supposed to be locking the deck, right?
Yeah.
And then on top of that, Meat Value has so many cards that like he doesn't mind being discarded. Just because, you know, Neo is going to get banished, whereas Meat Values is going to have those confused cards. Having 2 extra damage cards compared to 2 Neos is going to pay off in the long run, and this is going to be a long matchup.
But here's the thing. You've mentioned earlier that you have to time the Neos perfectly, whether to use them on the first rotation or the second rotation. But if you were bench, so what is the card that you want to target to discard?
So ideally, Swirl is always nice, right? Because eventually, or maybe even like a Garish, but he does have 2. There's not really a card that you can truly target. That's why I think the Neo version's worse in the mirror, right? Because like look at Meat Value's comp. There's 2 of each card, right? So even if one of them is a core card, he's still gonna have the extra.
Let's see. But this is actually
bad starting turn for Meat Value, and that's exactly why people choose to save the Nemos instead of burning them all.
Why?
There are turns where you do brick, and you can't retain a retained card, so you retain a Nemo and use it next turn. And Meat Value is also dodging energy fragments still, which is super nice out of him. Well played, Meat Value.
Okay. Oh well, right. I mean, both of them are using Moonlight Peeps, right?
Yeah.
So.
Oops.
A Swirl.
Oops, I got him confused. All right, anyways, Meat Value, very optimal turn. He draws 2 Confuse, so drawing them here while he's only on 2 energy, this means it will not affect him whatsoever. That's a perfect start for Meat Value. He even chooses not to use the Confuse. He's just going to choose to retain it and then see what happens next.
He was actually very lucky there. I mean...
What's the point of using a Confuse anyways when he has the other guy has 30 shield, right? It wouldn't really do much.
Okay, so now that it's Bench's turn, he still has 1 more energy left, and there you go. He's finally using the Nemo, and then what's he gonna use this time? Is he gonna scry? Oh no, he didn't. He just kept one card.
They're playing it a little slower. They're trying to make sure all their cards in the first rotation are very, very optimal.
But what's the win con this time?
Same win con, honestly.
Really?
Oftentimes, it either feels like these matchups are determined by whoever has the most Axie remainings. In the early game, maybe losing 1 is going to really mess you up. If you can kill an Axie before the second rotation, that's 1 win con. Second win con is like if you're in 2v1 in the second rotation like you saw. And the third win con is since Bench is on turn 6, which is an even turn, maybe this matchup just stalls so long that on that turn where the Blood Moon is 100, I believe, he can just one-shot all the Axies.
Okay.
When they're all at like 10 HP or something like that.
Yeah, and that's why they're taking it slow right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they want to make sure that if they're gonna kill off one Axie, they don't do it like recklessly, and compared to game number 1, because game number 1 they just kept throwing aggro cards.
Yes.
But right now they have to be more strategic.
Yeah. So far, as you can see here, a much slower game. Last game we saw like 2 Axies almost dead early, right? And we're just like, who's gonna die first? Meat Value's front or Bench's front? Okay, here are the Neos. So he's going to choose to use them right off the bat. Hits a crucial card in Garish here. So Garish is really good because guess what? You're playing discard versus discard essentially, except Meat Value's discards are going to have infinite value since they're not banished. But what happens if you get the early advantage by discarding your opponent's discard? Then on the second rotation, your second rotation is going to be cleaner because you get to retain your cards while he doesn't get to retain his.
Huh. That's actually one thought to ponder. Okay, what's he doing? He's gonna.
He's looking at the range of his deck, I believe, or looking on what to retain.
Okay. What's going on?
He has 2 of them, so he's gonna Neo. He's gonna choose to discard a Confuse. He's gonna tend to make sure his deck looks a little cleaner. He's gonna choose to get. Oh, I didn't get to see what he chose to get rid of, but for sure,
confused.
For sure, he's gonna draw Dino next turn, so he's not gonna get rid of that. Another good turn here for Meat Value, right? You're drawing 3 Confused, but still having all the energy to use that you want to use. His Octopuses will get value if he chooses to use it here. I'm wondering if Meat Value's win condition is still going to be rushing the front since Bench's deck isn't going to reset yet. So what happens is you can deal 3 energy here, and then next turn another 3 energy, and then maybe that would kill the front. I personally don't think it's enough damage because on average about like 200. Yeah, so
I don't even okay. Even Meat Value is taking his time to like think about what to do right now.
It's hard.
Yeah. I mean, with those 4 cards that you'd rather retain, but he finally made up his mind. He went for the risky fish on that Dawn and then the Aqua, but for his last energy, oh, he's gonna go for the Goldfish finally.
Yep. And then he is going to be able, because of Goldfish, hop to 4 energy before bench.
Right.
And it's because he's on odd turns. That's a huge advantage. Okay, so now we can kill that front. Like I said, I went to kill the front. I didn't think he'd get to 4 energy. That Goldfish is insane. If you guys don't know what Goldfish does at home, it gives you 2 extra fragments on top of the fragment that you get for using it if you have a skill card in your hand. And guess what? These swirl comps have tens of millions of skill cards, huh?
I think we already know what's coming here. Oh!
JP, this is a nice hand.
We're gonna
be able to
despite
showstar
those 2 blackmails, right?
Yeah.
Just use the Garish and then the Goda and the Pliers and the Showstar, whatever.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We'll see if we need to use a Showstar or not. I didn't pay attention if he shielded the front last turn with an antenna, possibly. But if he did, I'd probably start with Pliers.
He didn't.
If not, then yeah, you just probably use your damage cards here. Goda, Garish, Pliers, and then see if you ever want to Showstar.
There you go. He went for the Goda first, and do you think he would swirl?
Okay, so we can't kill with 2 energy. We can't Pliers, Garish to kill because he'll have 7 HP remaining. So we'll Showstar here, we'll hold the Pliers, and we'll swirl.
Oh, of course, okay.
Yep.
That's actually a good move.
Yeah,
hold the
great
Pliers.
move.
Yeah. All right. So here in turn number 11, let's see what bench has to say. But Meat Value already met the win con that we were talking about.
Yep. He was able to kill that Axie before the second rotation, and now look at this. Bench has revenge cards in his second rotation. Therefore, we're gonna mess up whatever lock he wants to apply or whatever consistent 4-card rotation he wants to do.
Okay, now he went for the Pocky. Of course, there's supposed to be a taunt there at the back.
Guess what, JP?
What?
Unlike last series, when Bench was able to get that 120 Tiny Dino off before the deck reset, he now didn't get 2 dinos off.
That's true.
So I think he's at a huge disadvantage, and maybe Meat Value hit that win con that I was talking about.
Actually, here's the thing. From both 2 games, like Meat Value's aggro is just so quick. It's like Bench. I don't know if it's his cards or just his
in this
decision-making.
matchup, I'm pretty sure that the discard version beats the standard Blackmail Swirl.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm so surprised Bench switched. Meat Value feels very confident in this matchup, and he's proven right so far. I'm pretty sure Meat Value has this in the bag, but I don't want to jinx him. We'll just play it out and see what happens. Maybe Bench can make a miracle clutch.
Yeah.
But look at Meat Value's Axies, JP. They're full health.
Actually, this is like an MMG thing. I mean, I know for one that Blackmails are so popular with MMGs, like boxes. And here, but Meat Value, he's still on a whim. Like, just diminishing all of the HPs of Bench. Like, look at how healthy those Axies Meat Value has.
Yeah, like I said, they're all green health. And look at Bench. He only has 1.5 Axies left. Even through this Piranha heal, even through the Swirl heal, he's not going to be able to get to 50% HP. His Dino is only at 92, unlike last game where he got 2 120 dinos.
Okay, now let's see. What's going on here?
He's just chilling. He's probably gonna use a snow. Maybe that Swirl won't be potent.
Yeah, he's not gonna move that tiny dino in any way. He's gonna have to wait. Oh wait, he's gonna have to wait actually.
Yeah, he's either thinking about swording here or he's gonna think about swirling. The thing about the swirl is it has a taunt on it, and he doesn't want his mid to die. Otherwise, it's game over. See how he has a taunt on his light blue Axie already?
Yeah,
that's why he chose to not use that swirl.
Alright, but now that it's Meat Value's turn, he has 2 swirls, 1 eggshell, and then the pliers, of course, that he retained earlier.
So there's no other play here than just like double swirl. Or actually, he might not want to use his retained cards in pliers. He's for sure going to eggshell because it's going to disappear if he doesn't. So he might swirl, eggshell, and retain confuse, or might just use the pliers. But if he did pliers, with 8 cards left, I'll have to see. Okay, so yeah, for sure we'll start off with the 2 swirls. That's mandatory each and every time. And it will decide if he wants to use a 4 energy turn or a 3 energy and a retain.
There you go. Now that he has like 2 energy left, is he keeping them?
He's gonna choose to double retain, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, because guess what? You know, eggshell, that's barely gonna do any damage. That guy has a calcium armor. He needs to save his damage cards because that midliner right there can't die next turn if Meat Value has a 4 damage turn. Meat Value knows his damage cards are limited because it's in the nature of a swirl comp.
Yeah,
so
actually,
now,
that's very smart.
Beautiful, beautiful play by Meat Value. These are the clean, small micro decisions that most people don't see. Not even I saw until he did it.
Well, actually, in terms of Meat Value, he's not really rushing to deal damage because he already knows he's ahead.
Yeah, like I said, he just wants to make sure his he gets full value of whatever he decides to use. So once they shift over to Meat Value's perspective, I'm going to be able to see what Meat Value is thinking. For now, we're still on Bench's perspective. Any second now, we should
there you
switch.
go, there
That's
you
a
go.
good hand. That's a good hand. Meat
I
Value's
love it.
calculating if he can 4 energy. He might be able to because of the Show Star. So he pliers this first. He gets the value from the pliers. And wow, he is going to be able to get a Show Star value. This Axie is dead. You're going to Garrus Show Star, and that's
Oh
a
no, he's
guaranteed
gonna
kill.
lose one again. Where you go? Okay, I
think
am
he's
actually
deciding.
anticipating
Yeah.
it.
It doesn't really matter. This guy's dead regardless, because he's gonna be at 85 after the 70 damage card. Meat Value is just basically trying to see if there's anything to even discard of the Garrus.
Okay, there you go. And he's gonna do the Show Star.
Because if not, he would have just used Risky Fish, which would have given him an extra energy fragment. So his dust heals an extra 3.
Yeah.
Small little micro decisions like this, I'm telling you, JP, is what separates Meat Value from the rest. He calculates this game inch by inch. Like, I know how he thinks, but you know, if I never trained with him, like, I wouldn't be able to see these plays.
Oh, that's true. You know what? Meat Value, I've always been amazed by him. Like I said, like we've talked about earlier, he's literally a walking calculator. Like, I think what he needs right now is just like notes. Just to put some notes, not really numerical values, but whatever. Bench here is left with 1 Axie, and guys, this is already a 3 versus 1 situation.
It's game over. So what Bench needs to do now is take this
Don't
time.
talk
Don't
about
forfeit.
surrendering.
Don't forfeit. No, I'm not. No,
Okay,
no.
okay.
You don't forfeit. You use this precious time to see what you're gonna do to adjust. Reflect on this game, right? Because you know there is a limited amount of time you can use between games. So Bench needs to readjust.
smart.
Come
Okay.
up with a plan B. We did see Paradise just come back from a 0-2 deficit. Maybe Bench can do the same. If anyone can do it, it's definitely someone with a box like his that's been well trained by the likes of ADRD, Meat Value. So we'll have to see.
Actually, that's actually a good plan. I mean, you know that it's already doomed for you. Like, just make the most out of it. And yeah, like you said, Paradise was able to come back earlier. And have we talked about the revenge story earlier? Well, let's talk about that later on. But right now, Bench is still fighting hard.
Clinging on to dear life.
Is he gonna use that Pocky?
He should just use a revenge shield, in my opinion.
Shield. Oh, no.
Oh,
He
I know
did
why.
use the Pocky.
He wants to extend the taunt since there's a taunt on him already.
Right.
That's actually pretty smart. Good job, Bench.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so he
Yeah.
plans to kill off another Axie.
Yeah, but now like with 1 Axie left, and this Axie right here only has 4 curse cards. I mean, not 4 curse cards. Can put 4 curses per turn. Meat Value is in a great position, especially since. I mean, anyone can see, right? 3 Axies
Right.
versus 1. So yeah, we're just playing the waiting game. I'm gonna, in the meantime, I'll start looking to see how Bench can possibly adapt. I think
Alright.
Bench needs to go back to the double discards, like I said.
Like the one he used in game number 1.
Yeah, he needs to, because I'm telling you right now, JP, he has Parasite. That's an extra discard. That's a 70 damage card, and you've seen how important his damage race is. I can almost bet anything that Bench is going to switch back to that. And then now, like I said, it can still go to game 5.
Yep, that's
it really
true.
can. Everyone at home, don't get too comfortable yet.
Hey, I want this to have game number 5. I mean, I respect both these players, but I just want Bench to make it hard for Meat Value.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like Meat Value never had like a maxed out series for this whole tournament, for this whole top 8 thing. Like he never had like 3-2 or something. So I want Bench to do that for him right now.
So believe it or not, like although it might not seem like Meat Value is being pushed to the limit, he is. I see Meat Value's preparation between games. He thinks he puts so much time into this. These players are so good. They are applying pressure to him. Just because you're not applying pressure in game because maybe 1 or 2 card draws might have been a difference, doesn't mean it's not being applied out of game. I'm telling you, like even me, I fear some people before the match even starts, or like I
Really?
fear a matchup before the match even starts. The game is decided on preparation. It's
and
decided
how
on
do
comp
you
selection.
how do you deal with that?
You know,
Chill.
chill, relax.
just
Don't let it get to your head.
Just face
Just
it.
know you're just as capable as of beating him as he is of beating you, and that's why I say we shouldn't call the series just quite yet. Bench is very, very capable. I'm telling you, his discard version is slightly better than Meat Values. He's gonna switch back, and then we're gonna see. It's gonna be a coin flip. What happens when you have 2 equally good players playing 2 equally good comps, JP?
Of course, an equal match. And by the way, okay, while we're talking about Bench, a lot of viewers are here to support him. I would like to give a shout out to Mariposa, of course, part of the Republicans, of course, Wam, a fellow Filipino, and of course Jay Merchant, who is here, a solid supporter of Bench. And by the way, quick shout out to the Jay Merchant because he's currently top 1 in Axie Doll Season 1.
That's crazy. I wouldn't be
Right.
surprised if we see him at the next Axie Doll land then. That's impressive, huh? You saw how intense and awesome the Axie Doll tournament was.
I loved it. I loved Axie Doll.
And can I tell you something?
What?
I'm personally don't have much experience in Axie Doll, but enjoying your cast there, keeping the energy up was insane. I felt like I learned so much. I had such a good time. And
You should try playing Axie Doll like in your phone.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
You can play on mobile?
Yeah.
Sign
for
me
Android,
up, sign
guys.
me
I
up.
swear. For those who don't have Axie Doll yet on their mobile phones, especially if you're using an Android, please don't miss out the fun.
Yeah, you guys have to give it a try, especially since we met the creator this weekend for the first time,
Yeah,
Tio.
Tio, yeah.
Isn't he such an amazing guy? Like, I definitely believe in his vision. I want to support it, and I want you guys to support it too. So definitely give it a shot. I know I will.
You just need like random 3 Axies if you're gonna play on practice mode, because in practice mode, guys, all skills, all cards are unlocked in practice mode, okay? But if you want to play rank, that's actually when you're gonna have to buy some Axies. So
Can I tell you a funny story about Axie Doll?
What?
I actually did play it, right?
You did?
Yeah, I played it at the Axie party at Soma, right? Shout out to Soma, by the way.
other night.
Yeah, and I actually got the high score of the night. There was a leaderboard at the bar.
Okay, so who was second?
Okay, I'm kidding. I didn't get the high score, but I scammed everyone, scamming Rice, and I wrote a fake score, put it at the top, baby. But I had a blast playing it. I have so much respect for the Axie Doll players, especially after watching them, especially after playing them. My fingers were hurting. I'm like,
me too.
Since when did Axie take APM? Oh my goodness.
Hey guys, I would love to shout out Sorbek for winning, for being the grand champion of the first ever Axie Doll LAN tournament, and that's actually a world championship as well. And of course, to the other 3 players, Grandy Soto, Melon, and El Momo for flying in and just really enjoying the game.
Dude, shout out to them. I want to shine a light on them a little more. Grande, he came here with his mom. It was so sweet.
Yeah.
His mom just supporting him. I was at the hotel.
They even shopped together.
I know. I was at the hotel. Grande was playing here, but his mom, since she can't make it to the studio, she stayed at the hotel and she was watching him on her little mobile phone while she eats, and it just warmed my heart.
Aww.
And he turned me to his family. Amazing guy, you could tell because he comes from an amazing family, as you can see.
That's true.
Next, I want to shout out El Momo. That guy, going to a V2 land. He went to Air Vegas. He went to an Axie Origins land, and now a Doll land. Speaks volumes for him as a player.
Even went to AxieCon, that guy.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then we have Fabled Melon coming out Brazil, making a name for himself, finishing second place, being this close to first place. Great,
it's
great
always
guys.
been him and Sorbek.
Yeah.
Like they've been like loyal rivals against each other.
Man, shout out to Brazil. You guys have some cracked Axie Doll
Exactly.
players.
Like it actually turned into a joke. Like if you want to be a good Axie Doll player, you have to be Brazilian.
Oh, really? All right, time to change my passport. I want to be a good Axie player. What the heck?
I also, if Tio, in any case, you are watching right now and you are still here in Vietnam, I would love to get my hands on one Axie Doll shirt.
All right, so now we're hopping into game 3.
It's already game number 3.
Oh, this guy
hopping.
has so
Literally
much skills.
hopping.
Whoa, do you see what happened here, JP? Meat value sticking with discards, right?
Wait, what about Bench?
Bench switched to Perch.
He keeps on changing.
JP.
What do you think about this?
You know Perch is very combo reliant, right?
Yeah.
So what happens when your combos get discarded? You're going to be very sad.
And what if your combos get locked?
Yes, so what happens here is usually Perch does not mind getting locked because it only takes one rotation to do a triple kill. However, because Bench is potentially going to have to go into a second cycle due to the discards, I think Meat Value's at a bigger disadvantage. The only way that Bench is going to be able to win, in my opinion, is if Meat Value draws really poorly, draws his Garishes the same turn that he wants to swirl. We'll have to see. I do think Meat Value's favored in this matchup, especially when those Garishes hit key cards.
That's true. Well, what I do not know right now is that, I mean, what I'm worried about is what if Bench doesn't get the optimal combinations of his cards, and actually that's what we were talking about. So Meat Value here, he knows that is his advantage, so he just wants to use all those discards. And hello guys, he has 2 Garishes and he has 3 Confusions.
Another reason why this matchup is slightly unfavored is because since Bench has the mech that gains energy every time you apply 90 shield, Meat Value is always going to be able to get Moonlight Thief value whereas bench won't be able to. And that Moonlight Thief is going to help prevent bench from getting to his optimal energy turn to use those Cottontails on that rage turn. Yeah, so I think the Meat Value's in control here. He just has to do his thing. But, this is actually a really unoptimal draw in my opinion. Like, he didn't get his swirls. He didn't get his discards. He's going to have to use damage cards. And, you know, you don't really... Your win con here is not really damaging them. You're gonna lock them while discarding their main combo on the first rotation.
Well, now I'm scared. Again, guys, it is still on match point with Meat Value on the lead. He just needs one win to secure the series. But Bench here is planning to have a reverse
this
sweep.
is so bad. He drew his perch already, which is not the worst because you can dig for it with Telescope. But like I said, you ideally want to use the ideal thing you want to do with this comp is to ramp early with your shields. Actually, he does. He's he's gonna choose to retain perch instead. I think since he doesn't have enough to one-shot everything, he might look to maybe do a double perch, maybe set up a baby one into a better one later, or he's just choosing to just retain that perch over and over because there's no rush to use it.
I have a question. Like, Bench retained the perch, right? But what if Meat Value uses a Garish? I mean, is it like one of the candidates for discard?
It's not going to be complete game over because you can Telescope. You can initial it to get it back from your graveyard pile, put it on top of your deck, draw it the next turn, or using a clear to force draw at that turn.
But it's still a candidate for discard.
This is a scary turn, JP. Look at this.
Now
2 Garishes. Will he
This is
discard?
exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, will he discard the key cards? We'll just have to see. And we'll see what Meat Value chooses to use for his last card. It doesn't look like Meat Value can round 1 lock no more. Because he did have to use 2 retains, so that's kind of the trade-off. See how he didn't use Swirl. His new win con is going to be using that the damage to rush down the front. But I think Meat Value still feels confident because although Bench doesn't need his frontliner after a certain while, because all the frontliner's purpose is to ramp up the energy. Meat Value is going to have to keep hoping to discard.
Okay, the perch is still alive.
Yeah. He retained it for sure. So the Garish just dodged it. That's a pretty good sign for Bench.
Confident. Okay.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so we do have 3 confidence in hand. The Innocent Lamb is going to turn to confident. Obviously, we'll see. We'll see what he decides to do here. Let's see if he even has enough to rage. Potentially.
Okay, now what I'm curious about is he's full of skill cards, guys.
He has to. That's the way the deck works. You have to use these confidence because they do have degrades.
Right. Now I understand where he's going. He wants to make sure that he has a lot of rage stacks before he uses perch.
Yep. But the thing is, even if he rages, that goes to 4 energy, and then a Cottontail would make that 5 energy. That is not enough. And then with a double rage, it'd be 6 energy. I don't think that's enough because Meat Value has been screwing with his energy gain. And then on top of that, just the discards. Probably hit something potent.
Okay. Oh, what happened there? Why did he lose HP?
Who lost HP?
Bench. Like an AoE damage.
Oh, I wasn't quite, I didn't quite see, but yeah.
I was just surprised.
Let's see if Meat Value is able to kill him here this turn. Meat Value has a great hand. He has a few options here.
Oh, Dawn Rune. Okay.
The Healing Force. That's nice. Okay, so we're gonna use the Confusion here. It looks like, and I think Meat Value at this point just go damage, huh? You're not gonna be able to lock him.
You can actually go for Show Star.
And it's not like this guy has enough energy. Yeah, this guy doesn't even have enough energy to do an OTK perch, especially with that Calcium Armor Shield up in front. So Bench is looking a little in trouble here. What do you think?
Well, I mean, as much as you want to have like 4 energy right now and use the perch, it's gonna take a while. You'll have to wait for another turn, and maybe when you wait for that, it's like gonna be doomed for you already.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Let's see how he draws. There are gonna be a lot of confused cards, as you know. But Meat Value hasn't been prioritizing confuses, so maybe those last 3 cards are clean cards or cards that he needs. It looks like he's just going to shield up to stall more turns because he does need a double rage in order to get the OTK.
Yeah, that's
he does
true.
need to get to 7 energy. He's going to play it patient, like you see. He's just going to keep holding that perch. That's the double Cottontail that he wants.
This is such a patient play coming from Bench. I'm actually curious like where this is going. But Meat Value, like every turn, God draws.
Yep. So the thing is, Bench has to be patient here. He has to do it all in one go. But the thing is, Meat Value now is at the point where he has Garish this turn. Probably going to draw Garish the next turn while being able to maybe shove a Confusion possibly. It's looking really, really bad for Bench. He's on a timer because guess what? We can kill this beast in 2 turns if Meat Value goes the aggressive route.
Yeah, I agree. Now, he has one goo, but you know, that doesn't really matter because he has like a lot of cards and he has a lot of energy. So he's just like pick any random damage
Great
cards.
play
but of
there,
course, he's
starting
very
off the
strategic.
Pliers getting that value out of his natural card text, doing the pure damage, then stealing the shield, so the shield is less, while you're not hitting to shield, and then now you're using great cards, 6 damage cards, Garish. Maybe that Garish even just discarded all the cards that bench has been saving up. Let's see what it removed.
All right, now, is this the time when he's gonna use that thingy? Oh, he's gonna use the thingy!
Yep, he's gonna rage this turn. He can't do a double cottontail. So yeah, he's just gonna rage here. It's gonna be double rage.
Energy.
This
Perch.
isn't enough though. This is only a 6 energy rage. Oh my gosh, it is!
That 462, that... Whoa, that patient play! Eliminating 2 meat values Axies. Look at that! And the last Axie of meat value alive is only on 23
actually
HP.
so mind blown. I didn't think it'd be enough.
That was just like more than Super Saiyan. What the heck?
Meat
What
value.
the heck was going on?
It looks like Meat Value chose to go the damage route, and therefore Bench was able to get out the lock. As you can see here, he is now on. You see how the bottom left is the 10 cards left. But Will, the thing is,
I haven't even moved on yet.
JP, the thing is, there's only 1 damage card left, right?
Right.
Oh, actually, there's Arco. But the thing is, will Arco be enough to kill with that 44 shield that Meat Value has there?
Oh my god. I don't think it's going to be enough. He only has like 4 energy.
I think Meat Value still has a great chance to win this.
Really? How?
Yeah. I'm going to keep my energy calm because I'm not sure what's going to happen. But as you can see here, what if Meat Value starts deciding to lock? You're not going to guarantee that perch draw on the second rotation either. We're going to kill the beast here for sure, right, JP?
Yeah.
And then now it's up to Bench to draw the damage he needs. Arco's not enough because he does heal Swirl as well. And now, like Reg mentioned earlier, soft locks are a thing. You're not going to completely lock them out, but the thing is that you can make them draw bad cards. So for sure, Meat Value is probably going to look to kill here. Maybe he might even hit a crucial card with Garish.
Well, Meat Value's only chance is just really eliminate one of Bench's Axies and shield himself up, of course, just to make sure that he lives for another turn.
Great turn, and so now it's a race, JP. There's 8 cards left in Bench deck. He's drawing 5 this turn, so for sure Meat Value is going to live another turn. And then it's up to Meat Value to kill this guy before he tops decks a perch in the second rotation. Maybe Meat has enough to lock with a single Axie. We'll have to see.
Well, actually, Meat is very lucky here because Bench wasn't able to draw a lot of damage cards.
Yeah, I believe Meat Value still has 2 revenge cards in his remaining deck, so we'll have to see. But like I said, Bench only has an Arco left in this rotation, which he didn't draw yet. And then he did draw. He has the Arco that he used, and then next rotation he has to either draw the Arco or the Perch. As a matter of fact, he has to draw the Perch. One Arco is not enough.
What's Meat Value gonna do this time? I'm actually waiting for his next card rotation.
Mathematically, Meat Value is favored. The probability of drawing Perch is
Really?
1 card. In a pile of all those confuses, look at this. Bench still has 15 cards.
1
right?
out of 15. Yeah.
So like.
Oh, that's a lot. I mean, that's so little.
And then on top of that, like Meat Value from here on out, has enough damage to kill him in 2 turns.
What about swords?
Yeah, we're gonna.
What about
no,
Bench drawing swords?
There's no swords. The 2 front cards only had skill cards. You can only get a sword with an attack card. That's the downside of a pure skill deck.
Okay. Yeah, actually, he's just banking on the perch.
So we'll Pliers here with double sword. Next turn, Meat Value has 2 swords, so all he needs to do is draw a 14 damage or higher card, and he wins.
All right.
Let's see top deck the perch here. He gets Arco.
He gets Arco?
Arco's not enough. We have shield. Meat Value has shield.
What are you gonna do, Bench?
So he's just gonna shield up. He does have Cottontail heal. He does have Cottontail heal. Maybe Meat Value now doesn't have enough damage to kill. But now look at this. Bench has only a 50% chance to draw his perch next turn because there's 10 cards left and only one of them is perch. On top of that, Meat Value might even draw confused cards to make it even harder. Mathematically, like I said, it's in Meat Value's favor, but you never know what's going to happen, JP. I don't know if you guys noticed. JP is on the edge of her seats.
RNG is the god of this one. Look at that. He sacrificed 1 Arco for nothing because he had to go through that shield.
Way too much shield. And
oh my gosh, that was such a risk in there.
Now he's just buying time. He's going to heal up, hope to live this turn, and top deck a perch next turn. Does Meat Value have enough to kill him here? He does not. He does not.
He does not. But he does have the swirl. He does have the swirl.
He has the swirl, so now it's going to be a total of 12 cards left in Bench's deck. So, in 1 in 12 cards, will Bench draw the perch? Let's see.
Okay, this is it. This is the
will
RNG
Bench
moment
draw the
of our lives. Let's see. No, he didn't!
he didn't draw the perch. He does have a telescope.
He got a telescope.
But
Oh
as
my
you see in
gosh.
chat, Zara says now perch doesn't kill. Look at meat value's health with all that shield. It's pretty insane, huh?
Yeah, and what I'm curious about is whether meat value's card right now is gonna be enough to kill him.
Game
It's gonna be
over.
enough.
Shout out to meat value with the 3-0.
Oh, he's gonna do a garage and a confusion, and it's about over. Meat value goes to the grand finals. Bench will have to go through the lower bracket.
One more series, meat value wins the whole thing. This is crazy.
Oh my. Chief, where are you? Please take it away and talk to our grand finalists.
Oh, yo. That was crazy, huh?
It was
that
so
was
crazy.
insane. So now what happens here is Bench is going to be facing Paradise, which is another similar matchup, right? Because they train together. And then winner is going to face Meat Value. Congratulations, Meat Value. Guaranteed second place minimum. It's been a long time coming. He's widely known as one of the best players in the game, and I'm really happy that people are starting to see that.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't prepared. I thought we were gonna throw it to Chief.
I wasn't prepared either. all good.
I was standing because that match was so intense.
She was standing the whole match. That's how intense it was.
I mean, not the whole match, just the latter part of the last game. But I mean, I started standing when the perch happened, but you know, it all went in vain. That was just so sad.
What an insane series. Oh my gosh. So, Bench, my best advice to you is, man, the series is not over. I mean, you still have a loser's bracket run. You only have to win one more series to get your rematch. And in your rematch, you will adjust. You will use a double discard, which is your only chance to beat Meat Value, in my opinion. He'll learn from his mistakes. He knows better. I'm pretty sure all his teammates are texting him to use that double gear. So if somehow Bench is able to get a revenge, if he's able to beat Paradise, yeah, he'll get his revenge.
Oh, by the way, would love to give a quick shout out to our partners later on. Okay. Finally, Chief, take it away. Let's interview our winners.
I am here. Sorry for the miscomm. And you know what? I only have one thing to say. Who's gonna beat the meat? Because this man has come out here to Vietnam and he has been on absolute fire. No one can stop him. No one can even touch him. He is moving on to the grand finals no matter what. And you know, I want to hear what this man has to say because he's had more and more words as the tournament's gone on.
Well, first of all, I missed it really hard the first game. I almost threw, like, at the beginning. But I got lucky. I think I got pretty lucky the whole series. Yeah, the last match, my garages were like, I think, I don't know exactly what I discarded, but I think it was like I was choosing the cards after I saw Bench what Bench was playing.
Okay, so we have some mind games going on. If Bench makes it back up into the grand finals, I think we're going to have a battle because Meat Value, you know, as untouched as he's been, he didn't sound as confident as he usually does. I think this could still be an epic grand final between these two. But first, we have to find out who wins between Bench and Paradise, and that will be coming up next. Casters, take it away.
Yeah, like you said, amazing series, and Bench still has a chance. He's about to go play Paradise. Winner's going to face Meat Value, and oh my gosh, these last two series are going to be epic. What do you think?
Well, Paradise, we have witnessed, I mean, like, after Ahil left the tournament, I'm gonna have to call Paradise my new underdog, just because he was defeated by Minnow in the upper bracket, and then he went through the lower bracket and then made his way there, and then he finally faced Minnow again, and then he got his revenge against Minnow, but right now he's gonna have to face Bench first before he gets to face Meat Value, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, may the best man win. But of course, let's give a quick shout out to our lovely sponsors. Let's start with Community Gaming for giving us one hell of a ride. Always been helping us, Esports for Everyone, in all our tournaments since then. So shout out to you guys, Community Gaming. Check out their website. You can organize a tournament there or check out all the tournaments available for you.
Yeah, next I want to shout out Wink Hotel. Like I said earlier, this is my first time in Vietnam, and I genuinely mean it. I've been enjoying my stay there. The hospitality, the hotel quality, absolutely amazing. Great staff as well. Exclamation point Wink in chat. Thank you so much for making my experience amazing.
And of course, last but not the least, Sky Mavis, Axie Infinity, they have contributed a whopping 6,500 AXS to the prize pool for this event to give back to you because we care about the Lunasians. So guys, we are privileged to be able to work with them to bring you this awesome esports event. Guys, just type in exclamation point Axie in the chat for more information.
Yeah, and without further ado, we're going to go on a break. I love you guys. The last 2 series are going to be amazing. We'll catch you soon.
See ya.
Tomorrow, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow. Welcome to tomorrow.
Esports, gaming, high score, victory, Cupid, Blue Moon, Cattail, Chubby. I found Indes, game changer, legacy, future, Web3, Axie, Infinity. To the moon, Lima, Cloud, White, Coco, Elon Musk, retweet, G-Host, on fleek, scholarship, blew up, chief, invented it, coins crash, SLP, tough times, c'est la vie.
Tomorrow, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow. Welcome to tomorrow. I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow. Welcome to tomorrow.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
People are always asking, where's your passive income come from? Through questing and winning. I quest while I bowl. While I'm making pancakes. While chilling at the pool. While I'm playing Axie Infinity. During dinner. Under the water. Playing the piano. While I'm using the restroom. Get out of here, man! I can earn from anywhere. Join Community Gaming's questing system and quest for cash.
Don't be a caveman. Play to earn.
I'm sipping.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
You start the fire. I'm down to find what you like. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we cross that.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
There's something about you, something about you. You know I.
At the end of November, the action begins.
Jugadores de todo el mundo. $100,000 prize pool.
2048 Spieler.
And one champion.
Don't miss your chance at making history. Axie Minors. Esports for everyone. Win to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Begins one of the biggest events in Vietnam's history. Axie Minors. The future of esports is now. What is going on, everybody? I'm Chief, and I'm live here in Ho Chi Minh City at Wink Hotel, where all of the players will be staying during Axie Week, March 10th through 12th. Let's go take a closer look.
Wing's youthful approach starts at check-in. No receptionist in sight, and the process only takes a couple minutes.
Cash I never let go. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke.
You can get snacks any time of day at Wing. It's so easy, you only use your room card. After a long night of doing the wrong thing and eating those snacks, bring it to the gym and work those calories off. Let's go. Have you ever slept on clouds? Wink Hotel's gonna make that possible. That was the tour of Wink Hotel. Wow, that was amazing. I cannot wait for this event. March is going to be off the hook. If you made it, if you qualified, I hope you're excited because this is where you're gonna be staying. Have a great day, everybody.
Esports.
Axie Infinity and Nation Getters.
Nation Getters. Nation Getters.
Axie Infinity, Nation Getters.
Freestyle. A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
From all around, the people are gathering. The future's bright, cause we win when we collab in. Hands down, it's the start of a new round. AxieCon proved it was a good move to stick around. New Axies, soul bound, no passing, first round. Pour some gas on it, enlist towns. 2 days left, who's got the most crowns?
A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
This is where a nation is gathering now.
I like that. The future of gay.
Oh, baby, it is showtime. We are back with the E4E Minors here in Saigon, and there are only 3 players left. We are in the losers bracket finals, and it is about to go down. We are gonna see these 2 players battle it out for an enormous amount of money. We have Paradise over on my right side, coming in now from Sura Gaming. He is going to be bringing the heat. He's been on fire all day long. And you know, right now, today, if you would have asked me this morning, I wouldn't have known he was going to be here. But seeing his vibe, I think this man may be pushing for the title tonight. And on the other side, we've got Bench representing MMG, who have been dominating the scene lately, winning the tournament in Brazil. He's been a quiet figure amongst the crowd, but today he has been shining like a bright star. It's been absolutely incredible. These players are building their storyline. They're becoming champions in their own right. No matter what happens, they've already shown us that they are up to the challenge. So, without further ado, let's let these champions do what they do, and I'm gonna pass it up to you. Let's go, casters.
And here we go. Thank you, Chief, for passing it on to us. I'm Invictum. Together here with me is Paring JP. Again, we are now heading on to the lower bracket finals. This is the last and final chance for Paradise and our Bench to actually go the distance and go back to the upper bracket. So what do you think about that?
Okay, so here's what I think. We're finally down to our last 3 players, and I can't believe, like yesterday, they were 8, and you know, suddenly just cut off and got cut off to our last 3 players, namely, of course, Meat Value there at the top, waiting for whoever is gonna win this match between Bench and Paradise. So if Bench wins, it's gonna be a rematch between Meat Value and Bench. But if Paradise wins, it's gonna be a Sura night.
Oh, Asura night. I would love to see that, but of course I would love to see Bench do his best as well against Paradise. These two players are really amazing in their own right, and Bench has been dominating throughout the entire tournament so far until he met Meat Value. So far, the reigning king in the upper brackets. Meanwhile, Paradise has actually gone all the way from the first round of the losers bracket all the way to now here in the loser brackets finals. So he's fighting with such a huge weight on his shoulders, and yet he's here dominating with so much bloodlust. And here we go, Paradise versus Bench.
The win rate of Paradise is actually very close to the win rate of Me Value.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but
Was
Paradise
it 67% with Meat Value?
almost like 69, something like that. I mean, it's easy to remember if that's the number. But
and you know what? Bench, although his win rate is below 50% during the qualifiers, right now he is showing that he has what it takes to amp up that number. Although it is 46.7% here in the actual grand finals here in E4E Minors, he's won most of his games until again he met Meat Value, which is currently the slayer of all players in the upper brackets.
yeah, that's true. Well, actually, if we're gonna like name the most heated player right now, it's gonna be like Paradise. You mean when you say most heated, he's the guy who came from the lower bracket and is just feeling the intense heat of winning, of wanting to survive. That's gonna be Paradise. But Bench here, he came from the upper bracket and he has something to prove. He's the only player here that's representing MMG, and he doesn't want the grand finals to be both from Sura.
You know, another motivation for Bench?
What is it?
Well, it can be either a motivation for him or pressure, depending on what type of a person he is the fact that the MMG boss right now, Scott, is outside.
Here.
It is.
Bench, did you hear that?
Yeah, he is on site and watching the performance of Bench here. And so far, Bench has been performing really well.
Yeah.
We'll see if that is the case as well when he's up against someone like Paradise. Again, Paradise going all the way from losers round 1 to losers round 4. The finals here is not something anyone can just do, because the pressure and the fact that you always have to think, and it's always in your heart that you could go down at any moment without even so much as a chance again, is something that no normal player can do. And especially during his match against Mino, wherein they went toe-to-toe all the way to game number 5, that was really heart-crushing and at the same time nerve-wracking.
Oh, I hated that match. I have another motivation for Bench. Like, what if, I have all these dark thoughts. Like, remember when we were talking about dark thoughts like last night? So a dark thought for Bench, like, what if he was just playing it cool with Meat Value, and then he's gonna surprise Paradise and Meat Value in the grand finals? Like, I know this because I remember what Echo did to Blacklist International during M4.
All right, yeah.
Something like that.
So
Hello, ML players.
maybe Bench here is hiding something.
Yeah.
But at this point,
I mean, he can be that kind of guy.
yeah. But at this point, this is where you would want to bring out your hidden card. This is where you would want to bring the last card or the last trick up your sleeve, because otherwise you could lose your entire chance of getting into the grand finals. Again, we are one win away or one game away from the grand finals, people, and it's time for Bench versus Paradise. Let's see what they have in store for us. Who do you think, or what do you think their teams will be here in game number 1?
Well, for game number 1, wait, why am I seeing like a rage comp? That was the last comp that Paradise used to defeat Miano earlier, but I doubt that he's gonna choose that beast for game number 1. But still, but since it's up there, like it's up there, you see that tiny dino and the yellow thingy? Yeah, it's gonna be like a beast comp. He's not accepting Bench yet. Okay, finally he's accepting. So he's gonna use the beast comp for game number 1.
Oh.
Okay.
So this is very
He's
interesting.
feeling so ragey.
This is gonna be a beast composition going up against a swirl composition. Again, this is the problem with beasts right now going up against swirls. They have a time limit. But meanwhile, bench here will have to defend against Paradise here. So that is something that would dictate the match essentially. It's either Paradise will sweep the floor against bench here, or bench will be able to defend his Axies just long enough for him to actually destroy Paradise's game.
There you go. Well, since he has 2 energy and he has like 1 free return, of course he's just gonna do like a little piece in a believer, and then like return 1 little piece. Yeah, just so he can control the damage that he's gonna do against bench. But again,
I think he's gonna be going for the little piece, yeah,
first,
and then
the
believer. Yeah.
And then return the little piece.
But it's not gonna be dealing as much damage right now. It's 92, 92. Well, still
In
a lot
total,
of
yeah.
damages, yeah.
Oh, it's the believer that he's gonna retain. Well, I don't blame him though. You want the rage stacks to stack up as soon as possible. Well, for bench, well, here's the thing. Bench is using the swirl lineup, right? And we've seen it like a lot of times, like rage counters, like direct counters, the swirls. So Paradise here has a huge chance. That's what I think. Paradise here has a huge chance on winning this. And if we're gonna talk aggro, look at that. In just turn number 4, the HP of Bench's front is already less than half.
Man, 195 HP remaining, and it does have the vulnerable. Here comes another believer. 52 HP remaining for bench. Now Paradise just coming in with all sorts of damages. He goes in with the Ronin, eliminates that front lane. It's down to a 2v3 again. Paradise here would need to secure or kill 2 of bench's Axies here for him to basically give him all the time that he needs and all the space that he needs.
Yeah.
Because bench would no longer be able to lock out Paradise here. Now here comes even more swirls coming in for bench here. But the problem now for bench is this tiny Dino Axie has been opened up for all forms of attacks.
All forms of attacks, exactly. And even though Paradise only has like 3 energies to use right now, this is still a huge amount of damage coming in for him. And it would only take bench like 2 turns to survive, this being that first turn. So bench, once he gets his turn started, he'll have to freaking decide whether he's gonna use that tiny dino right now or never.
And you know what? Another thing that could be ruining or at least messing with bench's mind right now is the fact that he just came from a, was that a 3-0 defeat?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he just came from a 3-0 defeat.
I mean, like,
with
like
no break, yeah. And Paradise here was given a bit of a break, but at the same time, we cannot really take it out on the players because these 2 players are well prepared and they know what is coming to them. They joined this tournament knowing full well that they could be in such a situation, so they would need to train their endurance as well, their mental and physical endurance, especially when you're up against such players wherein they're just gonna be coming at you with everything they've got.
So here's the thing. Little Branch just came in. Okay, that wasn't enough, but I doubt that Paradise is gonna use... Oh! He does use the Ronin. Well, doesn't matter. It's still damage card. But what's interesting there was he saved up the Axie Kiss just so he can deal like additional damage against this Dusk later on. But Bench will have to freaking shield up. Like, where is he gonna get all those shields? It will never be enough. And he even has like the Swirl just to lock the deck of Paradise. But I fear it's already too late.
Paradise now coming in with all forms of damages. Again, Bench is in deep trouble. Look at that. 4 confused cards though being shuffled into his deck. He has 1 little branch and I think that has the Scotch tape. Yes, it does. So even if he doesn't use it now, it's just gonna be retained. Paradise can actually just skip here. It wouldn't matter that much. And it's gonna be little branch going in with a lot of damages against that last remaining Axie for Bench. But Bench here is not gonna go down without a fight. He's gonna be going in with all sorts of attacks. Here comes the Garish going to the front there. Now he still has 3 Revenge Swords, but he's gonna be going in with the Confusion. There's gonna be 62, shuffling in 1 confused card as well into Paradise deck. Now, but the problem for Bench here is he won't be able to lock out Paradise.
Yep, that's true. But Paradise kind of soft-locked here. Actually, Bench is still holding on to his hopes. But like what Spam says earlier in the previous game, this is actually the perfect time for Bench to think about his strategy for the next game. But he's not really giving up this game.
Yeah, he's not gonna give up. He's come so far that giving up is no longer an option. He even manages to take out another Axie of Paradise here. It's down to a 1v1 situation wherein Bench is in a bit of an advantage actually. There's going to be a little branch, 146, 102 HP remaining. Are we going to see a miracle here for Bench? Will Bench be a miracle worker?
That's 4 energies, guys. He can heal back with a swirl, meaning he's going to put in like three confused cards into Paradise because he also has like 1 confused. But the thing here is if Paradise gets like 2 to 3 damage cards, it's already doomed for Bench. But if he doesn't, Bench still stands his chance. So RNG will be the solution here.
Let's see what he's going to be throwing in. Oh wait, the deck has reset. Paradise now with the little piece. 76, 104 HP remaining. Here comes the believer. Bench is going to go down. Paradise secures his first victory here in the lower bracket finals.
That was actually kind of a close fight, to be honest. But you know, when the deck reset, we already know that those confusion, that configuration is just like a little probability already.
Yeah.
So yeah, hats off to Paradise for winning game number 1. Bench will need to use something else though. I don't think this.
Can we take a look at the?
You want to look at Paradise or Bench?
Let me look at Bench right now.
Okay.
So Paradise went in with a triple beast. And we've seen time and time again that beasts can have a bit of an advantage when it comes to swirls, but it's not always the case. There are cases wherein beasts can actually win against swirls can win against beasts. Now the thing here is, I don't think Paradise will be switching out. Although he did have that big brain moment where he switched out against Mino and secured his fifth victory, I don't think he's gonna be switching out now because that beast is working out so well for him, and Bench here actually has a lot of swirl compositions. The only other thing that he has is the purchase.
That's true. Well, as for Bench, in any case that Paradise is gonna be using this Rage comp again, it would mean a lot if he uses a tankier front, just to like buy time, because that was literally a close fight, and with just the right amount of damage, and or just the delay before all those damages goes to his back Axie, because it's aggro, literally aggro. He should buy time, but I would like to know the opinions of his fellow MMG members there in the comment section. We have Elzo, we have
There
ADRD.
are a lot of people right now in the chat. We have 1,000 people watching at home, and some of them actually here on site, and we cannot wait to show you who's gonna be winning the lower bracket finals. But so far, I think Bench will have to step up his game. I think the best thing he can do is go for the Neos. He does have that Neo composition. So then what this would do is Bench would essentially destroy the cards that the Rage composition would be getting. So basically, he'd be eliminating a lot of damages. He'd be neglecting a lot of damages that would be coming from Paradise otherwise.
Yep.
So those Neos would come in handy. But that doesn't mean that the Neos would be a sure way to win this matchup. He would have to actually time his Neos so well that he would be taking out all of the right cards. Because again, Paradise is equipped with a lot of scotch tapes as well, so a lot of those cards will be retained if he does manages to draw them.
Yep, actually, for Paradise, I feel so free. Like like if I'm gonna channel my inner Paradise, I feel so free. Like I can choose any comp I want because I have the upper hand right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's really not much much of a direct counter coming from Paradise here. So yeah, he can basically choose anything. But Bench here, he has to keep his cool too, and just believe that he has an as equally good team and skill, the right mind to do it. and he has a lot of supporters here in the comment section. I
Yeah.
swear, like the comments here in the comment section are full of bench.
Yeah, full of bench. Yeah, and honestly, I would say bench is a really great player.
Yes.
Bench has everything that others players do. I think what he needs now is to just surpass his limits, go all the way to that S tier level, and just go with go with something that Paradise would not expect. And I actually agree with the comment here that says Swirl beats Rage most of the time. The only problem right now is that it's not really showing that. Again, it's kind of a 60-40
I understand
60-40
that.
percentage.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that like with a proper double taunt because what happened there in game number 1 was Bench was not able to distribute the
exactly,
damages. Yeah, he has to distribute the damages
basically,
and not have one of his Axies killed off.
Yeah, basically Paradise was just coming at him right from the front, just charging head on and fighting the fight, bringing the fight to him and destroying Axie after another. And Bench was not able to do anything. He didn't get to distribute the damages, as you said. He didn't get to equalize the health of his Axies, and that essentially means as well that Bench didn't have the chance to heal up using those swirls.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? He just needs to maximize those double taunts, and we have seen him use
People's Choice Awards.
Shout out to you, Maria. I miss you. And of course, Ahil is also here, and he's here in the chat. And earlier, he was also here in the venue just to support Bench.
Actually, let me check. I think it was Bench that took out. Oh no, wait. Who took out Ahil? Zero took out Ahil.
Yeah. Last night.
And another thing is Ahil and Enrico are very great friends.
Yeah.
And Enrico was the one that took Ahil from the top bracket to the lower brackets.
Hey,
so there's a
I
huge
just want to
journey
say
here.
that coming in here, there were 3 Filipino players in the top 8, and Bench is the only one left.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now, wait, what nationality is Meat Value? Argentinian, right? Yeah. And Paradise is Brazilian?
It's a yellow and a blue flag.
Brazil, right? I'm colorblind, so I don't know.
I'm gonna search for it right now. Brazil flag. Let's see.
Colorblind, guys. But yeah, let's go back.
No, it's a different flag.
Let's go back to the battle. As far as we can see,
Enlighten us, please, there in the
I
comment
think
section.
Bench
We would love that. Thank
would
you so
actually go for another
Portugal. Portugal.
Portugal. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Stark.
Thank you to our comment section. Thank you, chat, for giving us that info. So we have 3 different nationalities, and that's what Axie is all about. Just bringing in people together from all sorts of world. And actually, that is what E4E Minors, E4E as an organization, as a whole, is trying to do. Just bring the community together. Just make sure that everyone is included. Everyone gets a part of what Axie Infinity is about.
Yeah, actually, I agree. Now, they're taking their precious time to choose their runes and charms. So, what I want to happen for this this round, actually, I just want Bench to do his best. He's been through a lot. I mean, whoever
He
wins,
has.
I mean, whoever wins this, I just want us to have like a good show. So please, no 3 zeros. No, no 3 zeros this time.
Now that we are approaching the final phase of this journey, this adventure, I would hope to see a lot of different types of battles. But the one thing that I would not want to see is a complete landslide, especially in the grand finals. But now that we are here in the lower bracket finals with Paradise going from the very get-go down here in the lower bracket all the way here, the best thing that we can see right now is both of them fighting the fight, just going the distance and getting that 5th game.
Well, if you want that, okay, let's get kind of technical right now.
Sure.
So, if Bench wants that to happen, of course, I have no doubts with Bench when it comes to gameplay, and I usually see I don't see him make any misplays. Like the worst that he can do is choosing the wrong comp.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And honestly, right now, again, like we mentioned, there is a fair chance of the swirl composition winning against beasts, but that doesn't mean the beasts can't win against the swirls. So there will always be some form of balance here in Axie Infinity, and no matter what your compositions are, there are just ways to outmaneuver what we already know and just outplay your opponent. That's what makes Axie beautiful, you know. The moments wherein you can outplay your opponent and you can just dig through whatever gaps that they're leaving. And so if we're gonna get technical right now, can I just check Paradise here? So Paradise does have, even if his beasts get defeated, there are still the swirls. He still has that very, very technical and very, very optimized swirls that he can use against Bench here. Although Bench does have those Neos, again, the Neos, that can sort of mess with Paradise's composition here, with the swirl composition of Paradise. But at the same time, if he does go for the Neo, we've seen before that Paradise's composition is actually winning, or actually has a chance to win against the Neo composition.
Well, I would love to see that one. I swear, like, but I'm just really worried about Bench right now because Paradise is just on chill mode and on rage mode. Yeah, just, you know.
Yeah,
he just finished rage.
He's just going all out, just going into fury mode.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
The other thing here is, another factor to consider here is, Paradise is already accustomed to being on the lower brackets. That means he's already used
to
having
grit.
that burden.
He has that grit.
Yeah.
Oh, round 2 is incoming. Oh, wow.
We
now
have
we get a pair.
We have a round pair. We have a round pair there.
A round couple.
Yeah.
Oh,
issue.
So Filipino.
Now let's head back into game number 2 of the lower bracket finals. Let's see who's gonna be coming out on top. Will Bench equalize the scores, or will Paradise secure his second point? Now both of them, again, here comes Paradise. This is what I was talking about, his optimized swirl composition. Bench here is actually going in, I think that's the same team as well. So he's gonna be going in with that double talk, the cute bunny, and that Kestrel backlane. So he has all the forms of cursed cards, and at the same time he does have a lot of damage dealing Axies. So the problem here is who's gonna be able to secure or build that foundation for that lockout. Although in this type of battle, it would be hard to lock out one of them.
In a matchup like this, I would reference what Spam said, that the win con is whoever gets to kill off the front Axie first. But yeah, Elzel here is proud of Bench for keeping that lineup, because I remember in the previous matchup between Bench versus Meat Value, there was no game that he had the same lineup. Like, he kept on changing, but this is the first time that he's sticking to his guns, like today. So Bench here, in order to defeat Paradise, again, let's call that win condition, defeating the front Axie first. And in order for him to do that, he's gonna go on full on aggro.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Now, Bench here actually does have the Tiny Dino now, so that Tiny Dino can go up and charge with the damages. Meanwhile here, Paradise will be getting that Bamboo Spear, and as well as 2 swirls, which is actually good because now he can just go in with the swirls, and at the same time that does have the taunt, so, or the Gecko Mask, which applies taunt onto the Axie. So now with that back lane Axie having the taunt, Bench, if ever he does go for damage or he does attack Paradise here, all those damages would be going to the back lane, and that back lane can be really, really tanky. It looks like Bench here is actually going for it. He's gonna be adding a swirl as well with the Gecko Mask, so that's gonna be applying taunt to the back lane there, and at the same time I think he is gonna be ending his turn here.
Yep. Okay. So it's Bench's time. Is it? No. Okay. It's Paradise's turn. It's not yet ended. But Confusion and Pigeon Pose, those are curses. And now, you were talking about this earlier, right? The earlier you lock, the better.
Yeah.
So curse cards coming in for Paradise, throwing it off against Bench, and Bench here will struggle a little. But you know, you don't really fear those curses too much, because what's important here is how you're gonna save up those HPs and how you're gonna distribute them, which Bench is doing right now because he put that taunt on that back Axie. And later on, for sure, he's gonna use another Axie with a Gecko Mask or something just to make sure that there's gonna be a taunt on that.
Ooh, 55 HP being removed from the back lane here of Bench. In hindsight, they're not really doing that much damage, but that's in hindsight. And when you look at the bigger picture, every damage counts, and every single health can actually go with can actually take them to the victory.
Yeah.
With even 1 HP is enough for them to clinch that victory. But now that's gonna be a blackmail going to the back lane there. He does draw for, I think that was 3 confused. So right now, Paradise is already messing with the card draws of Bench here. Meanwhile, Bench is still on the process of building up. But the thing here is, right now, Paradise isn't drawing any form of confused cards. That means, by the time the reshuffles comes in, Bench would have the advantage.
That's true. Oh, by the way, yeah, since there are no Neos here, the most that they can discard is with their own Garishes. And the thing about Garish, it's not a banish card, so it can rotate and rotate. But the downside of that is that you can't choose the card that you're gonna discard. Like, what if you discard a Confuse, right?
Exactly. So now, again, right now, Bench is drawing, I think this is one of the last few confused cards that Paradise has shuffled into his deck. Now he's just going in with that, just gonna be 55 damage on the front lane, goes in with the swirl on the back, and right now he's gonna be ending his turn. That was a good turn for...
He didn't use a double talk?
Nah, he did not. That was a good turn for Bench though, because he managed to at least maximize the energy that he had there.
Yep, actually, yeah, you're right, actually.
Did he keep the double talk? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
I think he kept the double talk.
I didn't even see whether it has like the thingy, you know, the glowing thingy, if it's gonna be retained. But I hope it does, because you know that would be such a waste if you just let go of the double talk, because that would create like curse cards against your opponent, and that's what we want. We want to lock out the deck of our opponent just to make sure that they don't deal a lot of damage against us. And right now, if we're gonna check the HPs of these two players, it's actually Paradise that's on the low.
Yeah, Paradise is a bit on the down low there, with I think it's 141 HP. And he's gonna be going in with a Garish Swerve, 74 HP being removed from the front lane. Now is the only time that Paradise is actually, or now is actually the start of Paradise being able to damage that front lane, because so far all of the damages, although minimal, has been going to the back lane there of Bench. Now Bench is gonna be going for the taunt on the mid lane there. He does get 3 confused cards there, and his Tiny Dino is already in full damage. It's just waiting to be used now.
Yep, actually now Bench here, since it's you know, he has like 2 energies, but of course he doesn't want to use the Tiny Dino right now, because that would be such a waste. Look at that. That plant is only 65 HP. He can't use the eggshell either. So what's gonna happen is that I feel like he's gonna keep 2 confused cards, or use the eggshell and keep 1 confused card. He did use the Tiny Dino.
Goes for the Tiny Dino, kills off the front lane. This is a really interesting turn of events. Now Paradise is down to 2 Axies, and he draws all 5 confused cards, and this is gonna be really bad for Paradise.
Now we understand why. It's because of the card rotation.
Exactly. Now Bench here has a lot of spaces to gain even more advantages against Paradise. So he's gonna be going in full onslaught against that mid lane. He goes for the swirl as well, most likely getting that eggshell as well. Yeah, he is. He's going for the eggshell, deals 70 damage onto that mid lane, and that is a lot of pain being dealt onto that mid lane of Paradise.
Yep, actually, you know what Bench is doing here? We were talking about him distributing the damage against among those 3 Axies, right?
Yeah.
But right now he's not having a problem at all, because he's so healthy and he keeps on dealing damage against Paradise, and Paradise is kind of like back into a corner. He's forced to like heal himself up using those leafies.
It was great too that he stuck to his guts, because if he changed I think it would have changed the results as
And
well.
his focus as well.
And his focus as well. I agree with you on that. Again, he does have 2 swirls there. He might be going for the kill here. This is going to be 65. He has the tiny turtle. He's going to be biting down on that mid lane. It's down to 1v3. And now Paradise is feeling pressured against Bench. Bench is just going all out against Paradise. Bench does not want to go down. He does not want to be eliminated from E4E Minors.
Oh, wait, what? Is he surrendering? Okay, he
He's
changed
thinking
his
about
mind.
it. He's thinking about
Okay.
it. There was a bit of a waiver from Paradise's mindset, but Paradise says, no, I'm sticking here. I'm gonna stay right here. If I lose, I'm gonna go down fighting. And that's gonna be a Tiny Dino being swallowed, Cute Bunny being bitten onto Bench. Follows it up with 65 damage. He goes for the swirl as well. Now that swirl will be applying a bit of health, applying a bit of HP onto his last remaining Axie. But here comes Bench. Again, getting 3 confused cards, but he does have another Tiny Dino. And
Again,
at the same time, a
on max
confusion.
damage.
Yeah.
And you know what? I love that Paradise changed his mind about surrendering because it actually gives Bench the feeling that, oh my gosh, this guy still has some cards under his sleeve. And Paradise here, win con wise, I mean, he just needs to force like a lot of confusion cards. He just needs to force that damage output out of Bench's hand, and that's his win con.
Yeah. Now, actually, I talked to Paradise just a while ago.
Yeah, what
while
happened?
you guys were casting, I asked, what do you think about Bench as an opponent? And he said he's a really good player. I didn't get to ask Bench what he thought of Paradise because he was playing, but this shows just how
The
much respect
yeah.
Paradise has for Bench as a player, as a competitor, a fellow competitor. Now, again, we are heading on to the Blood Moon. There is now 40 HP being removed from their maxed health. Now, Paradise is coming in. Confusion. Again, he's up against 3 Axies and he's still fighting the fight. 31 HP remaining. He can actually take that out. It's now down to a 2v1. This is actually where the Blood Moon advantage comes in for him because Paradise is low on health, so the Blood Moon isn't really bothering him that much. But now Bench is coming in with a Tiny Dino 120. Dino stomping onto Paradise. Bench now going 1-1 in the scoreboard.
Okay, so finally, it's not going to be a sweep, but this is still an even ball game for both of them. Like, both can win against the other.
Exactly.
Oh, guys, please don't. Paradise looking like he has a headache.
Oh.
But Bench is
he
totally
did
focused.
say that he was supposed to drink his meds like...
Wait, what? He didn't get to drink his meds?
30 minutes ago. I'm not sure if he did manage, but if he's having a bit of trouble, well, I hope he gets well soon because he's up against one of the best players we have seen so far. And Bench is actually young, so there is a lot of potential stored inside
that
him.
youthful energy.
Yeah, Bench is just right now dominating against seasoned players, veterans even, that we've seen since V2, since Axie Classic. And that is saying something. That shows that Bench has what it takes to actually go all the way to the grand finals. But he's also up against someone with so much potential that he managed to defeat the very first player that actually brought him down to the lower brackets, which is Minnow.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? I was telling you guys about this like earlier today. I think it was the first match, and I told you guys that I never see Minnow in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Like, he just never goes there.
I think there was only one time where I saw Minnow in the lower brackets. And
Except
that was,
today, right?
Yeah,
Except today.
that was MMG.
Oh,
the
yeah,
MMG
because they came from there.
Yeah, they swept through the entire lower brackets, their entire team though. It wasn't just Minnow, their entire team, and then went back to the upper bracket, defeated the team that actually brought them down to the lower bracket, and then did it again in the actual grand finals, because again that upper bracket team had the advantage of another life because they didn't go down to the lower bracket, unlike their opponent where they had already used up their second chance.
Yeah, you know what? I just remember this. Like, I remember a lot of lower bracket graduate stories, like glorious stories of people coming from the lower bracket and then just winning. And I feel like my theory on that is like, of course, their grit, their resilience, their survivability instincts, survival instincts, sweeping their way through the lower bracket, eventually winning in the grand finals. You know what? there's just those people. Yeah, that could do things like that. And,
Honestly,
and in this tournament, that could possibly be Paradise.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's an interesting topic to discuss. Now, I can see as well that a lot of players or a lot of the viewers are rooting for bench here.
Yeah,
now,
a lot of players are here in the comment
not
section.
only as a player, they're like here because they're saying things like Bench is such a wonderful guy.
Hey,
he's always there for us, so we have to be there for him. So
that's true. You know what? Bench at his young age, like amongst his friends, in Republico. Hello, shout out to you guys. He's like one of those mature people, and he's so quiet, and he's such a good observer.
So Bench is like ahead of his age. He's an old soul, essentially.
I would say that.
Yeah, I would say. I would say. So Bench is an old soul in the form of a very young player. That means he's wise beyond his years. And that also means there is something inside his mind that the other players might not have, or something inside his mind that those within the same age range might not have. And that comes and that he can actually use for moments like this.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just so scared. I mean, I suddenly got scared because both of them are like taking their time, just like the transition from game 1 to game number 2. Like both of them are taking so much time to like choose their comps. But you know, I couldn't blame them because there's a lot of AXS in stake here. So they just really need to play this perfectly. And we are already suddenly in a best of 3 series because they got 1 point each, right?
Yeah.
So whoever wins this will be on match point. Is going to be very hard for the other. So this Casters, can you show us the prize pool distribution? Okay, let me give you that. I'll give you that. Okay.
We'll be showing that to you in just a few moments, maybe on the next game. But for now, let's focus on the game at hand. Again, Bench and Paradise. Paradise switched comps, used his optimized Axie, or used his optimized swirl Axies, and went up against Bench. But Bench, just being prepared for that, he went in and just went with a lot of confidence in his past Axies, and he went in for the kill against Paradise. Now we're in the 1-to-1 situation, but here it comes. Let's give a bit of a rundown on the prize pool distribution before we actually focus on the match at hand.
Let's go. So basically, the 7th to 8th place will get 250 AXS each. 5th to 6th will get 400 AXS each. Third place will get 900. 4th place will get 600. Second will get 1,400. And first will get 2,300. So basically, Bench and Paradise have already secured 900.
Yeah.
And they're fighting to get a spot on that 1,400.
Well, you know, although you do already have that 900 AXS, why would you stop there? Why not go all the way to the moon? Why not grasp for the stars? Why not land among the stars and get the 2,300 AXS? But now that we're done with that, let's go back here in this game. Paradise versus Bench. Again, we're gonna be witnessing the same, I think there's the same composition with Paradise. And oh no, wait, actually I think Paradise switched his mid lane here. Yeah, I think he's...
Wait, let me see.
Let me
Oh yeah,
check.
he did. He wasn't using a bug earlier.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
he was using something else, something like a lighter color.
Yeah, I think he had 2 plans earlier, but now he went in with a bug there with that bumpy.
What's going on? 7 seconds.
Oh, I think we're gonna be having a reset.
Wait, what was that? Was that a remake or was that like a real surrender?
I think that was a remake. Yeah, I think it's a remake. It's too early to surrender, and I think there was a bit of a bug coming in, and I think they were experiencing a bit of trouble, technical difficulties.
Hey, the last time I saw like real surrenders in round number 1 was if you're using something that's not rage, and then you're up against a rage.
How did
was
that
like
go?
Of course, he would surrender. If oh my gosh, that guy is so angry. I don't want to fight with him.
You know, the thing that I would usually do is that I would never give up. It's a matter of pride for me.
Yeah, me
it's a matter of pride for me to never give up, even though I can already see me losing.
We play with fire,
Yeah.
man. You're fools.
Yeah, I'd rather go all in, go down fighting, go down punching, swinging, instead of actually surrendering. But again, I know in tournament setting that doesn't actually help anyone. If you already see yourself losing and it's already set in stone, like there is absolutely nothing, like 100% nothing that you can do in that moment, I think it would be best to just surrender. It would save everyone some time, and at the same time, it would give you some time to recover, some time to just breathe in, breathe out, reset your mindset, reset your mentality, and just go back in.
Well, it is what it is, but okay, they're gonna use the same comps, so it was definitely a remake. They had to restart the game. So Paradise is still turn number 1, and what's he gonna get this time?
Ooh.
Oh, Bench is turn 1.
Yeah, it's just a remake now. So Bench is on turn 1 here, and now Paradise is coming in. He has the Nemo, the cute bunny, and the Bumpy as well. He goes for the Bumpy. And I think he might go, yep, he is gonna go for the Confusion. That Confusion will shuffle in confused cards earlier in this round. And as, who was that mentioned it? I think it was Reg and Spam that mentioned it, that usually you would want to go first, but in compositions like this, in teams like this, where you would want the Blood Moon to be on your side, you would want to go second. So that's essentially the goal.
Okay, so here's what happened. Now we get some information. Basically, there was like a bug in game number 1, where Paradise can't see his cards. So I'm glad that they were able to make him remake, because of course we want a good game with good integrity. All right, let's move forward here to turn number 4. Let's run through like for the earlier turns. Basically, it was just aggro against Paradise, but Paradise here is gonna go for the setup against Bench. Since he's using triple swirl and triple blackmail, he wants to go for the hard lock eventually in the late game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Now the Tiny Dino has been drawn as well, charging up. He goes for the Garish. He might go for the Confused, yep, and the Swirl as well. So he's gonna be shuffling in at least three confused cards, 3 cursed cards into the deck of Paradise there. So he's essentially building up again now. He's building up to where he was at on the last game, and now Paradise is actually drawing 1 Pigeon Post, 2 Swirls, and that could give him a bit of a build-up as well, because now he can go in with the Swirls, just shuffle in all of those confused cards, and at the same time get that taunt on the back lane. With that taunt, he would be able to secure the safety of his front lane and just prolong the life of that plant.
Yeah, actually, if he's gonna do that, he's just gonna have to go for like the damage distribution, which is exactly what he's doing right now. So he's taking in damage on that Dusk, just so that plant can still survive and give him the healing potential that his team needs. But Bench here is actually he's actually the one chilling, you know.
Yeah.
Earlier he was kind of like choked, but right now he's so free to like deal all the damages he needs. So Paradise here, he needs to like up his game and just strongly believe that he can dominate this.
Awesome. Now Paradise is just getting a bit of shields on his mid lane because of that Bumpy. Again, for those that are new or interested in Axie, what Bumpy does is that if you can target any ally, and for the rest of the battle, whenever you play a card, that Axie gains 8 shield. So that being said, that mid lane can prove really tanky, especially now that mid lane has a taunt. So what the goal here is to just keep on using that mid lane as some sort of mid shield until he can set up all of those confused cards into the deck of Bench, and at the same time get all of the retained cards that he needs for when you go into the Blood Moon rounds. Now, actually, we can see here that Paradise is drawing a lot of Confused, but at the same time, he does have a lot of retained cards with those Scotch tapes, and as well as, well, Tiny Dino has an innate retain. So that would be in his hand forever for as long as he doesn't use it. Again, now, Bench will be getting 4 Confused cards as well. Very interesting.
Yeah, actually, you know what? It's a good thing that Bench already got his energy up to 4, and he has all the damage cards he needs right now. But what the tricky part here is that if he's gonna use that Tiny Dino or the Double Talk, but actually, I'm not good with math, but if I'm gonna use a calculator right now, there's a huge chance it's gonna be enough. But he's not gonna do it. He just wants to keep all those energy and save up energy fragments like he's using Perch, but he's not.
Yeah. Now, here comes the, is this Paradise? Yep, it is Paradise. Again, this is just gonna be going in with the swirl. So what happens here is Paradise put the Bumpy on the mid lane there, and he's just getting shields while putting the taunts as well, and at the same time he's putting the swirls on the front lane so it would be able to heal up. Just a while ago, that front lane was actually low on health. Now Paradise has managed to bring his health up back to a survivability or a better chances for survival. Now the blackmails are being put on the back end of or the back lane Axie of Bench here goes in with again, he does have a lot of retains here. I think what they're doing now is waiting for the Blood Moon to start, so, or at least go to the very last few rounds of Blood Moon, so they can just one-hit each other or one-hit all of the 3 Axies with the retained cards that they have.
Well, here's the thing. It's already turn 14, and the lock is starting to kick in. But as for Paradise, this is what happened earlier. I saw this between his match with probably with Minnow, wherein like he constantly gets a lot of damage cards, and like we always wonder where's the lock starting to get in. Like he always controls the card rotation.
Now,
which is something kind of unexplainable.
Honestly, yeah. Now Pigeon Post, Cute Bonnie, and then a swirl again. Again, at this point, we're just waiting for the Blood Moon to kick in. But at the same time, they do want to apply as much damage, and if they could, they would want to kill one Axie as well. But again, the problem here is they would want to save up those retained cards for when the most crucial moments come in. Because without those retained cards, they would essentially have no other choice but to just keep using whatever card they are dealt with.
I honestly swear that both of these players, they're playing the waiting game. Like nobody wants to deal damage.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was saying. They're waiting for the Blood Moon to kick in. And they're waiting for the health of their Axie to go down so low that they would be able to one-hit or at least kill off their opponents in a couple of rounds. But now Paradise is actually making a move. There's 141 HP remaining on the backlane, 81, and he goes in with a swirl as well. So that backlane of Bench is really hurt right now, and he's thinking, how can he eliminate that backlane within the next few rounds? So when they do go to the Blood Moon Curse rounds, they would have, or Paradise would have a bit of an advantage against Bench.
Well, here's the thing. Paradise now is starting to actually that kind of caught Bench off guard, because Bench wasn't expecting that kind of damage, because he was actually thinking, okay, we're both playing the waiting game. It's up to you to attack me or not. But okay, he did attack. But Bench, of course, since he was attacked, he's gonna attack as well, because he has to balance the damage that they have against each other.
Yeah. So again, with that balance going in, Bench will have to actually just deal out damages if you do want to balance that out. But right now, Bench is looking forward to just healing up the back lane. I think, yeah, he might as well go for the back lane there. Heal up that back lane and then shuffle the Confuse using the swirls. Now, he still has his retained cards, which is good. I think Paradise has already used up most of his retained cards. So Bench would be going, yup, he has used up most of his retained cards. But at the same time, he manages to draw out the Tiny Dino again with 105 damage. and at the same time he has the clamshell as well and the pigeon post. So he's gonna be going for the pigeon post, adds one blackmail card into the deck of bench there. So that's just gonna be waiting for to be used up, and that's gonna be messing with bench's cards. Now Paradise going in again. Here comes the Blood Moon Curse doing its thing, doing the damage as well. It's not technically damages, it's more of cutting off the maximum health of the Axies that are in play. So what that does is it weakens the Axies instead of actually damaging the health, because those health, if it only damages the health, it could go on for so long before the game actually ends. So what we did, or what Axie Infinity did, is just cut off the health itself.
Well, bench here, finally, both of them are already attacking each other. But what's funny here is that bench, I mean, that Dusk earlier was already on super low health,
Yeah.
but he was able to gain it back.
Ooh, almost a kill though, 1 HP.
Oh, 1 HP.
4
Oh,
HP, here it
finally,
comes,
one Axie
Garnish Worm.
dies!
Paradise being taken, or at least Paradise missing one Axie now. Bench has a bit of an advantage here, especially now Paradise doesn't really have any form of retained cards. He only has the pigeon post for damages. Meanwhile, he does have the swirl as well, which has the gecko mask, so he can switch around for with a taunt.
Well, that's the thing. Paradise here, since he already lost like one Axie, he already doesn't have that sustain potential.
Exactly.
Now, bench here, his job is to like deal a lot of damage while his deck is not that locked. But look at that discard pile. It's like 24. It has like a lot of Axies in store, and he already lost like a lot of his banished cards. So it's gonna be like confusing here. For his succeeding rounds. See, 3 confused cards in his hand, and 3 more cards in his discard in his draw pile.
Yeah, but again, bench does have those retained cards. But look at this, Paradise now drawing a lot of damage cards. This might just be what he needs to get back against bench. Again, I think we have 200 HP for the mid lane, 228 for the front lane of bench there, and 194 for the back lane. We have 70 being removed from their total health. But at the same time, I think this would be enough. He can go for the Tiny Dino here, 105. Follows it up with 60, 60, 60. So that's going to be 6, 12, 18. It could be enough to take down one of these Axies. And it would most likely be the back lane, because it does have the taunt. The question is, will Paradise go for it now, or will he wait for a better chance to use the Tiny Dino?
That's true. Now, okay, so he's returning cards. He just doesn't want to deal like a lot of damage right now, and at the same
So he's
time,
going to be waiting.
Yeah, he's gonna be doing the waiting game again. But bench here has a lot of damage cards in his hands, and finally, he's already on 5 energy too. So it means that he can deal like a lot of damage. But I'm not sure whether he's gonna do that. But he has a Tiny Dino right now, so he's thinking whether he's gonna deal it or not.
It is it. 97 HP remaining. He goes in with the Tiny Dino. That's going to be the mid lane going down. It's 1v3 for Paradise here. Bench might be going for the kill here. Eggshell coming right up. That's going to be 70 damage. Follows it up with the Goldfish. Swims through the seas. 21 HP. Cute Bunny right here to end Paradise. Bench secures the 3rd point. He's now 1 win away from going back to the finals and fighting meat value again.
Was that a 2 Axie kill in 1 turn?
Yes, actually, yeah, it is 2 Axie kill in 1 turn.
Wow, what a blow coming from bench there. Look at his face, so focused and so chill. And it already means that, okay, we were talking about this earlier. Like, whoever gets on match point will really make it hard for their opponent to climb back up. So basically, bench here, he has the room for error, but Paradise doesn't. So Paradise here will have to commit to the composition where he's the most confident about. And the only time he won so confidently was the time when he was using Rage. So do you think he'll use Rage right now? Because basically, bench doesn't have any Rage.
Honestly, if there's one thing that will be remembered here, well, one of the things that will be remembered here in E4E Minors is the fact that Paradise managed to outwit Minnow in terms of changing compositions. So what you're saying is Paradise should stick to what he's most comfortable with and the one that is actually bringing him wins. And so far, like you mentioned, it's the beasts. So I think there is a fair chance for Paradise to actually go in with the beasts, because those beasts are really fearsome, and at the same time they did prove that it has the knack for taking out those world compositions.
Right. Okay. So do you want him to use Rage right now?
I would say yes.
Yeah, me
Honestly, I would say yes, just because the swirls are not going so well for him.
Hey,
right
I
now.
was casting with you earlier when there was like this Rage versus Rage. Was that Enrico?
It was Enrico in Paradise.
Oh yeah, that I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. Okay.
It was Enrico in Paradise, and Paradise
And he suddenly
went
brought
in,
out Rage, right?
Paradise went in for the kill, so maybe, just maybe. Oh, it's always on the last game. But the thing here is, it's not the last game for Paradise if he does win.
If he does
the
win.
next, yeah, we're going to game
Oh my
number
gosh,
5
things are
essentially.
getting so intense. Like, oh my. Like,
Will we be able to see?
hello.
Will we be able to see another 5v5 or another game 5, or will we actually be able to see something along the lines of Paradise or Bench going up against someone that took him down, which is meat value, or will Paradise just keep on coming and go back to the upper brackets?
Oh my gosh, that is something that that we really need to discuss here. I am still curious about chat. Oh wait, what is this? Why is Elzel commenting like weird eyes? Oh, by the way, shout out to McCoy.
I think he says rage with those eyes.
Oh, right,
Just
right.
mad eyes. And I would love to see Rage versus Rage again, honestly. Honestly, that was the most fun I had. Casting those, it was so. I guess one of the reasons why I had fun casting that was because it was so out of the blue. We weren't expecting to see a composition that were meant for a different season, that were meant for an earlier season, and yet they went in there, just fought toe to toe against each other with the same lineup, Rage Beasts, and they rampaged all over town, all over the battlefield, and Paradise emerged on top.
You know what? Since this is on match point, I believe that they're gonna take the time to like choose their lineups.
I think so, yeah.
And this is like the perfect time to like call a friend. I mean, what should I use?
If you're in their situation,
I would call a friend.
No, yeah, I know. If you're in their situation, out of all the players that came here, who would you call for help? Now I got you thinking, huh? I got you thinking.
That's a very tough question.
I mean, all of them are great. Whoever your answer is, won't take away the fact that they're great. They're legendary.
I go for the player who I talk to the most.
Which is?
Bench.
Bench. Why Bench?
We've been friends.
Well, you can call
since,
on to Bench because he's there. So aside from Bench and Paradise, yeah. Imagine your bench.
Oh, I am bench. Okay,
Yeah.
so I can call myself for help.
Yeah.
I'm not my own bench. Okay, wait lang.
Think of yourself as a non-independent woman right now.
Okay. Yeah, all of them are guys. Okay, so I can't choose bench, but I'll probably ask help from Zero.
Why Zero?
Because he's the next person I talk to the most next to bench.
Oh, so it's purely based on emotion.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
would
have
say,
a brain.
No, honestly, it's still a great pick because Zero is one of the best players, if not the best as well.
And he's actually good at theory.
Yeah,
theory crafting,
in theory
analyzing.
crafting. Yeah, in analyzing as well. So that means, in a sense, you actually picked well. You picked well, yeah. Because if I were to pick one,
I'll ask you the same question. Who are you
if
picking?
I would pick someone, now you got me thinking.
Yeah. It's hard, right?
Alright, based on logic alone.
Okay, that's good. Because I would use emotion. You should use your brain.
I would pick Meat Value. Meat Value is unstoppable right now. He's just going ham with. I don't think he's been defeated so far. Actually, let me check the current bracket. So far, Meat Value has won 3-0 against Zero, 3-1 against Enrico, and then 3-0 against Bench. So he only actually lost one. of all the 9 games. Well,
Oh, there you
all
go.
of the games, yeah.
Wait. Is that a perch coming from Paradise?
I think, yeah.
Oh, this is the first time we're gonna see this
Ooh,
one.
A perch.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so basically it's gonna be on full-on aggro, and we saw Bench use the perch earlier. And like Spam and Rice said, perch is very combo dependent, and this is actually a good choice for him because basically Bench didn't use his Neos.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah, the only
So
time that
this-
he's gonna get discarded is with the Garage Room, and they're so random.
If Paradise wins this, there's gonna be one hell of a psychological warfare that's gonna be happening in game number 5.
Oh my gosh,
Because
I am
now
sure.
Bench is gonna be thinking, should I switch to the Neos so I can counter out the Axies, the perch composition of Paradise, or should I just stick with what I know because it's what's worked for me so far? So that's another thing that both of these players have to think about later on if Paradise does win, because right now Paradise is still in trouble. He's still in the woods. He's not out of the woods just yet. He still needs to win this game if he wants to force a game number 5. Again, make or break for Paradise. Meanwhile, Bench here is actually sitting really well on a position of power with a 2-1 lead.
So here's my recommendation. Since Perch is very combo dependent, and the thing is for Bench, he has to ruin that combo potential, and for him to do that is he has to use both garages in the first rotation, because if he uses that in the second rotation, there would be a lot of curse cards against Paradise already, and you don't want to discard those curse cards. You want to discard the main cards.
Yeah.
So and of course you want to discard probably the Nemos, so that the energy fragments won't go up and go up.
Yeah, exactly. I do agree with you on that. At the same time, I do want to reiterate what Spam said as well. Perches are really fun compositions, really fun teams to play with, but you cannot make a mistake. It's such a perfectionist team that if you do want to maximize the potential of these perches, this perch team, you would have to go all out and ensure that you do not make a single misplay.
You know what? I am so scared.
Why?
It's just that this combo thing. Usually there's a lot of chance like swirls really have this advantage against perches. That's the reason why perches are rarely used over swirls. So it means that if Bench wins this, it's already game over.
Ooh, this is really looking really fearsome, indeed fearful for Paradise here. Bench right now, even though he went in from a 3-0 deficit against Meat Value, he just went in with being swept by Meat Value. Now he's going up against Paradise like it's nothing. He's now in a 1-2 lead, and at the same time he's keeping his cool, he's keeping his calm, he's not allowing the defeat earlier to tilt him. And that is another mentality you have to adapt, you have to practice when you're going if you want to go so far into this game.
Yeah, actually, that resilience is really true. I mean, you need to have it. But for now, Bench, while it's still the early game, he's gonna do all those curses. Look at that. He used the Parasite. Oh, I didn't see the card he discarded. He discarded one card from Paradise. Must have been a key card. Guys, if you saw the card that he discarded from Paradise's pile, please let us know, because I really need to know.
What's
Telescope.
happening?
He discarded the telescope.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Thank you, Alasol.
This looking, honestly, this looking really, really dire for Paradise here. Again, Paradise is on a very combo dependent team, and right now Bench is just discarding a lot of cards on Paradise's team using those Garish Worms, and at the same time, again, he still has those swirls, he still has those confusions. So Paradise is having a really hard time getting all of the cards that he needs.
Yeah.
Especially with those confused, you're just ruining his deck turns and just ruining his draws. And at the same time, bench, just using garishes to just essentially eliminate any form of threats coming from the combo that Paradise is actually building.
You know what? I'm seeing comments here from Elsa as well that Paradise
Actually, let me check
wasn't
the
able
comments.
to retain the perch. Now, and that if Bench gets to lock the card rotation or the deck of Paradise, it's gonna be like 100% over. That's what he's saying, and I totally agree because right now, I can't blame Paradise either for not retaining the perch because why would you retain it if we can bank on the second rotation? But the problem here is there's also a risk of your cards getting locked. Like if you not getting it back, and at the same time you not being able to get all the energy you need for you to be able to use that perch.
And another thing here is that you wouldn't want to you would want to maximize the damage of that perch. So instead of retaining it, you would want to add up even more damages to that. Now, Paradise here is actually looking a bit troubled by what Bench is doing. Essentially, Bench just kept to his guts. Just kept to the same composition that he went in on the very first game. And it's actually working for him because Paradise was thinking that with a 2-point lead or a 1-point lead for Bench here, Bench here will be switching up tactics because now Paradise can read him. But Paradise thought wrong. Now Bench is actually the one going all out against his opponent.
All right. Well, here's the thing. Bench, he still has one energy, and he's thinking whether he went for the eggshell, which is actually a good call because he was thinking a swirl. But you know what? He doesn't really need to heal any of his Axies, and it's better to deal damage at this point.
Yeah, it's better to deal damage at this point. Now Bench again. Bench has almost taken out the front lane of Paradise here. So that's gonna be ruining his day a lot. And that front lane is also really essential, especially with not only with the cards, it also serves as some form of mid shield for him to actually build up the combo that he needs here. Now Bench, or well, Paradise here is seeing a lot of cards that he can play with. He is not gonna, he didn't get any cursed cards, so this might
Purchase back.
Yeah, purchase back. So this might be the only time that he can actually get full value on a turn. The question here is what full value means for him.
Actually, he had to keep that perch. He retained 3 cards manually, and he's waiting for his energy fragments to go on full, so he's gonna get like 5 energy. Okay, so Bench right now, since it's his turn, he needs to go for locks.
I think he's gonna be going in for a kill as well. Let's see if he has enough damages for that.
He discarded 1 card again.
Yeah, he has Garish Worm as well, and he can go in with either a tiny dino if he does want to take out the front lane there and just mess up Paradise all over again. But he does have the swirl as well, so he can just keep on, and a confused, so he can keep on adding up cursed cards against his opponent.
I swear their moves are messing up my brain. It's like because every turn one gets to have advantage over the other. You know, it's not really a one-sided fight, and I love that these players are doing that against each other because nobody's making it easy for the other. But now
he
Paradise,
went in for a kill.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, he went in for the kill using the tiny dino. That means now Paradise is 1 Axie less. He has 1 Axie being taken out of the battlefield. Now Bench again is in a position of power. He has all the cards that he needs, and he's messing with Paradise, not only Paradise's mind but also his deck. And that's essentially giving Paradise no space to get back up against Bench.
I'm so confused right now. I'm just like them. I'm just like their decks full of confused. that's what I'm feeling right now. But Bench here, since he's already like he has 4 energies and he can deal like an enormous amount of damage. Doesn't really surprise Paradise right now. But since Paradise still has his perch, I think he's gonna go for a Bench move like what Bench did with Meat Value earlier. But what happened there was that perch attack actually got in vain because of the RNG and because of the card rotations. But Paradise here, he still wants to go for that.
And now here comes Paradise. He
2 stacks of rage.
Yeah, but he draws 3 cards of Confused. And again, that's gonna be hurting his chances of defeating Bench. Bench being out here just dominating with all forms of with all forms of confused cards.
Wait, was the Perch discarded?
I think so. I didn't
because
actually
he was
see it.
he was actually retaining it, right? But when Paradise turn came in, the Perch was gone, and he used a Parasite. He used a Garish Worm.
The Perch had a retain. I didn't see it.
Yeah, he had to retain it.
He kept it.
Yeah, he kept it. He kept it.
Alright.
And then Bench used a Parasite and the Garish Worm. So probably the Perch
It got
there.
removed.
Yeah, it got removed from the deck.
Again, this is just Bench doing Bench things. Now, that mid lane is low on health, and I think Paradise is on a bit of a lockdown. He is now...
That is such a hard lock,
in
I swear.
COVID season, people. Those are confused cards now going into his hand, and he does not have anything to do with that. All he can do is just use up the cards that he already has, which are the ones that has Retain. And he's going to be ending his turn right there. Again, Bench is going to be coming in hot with the Garish Worms, just dealing 70 damage. Not going to be piercing through that armor though, but Bench is not done just quite yet. Is going to be going in with a Parasite, 60 damage, 57 HP remaining, and that's going to be an end turn. Oh, not quite yet. He still has 2 energy. Confusion coming right in, kills the mid lane. Now that last remaining Axie, the Purge Axie, is open for all forms of attacks, all form of sieges from Bench.
And of course, he's not gonna get that Perch back because that Perch is still on the discard pile. Or is it on the draw pile already? But anyhow, it's not showing up right now. So 4 energies left from Paradise, and there's no way for him to deal damage because he doesn't have any damage cards. But he can keep cards, but I don't know if he's gonna do that. It will take him like 30 fragments or 25 fragments for him to reach like 5 energy. But you know his HP right now, that is on the brink of death. In Bench's hands.
It is on the brink of death. But here comes another Garish Worm. Again, the worms are just crawling through the skin of Paradise. And will this be it for Paradise? Yes, it is! Here comes victory! Bench is going to go up against the one that defeated him. He's gonna be going up against Meat Value. And let's go to the stage right now to have a say for what these players have in store for us.
Yep, actually, Chief will interview Bench and get him ready for the finals. There you go, Chief.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going down here in Saigon. We are coming to the end game, and these players have been putting it on the line all night. Bench coming through with the 3-1 victory, going absolutely clutch. He's been playing like a superstar all day long, and now he's going to get his chance to go back into the grand finals. And I only have one question for you, young man. Meat Value, he wasn't so confident after he beat you. And I know, I see that look in your eyes. How are you feeling about this? You think you're going to beat the Meat?
I need to. Like, I didn't come here just to lose, you know. I'll make sure that I'll beat the final boss. Yeah.
That's it. Right there, final boss. He's gonna do it. He's ready for the challenge, and I can't wait to see what happens. Casters, take it away.
Final boss versus the underdog. What Bench said actually inspired me. He didn't come here just to lose. But before
I love it, Bench. I love it.
But before we head on to the last and final game here in E4E Minors, we're gonna be going for a short break, but not before we thank Elite MetaWear for bringing us such luxury esports apparel and digital fashion label produced in South Korea, the birthplace of esports. Again, it is founded by the legendary NFT collector Whale Shark, and we are so proud to be rocking their gear. Now, you can buy all of their gears. You just have to type E1337 in the chat.
Also, guys, would like to give a huge shout out to Gems Esports for providing all our equipment here. They're actually starting to bridge Web 2 and Web 3. They want, they want to grow Web3 esports. So follow Gems, and you can type in exclamation point Gems there in the chat for more information.
Yeah, and of course, none of this would be possible without Axie Infinity itself. Thank you guys for giving us 6,500 AXS for the prize pool, and of course for creating this beautiful community. We are so proud, we are so honored, we are so privileged to be working with such amazing people. Again, type exclamation point Axie in the chat if you want to know more about the game, the company, and everyone else. Again guys, we're gonna be going for a short break, but stay tuned because we are now going back to the upper brackets. It's gonna be meat value versus bench. See you guys in a few minutes.
Don't go away.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
begins. One of the biggest events in Vietnam's history. Axie Minors. The future of esports is now. For every generational shift in gaming and interactive entertainment, there have been huge steps forward and billion-dollar opportunities in tools and technology as a service in the gaming industry. As we look forward to the next decade of interactive entertainment, we believe the next major paradigm shift in provision of tools, technologies, and services in this booming industry is going to be around community. Tribally is building everything needed to enable and engage a global community at scale. Web experiences, data and analytics, community-driven infrastructure, engagement patterns, best practices, onboarding, tokenomics, user acquisition, and esports. The founding team is very technically experienced and comes from backgrounds such as Bank of America, Microsoft, Dell, KPMG, Hamilton Insurance Group, Mars and Lindy, amongst others. They have spent the past 2 years building community solutions for some of the best Web3 gaming teams, including Sky Mavis, and they're also partnered with the Ronin blockchain. Their products have been used by over 1 million people across the globe so far. An experienced advisory team has been formed, led by people with backgrounds at Electronic Arts, Activision, Mediatonic, Epic Games, Ethereum Foundation, Outright Games, and Method from World of Warcraft. Welcome to Tribally, a provider of community-as-a-service solutions for the gaming industry, allowing Web 2 and Web 3 game developers to have an out-of-the-box solution for communities at scale.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. See tomorrow, welcome to tomorrow.
Esports, gaming, high score, victory, Cupid, Blue Moon, Cattail, Chubby. I found Indes, game changer, legacy, future, Web3, Axie, Infinity. To the moon, Lima, Cloud, White, Coco, Elon Musk, retweet, G-Host, on fleek, Scholar dollar shit blew up. Chief invented it, coins crash, SLP, tough times, c'est la vie.
Tomorrow, Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow, welcome to tomorrow. Axie, I can see in your eyes, in your heart. I see tomorrow, welcome to tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
You start the fire. I'm trying to find what you like. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we cross that line.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
There's something about you, something about you. You know I.
At the end of November, the action begins.
Jugadores de todo el mundo.
$100,000 prize pool.
2048 Spieler.
And one champion.
Don't miss your chance at making history. Axie Minors. Esports for everyone. Win to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose. What's my hold of your chance? Your time to choose. I'm free from the system. No stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. What to do? Axie GG.
Pay to play.
You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to earn.
Bring your own money, be your goddamn boss. finger up for the time that you lost. Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the movement, get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing?
Don't waste your time. Play to earn.
People are always asking, where's your passive income come from? Through questing and winning. I quest while I bowl. While I'm making pancakes. While chilling at the pool. While I'm playing Axie Infinity. During dinner. Under the water. Playing the piano. While I'm using the restroom. Get out of here, man! I can earn from anywhere. Join Community Gaming's questing system and quest for cash.
Don't be a caveman. Play to earn.
What is going on, everybody? I'm Chief, and I'm live here in Ho Chi Minh City at Wink Hotel, where all of the players will be staying during Axie Week, March 10th through 12th. Let's go take a closer look. Wing's youthful approach starts at check-in. No receptionist in sight, and the process only takes a couple minutes.
Cash I never let go. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke.
You can get snacks any time of day at Wing. It's so easy, you only use your room card. After a long night of doing the wrong thing and eating those snacks, bring it to the gym and work those calories off. Let's go. Have you ever slept on clouds? Wink Hotel's gonna make that possible. That was the tour of Wink Hotel. Wow, that was amazing. I cannot wait for this event. March is going to be off the hook. If you made it, if you qualified, I hope you're excited because this is where you're going to be staying. Have a great day, everybody.
Esports for everyone. Win to earn.
Axie Infinity and Nation Getters.
Nation Getters.
Nation Getters. Axie Infinity, Nation Getters.
Freestyle. A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
From all around, the people are gathering. The future's bright, cause we win when we collab in. Hands down, it's the start of a new round. AxieCon proved it was a good move to stick around. New Axies, soul bound. No passing, first round. Put some gas on it and list towns. 2 days left, who's got the most crowns?
A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
This is where a nation's gathering now.
I like that. The future.
As I sit here on bench, I wonder, can he beat the meat?
I was not expecting that, but
Is
again,
that allowed?
I mean, it should be. It's cheap.
Yeah, I think that's the final statement we've got for,
and it's honestly
for the finale.
best way to put. It's the best way to put it as well. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals. It's gonna be meat value going up against bench. Who do you got?
It's gonna be an insane fight that we are about to witness. These two people have been duking it out. It is the E4E Minors. They have been here since day one yesterday. They have put on quite a showing. Meat Value has not lost a single match. He is an upper bracket winner right now, and he has a lot of accolades right now in terms of achievements. But for bench, he does not have a lot right now based on experience. I think he is fresh. Season 20, top 33rd though, is very strong. Season 1, top 65. Season 2, top 38. And LSL Season 4, first. Versus Meat Value, that's an uphill battle.
Exactly.
But bench is now in the finals. So I don't know, my bro. What do you think? Who do you think is going to get there?
Man, at this point, I don't even want to know. I just want to be here in the moment where we crown the king of E4E Minors. Again, let's give a bit of a rundown on who they defeated so far here in the tournament. Meat Value going up against Zero, 3-0. Riza going up against Bench, 3-0 again. Meat Value going up against Enrico, 3-1. Mino going up against Bench, 3-2. Meat Value going up against bench. It's gonna be a clean sweep from Meat Value. So we have a revenge story, people. This bench trying to take his redemption arc, and Meat Value trying to secure his winnings, trying to secure his throne here in the upper brackets.
Very, very impressive. We see Bench walking to the table as well, putting on his game face, ready to go wild right now. It is going to be a very, very exciting match. It is 3-0 to Meat Value earlier on in the upper bracket. Meat Value was the only person who knocked Bench down into the losers bracket. So it's going to be very exciting to see these people clash at it. Go at it right now. Let's see if Bench is able to beat the Meat or not. It is going to be very, very exciting to see that play out.
I would love to see that, honestly. Well, I would love to see either of these players win, honestly. But let's talk a bit about the system right now. So Meat Value has stayed on top of his game all throughout. He's been on the upper brackets non-stop.
You're right.
So that means Meat Value actually still has his last line of defense. He has one more chance if he does get defeated by Bench.
You're right. You're right. A lot of things to think about as well are these people have been training together is something to think about.
Yes.
Meat Value has trained very strongly with ADRD in the past. ADRD has been training with Bench. So this is like a full circle kind of story. So it's very, very exciting as well. And you can see it in the ages as well. Bench is a really, really young player. He is such a young player that there's so much potential out there. And we've seen the plays. We've seen him go wild versus a lot of people knocking them down to the lower bracket, going to the lower bracket himself, but winning against Paradise with a very, very solid run. We have seen all of that in action right now. But now it is the culmination of everything that they have been working towards. That is going to be exciting to see. Comps-wise, how do you feel about what they're bringing to the table?
Like we mentioned before, Meat Value and Bench are actually bringing nearly similar compositions. So it would boil down, and this is what what makes this grand finals even better. It all boils down to the skills of the players and their guts, their iron wills to stick with what they know, with their instincts. And look at that, Theo just going in with the intensity, and all of these players are just waiting to know whoever's going to be coming out on top. But let's go back into the battle at hand. Meat Value and Bench, like I mentioned, they both have nearly similar lineups. So that means it all boils down to the skills of the player. Now, Bench does have a lot of potential, but Meat Value has a lot of experience. And as far as we can see, he's dominating all throughout E4E Minors, and he's already beaten Bench once. So now Bench has to unlock the potential within him if he wants to get back at Meat Value.
Comps-wise, it is very, very similar. They both have very strong comps. They both are running swirls that have positioning that is very solid. As you can see here, both of them are running blackmails.
Oh, let's
both
show
of
that
them
to the camera. Oh, wait, later.
both of them are running blackmails. Both of them are running Gyrish Worms and Perches. So there's a lot of potential. But look at that win rate difference. 70% win rate for Meat Value and 46.7% win rate for Bench. That is more than a 20% win rate difference between these two players. You just get to see the experience right there showcased in the numbers. Those are win rates for this E4E tournament. These E4E finals qualifiers that have been going on. All of the wins have been added. It's been tallied, and that is the current win rate of both of these players.
And that's honestly huge. But at the same time, Bench has already defeated so many powerful players.
You're right.
That win rate no longer applies to the Bench right now.
Correct.
Bench is a different person. Meat Value as well is a different person. Both of them growing throughout the entire tournament. They're both actually improving and basically enhancing their craft.
Look at this. We've got the comps right there. So swirl comps from both players are available right now. We can see that. They also are running both Perches. And the Perches are the optimized versions, which are running the mechs. As you see, we have 2 mechs from each player. Both of them are going to be running the energy gainer rune. Whenever you attack that mech, you generate energy fragments so that you perch a lot quicker. They go into confidence they go into rage mode and then dish out a huge perch attack that is gonna dish out a lot of damage across the board. Very, very exciting to see that in action.
You know, that's the one battle that we haven't seen yet.
Perch to perch,
Yeah,
you're
perch
right.
to perch. We've seen swirl to swirl, we've seen rage to rage, but swirls, perch to perch, not quite yet.
You're
So
right.
This might be it. This might be the grand final. We might be just seeing that here in the grand finals.
You're right.
But honestly, I haven't seen the meat value versus bench battle. So what do you think about that fight?
There is a lot on the stakes. They are winning for all of the marbles right now. They are playing for first place, so that means that there is a lot on the line. They have to pour everything into this match. Aside from that though, I have spoken with these players. I am the witness. And for example, if Zero won this competition, he would have shaved his head. If Paradise won this competition, he would have to have a swirl tattoo on his body.
Wait, so does that mean Paradise will have to have a swirl now?
Oh no, he didn't win the competition. So
wait, so it's
the winner.
Yeah, the winner. The
so
winner.
For here, if meat value wins, he dyes his hair depending on a specific color. It should be a bright color. If bench wins,
A neon color.
he does the same. He is gonna
really?
dye his hair. I spoke with
Man.
him. He said yes, it's gonna happen here in Vietnam. It's gonna be a lot of amazing stuff. That is on top of the real prizes. And what is the total prize pool that they are fighting
Now,
for?
they're fighting for a total of 6,500 AXS. That is no joke. We came in prepared for these players and we wanted them to be enticed by the amount of money that is at stake here. Now let's take a look at the distribution of this AXS. So from 8 to 6 or from 8 to 7th, they're gonna be getting 250 AXS each. 6th to 5th will be getting 400 AXS each. 4th will be getting 600. 3rd will be getting 900. 2nd will be getting 1,400. But you're not gonna want to stop there because the 1st will get 2,300 AXS.
That is huge.
Yeah.
And for example, I know AXS is going down right now, but for example, an easy multiplier is $10 is to 1 AXS, for example. It can go up to that very easily again. Right now, it is at 2,300 AXS. That means if it goes to $10, that is how much? That is $23,000. Just like that. Look at that. That is how impressive this tournament is. Second place, $14,000.
Not bad.
That is a lot of zeros right there.
Not bad at all. But again, like we mentioned, why stop there? Reach for the moon. Reach for everything. Reach for the highest of the highest. We are heading on to round number 1.
There we go.
Or meat value versus bench. Let's go in.
Looks like both of them are running swirlerators. Look at that. From meat value side, he has chosen to run garish worm Axies. Let's just have a look. As soon as he closes this, let's see. He is just looking at the runes and charms that are equipped on these Axies. Very level-headed.
Yep.
Even in the finals, he is having a peek, checking what is equipped on these Axies. And as we see here, this is double garish worm plus a goldfish, and that is also what bench is running. The idea of these swirl comps, it plays a little bit differently. Like for example, if you had the blackmail kind of swirl, the idea of that is you're using the blackmails to add a lot more like confusion like curses, right?
Yeah.
But because of that, you're splitting the damage. You're going front door and you're going to the back door because of the taunt. And the problem with that is that you are splitting the damage. You're not killing any of the Axies.
So you're having a hard time taking down your opponent.
You're right. And the concept behind this is now all of these Axies do not have that, which means all of these Axies are gonna go front door. They are going to be attacking all of the front line Axies. Unless you've got taunts somewhere in there, that is the only way these Axies are gonna be attacking.
It's like, in a sense, budget beasts because they're singling out one target.
Correct.
Yeah.
And especially in the swirl comp, once one swirl goes down, then it's a lot harder to keep an opponent in swirl lock. That is a play that they can go for during this matchup.
Now this can be an end turn for Meat Value. Bench's turn is going in now. I think he has... Ooh, that's a good draw, honestly. He did get 3 retains there. He might go for the Garish Worm there, but he goes for the Confusions instead. Now this is going to be shuffling in a lot of confused cards into the deck of Meat Value, just trying to take out damages as well for Bench here. And looks like that's going to be the end of his turn.
True that indeed. And here we go. We've got a lot of damage coming in. The option here is you can attack right now because you're not worried about the luck at this point. So you can attack right now. The swirl matchup goes and boils down to the Blood Moon match. You want to clear during the Blood Moon. You want to destroy Axies during the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Or if you can destroy Axies in one go, you do that as well. If you cannot do that, ideally you don't attack, but you have an option to do that. You also have an option to not do that, and Meat Value is going in. Meat Value is attacking right now.
And he is going to be continuing that attack with a Garish Worm. That's going to be dealing 70 HP damage onto that front lane, and then he uses the Swirl to add up defenses, and they heal up onto that front lane there. Now, there's going to be a lot of shields. Well, a bit of shield, honestly, for Bench to take out. But here comes the Garish Worm, 70, taking out a bit of damage, taking out a bit of health on that front lane. Now, there's going to be a fear as well, a fear factor on the front lane of Meat Value. That means it's going to be giving a lot more confused cards into his own deck if he does use up that front lane. But it looks like he didn't get any card for that front lane.
Yep,
I think he only got one.
The one card right there. The question is, do you attack right now or hold off cards until the next turn? Let's see what Meat Value's game plan is. That is scary, as you said, having that fear right there. You can't attack properly with that Axie. So it is going to be a problem right now. The game plan is who has a better Blood Moon turn. That is what they are sculpting towards, and don't forget these players are also playing against the energy fragments of both of these people. There's 13 on Meat Value's side and 14 actually on Meat. Oh, it went down. 13 because it's been stolen by the Moonlight Thief from Bench's backline, but Meat Value has been aggressive.
Yeah, he's been really aggressive. There is already one Axie down for Bench's side here, and that's gonna be ruining and messing up his rotation. Because again, one of the basics of swirl compositions is you would want all of your Axies to be there, so you could add up as much curse cards as you can earlier in the rounds and all the way to the later rounds as well.
You're right.
So now with that one Axie going down, Bench will be having a lot more trouble against Meat Value, especially with Meat Value's front lane still in fairly good health.
And as we can see here though, Meat Value does not have any cards left in hand. That is okay because Bench likes to discard cards, which means if he hits with a Garish Worm, there are no cards in hand for Meat Value. So he is playing around Garish Worm by just distributing all of those attacks as early as now. Very smart from Meat Value's side, believing that it is now time to play around Garish Worm, and he is doing that right now.
And he's doing really well as well. Now Meat Value drawing in 2 swirls, will be using that, I think he will, and he does have the pliers as well. So he can go for the heal up on the front lane there, honestly. But at the same time, he does have 4 energy here. So he can just play all of the cards here. But what do you think? Do you think he'll play all of the cards right now?
He might have to swirl just to heal up that frontline Axie. That is an option right there. But I think he is also thinking about that swirl had a white sage on there. So if if Meat Value's frontline Axie gets cute bunnied again, then he will have that swirl to remove the debuff at that point in time. But I think he is going for it. He is going to be shuffling in cards. It is Bench's deck rotation right now. There are 2 cards being shuffled into the draw pile plus another 2 cards. That is 4 cards right now. 16 cards total for Bench. That means there are stuff in hand, as we see there. There are retained cards right now.
That's a lot of confused cards though. But he did get, on the plus side, he did get that tiny dino for himself, so he can keep on adding up damages now early on in this round before they actually go into the Blood Moon curses. Now the confused cards are being taken out of his deck slowly but surely, but that doesn't mean Meat Value is gonna give him any sort of space for him to actually gain an advantage over him. Now we can see here another Gary. She can just eliminate cards from Bench's deck here, but at the same time he does have the confusion to actually do confusion there to go in and add up even more cursed cards cards into Bench's deck.
Meat Value is getting really aggressive right now. Just using all of his attack cards to try and clear a second Axie. Because he killed one Axie, he is going for the game plan of killing Axies one turn at a time, not waiting for Blood Moon. He has switched gears and is very aggressive right now.
And it's doing really well. He's actually managing to pull it up because now Bench's mid lane is low on health. He does have the swirls. He goes for the Garish, and that's gonna be discarding card. Goes in with the Confusion plus the swirl on the mid lane there. Adds up a bit of health for the mid lane and another Confuse. Again, this is just Bench trying to survive now against Meat Value because Meat Value is keeping on with that aggression.
There was an option though for Bench there to attack and kill that Axie. But the problem is you would not be shuffling in cards with the swirl. You will have to be fully offensive. There could have been a possible play at that point in time to just be fully offensive and kill that Axie, but that means you're playing into Meat Value's game plan of just killing Axies one at a time. But then if that's the case, Meat Value is ahead because he has pushed so much damage right now.
And again, he's just gonna be keeping on with the damages, but it looks like he's looking to keep that eggshell instead of using it. And then he's gonna be ending his turn right here. Although he does have one more energy and he uses all of those to keep out or to remove the confused cards. Now with that end turn, again, Bench will have a bit of a chance here to get back up. He can now kill the front lane of Meat Value here with 4 energy and a lot of cards drawn to deal out damage. But that would mean when the turn for the Blood Moon comes in, he would not have enough retained cards.
True that indeed. It is very interesting to see what is going on right now. Look at that, swords are coming in. What do we do next? What is going on here? It is very scary indeed.
Look at that, 111 HP remaining for Bench's mid lane, and Meat Value draws a lot of cards that can actually take that Axie down. He has the Goda, the Goldfish, the Eggshell, the Risky Fish, and the Confusion. He can go for the I think he's gonna be going for the Confusion here, but looks like he's thinking about the Eggshell. Yep, he's gonna be going for the Eggshell. That's gonna be dealing 39 damage each, and then the Confusion. There we go, and that's gonna be the mid lane going down as well. Now it's a 1v3 situation wherein Meat Value is actually in the lead and has a chance to take out Bench right here on turn or within the Blood Moon rounds.
You're right. Let's see what is going on. A lot of aggression right now. Bench has one Axie left. It is Blood Moon, but it is not Big Daddy Blood Moon just yet. It is Small Baby Blood Moon, which means it is 40 damage. It is not actually damage, it is reducing maximum HP based on the number of that Blood Moon written on the top right. We see both from both players, but one is being blocked, but that other side shows 40. It's going to be the same for both sides of the screen. It is a lot of damage right there.
And again, now Meat Value having a lot of options here. He can go for the swirls, he can go for the damages, and so far, Meat Value, according to his pattern, he's been really aggressive, and he's been a real huge monster when it comes to fighting Bench. So he might just go for the Risky Fish. Yup, he might just go for another aggressive tactic here. But looks like he's gonna be adding up some swirls as well, and then finishing his turn up with the Garish Worm there. Goes in with 70 damage, and he's gonna be ending his turn with a good note.
Very clean as well. He used Risky Fish to dish out 20 extra damage. You get the fear though at that point, but because his swirls has White Sage, it's able to remove the fears from that Risky Fish. And then it removes all of the debuffs, and then you attack with Garish Worm. That means if you shuffled that in any order, Risky Fish would not have 20 bonus damage. And imagine those lines of plays. Such pristine plays right there.
But wait a moment,
and
I think this is gonna be the end.
Look at that! Whooshing!
Meat Value stabbing Bench through the heart. Bench now having a bit of trauma flashbacks, war flashbacks during their past fight, wherein Meat Value just cleared the floor against Bench. Now Bench is down with 1 point. the Meat Value again securing his first victory, or well, his 4th point honestly against Bench.
True that, true that. They played before this in the upper bracket. Meat Value was the person who knocked Bench down into the lower bracket. That is 3 wins for Meat Value,
wins.
right? And
3-0.
No wins for Bench. So very, very impressive lines of play for Meat Value. Meat Value is going into Bench's head right now and is messing with his game plan. The question is, will Bench be able to get out of that and steal a win and steal it again and win against Meat Value? It is not over at all. Bench has been doing really, really well so far. Very, very impressive showing from our person in MMG. Look at that. He has been very, very solid. Meat Value is not bringing it. He's not taking any strides backwards. He is only moving forwards. He is going at it. He is trying to crush Bench's dreams right now. What do you think is going to happen?
Honestly, right now, I want to say that we cannot think, or we cannot feel how Bench is feeling right now, but at the same time we can put it into perspective. So Bench is feeling in the same way that we feel when we're on a lose streak. And we're being defeated by the same person over and over and over and over again.
That's true.
That's got to be annoying, not only annoying but frustrating as well. And with that frustration comes in a bit of weaknesses, a bit of gaps, and a bit of mistakes.
True.
So those mistakes can be maximized by Meat Value, but at the same time we all know that Bench, Meat Value, all of the players here actually has the mindset of a champion. They have the mindset of an esports player, an esports professional player. So they know what they should do in times like this is just keep your calm. Make sure you're not going to be doing rookie mistakes. You're not going to be doing mistakes that could have otherwise been avoided.
You're right.
So what I think is going to happen here is Bench will be recollecting himself, gathering his wits, gathering his mindset, gathering his mentality again before he goes into the next round. Because otherwise, I think Meat Value would have another advantage over him.
You're right. We are coming into round number 2. The pressure is real from Bench's side of the playing field, but what does pressure make? It makes diamonds. So let's see if that is going to happen.
Though, are you a bread that grows under rest, or a rice under rest, or are you a diamond that grows under pressure?
Exciting,
and here,
exciting. Here we go. We start the match. Swirl versus Swirl again. That means that both players believe in their comps right now.
They both do believe in their comps. And again, Bench, I think he thinks that he has a chance. He has a fair chance against Meat Value. Again, this is a best of 5 series. Meat Value is only up 1 against Bench, so he can still try out this tactic. He can still try out this composition and think if it will still work against Meat Value. And maybe, just maybe, with a bit of an altercation, a bit of an alteration with his strategies, with the way he plays his cards, Meat Value might just go down against Bench.
True that indeed. And what is happening right now is Meat Value is thinking, do I go aggression or do I go defensive and wait for the Blood Moon and do that this time around?
If you were in his position, because again, Meat Value's tactic already worked on the first game. So if you're in his position, what do you think would happen? What would you do if you were in Meat Value's position?
There are 2 lines of play here. You can be defensive and use defensive cards and hold on to that until the mid to late game with the Blood Moon damage. But aside from that, the other question is, does he just go the same way, the same game plan that he did before, like this right now, attacking with all of these confusions? I think he is going the aggressive route right now.
It worked before, so it must work again. And that's the values, or the goal that Meat Value is trying to reach. He's just going to be dealing out as much damages as he can. He's going to be using his swirls like it is made to defeat beasts. And now, Bench here is coming in with damages of its own as well. If Meat Value is here for the aggression, Bench will come out swinging against him.
You're right. Let's see what is happening. It's still an even playing field at this point. Both of them are running very similar comps. Moonlight Thief We see the placement is all different though. The only other thing that we do not see anymore is a tiny dino. It is gone from Meat Value's side of the playing field. Something very interesting to point out right there.
Yeah. And at the same time, you know, I just remember this. Meat Valley was the one that defeated Enrico. And what happened there was Enrico tried to take out or tried to use a beast composition against Meat Value, and Meat Value just went in with a lot of damaging swirl compositions and essentially took out Enrico. Let's get back into the game here. What you mentioned was that the tiny dino of Meat Value has been removed from the battle, so that means Meat Value's damage output would not be as great as it used to be.
You're right. Actually, I believe he did not play that at all, even in the last game. So actually, his comp is actually just only Nemo's. And it has been winning because Meat Value's backline with the tiny dino is the one with the blackmail. So we never saw that blackmail in that matchup. Meat Value has been playing this without any tiny dino.
I was trying to remember.
It has been working as well to his advantage. So props to theory crafting.
Man.
Props to creating something like this right now.
And he was practicing against ADRD, which is a well-renowned player as well.
You're right.
So Meat Value is just on a different level right now. But the thing is, again, Bench's teacher, Bench's sensei, is none other than ADRD. So maybe it is time for Bench to surpass his teacher, to surpass his mentor. Now Meat Value is coming in with the Garish Worms here, and there's gonna be 70 damage, 68 HP remaining for the front lane here of Bench.
Very, very solid damage right there. Now the question is, do you just go at it? Do you end Bench's front line right now? I think they're just killing each other's front line right now.
I think they're just playing normal Axies now. Just swinging at each other, punching after punch after punch. They're basically in a boxing match now. There will be no more tactics. It's just an all-out rampage for both of these players.
Bench opted to not kill Meat Value's frontline Axie. I think he had an option there. If he did not go swirl at that point, he could have double attacked and ended Meat Value's frontline Axie. I think he is not going for that at all.
Why.
While Meat Value is in a pickle right now, he can't kill the frontline Axie of Bench because Bench's midliner has a taunt, and that changes the game right now. Look at that. All of the aggression is going to the midline, which means the aggression that Meat Value put to the front line is not being maximized right now.
The only problem now for Bench, or well, for Meat Value, for Bench, is the fact that Meat Value didn't really get that many attack cards. So that taunt would not be as utilized as it would have been if Meat Value used up or got a lot of attack cards. He
got hurt though by the risky fish that he used last turn because it left a fear on his Axie, and that shuffled in a confused during that attack. Will Meat Value be punished this turn is the big question. Or is Bench gonna run away with this first attack? Look at that. First Axie is down. Aggressive tiny dino right there. Bench is following up with big attacks. Plus a cute bunny. Look at that.
A fear has been applied into the mid lane of Meat Value. And the problem here is Meat Value, it's honestly alright because Swirl isn't an attack card, so we wouldn't be shuffling in a confused card.
Yep, you're right.
Good thing that Meat Value didn't have a shield on that mid lane, because otherwise it would have been a Hex, and he would have gotten another confused card into his deck. But this turn is really bad for Meat Value. And right now, Bench is in such a position of power wherein he can just keep on going with the current strategy that he's going with, which is just keep on attacking Meat Value and just using the same tactic of Meat Value against him.
You're right. An option that Meat Value is going for as well. And look at that. Even at this point in time, Meat Value chooses to not retain any cards, to not increase energy burst, so that Moonlight Thief does not steal anything. Even this late into the game, they're thinking about energy fragments right now. Look at how these people's minds are running.
They're going all the way to the depths, the very basic details, and down to the very last dot of every single factor, every single element of Axie Origins. And that is what's making them play so great right now here in E4E Minors. But here we come. Bench just dealing out so much damages right now against Meat Value that mid lane is already on 146 HP.
It is very scary looking at Meat Value side of things. The main question is though, does Meat Value have a game plan? Maybe this is part of his plan. We are not sure, but I think he has practiced so much of this. Bench has done the same as well. They are now weighing whether or not aggression is still the play or whether or not shielding is now the name of the game, because you can choose to keep Garish Worm and then attack with all of the swords, confusion, use the shield, not be fully offensive. What is Meat Value's game plan right now?
I think he wants to take out that Axie now. He might use the Garish Worm as well. Yep, he is going for the kill. That's going to be a 2v2 situation. But again, Bench is still in the lead here in terms of the health bars of their Axies. Now he's going to be going in for the Garish Worm, 74 HP being removed. And I think he's going to be going in for the kill here. He does have enough. He has the double talk there. And he's
that is random though?
Yeah, that is random. But at the same time, he does have the tiny turtle. So
Where
the question
does
is,
this
well,
go? It went to the back
RNG!
line! Look at that! RNGesus is playing the game right now.
RNG coming right in with the clutch, saving Meat Value's mid lane. Again, that's 25 HP. One hit could have been enough to take out that mid lane.
Look at that. Any double talk that went there would have been lights out for that Axie. But it all went to the back line. That is wild. Now we see Eggshell and Risky Fish from that Axie that was supposed to go down. Meat Value is thinking whether or not to trigger that extra 20 damage, I believe, from Risky Fish.
I think what he's gonna do here is just maximize that Axie before it actually goes down. So he's gonna be, he's gonna be going for that additional 20 damage, goes in with the swirl, so it would heal up, follows it up with an Eggshell, and then a Confusion. That's gonna be a full-on damage mode for Meat Value, just rampaging. He wants to make sure that that Axie would not go down without first being able to hurt their opponents.
Big attacks coming in. Now this is very solid as well. Garish Worm is not gonna do anything at this point. Meat Value has just been dishing out a lot of damage right now, but it is still advantage Bench really, because there's just one extra Axie right now. And Meat Value now has to go through the front line, the mid line first, before being able to end the back line Axie. That is a problem, because what is happening is you do not finish the deck of the opponent. And now what's happening is you have to go through 374 worth of Axie plus Moonlight Thief's heals to then be able to reach that Dawn on the backline of Bench, which is already in the red. Yeah.
So many steps to take before Meat Value can even go that far. But again, now he does have the Shoal Star and the Goda. What they're doing right now is just dishing out damages. They're just being excessively aggressive because they want to finish this game as fast as they can without relying on their normal tactics, which is adding up confused cards into the swirls. And this is making it so interesting because now it can go either way. Bench has adapted to the tactics of Meat Value. This is what we call the Bench difference, in the sense that he is so fast to adapt, he is so adaptive that no matter his opponent, no matter what his opponent shows, he's gonna be able to adapt to that really quickly. And you have to keep on changing your tactics if you want to actually defeat Bench. Now Bench here is coming in with, I think there were 2 swirls as far as I've seen.
You're right.
And heals up the backlane there, but we are now heading on to 50 HP removal from the Blood Moon Curse.
Very, very scary. Now it is the time for clutch. Now Meat Value needs to win at this point if he wants to take over with the game. But the problem is there's just a lot of HP right now. Look at that, healing back with the backline. It's now in the green. That was red already, but now it's green again and attacking for big attacks.
Here it
and
comes.
Bench is gonna take game number 2.
The first game that Bench has managed to win against Meat Value. That is a huge win for him because now he proved that gods do bleed and he has the potential to be the God Slayer here in the Grand Finals.
You're right. You are very right indeed. Now what he is thinking is, okay, I have what it takes to get the win, to grab the win. Now can I just continue on this path? Can I play around what Meat Value is thinking? Am I able to win against what Meat Value is doing right now? That is what he is thinking hard about right now at this point in time.
And again,
what do you feel?
I feel like Bench is going with what he said earlier. He's not here to lose. And he's actually proving that right now for going to an equalizer round for against Meat Value. Now we're 1-1 and they have nearly the similar composition. So even if they change, I think it would boil down to who could predict the better composition and who would be able to change the lineup better. Now that means Bench right now has the momentum as well because again he has defeated Meat Value, and this could give a bit of a rattle moment for Meat Value, but I don't think it's gonna last that long. So Bench has to capitalize on it now.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It is gonna be exciting to see that play out. Bench is dishing out the damage right now. He has combined Meat Value's game plan. He has devoured Meat Value's game plan into his own and is now using that.
I understood that reference.
To win against Meat Value. Very, very well done. Very, very effective lines of play from Bench right there. And it is a showcase right now. If you are watching right now, this is the E4E Grand Finals. This is potentially the finals if Meat Value wins. If Bench wins, then we move on to the true Grand Finals where they will play with another best of 5 series. It is going to be wild. It is going to be exciting. Stay tuned. They are still just thinking about their comps. Even I would be thinking about their comps. I wouldn't know what I am going to play at this point.
Because
do I continue? What do you think?
Because, you know, going into this point, going this far into the tournament, going this far into the battlefield, it's not just your composition that you're going to be thinking. You're going to be thinking about the composition of your opponent as well. So now, I would say, I think they're going to be sticking to the same lineups. Because so far, Meat Value has defeated Bench once, and Bench has defeated Meat Value once with the same type of composition. So now, the only thing that they have to worry about right now is whether they can do it again. But they can't replicate that same result that they got earlier if they don't use the same lineup. So if they do change lineups now, there could be some alterations in the results, and it could potentially lower their chances of victory again.
True that indeed. Looking back at their comps, is it now time to change it up? Do they bring out the purchase?
Maybe they're going to be bringing out the purchase now.
Is that what is going to be happening? It is going to be very, very exciting to see that.
Talk to me here.
Yep.
If you see 2 purchase, if you fight, if Perch fights against Perch, what are the key factors that would go into that battle that would give one team an advantage over the other?
It would be whomever is able to go into rage mode and swing with a big perch swing. I believe their computation is you have to play around the first perch attack, which is 462 at least when you have 6 energy. To do that, you need a lot of HP. That's where Last Wish comes in. That's where a Sacred Bird Resurrect comes in, but they're not playing any birds at all. So that means it is gonna come from the runes and charms. And here we go. We are in round number 3.
And they're going in with the same lineup as far as I can see. Yeah, they're going in with the same lineup.
True that. And what is going to happen is more of the same earlier. The question is, do they go full on aggression at this point?
I think they are.
They're going at it right now. 90 hello damage from Meat Value right there.
And this is what we would love to see. Just brawl after brawl between Bench and Meat Value. This is what the Grand Finals are about. It's all about dishing out damages, sending out punches, bringing in the entire armada into the battlefield. Meat Value versus Bench. Both of them really powerful players in their own rights. But again, Bench has lost to Meat Value once, and looks like Bench is out here for revenge.
True that indeed. Another thing that is going on as well is there is that taunt action that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Because Bench was able to split up the damage, what happened was there was mixed up attacks. Some went to the front, some went to the back, and that caused problems for Meat Value. Because he was not able to kill the second Axie because of those taunts. And and we see it right here. There's a taunt again happening on Bench's side, which means those were Meat Value had to play around that. Everything has played just because everything has been played to circle to play around those taunts that Bench is bringing to the table.
Yeah. Now Bench here is going in with the cute bunny. Again, just damaging out his opponents right now. And he does have a lot of retained cards there. So if ever he draws a lot of confused cards later on, it would not matter that much because Bench has a leeway. He has some room to move around with using those retained cards. Meanwhile, Beat Value is the same, honestly. And he did get 4 confused cards, but that would be nowhere near enough to render Meat Value useless in this round.
The question is, do you go aggressive now? We've seen Meat Value being really aggressive in the earlier matches.
I think he's going to be going aggressive.
Let's see. I think that is what he is thinking hard about right now, actually. He is thinking, do I go hard and attack right now? Do I stay defensive right now? He swings with 1 Goda, and I think because of that, he is going to be swinging with more cards right now.
Risky Fish coming right up. Garish Worm as well.
Boom.
That's going to be 70. Again, that's the end of his turn. No more energy to be used at that point. And looks like we're heading on for more brawls. We're heading on for more boxing matches between Bench and Meat Value.
Look at that. Discards coming in, attacks are coming in. There is a lot of damage right now, but topped off with the swirl, so that's not as an offensive attack as we have been seeing. Actually, that was a heal and 2 attacks.
Yeah.
The question
There's
is,
a switch up there.
There's a switch up.
Yeah.
Does Meat Value do the same, or does Meat Value go full on aggression right now?
I like how they're confusing us as well, because usually these compositions are going for the long run. They want to go for the battle of attrition here, wherein they would stretch each other out during the Blood Moon curses and just one-hit each other. But right now, they're hitting each other as early as turn number 1.
True that indeed. There's a lot of attacks right now. There's an option for Meat Value to just use all of these attacks, but the problem is it's split again. The taunt is in the midline, which means all of your attacks is just gonna get healed back up. So now what do you want to do? Maybe you save all of your cards and use it for the later rounds so that you are back to the frontline Axie, and that's exactly what Meat Value did.
Oh, now very interesting. There's a bit of a passive turn there for Meat Value, although he is going to be getting a lot of value from it later on. There's going to be a swirl being added to the front lane, taunt going into the mid lane there. But he does have a lot of remaining cards to use there. I think he's going to be going for, he is going for that 60 damage output on the front lane. Not quite enough to take out that Axie. But again, Bench here is hoping to just go in and swing. That's it.
True that indeed. So just to clarify for the chat what our system is going to be, Meat Value is in the upper bracket right now, while Bench is in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
They are fighting each other because there's no one left in the competition, and what is happening is they're in the finals right now. If Meat Value wins this best of 5, it is over. That is the tournament finished. But if Bench wins this best of 5, then technically Meat Value drops to the lower bracket, where he has to face Bench again, because now that is the true grand finals right there.
So essentially, just to add to that, Meat Value has one more life. Think about it as a game. Meat Value has one more life to use against Bench. Meanwhile, Bench has already used up all of his lives. And now, Bench will have to play his cards right, because otherwise, if Meat Value wins here, like Reg mentioned, Bench will be eliminated from the tournament, and Meat Value will be crowned king of E4E Minors. But, of course, Bench would not go down without a fight. The only problem here is Bench now has a longer journey than Meat Value.
True that true that indeed. Garish Worm is coming in. Swirls are coming in as well. 78 HP. Does Bench choose to kill that Axie? He decides not to and keeps that mid line alive for Meat Value. Now the question is, will Meat Value be able to do the same? But this is a scary line of cards right here. Swirl is not a very offensive card.
Yeah.
Yes, it does shuffle Confused. But in this matchup, once you are back to attacking the frontline Axie, you want offensive cards at that point in time. So now what Meat Value has to think about is, does he keep all of this and target the mid line again? But he opts to just attack through these shields. Interesting to see that play out. Garish Worm's attacks are going to be discarding cards as well. But this heal is going to come in. That could matter in the long run as well. So maybe Meat Value has that frontline Axie survive for another turn. Let's have a look.
We'll see if that Axie actually survives this turn, because that's going to be a confusion with 64. 76 HP remaining. Bench has all the cards that he needs to take down that Axie. That's going to be a double talk. Goes to the back and the mid lane. No attack coming to the front lane there. But he does have the Garish Worm, and it's going to be 74. 2 HP remaining. He has 1 energy.
2.
Tiny Turtle biting down, smashing that Axie to the ground. Meat Value, 2 Axies remaining.
Meat Value has just shuffled his deck. It is now down to what he is going to be drawing. Will he be able to be very aggressive this turn? It is going to be interesting to see that. He is thinking to swing hard with the Risky Fish right now. The question is, do you apply the fear on yourself? But then if you get big attacks in your next turn, then you are feared.
Futile, yeah. It could prove a bit of a disadvantageous move if you do get a lot of big cards, a lot of attack cards, offensive cards for that mid lane Axie if you do use the Risky Fish now. But at the same time, what if you don't? So
True.
That's exactly why he's checking his cards out. He's counting the cards that he has still left that he could draw.
He went for the attack. He went all in with that attack. No fear though. So that is what we saw, which means he is hoping to draw offensive cards on that frontline Axie that he has. 2 Confused, 3 Confused are going to get shuffled in.
Oh, here we
with
go, the
Bench's
taunt again.
attack right now. Eggshell is going to dish out a lot of damage as well. And now it's the backline that is taunted. Meat Value is struggling right now. Everyone is taunting everyone. And now it is damage being spread across all of these Axies, while Bench is just attacking front to back against Meat Value.
Look at that. 170 HP remaining for that mid lane. Nearly out of commission. Meat Value, like you mentioned, is in a bit of trouble right now. And he needs to play his cards right. But even then, Bench will have the advantage. He will have the leverage against Meat Value, especially now that he cannot back away from this fight. He has already started benching and he wasn't there to build up the stacks upon stacks of confused cards, especially now that he has already lost 1 card or 1 Axie. It's gonna be even harder for him to give Bench a soft lock.
Maybe retain just 1 and not do anything.
Yeah.
That's because you do not want your energy burst to go above Bench Value against Bench's energy burst right now.
The ultimate fusion.
The ultimate
Bench Value.
Bench Value. That would be sick. But now, as we saw there, Meat Value was controlling his energy so that Bench does not have the trigger from the Moonlight Thief. That is why he is not fully utilizing all of his energy.
Now the Blood Moon turns are coming in. We are heading on to the red skies. We'll see if Meat Value will be able to survive this. But right now, Bench still has 3 Axies remaining. When faced against his own wrath, against his own plan, Meat Value backs down and Bench is bringing the fight to him. We'll see if Meat Value actually has a chance to get back up here in game number 3. As far as we can see here, he has the Goda, he has the Goldfish, and the Shoal Star as well. I think it's just going to be dealing out damages at this point, but it looks like, nope, he's going to be using all of his energy to remove the cards there, or retain them, or actually keep them, and then just essentially take those cards out of the equation.
It is actually advantage Bench right now.
Yeah.
There is 1 Axie remaining from Meat Value. And because of all the taunt juggling that Bench is doing, It is now a problem for Meat Value. It is very scary. Now, he is back to the front line, but the front line is almost fully healed again. Up to that is like 60% by the looks of it. It was red earlier, but now it has healed back up to those HP levels. Very, very impressive from Bench's control of the taunt juggle.
Meat Value now feeling the pain, feeling what it means to be the one at a disadvantage, the one at a bit of the down low in terms of health. And right now, I think this is the very first time that we're going to be witnessing Meat Value actually having trouble against his opponent. And like the chat mentioned, Bench is evolving throughout the tournament. Bench is unlocking doors within him that are filled with potential. And
You're
that
right.
is
Bench is evolving into a sofa. Look at that. Very, very impressive.
Maybe even a gaming chair.
Oh, wow. That is very, very... We see it in action live right now. It is a very dominant display of damage right there. He is surpassing his limits according to the chat. Down to 10 HP and gets the second win against Meat Value. If Bench wins this, Bench is gonna go on and face Meat Value again. That is 2-1 advantage Bench. Look at that. Very, very impressive right now.
The very first time that Meat Value is actually at a deficit, and it's done by none other than Bench. One of the greatest players we have ever seen, and still so young, still has so much potential left to unlock. And again, he's surpassing his limits. He's going plus ultra on this boy. He's going all the way down to the moon, and he wants to get that victory. He wants to go to the true grand finals. But now Meat Value is not gonna go down. He's not gonna let that happen. He wants to make sure that he secures his victory now, because otherwise he might be giving momentum to Bench.
Calm and composed. Meat Value is relaxing. He is actually re-logging in right now. I think he got logged out of the game. But he is coming back in. There we go. That is loading his client right there.
Yeah.
Thinking really hard as well of what comp to bring to the table.
I mean, if I were in his position, I would be thinking hard as well.
True.
But I don't think I would be able to come up with a plan or a strategy, because these players are just so good that I know if I fought against them, I would stand no chance. I would stand no chance.
One play to go about it is Meat Value might have to change his game plan. He can't go aggressive anymore, because if he goes aggressive, what's going to happen is... Yes, Bench is going to do it again. And aside from that, he is not playing to his strengths, which is the White Sage, healing with the swirls, which maybe Meat Value's game plan should switch towards Blood Moon. Maybe ask for help from Big Daddy Blood Moon right now. So that is going to be interesting to see that play out. Does he switch his playstyle and go more defensive in the future turns? It is hard to do, don't get me wrong, because Bench has a lot of Garish Worms in his composition. Because what you're doing is, if you're playing towards the Blood Moon Curse, all you can do is keep your cards, retain your cards, keep them in your hand, and use them during Blood Moon. Now, the problem is, to use that, you need defensive Axies. You need a lot of shields. I can see some shields in Meat Value's comp. It would be the blackmails that Meat Value is utilizing in his comp. Those blackmail swirls might actually be the key difference to make Meat Value win against Bench. This is going to be very, very interesting. This is going to be very, very exciting. The key condition, though, is Meat Value's game plan currently has been solved. The offensive attacks have been taunted, have been displayed by Bench into a clean distribution across all of his axes, which means some damage to the front, some damage to the middle, some damage to the back, but no axes going down.
I like how Meat Value was the one that introduced that tactic. Just keep on punching axes until you win. But at the same time, Bench managed to come up with a solution to that immediately. Again, those taunts are doing a lot of favors for bench, wherein he's just, again, like you mentioned, balancing out the damages all across the board, just ensuring that none of his axes would die immediately, or at least none of his axes would be hurt even. Because again, with those taunts, not only is he evening out the damages, he's also allowing his other axes to heal up with his own swirls.
You're right.
And another thing here is the fact that I noticed this during the battle. Meat value would start with the punches. He
Yep.
would start the fight actually, and then what happens is when bench comes in and brings the fight back to him, Meat value actually backs down, and he tries to switch up the tactic during game number 2. Game number 2, yeah, actually game number 3, I think. Yeah, he switches up the tactic, and then what happens is that the moment he switches up the tactic, it's already too late by then to rely on the Blood Moon, because he didn't stack up the confused cards that are in bench's desk, or bench's decks rather.
You're right. It is gonna be interesting. Maybe actually the solution right here, based on the comp of Meat value, is maybe he runs the blackmails. Interestingly, it might not be the most optimal technically in general, because you don't want to be splitting damage, but because it has the scaly spoon, it has the antenna, that might be the game plan that Meat value might go for. Let's have a look. We're jumping into round number 4. The mod is providing round number 4 right now.
Hello there, Nick. Looking really beautiful tonight. Now we are heading on again, game number 4, people. Make or break. Honestly, not even make or break. This is the most opportune moment for bench to clinch that victory and head on to the true grand finals. Right now,
big change from Meat Value's side.
Honestly, yeah.
There is a tiny dino right now.
And this is bringing out one blackmail, so one pigeon post for Meat value. Let's see if he manages to actually maximize the value of that pigeon post.
There is a lot of damage coming on right now. There is a lot of tiny dino damage placed on Meat Value's backline Axie. The question is, will a taunt juggle happen? Will there be the same scenario that bench has done earlier? I think one reasoning to go with this composition is when you taunt juggle, what happens is you damage all of the axes because you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But I think as soon as bench taunt juggles to the back line, the blackmail is gonna come in, apply taunt, and then if bench uses that again, then the taunt from the blackmail would force the attacks to go follow up and go into the backline again of bench.
Basically, what Meat value wants is to force bench into having his own backline killed.
Yes.
Because again, like you mentioned, the taunt from the backline would go in and then follows it up with the taunt from that pigeon post. Now, the only problem here is if bench actually manages to predict that. So he can actually go for... Oh wait, actually another problem for bench here is the fact that his tiny dino is in the back lane. So that means a lot of damage output would be removed from the equation if bench's back lane is taken out, especially early in the game.
You're right. Now the question is, will that scenario happen? Is Meat value sculpting his game plans to go for that game plan? Is he waiting for a taunt on the back line and then that blackmail happens? And then all of the follow-up attacks come in. We have seen him be very, very aggressive right now. Everything is getting dished out right now. Let's see if that taunt juggle is going to be countered by Meat Value's new game plan.
Meat value right now is, I think, is changing tactics. He isn't as aggressive as before. He's now saving up cards. He's now actually putting up a lot of confused cards into bench's deck here. Meanwhile, bench, I think, is going for the same tactic as well. He uses one confused card, one swirl, and then follows it up with the confusion. Now he has one more card to, or one more energy to use here, and he's gonna be going in for the Nemo.
That is big. Meat value is cleaning up his deck. He is setting up for a big attack. Tiny Dino is a lot of damage, 120 damage. That is no joke on one card.
Still no pigeon post though, so we haven't seen the pigeon post yet.
We are still waiting for that. I think it rotated actually is the thing.
Really?
if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw pigeon post earlier. We'll have to see and find out what is remaining. Oh, that's an eggshell. Oh, there is pigeon
there's
post.
the pigeon post.
All right, we're just waiting for that to happen. We're just waiting for that big setup turn.
What's
Bench.
amazing here is
Yeah, go ahead.
Meat Value already has a lot of retained cards.
True.
If ever is gonna go for that blackmail combo, he will have the tiny dino. If he doesn't draw it in the next round, he would have at least, I think, 105 damage output from the tiny dino.
The problem though that I can foresee is if Bench does not taunt anytime soon or does not let the blackmail happen on the right time, then what's gonna happen is you are now splitting taunts in between heals, and you do not want that. So what Meat Valley wants to do is hold onto the blackmail until Bench actually taunts. But the problem is, when is that gonna happen, and will that not get potentially be discarded by Bench's comps?
Another thing here is, I just thought about it as you mentioned that, was that Bench can actually use that taunt to his advantage. Like for say the front lane is about to go down and he needs some space for that front lane to heal up, he can use that blackmail to put the taunt on the back lane and essentially force Meat Value to miss his opportunity to take down an Axie.
You're right. So he might utilize that to his advantage, which means Meat Value will not use that blackmail until there is an existing taunt happening right now. But then if that happens, then Bench does not actually need to use that zero cost, because that means he will survive with the frontline Axie. Like for example, it's optional. Yes, you will have a curse next turn, but then you do not have consecutive taunts on your backlane Axie.
And that's important, you know, just keeping your Axies alive. Especially that backlane with the tiny dino, which is actually now charging up. There is a confusion there. I think he's going to be he's thinking about it, honestly. If he should add in even more, he should definitely add in more confused cards. But at the same time, he's thinking about what Meat Value has in store for him right now. So far, Meat Value hasn't used that backlane or that blackmail combo, that blackmail tactic. And there goes the cute bunny coming in to the front lane there again. Bench's front lane here is in trouble. It only has 92 HP, but the good thing is he did add a lot of shields onto that front lane.
He is keeping the swirl with the taunt. He is holding onto that, making sure that he uses that at the best moment. Meat Value has the pigeon post right now and can potentially go for the kill on the front line. He might actually go for that and capitalize and kill that Aqua that we see with 92 HP. Will he go for it? Now's a good time to go for it by the looks of it.
Let's see if he's going to be going for it. Again, yes, he does have enough damage. 65, 70, 55, and another 60. He has 3 energy. If he wants to kill that, he would want to do it, he would want to dish out just the right type of damage, because 3 of those has a retain. Now it's gonna be pigeon post.
Here you go.
By a risky fish, and here comes the finisher.
Here
comes the
goes down. One Axie. We have not seen Meat Value kill an Axie in a while. That is game number 4 when Meat Value has killed an Axie again because of all of the taunt juggles.
And he's actually in the lead right now.
True.
Look at that. His 3 Axies are still full health, or rather in really good health at least. And Bench here is now going to be struggling against Meat Value with only 2 Axies remaining. He does use the taunt there. He has 1 blackmail. I think he's going to be using that as well. Yep, he is. So what Bench planned is, if he's going to put taunt on the back lane, he might as well time it during the turn where he gets the blackmail.
True, but now what's happening is Bench has a 4-turn taunt on his backliner. That means Meat Value can attack this turn, and then the next attack is going to go to the backline again. And Meat Value redrew the pigeon post, which means Bench will have that taunt, that blackmail again. And if he uses that, then he's taunted again in the next turn.
It's gonna hurt.
What a big draw for Meat Value. That pigeon post is huge right now.
It's gonna hurt Bench real bad. That pigeon post draw is just an immense addition to the draw of Meat Value. He's going to be going in for the Garish Worm. There's going to be 70 HP being removed from the back lane. He might as well go for the pigeon post, honestly.
He's thinking to hold on to it.
Honestly, if he doesn't go for it, it does have the retain, so it doesn't really matter. He can just put the blackmail later on
the next turn.
Yeah.
And we know that there's still a taunt this turn as
Yeah,
well.
so
So the
he's
attacks are still going to go
Yeah.
to the back line.
He's looking forward to maximizing the output of that blackmail.
What I don't want to see is if bench hits with a garish worm, then what's going to happen is that pigeon post might go away. That is the only risk.
Yeah.
Let's see. We do not know what was discarded because we do not see Meat Value's hand. Let's see once it goes back to him. He will want to have that pigeon post still in hand. If that's gone, then
Oh,
wow.
does. Wow.
Well done indeed. But it is sleeping right now is the problem.
Oh, yeah.
That tiny turtle put that backline to
A
sleep.
lot of his cards right now are unusable because of that sleep.
True.
I think there are, what?
All of it except Risky Fish
Yeah.
is sleeping. I think what Meat Value could do right now is wake that backline Axie
Force it
up,
out,
force
yeah.
it to wake up, and then attack. Because then you'll have taunt on the backline still. Then what will happen is bench will be forced to use that pigeon post at this point in time. Then you're applying constant pressure on the backline.
And he's actually thinking about it. He's thinking about waking it up. And yes, he does wake it up using the cute bunny. Follows it up with the confusion. And then uses the pigeon post. So now he's going to be adding that blackmail into the hand of bench later on. Follows it up with that swirl for the finisher. Adds up 2 more confused cards into the deck of bench there. And here comes another blackmail card.
And
He
look
used it
at
now.
that. He also used his own swirl with the taunt on the backline. And now Meat Value is the one who is devouring backbench.
Oh, man.
Wow, taunt juggles are happening everywhere. Look at that.
The Tiny Dino is still not that painful right now, but it can deal some damages. But I don't think he's going to be going for it. I think his move right now is to heal up that front lane using the swirls, and then, of course, adds in those 4, maximum of 4 cursed cards into the deck of bench here because he only has 2 swirls. And then, well, he can also go for the Risky Fish right now. He does have 2 Risky Fishes, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take out that back lane.
True. Risky is coming in. That is going to be a lot of damage. Swirl is going to come in as well. Another Swirl is coming in. That is very, very scary to see that in action. Tiny Dino is not full power right now.
I doubt he's going to use that. He's going to be going for the Risky Fish instead. It's going to be 70 HP being removed from that mid lane. Now it's down again, still on 2v3 situation, but we are slowly but surely getting deeper into the Blood Moon rounds.
True, a lot of damage still coming in from bench's side of the playing field. That is a lot of confuseds right now though. That is very, very scary. Meat Value has the chance to actually force a skip turn at this point. Double confusion plus Garish Worm. That could be, actually he could swing with all of this and kill one Axie. But the problem is, will it affect the draw pile? I think that is what he is thinking about. Does bench have actual cards in the deck? Because if one Axie goes down, then the deck is less, and then it gets to rotate quicker. So now he's thinking. Yeah.
People say that swirl compositions are easy to use, but like it only looks easy to use when you're seeing these players use them.
True.
Because they're playing on such a high level that they make it look so easy, but there are a lot of factors
going
to consider.
for it.
And yes,
he
is going for
killing,
it.
And
There
look
goes the
at
Tiny
that.
Dino, Garish Worm. It's down to a 1v3 situation. Bench now in trouble. Oh my
Perfect
god.
skip turn for Meat Value. That is a soft lock right there. Is Meat Value able to go for a hard lock? That is 4 confusions again.
Oh, man.
With double swirl being shuffled in. It won't force a deck lock, but it could buy enough time for Meat Value to go ham real hard at this point.
And right now, Meat Value is just so powerful. He's dominating against bench that he can skip this turn and still be able to win. But bench is not gonna go down just yet. He still has some chances here, although it is very, very slim. Again, the only time that you're defeated is when you give up, and bench is not giving up. Meat Value now coming in with oh man,
sword.
Oh man,
Only a sword.
Man.
That is painful to see. It's like he stabbed himself with that sword by the looks of it.
And
wow.
And the blood moon is starting to damage him as well because
That's
is,
game.
I think this
that
is
is game.
Oh,
We
20
have a
HP.
game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. 2 and 2. Meat Value has solved the problem that is bench and is now on a game 5. 2 losses in a row, not phased at all. We are down to a game number 5. If Meat Value wins this, it's over. He is crowned the champion. If Bench wins this, then we move on to another best of 5 series. It is going to be exciting nonetheless. I am very excited. It has been a wild journey so far, and these people have been doing their all. They have been crushing it. We are now understanding how they are playing the game. We can see it now. We can see the light. How are you feeling about that?
Oh man, we are heading on to the last and final game. And this is make or break for Bench as well. And the problem is, he doesn't have the momentum anymore. He had the momentum during game 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But now, Meat Value came in with that change in tactics, with that change in lineups, to the point where he has now regained the momentum. He has claimed that momentum right back.
Very impressive indeed. They are now consuming each other's skills. They are now seeing the taunt that we saw from Bench. Meat Value used it himself, kept all of his Axies alive, and was able to dominate against Bench in that scenario. But now the question is, who will win this game 5? Because that will dictate what is going to happen today. It is going to be an exciting game number 5. What do you think? What are they going to be planning for this scenario?
You know what? I think Bench will have to change lineups because right now, well, honestly, they're both playing the similar in a sense compositions. But right now, oh, here we go. There we go. So Bench right now is playing the composition that was anti-punching bag.
Yeah.
That was anti the tactic that Meat Value was using first. Oh, here we go. We are seeing their lineups on the screen, their boxes, as they call it. So,
it is square as well.
Yeah,
so it's literally a box.
Yeah, it's literally a box. So Bench will have to change tactics. I think, would Neo work now against Meat Value? What do you think?
It's mainly targeting AoE comps.
Yeah.
But it does not work versus the mirror because you're not discarding anything from the hand. It's not like Garish Worm. You're looking at the deck and discarding something.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be very effective in the mirror match. What Bench could go for actually is have a perch, if that is something that we have not seen, but we don't know how effective it is with what Meat Value is bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think the problem there would be the fact that Perch is really combo dependent. And if Meat Value manages to survive that Perch, I guess Bench would still, honestly, Bench would still have a bit of a Bench would still have a bit of a chance against Meat Value, even if Meat Value survives against the all-out combo of the Perch because of the damage output that they can do. But at the same time, I think Meat Value would find a way to counter that because he does have the Neos there.
True. True. It is scary though to use the Neos at this point in the match.
True. I have to agree with you on that as well.
Yep. So it is now a question of what will both of these players bring to the table. Who is going to out-prepare who? Who is going to devour who? We will now see it very soon. What is going to happen? I don't know. None of us knows. It has been a wild journey so far. Bench has lost the winner's bracket 3-0, right? And he became the leader, going 2-1 against Meat Value. That is how insane this series has been so far.
This is just one series. It's not even the entire journey of these players.
You're right.
They're just really insane in their own ways, to the point where their insanity right now are mixing in together and creating this concoction of a very amazing potion that is just so addicting to watch.
You're right. And what do you do when there's a concoction? You swirl
it. Yeah, exactly.
And here we go, round number 5. The mod is bringing out round number 5 right now.
This is the last and final match for Meat Value if he wins. And this is make or break.
Here
for
we go.
Bench.
We are making history, ladies and gentlemen. What is gonna happen right now? We start the match that will dictate the rest of the series.
This is gonna be keeping on going. Again, Meet the Value and Bench just coming in with, oh, they're going for the same lineups.
They are using the same lineups. It is gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. We saw that Meat Value was very dominant in that game right there. But the question is, yes, it's the same lineup, but did Bench mix up the charms?
Yeah.
Did Bench do something different that Meat Value has not seen it just yet?
And he can change tactics in the game itself as well. Like inside this arena, he can change his tactics. Before, he was going for the aggression.
Yes.
So he can go for the passive play now if he wants to. But the thing there is, again, Meat Value does have that blackmail.
True that. And look at that. An early taunt coming in from Bench. That means Meat Value doesn't really have to attack right now.
Yeah.
Which means he can also focus fire later on. But that also means he won't use his blackmail right now because there is no point at this time in the game.
It would just be wasted.
Yep.
It would just be wasted, especially with he doesn't really have enough damage cards yet to take out that Axie or at least hurt it anyway.
Yep, you are right. There is gonna be an interesting play of events right now. Cute Bunny is there. We see that there's no taunt right now, which means the attacks are gonna go to the frontline Axie of Bench. The question is, does he go ham right now? Does he chill a bit? Let's see what their game plan is.
I think he's gonna be chilling a bit right now. What Meat Value would be going for is for an all-out damage on that backlane again. He would want to time those taunts again in such a way that he would be able to force Bench to put the blackmails on the backlane again.
Unless his target right now is the front line.
Well, that's another thing.
That's another
so
option.
They have to. Meat Value has two options right now, and honestly, it can go either way. And looks like he's gonna be targeting the front lane there with two risky fishes. Follows it up with a Cute Bunny. Applies a fear onto that Axie. So that is a really dangerous position for Bench.
Wow. And Meat Value is timing it perfectly. He saw the taunt early today already, early in that match, early in that game. And then what's going on is now, or he says, okay, there's no taunt in the next few turns. Let me dish out a lot of damage to your frontline Axie. Let me clear that right now before the taunt comes back into action. But the problem is, there is now a taunt on the mid line. Yes, there is no taunt on the back line, but there is a taunt on the mid line right now, which means Meat Value does not necessarily have to attack right now. Meat Value can just keep everything and attack next turn once there is no more taunt.
I agree with you on that. At the same time, he did get two retained cards there. Although, if he does attack now, he can he can distribute the damages. But that's exactly what Bench is hoping for.
You're right.
He would want the damages to be distributed all throughout three axes instead of Meat Value just focusing on one.
You're right, and I believe what Meat Value might be going for right now is just keep everything.
Yeah.
We're learning the game. Look at that. He's keeping everything.
He's keeping everything right now. And that's going to be an end turn. Here comes a Bench coming in. Now, that mid lane no longer has a taunt. And it's going to be really dangerous for Bench to let that front lane be open up for all forms of attacks.
There's an option for Bench to try and make the attacking Axie sleep. There's a play to go Tiny Turtle right now, but I think he's just going aggressive right now as well. Doing the same game plan that Meat Value did earlier and is attacking the frontline Axie right now.
Oh man, this is looking really, really close between Meat Value and Bench. And what's amazing here is Bench is the only one that actually gave Meat Value some trouble, some difficulties in winning or in securing a victory here in a single matchup or in a single series.
True, it is very exciting to see. There's no more taunt. There's a lot of attacks right now. Meat Value can just choose to attack all in and not even use the swirl at all. use... Oh, he's deciding to use the swirl. Very interesting. I think it's because to remove that fear. Oh, that's a taunt. Meat Value is using the taunt.
Oh, wow.
He is using Bench's game plan earlier against him. Now there's a taunt on the back line. There are attacks coming in. A confusion is coming in as well. That is going to be very big. That also brings Meat Value into energy burst. That means he will have 4 energy coming into the next turn. The question is, will there be good attacks from Bench to the back line? There's no swirl whatsoever. Look at that. 0.
Bench now going in with the damages instead. He wants to at least maximize the value of this turn instead of just allowing it to go down or to go to waste. So Bench now counting, just looking at the cards that has been played so far. He does have a lot of retained cards here, and I think he's just gonna go for it.
True.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for it. Goldfish coming in, 65, and then he removes one confused, and that is gonna be it. Meat Value's turn is now coming in.
That is very, very wild. I think with that big attack, Bench is playing into Meat Value's game plan. Look, there are 2 Axies now that have a little bit of damage, but no one is in the red. While Meat Value can focus fire right now and attack the frontline Axie of Bench. Very, very scary to see in action.
Bench did manage to get up a bit of shield on the front lane there, but that's not gonna give Meat Value that much trouble. There's gonna be a confusion. 64, 96 HP remaining. Garish Worm coming in, 70. He still has that pigeon pose.
And
Here
one
comes the kill.
goes down.
Ooh, a kill from Meat Value. Bench now down to 2 Axies. It's looking really, really bad, but it's not over yet. Bench still has a chance here.
Wow, this is getting scary. This is anyone's game still, but it is slowly creeping towards Meat Value's side. Look at that. All of these Axies are healing up. All of these Axies have a lot of HP right now. The backline is now taunted because of the blackmail attack that we saw. What is Meat Value's game plan? Does he skip this turn or does he go all in into the backliner? That is, I believe, what he is thinking about right now.
Let's see what he's actually gonna do here. Meat Value is in a position of power. We'll see what he has in store for us. He does have a lot of cards here, and that backlane does have the taunt. Will he go in for the kill, or will he just use an energy to save up one card, go in with the confusion, and then follows it up with, with the cute bunny and the Garish Worm as well, maximizing the damage output that he can do in this turn. Now that back lane is bleeding, that back lane is injured and hurting.
It is over, or is it not over? That is the main question right now. Is Bench able to claw back into this game? Yes, Bench is behind right now, but it is not over for these World Cups. You can still get locked out if the correct cards happen, but it looks like Meat Value is playing around everything right now. And look at that, swirls, confusions, a lot right now. What are you seeing, my bro?
He has a lot of options here. Again, there are the swirls. He can heal up that front lane there. And at the same time, he does have the option to damage that mid lane as well. But I think what he's going to be going for is just go for the... Oh, he's going to be going for the risky fish instead. Yeah, he's going for big attacks and at the same time going in with the swirl. I think this last energy would be used for the confusion and that swirl as well. And he's going to be waiting for another blackmail here to go to the back lane so he can finally eliminate that back lane.
True, he is splitting the attack again. That swirl has a taunt, which means it's gonna go to the back line again. He's just deciding who to heal. And there we go, taunt to the back line. Bench is gonna have to attack the back line again while dishing out a little bit of damage. This is getting scary. I'm not sure who this match is inclining towards, but there is still a slight advantage towards Meat Value just because there is one less Axie.
This could still go either way, people. Don't lose hope. Both of these players still has a chance to beat each other. Now Bench is ending his turn. We are heading on to the Blood Moon rounds. Here it comes. This is where it gets real. Meat Value drawing in Clamshell. Actually, that has been there since forever. He's gonna be drawing in a swirl. He might as well use that. He heals up the front lane. And I think he's gonna be going in for the kill here. He does have... Oh wait, he doesn't have enough damage yet because the Tiny Dino isn't charged.
So he won't go for the kill just yet. It is getting scary actually. Bench might just be able to claw back in. Those are big attacks. Look at all of that red damage right now. Bench might just be able to clear one Axie potentially. Is this enough damage though is the question. What are they both thinking about right now? This is getting insane here. There is that tiny turtle attack to the back line. That is what Bench could do, and then follow-up attacks to the front line, and that would just buy a little bit of time for Bench to set up better turns in the future. Opts not to do that, and instead is attacking very hard. Everything is going to go to the front line, and that is going to have Meat Value drop one Axie as well.
Bench is still fighting the fight. Fighting fire with fire. It's down to a 2v2 wherein the back lane of Bench here is a bit on the down low when it comes to health. Now, this doesn't mean Bench will be defeated. He still has a chance here. Now, Meat Value still has... Well, Meat Value can just go in with more damages, but the problem here is I think he wants to take out the back lane now.
He is trying very hard. That's why he is looking at Pigeon Post.
Yeah.
I think he might just Pigeon Post and set up for a big turn to the back line. He might keep everything else, just use one sword to just add one bit more of damage and keep the eggshell to use when Bench has now taunted towards the back line. It is very interesting. That also provides a little bit more of time for Meat Valley to set up for the future turns. Another play is he could do 2 attacks and head into Energy Burst, or use one on Confusion, and that is what we are going for. He is now on 5 energy. Next turn will be a big turn for Meat Value if there are a lot of offensive cards.
161 HP for that mid lane. Now he's going in with the double talk. He shuffles in 2 Jinxes. He goes in with the longsword. He uses the blackmail as well. And this is exactly what Meat Value was waiting for. Meat Value is well prepared to take down that backline Axie. Look at that. He has 2 revenge cards. He has the Tiny Dino. He has the Swirl, the Confusion, and that cute bunny. Will this be the round where Bench's backline goes down?
One play that Meat Value could go for is just Sword right now and set up for a big turn next turn. That is one option, but he is going hard
for
right
the
now.
Kill here.
He is going
HP.
all in right now with all of these attacks.
Confusion.
That's enough to kill the backline Axie as well.
Cute
Look at
bunny
that.
taking
Boom.
out the backline. Now he still has 2 energy to go in with either damages or swirls for the heals up, and then shields up with the fallen shield. This is looking really dark for Bench right now.
Wow.
The glow is slowly growing darker.
Look at that. It is getting very, very strong. It is going wild. It is a Garish Worm attack right now. It is going Sword. It is going Confusion. What is happening right now?
Let's go in. Let's see what's going to be happening here. Right now, they're checking out the draw piles. But, he has the Confusion here. He has the confused cards being sent in. This is it. This might be the end here. This might be the end here. Look at that. Meat Value drawing it. A lot of cards. 116 HP remaining. Risky Fish coming in.
Here we go. We have a champion. Let's jump to the stage.
Getting that win.
Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? No one was able to beat the Meat. This man has gone through the entire tournament. He has dominated from point 1 to point 10. It is over. He has done the Congratulations to you, Mr. Meat Value. But before we go on to the championship interview, we have to come over to our boy here. Bench, bro, you have been fighting all day long. You have been clawing through the losers bracket, and you have been doing an amazing job all night. What happened tonight in this final series?
I did everything, like everything I could, but Meat is just better, you know. The final boss, yeah.
Hey, a man of few words, but Meat Value, the final boss, seen from around the globe as the man. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Casters, what do you think about this?
Yo, that was so amazing, Chief.
It was very, very impressive, Chief. I mean, I am still on fire right now. That was an amazing final. Swirl Comp in the Swirl era, that was what we were after. Having all of them go ham, have all of them counter each other, have all of them devour each other.
Oh man.
Wow.
Just eating up strategy after strategy. Let's have a brief recap on what they went through. So Meat Value went in going up against Zero, then went in defeating Enrico, and then now 3-0 Bench on their first match, and then finally on the grand finals, Bench finally put up a fight against Meat Value, but Meat was unbeatable, baby. Meat Value went in for the kill, finally going in for the head, taking down Bench for good, down to the depths of hell.
That was very impressive as well, having a 1-2 loss behind Bench and clawing back in, winning game after game after game.
Man.
That is what it takes to be a champion. That was the Swirl gameplay, having to switch up to the blackmail. That is very impressive. Let's head it back over to Chief and see what they are feeling right now.
Oh my lord, my man Meat Value. I'm seeing emotion in his eyes for the first time ever. He is on the stage, he's standing on the bench. No one could stop him. Everyone tried, and this man prevailed. He stood strong until the end. Meat Value, congratulations. You are the champion of the E4E Minors. You are the champion of the most epic tournament that we have ever seen. How do you feel about this, my man?
Amazing. I have no words. Amazing. I can't believe it.
No words, ladies and gentlemen. No words. Sir, we have another gift for you. You earned this. The Blue Dino is in the house. Check it out. Here you go. Our champion, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Meat Value. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We out here. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our show tonight. It has been an absolute pleasure. It has been a long week. Axie Week has been off the chains, and I love you so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the motivation. Let's do this. Let's take Web3 to the next level. Casters, take it away.
Wow! What an amazing E4E Minors experience!
You're up here.
The grand finals was all it was meant to be. It has been a wild journey so far. I am glad to have experienced this with you, my bro.
It's an honor to be casting with you, and it's an honor to be working with so many amazing people, with so many amazing talented people. And again, thank you very much to Elite Metawear for bringing in luxury esports apparel and digital fashion label produced in South Korea. Again, type in E1337 in the chat for more information. Thank you as well to Wink Hotel for providing us some great rooms for us to stay in and launch in. And of course, type in Wink, exclamation point Wink in the chat for more information. Of course, we would love to thank everyone in esports, for everyone as well for making all of this happen. Again, E4E Minors, baby. And last but not the least, actually for coming from me, Axie Infinity, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to showcase our skills, showcase what we've got, and giving us 6,500 access for the prize pool. Again, type Axie, exclamation point Axie in the chat for more information.
Huge shout out as well to We Compete, being an epic new esports website, providing a lot of support to players engaging in the competitive scene. You're able to scout, you're able to flex your record as long as you connect your Ronin wallet. Check exclamation point We Compete before we head off. That is We Compete right there. Gems Esports as well, huge shout out, where this is a platform where you can you can get all of your esports
Where's
needs,
the
whether it
sound
be
man?
Web 2, whether it be Web 3. Check it out. Gems Esports is a platform where everything can happen. Exclamation point Gems. Followed up by Crypto Slate, one of our media outlets, bringing cryptocurrency news out there. Check them out. Exclamation point Crypto Slate. And then finally, Vid Shetera, an upcoming, uprising Vietnam-based media platform where you can check all of your Gen Z and millennial needs. They are catering to those people specifically, but not only that, they have a lot in store. Check them out in Instagram, check them out in YouTube, check them out in social media. This was your E4E Minors, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go!
It has been an amazing journey. I am glad to experience this with you, but for now, goodbye, good night, we got there.
Let's go!
Nation gonna fly.
Freestyle. A nation gathers. A nation gathers.
From all around, the people are gathering. The future's bright, cause we win when we collab in. Hands down, it's the start of a new round. AxieCon proved it was a good move to stick around. New Axies, soul bound, no passing, first round. Pour some gas on it, enlist towns. 2 days left, who's got the most crowns?
A nation gathers.
Esports, gaming, high score, victory, Cupid, blue moon, cattail, chubby. I found Indes, game changer, legacy, future, Web3, Axie, infinity. To the moon, Lima, cloud white, Coco, Elon Musk, retweet, G-host, on fleek, scholarship, blew up, chief, invented it, coins crash, SLP, tough time, c'est la vie.
Tomorrow, I can see in your